A mouth appeared on the corpse, and it mentioned that Ephebo, Hebe, Fido, and even Geronto had been borrowed from that woman, revealing that she was going to be furious. Dolores put her hand under her chin and couldn't help but remain open-mouthed and terrified upon seeing a mouth emerge from the body. The mouth recognized Vickers' pandemic mask and quickly realized he was the guy who had been attacking their branches lately. Vicker began staring at the corpse, recognizing it as one of the 10 elite corpses and asking why they were asking if they already knew. With a gaze full of rage, Vicker realized that he was Quilty. Dolores was left open-mouthed and shocked at the same time. She began to observe his mouth, and with a surprised expression realized that this voice belonged to the bastard Quilty. For the demon, it was unexpected to be discovered by the Saintess. A smug smile appeared on his face since his plan had worked. For the sake of a great cause, he had no choice but to give up his identity as Quilty, revealing that he had been avoiding touching the Saintess out of fear of increasing people's vigilance. But it was no longer necessary. Both remained silent for several seconds until her body began trembling in fear. She had never thought that Quilty was a demon. With an evil smile, Quilty suggested to her to maintain an expression dominated by despair and fear, as he wanted to see this expression when he would remove the soft skin from her face. The Saintess clasped her hands and began to pray, causing a powerful golden aura to appear around her body, leaving the demon somewhat confused. She decided not to stand idly by doing nothing, and with a determined look she swore by her soul that she would make the wicked feel the weight of their karma twice. She used the Holy Light ability, causing a powerful light to emerge from the sky and strike against the corpse. Her divine power slowly began to consume the corpse, until several seconds later it completely disintegrated the demon's mouth. Her power not only disintegrated the demon but also Camus Morg's corpse, leaving only ashes on the ground. Vicker, who was standing next to her, began observing Camus Morg's head and remained silently thinking. Dolores, who had her hands clasped together with an angry expression, asked the demon to reflect in the afterlife. But at that moment, someone who was behind them began licking their lips with a smile, revealing that after all, the Saintess's face was rare. Upon hearing this, she didn't take long to recognize the voice and her eyes filled with fear and despair. And just then, a powerful light struck Vicker's body, piercing his chest without even giving him time to react. Vicker, who was wounded, fell to his knees on the ground, and seeing this, Dolores approached to help. At that moment, someone started approaching them. It was none other than the bastard Quilty, or better known as Dantalion. He put his hand in front of him, making the mouth that Dolores had just disintegrated appear on his palm. He began to smile and with an excited look mentioned that it wasn't polite to interrupt someone in the middle of a sentence. She got angry and asked the demon how he could disguise himself as Quilty and commit such a horrible act. Quilty started walking towards them and with a smile explained that the reason was because he was a demon after all, asking if she was sure about fighting him. Vicker, who was wounded, fell to his knees on the ground, but Dolores stood in front of him to protect him. She extended her hand to the sides and despite being afraid, she accepted the fight. The demon placed a hand over his chest, extended the other towards her and with a confident smile mentioned that she was still an immature novice, questioning if a dying swordsman could face someone like him. At first, Dolores stood firm, but then tears and despair appeared in her eyes. Quilty grabbed her chin and explained that she was trying to act strong without realizing that fear was escaping through her face. The demon approached her, began to look into her eyes, stuck out his tongue and with a smile revealed that she couldn't fool anyone with a face like that. Having the demon so close made her start to feel a fear she had never felt before. Quilty began to show his true nature while drool was falling from his mouth. He started staring at her and couldn't help but smile since he finally had the Saintess's face in his hands. But his happiness didn't last long, as Vicker stabbed the Beelzebub sword into the demon's neck, causing his eyes to fill with confusion. He didn't know how Vicker could keep fighting being so injured. The attention of the demon and Dolores shifted towards Vicker. He revealed that he had noticed something about him while following his trail. With a gaze full of rage and thirsting for revenge, he revealed that Quilty was a coward who easily sacrificed his subordinates, and who never wanted to fight head-on, so he had thought that he wouldn't appear unless Vicker was injured. The wound Vicker had on his chest because of Quilty's attack had now healed. With a confident expression, he explained that he had simply pretended to be hurt, revealing that healing wounds like this was nothing for him. Vicker was thirsty for revenge and asked the demon what he thought of his performance. Our boy's sword pierced the demon's head, making his eyes turn red. It seemed that the demon was now dead, but several seconds later, this bastard's eyes began to glow, and his gaze fixed on Vicker. With an exciting smile full of rage, he called Victor a damned brat and asked him to call him Dantalian. Upon seeing that the demon was still alive, Dolores' gaze filled with confusion and fear. While Victor had the sword stuck in the demon's head, Dantalian's gaze fixed on Dolores, and he couldn't help but show a confident smile. Her mind filled with many questions, she began to observe the demon and asked Victor why he wasn't dead despite having his head pierced. Victor's gaze fixed on the demon, and he remained silent in thought. It didn't take long for him to realize that this guy was Dantalian, one of the 10 elite corpses. Dantalian's eyes filled with emotion, and with a smile, he realized that Victor was the person who had killed Andromalius. The back part of Quilty's head began to open, and the true demon Dantalian started to emerge, revealing that this was the face of the priest for whom he had worked so hard. But it was a shame because now he could no longer use it. Upon hearing this, Victor's gaze filled with concern, and he couldn't help but go on alert, realizing that this was not good. Dantalian, who was now in the body of a woman with white hair, began to emerge from the body of Priest Quilty, and with a smile revealed that he only confiscated faces, being able to collect faces and obtain the memories and vitality of those faces. The demon placed his hand on the shoulder of Quilty's lifeless body, turned his head backward, started staring intently at Victor, and with an evil smile explained that what he had just killed was an entity called Quilty Rune Indulgentia. He was just one of the many faces the demon possessed, thus Victor could not kill the true demon until all the faces were destroyed. Victor, who was thirsty for revenge, jumped, appeared behind the demon and with a murderous look, prepared to attack. He was determined to do what the demon had said and kill all the faces. Upon hearing this, the demon turned around and upon seeing that Victor was ready to attack, went on alert. And just before he could react, Victor swung his sword forcefully, stabbing it into the demon's abdomen. But then something happened again. Dolores placed her hand near her chest, and her gaze filled with fear and sadness as she saw what lay before them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Victor began observing in silence without losing his composure. Victor forcefully drove the sword into Dantalian's chest, causing the woman who owned the body to regain consciousness. She began to cry and told Victor that she did not want to die, asking why she had to die. Her eyes filled with sadness and despair, causing blood to start coming out of her mouth. In a desperate attempt to save her life, she begged Victor to spare her life. And not long after she lost her life, Victor pulled his sword from her body, causing it to collapse onto the ground. Victor began to observe the corpse in silence, while on the other side, Dolores placed her hands over her chest and she couldn't help but panic, not knowing what was really happening. Several minutes passed and the woman's corpse did not move. Until then, the corpse opened up and a man began to emerge from within. An ordinary man came out of the woman's corpse, sat down, started turning his head from side to side and with a confused expression asked what this place was. Victor did not lower his guard, and his gaze fixed on the man. He was ready to attack. The expression of Dolores was filled with surprise and confusion. She could not believe that the demon Dantalian had so many faces. The man put his hand on top of his head and with a surprised gaze remembered that he was buying the meat empanada that his daughter liked. When suddenly on the way home, something had happened. Just before the man even had time to finish the sentence, Victor, who was full of rage, forcefully swung the sword and cut off the man's head, making it fly through the air. To Victor, the demon was very arrogant. The eyes of Victor, which were full of rage, filled with surprise upon seeing a small child crying. Once the man's corpse fell to the ground, Dantalian re-emerged from within, now taking the form of a child. The child put his hands over his face and began to cry, asking why Victor was so mean. Victor clenched his fist tightly and tried to attack the child, but his body would not move. The child started rubbing his eyes with his fists, and, with a sad expression, explained that he had done nothing wrong, asking why Victor was bullying him. Victor began to observe the child in silence. The child started crying even more to gain Victor's trust. But then our boy told the demon that he could stop acting. Victor began to recall the time when children's faces had appeared on the face of the demon Andromalius. He started showing the powerful blade of Beelzebub's sword to Dantalian and with a gaze full of rage revealed that he was already immune to it thanks to his friend. Seeing that the act wasn't working, the demon took control of the child's body, began gazing at Victor, and couldn't help but start smiling. The demon began to use his power, causing the child's finger to transform into a spike. With a smile, the demon launched one of his faces toward Victor, which struck directly against his hand, making the face merge with his wrist. This caught Victor off guard. He started observing his hand, and his gaze filled with surprise. He didn't know what was happening. With a grin, the demon said that it was a gift. and just before he could finish the sentence, Victor cut off the child's head with the sword. The child's head flew through the air, but the demon's gaze filled with excitement, causing a confident smile to appear on his face. The child's head began to spin rapidly, causing limbs to start emerging from it. The demon changed shape again. Now he had the body of a young man with gray hair. Using his hands and feet, the demon stopped his moving body. With a demonic gaze, the man began to show his hand, causing the true mouth of the demon Dantalion to appear. Both started looking at Victor and couldn't help but begin laughing. The power of the demon began to take effect on Victor's body, making his expression fill with terror. And not long after, he started feeling dizzy and fell to his knees on the ground. Seeing this, Dollars couldn't help but worry about him, and with a surprised expression asked if he was okay. The demon began to stand up, and several eyes and mouths appeared on his face. He started showing his palm to Victor, causing the eye of the true demon to begin shining, revealing that he had planted a face on Victor, and now he was going to show him the emotions and memories of the face. The face that the demon had planted on Victor belonged to someone who had suffered from paranoia and schizophrenia, resulting in him ending up killing his precious family. The face that the demon had planted on Victor began covering half of Victor's own face. He tried to resist but was unable, causing a smile to appear on half of his face. The demon mocked him by asking how it felt to have the memories of two people colliding in a single body. Victor's memories and that person's trauma were going to mix, causing his consciousness to begin disappearing. As the demon had mentioned, little by little Victor's memories began to merge with that person's trauma. The demon placed his hand under his chin, and his expression turned surprised. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Victor cut off his own arm and began showing a confident look, revealing that he was not going to give up so easily. Upon seeing this, Dolores put her hands over her mouth and was shocked. She couldn't believe that Victor had cut off his own arm. Her gaze filled with sadness and concern, but our boy asked her not to worry about him. Victor's arm began to regenerate until, several seconds later, a completely healthy arm appeared as if it had never been damaged. He revealed that he was fighting against a demon, but that didn't mean he was an average human. Far from being astonished, the demon remained calm, began to observe Victor, and now understood why Andromalius had been defeated. His attention was fixed on the Beelzebub sword, and upon seeing the demonic energy, he realized that it was the demonic sword Beelzebub. Victor's body was surrounded by an aura of a graduate of the highest degree. An excited smile appeared on the demon's face since our boy was a difficult opponent to face directly. He began to use his power, making more faces appear on his hand. He started pointing at Victor with his finger and decided to change plans. Seeing this, Victor adopted a defensive stance, ready to block the attack, while on the other side, Dolores was paralyzed with fear. Instead of pointing at Victor, the demon began to point at Dolores, leaving her shocked, not knowing what was going to happen. The demon shot a face toward her. She closed her eyes and prepared to receive the attack. But Victor was not going to allow this to happen, so using the sword, he deflected the attack without much effort. The demon's fingers transformed into faces. He began observing Victor and with a smile revealed that he knew he was going to protect the Saintess, realizing that he had a weakness right by his side. The demon shot several more faces toward Dolores, but Victor stepped in between and started blocking the attacks. Dolores panicked and with a sincere expression asked our boy not to worry about her, and she advised him to fight against the demon. But Victor stood firm and refused to lose the pillar of the heroes. Hearing this, Dolores' eyes filled with surprise, but then she swallowed hard, thinking that she couldn't be a burden to him. The demon launched more attacks again, but Victor began blocking once more. This fight was cruel and frightening. The Night Bloodhound was fighting alone right now, making her start to wonder if he would also have to fight alone in the future. She filled herself with determination and clasped her hands. She had to strengthen her determination, but she was so afraid that she couldn't stop trembling. She closed her eyes and calmed herself, causing a golden aura to appear around her. She wanted to help the Night Bloodhound at all costs. She prepared to use her power, but just then, one of the faces that had been shot by Dantalion fell near her. She opened her eyes, and her gaze fixed on the face, leaving her stunned. Tears appeared in the eyes of the face, and a familiar voice began to sound. She separated her hands, and her eyes filled with terror as this voice was Quilty's. Fear and panic took control of her, making her start to feel guilty about everything. The demon's plan had worked. He couldn't help but begin to smile. His arm transformed into tentacles with faces. He prepared to attack, thinking this was too easy. The demon extended his arm toward them, causing thousands of faces to shoot out at them. Having one transplanted person was already painful enough. No one knew what would happen to a human when there were hundreds of transplants. As the attack slowly approached, Vicar adopted a defensive stance, began watching the demon, and prepared to defend himself. With a confident expression, he explained that he could simply slice them all. The tentacles reached him. Our boy started swinging the sword with precision, cutting through many of the faces. The demon once again launched even more faces toward them, and with a smile, asked him if he truly believed he could cut through thousands of faces. Vicar did not lose his composure and continued cutting the faces, but just then, his attention focused on something, causing his eyes to fill with surprise. Among the faces was the face of a girl who was very familiar to Vicar. This face belonged to Perry. The memories of the orphanage came to Vicar's mind. She had placed a crown of flowers on our boy's head. Then both had sat next to a tree to talk. The image of Perry happily smiling filled our boy's mind, and Vicar began to see the same smile on the face that was in front of him. Vicar was paralyzed upon realizing that the demon had also killed Perry, causing his gaze to fill with sadness and guilt for not having protected her earlier. Vicar's mind clouded, and this was enough for the tentacles to successfully strike Vicar's body. Our boy was left defenseless, and thousands of faces began to enter his body. Due to the fact that our boy had been hit by the demon's attack, he now found himself in a very dark place. Vicar clenched his fists tightly and kept his eyes closed. But several seconds later, he opened his eyes and his gaze was filled with determination. He was not willing to give up so easily. He appeared in a small tunnel, which was full of water, and in front of him there were a bunch of people sitting with their arms resting on their knees. Upon observing this, he couldn't help but remain somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening or what this place was. The people who were in front of him seemed to be depressed, and none of them appeared to have a face. Our boy remembered being absorbed by Dantalian's ability, realizing that this was the effect of the ability. His mind filled with curiosity and confusion. He began to observe them and with an uncertain expression started questioning himself if they were the people who had been devoured by the demon. But then, something happened and veins began to appear on his face, reaching his eyes, making him start to feel fear. The green-colored water that was flowing through the tunnel seemed to be a kind of poison, since thanks to it, slowly the veins began to expand throughout his body. The water started shaking violently, creating small waves. Vicar began observing the people who had been devoured by Dantalian and couldn't help but feel the same sense of discomfort as when Dantalian's face had been implanted on his body. Thanks to the water from the tunnel, memories and traumas slowly began to mix with Vicar's consciousness. Some had killed their partner, others their beloved family members, some had lost their minds, and others had been consumed by evil. Among the people was a small boy who was very sad. The boy's eyes filled with sorrow as he begged Vicar not to do it because he did not want to die. Our boy now had visible veins all over his body, and while the child was crying, he approached and gently placed his hand on top of his head to try to console him. The child fell silent. Vicar began to gaze at the ground with a lost expression and slowly started to stand up. The image of Perry's face when Dantalian had attacked came to our boy's mind. He raised his head, began to observe them, and his gaze filled with determination. The tunnel seemed to have no end and was filled with the victims who had been killed by the demon. Vicar stood up, and upon seeing that those who had been devoured by Dantalian were here, he came to the conclusion that Perry must also be in this place. At the same time, among the victims, children who had their hands resting on their knees lowered their heads, and their gazes were filled with fear. Some were afraid of dying while others were very tired. Among them, there were also people who were tired of being in this place and preferred to die rather than stay here. After Vicar was consumed by the attack of Dantalian's faces, not long after, it was Dolores' turn who was also consumed by the attack, as she was unable to fight against such a strong demon. She also arrived at this place, and upon seeing so many people in front of her, she couldn't help but remain in shock and start wondering what this place was. Soon the cries and pleas consumed her mind, making her lower her head and begin to feel guilty, realizing that these were the vengeful spirits of the people who had been devoured by the demon. She fell to her knees on the ground, started gazing at the floor while trying to process the situation. Someone emerged from the water, began walking toward her, asking what Saintess thought about his collection of human souls he had devoured so far. Fear and despair took control of Dolores. She didn't even move. The demon Dantalian appeared behind her, now showing his true form. His face was formed by a layer made of tentacles, which acted as a mask. With an excited look, the demon extended his hands to the sides and with a smile explained that after thinking about it quite a bit, he did not want to eat something as despicable as a human. A wicked smile appeared on his face, and his gaze fixed on her, making his eyes fill with joy. For him, the sound of humans' cries and pleas was moving to his heart. This demon was the 9th corpse of the 10 elite corpses, with an S+ danger level. He had been located deep within the gate of destruction known as Womb of Serpent. This demon was humanity's natural enemy, one of the 10 disasters known as incomprehensible and impossible to kill. While Dolores was looking at the ground, rage took control of her. Among the victims, there were also children from the orphanage. She couldn't believe that someone could commit such a crime. Dantalian began to observe her and revealed that when it came to feeding, there was no need to give a reason. Then, he put his hand inside his suit to show something, saying that he wasn't at fault. He pulled out a golden paper about indulgence, started staring at her, and with a smile revealed that he couldn't be blamed since he had this indulgence. A proud smile appeared on his face, mentioning that it had been the human's idea that sin could disappear with money. Human ideas always excited his brain. He extended his hand to one side and revealed that he had also taken from them the idea of using orphanages to supply food, borrowing the method of food supply from humans who raised livestock to later eat it. If he had committed a sin, then it meant he had learned much from humans. Dolores, who was kneeling in front of him, began looking at the ground and remained silent. Dantalian approached her, started observing her, and with a smile mocked her by revealing that she too was one of those wicked people who harmed others. She simply had the luck to be born with divine power, but deep down she was weak, useless, and only caused problems for others. The tentacles of Dantalian approached her head, and with an evil grin, he explained that without her, it would have been impossible to trap the Night Hound in this inner world, all thanks to her making him weak. Dolores remained silent. For the demon, it was thrilling to see the saintess unable to say anything. In his mental world, the negativity of the dead devoured the self. He was so eager to see her expression tainted by negation. At that moment, Dolores raised her head, began to turn around, and with a confident expression responded that there was nothing wrong with what he had said. Indulgence harmed other lives by coexistence, explaining that her flaws were also a human weakness, which accumulated and eventually would create despair. Upon hearing this, the demon began to smile like a madman and with an exciting look, said it was true since humans were weak. With eyes full of tears, Dolores turned back, and while her body was surrounded by golden energy, with an expression full of confidence, she asked if he believed they could not go in a good direction from that despair, revealing that it was also a strength that humans had. Upon seeing divine power, Dantalian put his hands in front of his face and couldn't help but enter into alertness and confusion, not knowing why her body was surrounded by divine power, remembering that she had been tainted by trauma. While she was crying, with a grateful look, she thanked the demon because thanks to him now she was sure of how indecisive she had been until now. She began to imagine her father and Iron-Blooded Hound. She was afraid of her father, and that's why she could force the abolition of indulgences. She was so afraid of demons that she hadn't been able to help Iron-Blooded Hound, letting him fight alone, realizing how useless she'd been until now. In the past, Victor and Dolores sat on top of a wooden fence, contemplating nature. She asked our boy why God had chosen someone as weak as her to be saintess. Even without being born with divine powers, there were many others who had stronger faith than her, not knowing why she had been given the title of saintess. At first, Victor began to think silently, and then with a calm voice, he explained that the fact she was suffering and repenting could be the reason why God had chosen her, because what this world needed was something that would shine when it reached the lowest and fiercest place. Hearing this, her eyes filled with surprise. She was left speechless, thinking that he was right. Back to the present, she clasped her hands, causing the divine power to begin emerging from her body. He had been fighting alone against the demons, but she could no longer let him fight alone. She began to use her power, causing her body to start releasing an immense amount of divine power, which began expanding everywhere. She was determined to help in any way possible. Upon seeing the energy, the demon put his hands in front of his face and couldn't help but go on alert and remain open-mouthed. His eyes filled with concern since he couldn't allow her to use her divine power in this way. In a desperate attempt to stop her, Dantalian explained that the humans who were here could still survive, but the souls that had been expelled with divine power would not be able to do so. Dolores paid no attention. She focused even more, and the divine power slowly began to destroy the souls of the victims. She clenched her teeth and kept praying. She couldn't let herself be swayed by the demon's words. And just when she was about to give up, someone approached her and placed their hand on top of hers. Upon feeling this, she opened her eyes, and her gaze filled with surprise, leaving her in shock, not knowing what was happening. One of the children from the orphanage who had been devoured by the demon appeared and placed his hand on top of hers, staring intently into her eyes. Then, more children from the orphanage appeared and began to greet her with grateful smiles, asking her not to give up. Seeing the children, Dolores' eyes filled with tears and guilt. She began to ask for forgiveness for not having been able to save them. Thanks to the children, she began to concentrate even more and started praying more devoutly, causing her body to start releasing even more divine power, which began to spread everywhere, and in a matter of seconds, she freed the souls that were trapped in this place, leaving the demon in shock. At the same time, somewhere in the tunnel, there were still more people sitting, and among them was a blonde-haired girl. This girl was none other than Perry. With a lost look on her face, she began staring at the ground. Not long after, Victor arrived at this area. He sat right behind her, placed his hands on the ground and felt relieved to have found her. The traumas and memories of the victims were beginning to consume the body of our boy. With a gaze of guilt he explained to her that along the way he had been thinking about the reason why he wanted to see her again. Victor's face began to slowly disintegrate, and his eyes filled with fear and guilt. He wanted to tell her something. He had sworn to dedicate his entire life to avenging himself on demons, and the reason why he had visited the orphanage had simply been to hunt demons, without ever thinking about what was behind this. But that chain had broken. He began to remember when they were both sitting near the tree, and Perry had started showing a grateful smile. Thanks to being at the orphanage he had met her, and thanks to her smile he saw that this revenge had meaning. With a tired gaze, he explained that the meaning of his revenge was that the seeds of the future like her could live in a world where she could have a smile. The divine power of Dolores began to expand throughout the tunnel, and our boy thanked Perry for giving meaning to his journey. The divine power began to illuminate her body, and Victor asked her forgiveness for not being able to protect her, and she was somewhat surprised to see that he had come again to see her. Upon hearing her voice, Victor's eyes filled with surprise. He couldn't believe he had heard Perry's voice. Dolores' power began to free the souls trapped in this place, and as he turned around, Victor saw Perry crying and the other children smiling. Perry started crying even more, put her hands over her face, and thanked our boy for coming since she was very scared. Upon seeing this, slowly the traumas of the victims stopped mixing with Victor's consciousness, freeing him from the poison. He was shocked to hear this. Without hesitating for a second, he gave her a strong hug, and while the divine power was releasing all the souls, he closed his eyes and promised never to forgive whoever had made Perry cry. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Perry's face, thanking our boy once again. The divine power of Dolores was so powerful that the windows of the orphans' dormitories began to shine intensely. The demon put his hands in front of his face to avoid going blind, and his body was thrown backward. He started staring intently at the saintess and couldn't help but go on alert upon seeing that she had so much power, realizing that she had awakened all her power. Dolores stood up, and Victor appeared beside her, and Dantalian was in shock upon seeing that she had purified the mental world and all the souls that were there. She clasped her hands together again, closed her eyes, and began to use her power once more, which started to expand throughout the area. Victor, who was standing next to her, began staring intently at the demon. His body was surrounded by Dolores' divine power. He started looking at the palm of his hand, and upon seeing this, he was somewhat surprised. He clenched his fist and his body began to release a powerful energy. Now his aura was overflowing, and the divine power of the saintess was amplifying his aura. Victor was a rank 6 swordsman, but thanks to her help, he was sure that he would be able to reach rank 7. He dropped his hand and several seconds later, he focused, causing his aura to solidify like a stone. Victor drew the sword Beelzebub, which was now surrounded by a powerful aura. Seeing this, Dantalian took several steps back and couldn't help but go on alert upon seeing his aura, realizing that he had the aura of a sword master. Our boy adopted an offensive stance and began to stare intently at the demon, his gaze full of rage. He clenched his teeth tightly and, thirsty for revenge, told Dantalian that he didn't think he would be able to die peacefully. Dolores, who was behind Victor, joined her hands and began to use her power, causing a powerful golden energy to appear around her body, and thanks to this, Victor's body began to emit an aura similar to that of a sword master. Seeing this, Dantalian couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and take several steps back. Dolores, who had her eyes closed and was focused, started blushing as she could feel the sadness for the loss of so many children and the anger against the demon who had made such a sacrifice. She shared the feelings of the Blood Knight Hound. She began to imagine a knight holding a sword and a saint praying. The Pope of the Church had once said that a saint could awaken upon meeting her true soulmate. She clasped her hands and began to gather divine power. The energy gradually became more intense as she was willing to give all the divine power she had to the Night Bloodhound. A powerful surge of divine power began to emerge from her body. Soul resonance was a blessing that temporarily maximized the target's abilities. She passed her divine power to her soulmate. Victor's gaze, thirsty for revenge, fixed on the demon. He wanted to kill him at all costs to avenge all the children in Perry. Dolores closed her eyes and began to concentrate even more, while on the other side, Victor, who had unsheathed the Beelzebub sword, started staring intently at the demon, ready to attack. Now that she had passed her divine power to him, she realized that he was Victor, and in the moment when he first awakened as a master of the sword, was called Supreme Realm. Dantalian took several steps back, and upon seeing our boy's powerful aura, his eyes filled with fear. He couldn't believe that Victor was a master of the sword. He panicked and began sweating like crazy, remembering that among humans only a few chosen ones could reach that level, and even if it were just as a precautionary target, it would only be heads of prestigious families. Victor clenched his fist tightly and with a piercing gaze began to walk toward the demon. Dantalian couldn't believe that a boy like him had been able to reach the level of sword master at such a young age. Seeing Victor upside down, Dantalian's eyes filled with confusion. He was somewhat incredulous, asking why he was upside down, but the reality was that it was his head that was upside down. Victor had cut off his head without him even noticing. Our boy started unleashing a chain of powerful slashes towards him, which began cutting his body into pieces as if it were mere straw. In the blink of an eye, Victor cut Dantalian's body into pieces, and his head, which now no longer had tentacles, struck the ground forcefully, causing him to clench his teeth tightly due to the intense pain. Just before he could comprehend what had just happened, Victor approached him and stomped on his head. Now that the souls he had collected had been purified and disappeared, he no longer had extra faces, having no choice but to fight. Victor began to observe him intently with a piercing gaze, knowing that the demon must now be feeling useless. His eyes filled with fear, he began to feel a terror he had never felt before. He had not noticed the presence of Victor's attack at all, wondering if he was really going to die. Victor began to step on his head even harder and started savoring the moment. Dantalian began watching him and clenched his teeth tightly due to fear, and upon seeing his murderous gaze, he started sweating like crazy. His mission was to gather magical power to open the door to the world of demons. He had thought that soon he would be able to easily conquer the human world. But he had never thought there would be a human who would interfere with them, the demons. He had to kill our boy, even if it meant giving up his own life. Victor prepared to deliver the final blow, but at that moment his gaze filled with surprise as he noticed something. Dantalian's face began to deform, making several mouths and eyes appear. With a smile, he asked why Victor believed he no longer had more faces. His head started to mutate and became gigantic. He began staring intently at Victor with an aggressive gaze, revealing that he still had a face hidden up his sleeve. Victor immediately withdrew his foot. He couldn't believe this. Dantalian was planning to explode and take Victor and this orphanage with him. Upon hearing this, Dolores opened her eyes and her gaze filled with surprise. She panicked, realizing that this aura was very dangerous as she felt tingling on her skin. She didn't know what to do now, since at this rate the entire area was going to be devastated by the explosion. Victor remained calm and asked her to calm down as well. Seeing what was in front of her eyes, she was shocked. The demon prepared to explode, being sure that our boy would not be able to do anything about it. While our boy's body was surrounded by the aura of a sword master and divine power, he turned towards Dolores and with a determined gaze said there was nothing to worry about. His eyes were full of determination as he had confidence that he would be able to defeat the demon before it could explode. Now he had achieved the state he had yearned for all his life but had not been able to reach before regressing. He began to recall the moment when Hugo had even cut through the clouds in the sky with his sword. Now he possessed the same power his father had shown. Dantalian decided it was time to end this, and he asked his demon brothers to please complete the mission, swearing that the era of destruction was going to reach the human world. His face began to deform, preparing to explode. But just at that moment, our boy used his power, and remembering his father's sword, launched a powerful slash toward the demon's head. Victor's attack was so powerful that it cut through the roof of the orphans' dormitories, and not long after, a powerful explosion occurred in the area. Upon hearing the sound of the commotion, Bianca and Sinclair took off the sheets and woke up, wondering what was happening. The explosion created a great earthquake that shook the entire area. Piggy and Tudor woke up in panic, wondering why an earthquake had occurred, while on the other side, Sancho was still half asleep. Dolores, who had her hands together, eyes closed and was blindly trusting Victor, remained silent. Several seconds later, she stopped praying and opened her eyes, and upon seeing what was in front of her, it made her expression change. She couldn't help but be left open-mouthed. She couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing, and not long after, she fell to her knees on the ground. In front of her was Victor, with his knee and hand resting on the ground. Our boy's attack had cut through the ceiling of the dormitory and left a large crack in the floor. And just like his father, it had sliced through the clouds in the sky, revealing the starry heavens. Sinclair looked to one side, and her eyes filled with surprise. She opened the window and was shocked since she didn't know what was happening. Victor's attack had cut through the clouds, revealing a beautiful sky. The incident that occurred at the Indulgencia orphanage in the middle of the night caused the royal capital to be engulfed in fear, and another terrorist attack at an orphanage of the Quavades family. Like the previous incident, the Night Bloodhound had been identified as the culprit, and a large crowd had gathered at the scene. Victor's attack had even destroyed many houses in the area. Many investigators gathered in the area, and upon observing this, Bianca was somewhat surprised. She would never have thought that the Night Bloodhound would come to an orphanage like this. Behind her was Sinclair, who had her hands resting on her abdomen with a calm gaze. She mentioned that it was frightening for a terrorist attack like this to have occurred where they were. Piggy put on the backpack, and couldn't help but start to feel fear, remembering that many things had happened the last day. Tudor began to observe the crowd with a furious gaze, clenched his fist tightly, and couldn't help but feel frustrated since he had wasted an opportunity to catch the Night Hound and prove his qualities as a great hero. With a serene gaze, Sancho mentioned that it was a bit strange since there were no victims in the explosion. Upon hearing this, Piggy, who was somewhat surprised, turned towards him and with a serious gaze asked him to be careful with his words. In front of them was Dolores next to a man. Both began to move away from the area. Piggy started watching her and explained that Quilty, the director of the orphanage, had disappeared along with his escort knights, believing that he had been a victim of the Night Bloodhound. Sancho's attention fixed on them, and he began to think silently. Once Dolores and the man moved away a bit, she placed her hand on her elbow and, with a lost gaze, began looking at the ground. The man placed his hand under his chin and began thinking. Thanks to her he knew that Quilty was guilty. He had always thought Quilty was a guy with many oddities, but never that he could be a demon. He moved his hand away from his chin, and with a serene expression, began to turn his head to one side. According to what he knew, the person who had solved the problem had been the Night Bloodhound. Attacking a certain part of the family was an unforgivable act, but for him it was refreshing to eliminate the rotten parts of the family. They approached the entrance where there were several reporters. The man was not sure if the public would believe this. Dolores remained silent, thinking for several seconds until she turned her back on the man and began to walk away. She apologized in advance to Pietro for what was about to happen from this moment on. Upon hearing this, Pietro, who had his arms crossed, was somewhat surprised, not knowing what she was planning to do. She approached the reporters. Some had cameras and others were ready to jot down everything she said. To everyone gathered there, she asked them to listen to her story. She placed her hands over her abdomen and began walking toward them, and it didn't take long for the reporters to recognize her as Saintess Dolores, realizing that she had something to say about the incident. With a lost gaze, she put her hand inside her shirt and began to take out a notebook, thinking about the Night Bloodhound. The day before, the night of the explosion, Victor took out this notebook, approached her and handed it to her, revealing that in it was the truth about the Quavades family, and it depended on her how to use it. She placed her hands over her chest and began to observe it in silence. Back in the present, she took out the notebook and began showing it to the reporters. She opened the notebook, and with a furious gaze, started revealing the history of indulgence sales. Pietro, who was behind her, couldn't help but remain somewhat surprised. With a determined expression, she revealed that the sender was Quilty Rune Indulgencia, and the recipient was Cardinal Humbert Runer Quavades. She explained that Viscount Bicoin had killed parents who wanted to donate their inheritance instead of passing it on to him, and had stolen the inheritance after disguising the death as an accident. All sins had been forgiven with the donation of 1.5 billion gold coins. Upon hearing this, Sancho, Piggy, and Tudor were left speechless. They could not believe what they had just heard. Dolores also revealed that Baron Lagiso had done something cruel to a maiden. He had killed her and secretly buried her in the sewer. All his sins had been forgiven with the donation of 200 million gold coins. And Sir Fingig had murdered his business partner to keep all the investment money, and all his sins had been forgiven with the donation of 800 million gold coins. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's and Bianca's attention focused on her. They could not go into shock. The reporters began talking among themselves. They were somewhat surprised. The brown-haired man couldn't believe that the church had sold indulgences to some demons. The brown-haired woman mentioned that they had crossed the line of forgiveness. The gray-haired man mentioned there was no way Cardinal Humbert and Quilty could have done such a thing. but the woman argued that the saintess was saying it directly. Dolores began to point at the date with her finger, revealing that Count Cecil had committed tax evasion close to 100 billion gold coins. But all his sins had been forgiven with a donation of 300 million gold coins. She was no longer willing to stop out of fear of her father. She wanted to become someone who would be ashamed of him. With a gaze full of determination, she revealed that she, Dolores Ruiner Quavades, believed that sin was something that could neither be bought nor sold with money, and that the act itself was an insult to God. She swore not to forgive that more atrocities occurred in Quavades. At the same time, not far from the area was the zone where the children played, and Vicar was sitting with his hands resting on the cement where he and Perry used to sit. He began to gaze at the sky and started thinking about the saintess. The sunlight was illuminating the tree. Even after regressing, her righteous mentality had not changed. Vicar began observing the rays of sunlight with a calm expression. With this, now 8 of the 10 elite corpses remained. Vicar's eyes filled with sadness, and as the leaves were blowing, he turned to one side. He rested his hand on the spot where Perry used to sit. He stood up and began to walk, vowing that at the end of this path, he would create a future where children like her could live with smiles. Next to the tree, there was a cross stuck in the ground, with flowers around it and Perry's name hanging on it. It was her grave. Vicar hoped that she could smile comfortably in heaven watching that future. After a few hours, Piggy and the others returned to the academy, and somewhere in the academy was Professor Banshee Morg's research office. Dolores entered the office, placed her hands on top of the table, and with an angry gaze, began staring intently at the professor, asking why he had not published her article. She had written the truth as it was. She couldn't believe that he had published an article criticizing Iron-Blooded Hound instead of hers. Professor Banshee, who had his hands clasped together, began staring back at her intently, questioning if she was asking this because she didn't know the truth. He explained that her article had been quite offensive to certain groups, reminding her that the academy maintained a politically neutral stance. Even though she was somewhat furious, she remained silent and listened without interrupting. The professor took out an article from a drawer, placed it on top of the table, and slid it toward her with his hand. This article accused Iron-Blooded Hound of committing terrorism and bringing darkness to the Quo Vadis family. With a serene voice, she mentioned again that she had written the facts as they were. The professor closed his eyes, turned his head to the other side, sighed and argued that her father, Cardinal Humbert, had denied all these facts, and furthermore the leading figures of society who were on the list of indulgences had also declared that the information was not true. Dolores' eyes filled with sadness and distrust, she began to gaze at the ground, explaining that all the information was in the Book of Indulgences. The professor raised his head and with a calm expression responded that the origin of the book was not very clear. Her mind filled with questions, questioning why he was on Quo Vadis' side and if he was being pressured by someone external. The professor's gaze filled with surprise. He went on alert upon seeing that she was getting closer to the truth. He stood up, moved the chair aside using his hand, and began staring at her intently, deciding there was no need to lie. He had been told to focus this article on the terrible act of terrorism committed by the Iron-Blooded Hound, revealing that thanks to her, the dean was also quite perplexed. Upon hearing this, Dolores' expression changed drastically. She started touching her arm out of nerves and began looking at him with a surprised look, not fully understanding what he meant. She remained calm, asking if Cardinal Humbert was so powerful that even the dean of the academy could get into trouble. The professor grabbed his nose and with a confident smile mentioned that if it had only been Cardinal Humbert, there would have been no way for the dean to listen to him in the first place. Dolores' expression turned surprised. She couldn't help but go into shock and realize what was really happening. She began to imagine the Pope of the Church smiling, finally realizing that there was only one person in Quo Vadis who was superior to Cardinal Humbert, and that person was none other than the Pope himself. She placed her hands over her chest and, with an empty gaze, began to think in silence. Even though everyone else was corrupt, she firmly believed that he was not someone who would lose his integrity. She had heard many people say that his judgment had become a bit blurry as he aged. She didn't know if Cardinal Humbert was taking this opportunity to cover the Pope's eyes and ears from the church. With a serene expression, the professor snapped his fingers and began pointing at her with his finger, arguing that, first of all, her article was not suitable for publication in a newspaper since while reading it, he couldn't help but get the impression that she was secretly siding with the Iron-Blooded Hound, reminding her that he was someone bad who had committed terrorism. Dolores could not avoid feeling internal rage, but even so, she showed no emotion, firmly thinking that the Iron-Blooded Hound was not someone bad, rather, the bad ones were Quo Vadis and the demon hiding within the family. The day before leaving, Victor revealed to her that demons still remained in the world. He had been fighting a difficult battle alone, and there were going to be many more in the future. Today, after speaking with Professor Banshee, she believed she knew why the Night-Blood Hound risked his life to kill demons without letting people know. She turned her back to the teacher and started walking towards the door. He began to look at her and asked her not to delve further into this. She opened the door with her hand and promised not to do so. Her eyes filled with determination. She also decided to help the Night Hound so that he would not fight alone. Tudor, who was stretching his arms, closed his eyes and concentrated, making his whole body tremble. He started walking next to Sancho, and while stretching his arms due to exhaustion, he explained that it had been a while since he had gone to class. So now he was exhausted. Now he knew why volunteering work was a good option for him. Sancho, who was next to him, began observing him with a confused gaze, thinking that this guy was very strange. In front of them was Piggy. With a cheerful expression, he turned towards Victor, promising to go together next time. Victor started walking silently without saying a single word. Tudor approached our boy, placed his hand on his shoulder, and with a kind look mentioned that today he was going to practice Neftali, asking if he wanted to go with them. Victor didn't even look him in the eyes. With a lost gaze, he replied that he wasn't feeling well and preferred to spend some time alone. Upon hearing this, Tudor's look filled with fear and confusion. He didn't know why Victor wanted to spend time alone. With a happy expression, Piggy began pointing at himself with his finger, deciding to go to the room with Victor. Sancho's attention, who was behind them, focused on Piggy. Tudor started covering poor Piggy's mouth with his hand and, with a forced smile, decided to leave Victor alone since alone time was important. Poor Piggy couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a calm and lost expression, our boy thanked them. Some time later, Victor went to his bedroom and closed the door. He sat in front of the table, and using his hands, he began to open the backpack. He couldn't help but feel calm since that day. He hadn't had time to be alone and hadn't even been able to organize himself properly. With a lost gaze, he started observing his backpack. The level of sword master that he had reached with the blessing of the Saintess had faded because after that day, he had returned to being a supreme graduate. But after all, it had been good for him to experience the level of Swordmaster. He reached into the backpack and began rummaging around, and the greatest reward from this fight was what he had obtained while battling against the knights. He took out the masks that Dantalian's guards were carrying. These were leather sacks, and when the 4 sacks came together, they formed a large mask, and according to our boy's memory, this relic was something special. Once the masks were joined, it transformed into a mask with the face of a dog. It was a mask of human faces, and from the depths of the heart, of rank O+ called human face in beast form. He would never have thought he would obtain a relic comparable to Beelzebub's demonic sword. He had seen in a book before regressing that it was a mask whose power grew stronger the more it killed its own people. It was said that the more people the user killed, the more powerful it would become. And furthermore, it had an inexplicable level of recovery and aura accumulation. Victor took the mask out of the backpack and began to observe it with a curious look. He decided to try it on. And despite believing that it was written there were some side effects, for him it was better to take the risk. Without wasting a second, he put on the mask, and his eyes became those of a bloodthirsty killer. His resistance and aura, which had been stripped away during the fight with Dantalian, had recovered. Unlike the regenerative abilities of swamp salamanders, which were excellent at regenerating limbs, this mask restored our boy's stamina and fatigue. Victor now felt that he was in a dark place. He went on alert and his gaze fixed to one side. He felt a strange sensation. Now the table seemed much bigger. Victor's attention focused on the backpack. He didn't know why his gaze had become so low, and moreover now his vision was in black and white. The reality was that our boy had turned into an adorable dog, and now his clothes were somewhat big on him. Victor's eyes filled with confusion, realizing that these were the side effects of using the mask. He got down from the chair and started running in circles. If his body didn't return to normal, he was going to be in serious trouble. He had to take off the mask as soon as possible. Little by little, Victor's method began to take effect, and the mask started coming off. Feeling this, he began to gaze at the ground in confusion. In a matter of seconds, the mask detached from his body, making him return to normal. He began to observe his hand, and his eyes filled with curiosity. If he showed the will to remove the mask, it would come off. The mask fell to the ground, and our boy's attention fixed on it. If the mask had the ability to turn our boy into a dog at any moment he wanted, he realized that it was more of a sub-ability than a side effect. Luckily, there was no rule stating that animals couldn't be kept inside the academy dormitory. Thanks to this, he would be able to use the mask easily here. At that moment, he began to feel a strange energy, his attention fixed on the open backpack that was on top of the table. Victor became curious, not knowing where this energy was coming from. Our boy put his hand inside the backpack and took out an egg that was hatching. He started observing the egg carefully, placed his hand over his chest, and remembered that this was Madam's egg, and the movement at this moment was a sign of hatching. Previously, while playing, Perry had dropped the egg into the water. The 8-legged Madam was a super high-level monster against whom our boy had almost died several times during their fight. Even for the ancient demons who ruled hell, she was someone difficult to deal with. There also existed a story that monsters like her were guaranteed a space to live in a corner of the depths of the abyss. One of the descendants of this monster was waking up now. At that moment, little by little a small spider began to emerge from the egg. Several seconds later, the egg hatched completely, and out came a small and adorable spider, very different from her mother. With a tender look, the little spider started to look at our boy. Victor began to observe the spider. He couldn't believe that this little thing resembling a cotton ball was Madam's baby. The little spider began to cry, and upon seeing this, Victor's mind filled with confusion. But it didn't take him long to realize that this crying was something she had learned from the wolves while the egg was in the deep forest. The little spider's eyes filled with sadness, and then she began to cry and lose strength, and upon seeing this, our boy realized that she was hungry. He took out some meat he had stored in his backpack, broke it into small pieces, and left it on the table. The little spider jumped onto the table and started shaking her body. Victor began to observe her carefully. He had thought that she ate meat just like her mother, but now he realized that the young ones did not eat meat. The spider climbed back onto Victor's hand and started to feel dizzy due to hunger. With a calm look, he decided to take this opportunity to raise an S-rank monster from the deep forest. But for now, he needed to find some food. He hid the small spider in his clothes, left his room, and started walking down the hallway. But just as he was about to turn a corner, something caught his attention. Someone asked a commoner not to muddy the waters of the academy. Our boy hid behind the wall and peeked his head around the corner. Several intimidating boys were standing in front of poor Piggy. The boy with the ponytail grabbed Piggy by the shoulder and started to smile, and upon seeing this, poor Piggy couldn't help but panic and start to feel afraid. While on the other side, the man with purple hair who had his arms crossed began to stare at him silently. He was Granuel from Leviathan of the Fire Corps, among the 7 families that represented the Empire. He was from the Leviathan family, an extremely venomous hermit. Victor had heard that he was the first-year vice president of the Fire Corps and was considered to be the most arrogant person. Piggy began to touch his neck with his hand, and with a forced smile, he turned his back on them and started to walk away, apologizing and explaining that he had just come to the bathroom for a moment, and that his friends were waiting for him. At first, they remained silent, but just then, Granuel and his friend appeared in front of Piggy and began to look at him with a piercing gaze. The boy with the ponytail put his hand in front of Granuel, indicating not to act, and with an arrogant expression called Piggy a commoner, and asked where he was planning to go. Granuel approached Piggy and couldn't help but get angry upon seeing that someone with such a simple appearance thought so highly of himself. For him, having to go to the academy with people like Piggy was disgusting, asking if he realized the great insult this represented for someone like him, a descendant of the 7 great families. Piggy's eyes filled with fear. He began looking down at the ground in silence. With an arrogant look, Granuel mentioned that his existence did not fit in this place, asking him to leave the academy. He didn't even want to imagine what Piggy's friends were like, thinking they must be just like him. Upon hearing this, Piggy's gaze turned furious. He could not allow this bastard to insult his friends. Without losing a second, he grabbed Granuel by the collar, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly in rage, as he couldn't believe that a commoner was doing this. Fury consumed Piggy's mind, and with a piercing look, he made it clear that he didn't care if they spoke like that about him. But he wasn't going to let anyone insult his friends. Granuel began observing Piggy's behavior in silence, and then veins appeared on his face. With an enraged gaze, he asked if Piggy really thought he'd leave him alone after this. Using his hand, he pushed Piggy back, turned to his friend, and gave the order to crush him. Upon hearing this order, his friend clenched his fist and prepared to strike. Piggy closed his eyes and braced himself for the blow, but several seconds passed, and he was never hit by it. Consumed by curiosity, he began to open his eyes. It was Tudor who had blocked the attack from Granuel's subordinate. He turned to Piggy and with a worried look asked if he was okay. At that moment, someone muscular placed his hand on top of the head of Granuel's other friend, causing the boy to panic, not knowing what was happening. It was Sancho. He grabbed the boy's head firmly, and his eyes filled with rage, revealing that if what they wanted was a test of strength, they had chosen the wrong opponent. The boy began to scream in pain. Seeing this, Piggy's eyes filled with surprise. He couldn't believe that Tudor and Sancho were defending him. Piggy fell to the ground, and at that moment Vicar appeared behind him and placed his hands on his shoulders to help him stand up. Upon seeing Vicar, Piggy couldn't help but be left speechless. He couldn't believe that even Vicar had come to defend him. Upon seeing Tudor, Granuel couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly, and his eyes filled with rage. Tudor, Sancho, and Vicar stood next to Piggy with a piercing expression. Tudor finally realized why Piggy was taking so long to return. Sancho began staring intently at Granuel, and Piggy couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Tudor's eyes filled with rage. He couldn't believe that Granuel had dared to touch his friend. Piggy panicked upon hearing this. Sancho started cracking his fingers and began showing a piercing expression, ready to fight, while on the other side, our boy showed no emotion. While the sunlight was entering the hallway through the window, Tudor clenched his fists and began to look at the floor in silence. Sancho crossed his arms without making a move. Piggy and Vicar remained silent, creating tension in the atmosphere. Granuel started staring at them with an arrogant gaze and with a smile mentioned that they said you could know a person's level by looking at the people they hung out with, and by looking at his plebeian friends he could see Tudor's level. Despite having his mind full of rage, Tudor tried to stay calm, and with a piercing look asked if he had forgotten that he had taught him that there was no distinction between nobles and plebeians in the academy. Granuel extended his hand to the side and mocked him by asking what he was doing, frowning, revealing that he was just someone who had been at the scene of the Night-Blood Hound incident, but had not been able to do anything. Sancho's eyes, as he stood with his arms crossed, filled with confusion, not knowing how this guy knew this. Tudor's expression changed from rage to surprise. With a serene look, he responded that he hadn't been able to do anything because he was sleeping at that moment. The eyes of Granuel's subordinates filled with fury, and they began putting on masks. He placed his hand over his chest, and his body started releasing a toxic gas. He stared intently at Tudor and, with an arrogant smile, said that losers always had excuses. If he had been there, he would have caught the Night-Blood Hound. In the blink of an eye, his body began to release a large amount of toxic gas, which started spreading throughout the room. Seeing this, Piggy's eyes filled with fear since he didn't know what was happening. Tudor, who was standing nearby, began observing Granuel and couldn't help but go on alert without knowing what this guy was planning to do. He put his arm in front of his mouth and his eyes filled with fear and surprise, asking if Granuel intended to show his skills inside the academy. Vicar, who was behind, began to observe the gas, and it didn't take long for him to realize that it was paralyzing poison. At that moment, the small spider emerged from our boy's clothes, and her attention fixed on the gas. Upon feeling her touch, Vicar couldn't help but fall into confusion without knowing what was happening. In the blink of an eye, the entire room filled with gas. Granuel, whose eyes were full of rage, put his hand in front of his face and with a piercing gaze revealed that he was only playing. He was merely demonstrating the difference in level between them and him. His subordinates, who were wearing masks and standing behind him, began to show a piercing gaze, ready to attack. Granuel wanted them to feel the difference in status and despair. Piggy started covering his mouth with both hands. Sancho began pinching his nose with his finger, and his attention fixed on Granuel without knowing what this guy was planning to do. Tudor's eyes, who had his arm in front of his face, filled with worry, making him clench his teeth tightly, realizing that this was not good. The little spider, who was hungry, opened her mouth and prepared to eat. At that moment, she began to devour the paralyzing poison that was in the room. Our boy was in shock without knowing what was happening. The little spider was devouring the gas so quickly that Tudor closed his eyes. Vicar started watching her with a surprised expression. He couldn't believe that Madame's offspring was rapidly inhaling the poisonous mist. To prevent her from being discovered by the others, Vicar grabbed her with his hand, and he soon realized that her staple food was eating poison. Tudor, who thought he was going to die, opened his eyes, and his gaze filled with surprise and confusion upon seeing what was happening. In the blink of an eye, the little spider devoured all the poisonous mist. Now the room looked as if nothing had happened. Tudor, Sancho, and Piggy were somewhat confused, not knowing what had just occurred. Tudor had been scared for no reason, but luckily Granuel also had common sense. Granuel's subordinates were in shock and couldn't help but feel fear upon seeing that the poisonous mist had disappeared without a trace. Granuel's eyes filled with surprise and confusion. He could not avoid going into shock and starting to sweat without knowing what had just happened. Vicar hid the little spider back inside his clothes, and she started burping, causing a bit of venom to come out through our boy's collar. He quickly looked away to avoid drawing attention. Granule's gaze fixed on him. He felt as if all the fog had been absorbed by our boy. He didn't know if he had seen wrong. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and a smile spread across his face. He had shown a generosity deeper than the abyss, and it was a waste of poison to use it on idiots from the ice core who were full of muscles instead of brains. Tutor began to walk toward him and with a serene expression explained that he knew that he had been looking down on them for a long time. He approached, clenched his fist tightly, and began to stare him straight in the eyes with a piercing gaze, asking if he didn't want to fight under fair conditions. Granule's eyes filled with seriousness. He returned the gaze and began to think silently. With a gaze full of rage, Tutor mentioned that the midterm team competition was about to take place, and the team with the lowest score would have to run a lap around the academy naked. Granule remained calm and accepted with a serene expression. His eyes filled with excitement as he turned around, started waving goodbye to them, and with an arrogant smile accepted the bet, because he believed it would be good training to see how they were going to lose. While little by little he was moving away, Tutor stayed watching in silence, eagerly waiting for the day of the competition. Piggy, whose mind was full of guilt, approached, started looking at the ground and with a sad gaze, asked for forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Tutor came out of his trance and with a calm expression explained that everything had gone well since he was going to crush Granule's ego. Piggy's eyes filled with tears. He was just a low-ranking expert, so he didn't know if he would be of any help during the competition. With a kind smile, Tutor placed his hand on Piggy's shoulder and told him not to worry since he was someone intelligent and had excellent observation skills. Everyone started walking down the hallway, and along the way, Tutor extended his hand and with a cheerful smile explained that since they were going to be four in the midterm team competition, Sancho and he would be the vanguard, Piggy would be the middle commander, and Vikir, who specialized in bows, would take care of the rear guard. Therefore, achieving a high score was going to be a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Piggy's eyes filled with excitement, bringing a smile to his face. Sancho began observing Piggy and upon seeing his smile, he couldn't help but feel inner peace. Meanwhile, on the other side, our boy remained silent. They were not willing to lose against someone like Granule. Piggy clenched his fists and couldn't help but smile. His eyes were full of determination and admiration, but Vikir broke his smile. He raised his hand and with a cold expression explained that he already had a friend with whom he had decided to form a team for the team competition, so he was not going to be part of their team. Tutor went into shock, turned around and with a surprised expression started asking why. Vikir began pointing towards the ceiling with his finger and repeated again that he had a friend with whom he had decided to form a team. Piggy panicked, extended his hands to the sides, and with a confused gaze asked if Vikir couldn't reject him, to which he replied that promises were important. Everyone got mad at Vikir since they wanted him to pay attention to the situation. If they lost, they would have to run naked through the academy. Vikir showed no emotion, looked away and said nothing. A week later, it was a wonderful day. The sun was shining high in the sky. All the students of the academy went to the stadium. The eyes of the students were full of excitement, and everyone was eager for the competition to begin. Several students emerged from the door. It was Dolores' team. There was a man carrying a shield, a woman carrying a staff, and another man carrying a crossbow. Everyone started cheering for her since she was the pride of the imperial capital. Dolores' eyes were full of emotion and seriousness. Once she entered the field, a blue barrier appeared around her body. The partial exams of Colosseo Academy were open to the public. There were a total of 3 subjects for the partial exam. The first team test that served to evaluate defense, the second individual test to evaluate offensive strength, and lastly there was the written test where every year many students struggle to pass. In the defense test that was going to take place today, a dungeon was created in the stadium using holographic magic, in which they were going to have to fight against fictional monsters created by applying holographic magic to a clay golem. The magic began to take effect, and in the blink of an eye, giant ants made of clay emerged from the ground. The man carrying the giant shield was the team's tank. He stood at the front to block attacks. Dolores positioned herself behind him, closed her eyes, extended her hands, and began using her power. The boy carrying a crossbow prepared to attack, while the girl holding the magic staff summoned a fireball and got ready for long-range combat. The magic shield was going to cover the entire body of the students, and when they received a certain amount of impacts, the damage taken would be displayed on a distant panel. The students formed a team of 4 to defend themselves from the wave of monsters approaching, and the test performance was measured by their contribution and how long they managed to resist. The fight began, and Dolores summoned a large magic circle behind them. The HP points granted to the students were deducted each time they were hit by monsters, and when their HP points reached 0, the test would automatically end. There were 3 rounds, 20 minutes each. If one survived a total of 60 minutes, they would achieve a perfect score. The audience began to cheer her team with excitement, and the best grade of this term had come from the third-year students, more precisely from the team of the school president, Dolores, who had managed to endure for 58 minutes, achieving the best record among the third-year students. Her team members were sitting and exhausted. Dolores was the only one still standing but had all her clothes full of scratches. With a tired gaze, she began to pant heavily. Somewhere else was Piggy, who was writing something in a notebook with a surprised expression. He realized that the fourth-year students were not taking the test. He was sure that Dolores Senior's team would be the best team and would achieve the highest score on the midterm test. Behind him was Sancho, who had his arms crossed and carried an axe on his back. Next to him was Tutor, who carried a spear. Piggy, who was jotting down notes in the notebook, mentioned that generally third-year students reach the third round and second-year students reach the second round. So they, as first years, if they could last 20 minutes, would be at the top. With a smile, Tutor replied that they couldn't be satisfied with that. He began observing the competition with a cheerful expression and explained that if they wanted to crush Granuel's ego, they needed to at least make it halfway through the second round. Sancho also started enjoying the competition with a smile. At that moment, someone with their hand on their hip appeared and explained that she was going to be with them so it wouldn't be a problem anymore. Upon hearing this, their attention turned to her. It was Bianca, who carried a bow as her weapon. She began walking toward them and, while touching her hair with her hand, asked Tutor to make sure he played his role well so the monsters wouldn't focus on her. With a confident smile, she revealed that she was going to hunt all the monsters. Tutor's eyes filled with insecurity. He didn't know whether to trust her. With a calm expression, he mentioned that teamwork wasn't about being a princess and having 3 servants. He would have to strip if he lost, so he asked her to take it seriously. A smile appeared on her face as she mocked him by saying that she didn't want to see him naked either since her eyes would rot. She then urged him to give his best effort. Sancho kept calm and did not lose his composure. With a serious expression, he explained that they were going to have to fight against the enemy on the battlefield. Tutor and Bianca turned their backs on each other. Piggy's eyes filled with confusion, and it didn't take him long to realize that Tutor and Bianca were secretly on bad terms. His attention fixed on the sky, and his mind filled with many questions, not knowing why Victor had gone to another team. Somewhere else in the stadium was our boy. With a serious look, he mentioned again that he didn't like people noticing him too much. He carried a bow on his back. Victor crossed his arms and with a serious expression explained that things had happened and he had received some attention, so it would be bad if he got more than this. So, he gave permission to the other members of his team to go crazy so that he wouldn't have to do anything. In front of him were 3 boys with blonde hair. They were the triplets, who promised to protect Victor so that he wouldn't have to do anything. The eyes of Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough were full of excitement, and a smile spread across their faces. Their attention was fixed on Victor, and they couldn't help but blush. It was the first mission their master had given them, so they had to do it well. While Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy were waiting bored to death, someone wearing white boots appeared and caught their attention. They knew that Tutor had abandoned his plebeian friend and taken Bianca from the Usher family, being a natural decision to make in order to win. Granuel was a second-year student. With a confident smile, he was sure it would be impossible for them to win. But he was also a little annoyed since they had also recruited someone new to the team. Someone with white hair asked him if he could stop smiling sinisterly. Somewhat annoyed, Granuel turned around and, with an angry expression, mentioned that she should be grateful for being accepted, calling her a commoner. It was Sinclair. She clenched her fist and with a surprised gaze responded that she didn't feel like it, but as teammates they were going to work hard to improve each other's grades. She put her hand on her chin and couldn't properly say Granuel's name, something that made him angry. She started looking around, not knowing where Victor was. Granuel's subordinates began to observe her and thought she was someone very strange. His eyes were full of confidence. He firmly believed that the first place among the first-year students belonged to them. They were Team 69. Victor's team was Team 108. Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough carried swords as weapons while our boy carried a bow. Tutor's team was Team 109. While Bianca was waving at the audience with her hand, Tutor started cracking his fingers and with a confident smile decided it was time to begin. The audience went wild, and all the students began cheering for their favorite teams. Once a team entered the arena, a blue barrier appeared around the ring to prevent monsters from escaping and attacking the spectators. Vikir, who was waiting for his turn with a lost gaze, started looking at the ground since he didn't remember seeing the academy exam in his previous life. He only knew one needed to fight but didn't expect to do so against monsters. Hibaro, who was standing next to him, noticed this, and the three brothers were somewhat surprised, not knowing why Vikir was so deep in thought. With a kind smile, Hibaro extended his hand toward our boy, and, seeing that he had no information about the exam, explained that upon entering the stadium, the virtual reality magic circle was activated, and the surroundings turned into something like a dungeon. When monsters swarmed in masses, the exam began. Inside the stadium, a horde of mud ants emerged, releasing a curtain of poisonous gas. The students who were fighting covered their noses to avoid inhaling the smoke and dying. The rules were simple. One only had to endure as long as possible until their HP dropped to 0. The poison released by the monsters was diluted real poison, so even if one didn't receive a physical attack, they had to be careful with the poison since it could continue consuming their HP points. Upon hearing this, Vikir came out of his trance, turned around, and with a serene expression asked if they were really using poison. Hibaro mentioned that he had heard that when an accident occurred, the academy instructors deactivated magic and then intervened. Vikir realized that they knew a lot, so he asked if they had ever practiced before. With a smile, Middleborough admitted that when Vikir was away from the family home, they had practiced several times at the family training center. Vikir's eyes widened with excitement and with a kind smile, he decided to leave this in the hands of the triplets. They should run as wildly as they wanted so that Vikir wouldn't have to move. Upon hearing this order, the triplets couldn't help but clench their fists and feel admiration for our boy. With an excited smile, they swore to protect him firmly. This was the first mission given by the master, so they had to do it well. While they were talking, Tutor and the others arrived at the area. He began waving his hand and caught Vikir's attention. Our boy snapped out of his trance and turned toward them. With a kind smile, Piggy started greeting our boy, while on the other side, Sancho, who had his arms crossed, began showing a cheerful smile. Tutor began to touch his head with his hand and, with a nervous expression, realized that Vikir had prepared well for the exam. He approached our boy, put his hand near his mouth, and with a calm gaze explained that he would never have thought that Vikir would associate himself with the Baskerville triplets, questioning if he was really okay. Upon hearing this, the triplets couldn't help but feel furious, creating tension in the atmosphere. Vikir did not lose composure and responded that he had formed a group together not because they had forced him to do so but because it had truly been a prior agreement. Tutor's eyes filled with confusion and concern, asking if this was true. Vikir didn't even look him in the eyes and replied that a few weeks ago they had asked him for help to learn more about the monsters. Tutor thought they were intimidating Vikir, but he refuted this idea, explaining that he was fine. Piggy's attention was fixed on the sky as the virtual magic barrier had disappeared, leaving him somewhat surprised. In the stadium were the corpses of mud ants, and in the middle were 3 students who were somewhat injured and exhausted. They were Team 68 of first year. It was the turn of Team 69 from the first year to come to the stadium. A confident smile spread across Granule's face as it was his team's turn. With a confident expression, he began walking toward the stadium and decided to show what they were capable of. The 2 men couldn't help but smile, while on the other side, Sinclair started following them. She was excited. Once they entered the stadium, fierce mud ants appeared and began roaring. The virtual magic barrier was activated, causing the ants to charge against Granule's team. He activated his power, making a magic circle appear which began to release poisonous gas. Seeing that the ants were ready to attack, he couldn't help but go on alert. He turned around and asked Sinclair if she was ready. She extended her hands, closed her eyes, and concentrated, making a magic circle appear behind her. Sinclair opened her eyes and with a serious expression began to use her power. The magic circle began to release energy which started to concentrate in front of her. The glow became intense and her gaze fixed on it. Her eyes were full of determination. She wanted to show the world what she was capable of. Several ants charged at her, but just then she stomped hard on the ground and counterattacked, causing the bodies of the ants to be flung backward. Upon seeing this, the audience couldn't help but go wild, and everyone started cheering for her. Her power even caught Vikir's attention. He raised his head, and his gaze fixed on her. The combat was fierce, so she began to invoke another spell and prepared to attack again. There was a reason why she was in the first place. With that level of skill, she would have become a famous mage in the future. However, there were no records of her in the era of destruction. A while later, the exam for Team 69 of the first year ended, and the virtual magic barrier was deactivated. Granuel, who had his hands on his hips and whose men were exhausted, Sinclair was lying on the ground with her clothes full of scratches. She began to wipe the sweat from her forehead with her hand and sighed, as the exam had been difficult. According to the results, they had set a new record with 19 minutes and 55 seconds, being the highest time among first-year students. Seeing this, Tutor couldn't help but clench his fists and feel frustrated, his eyes filled with rage. He was furious to see that the bastard Granuel had achieved a new first-year record. Despite being somewhat surprised, Sancho and Piggy remained silently watching without saying anything. At that moment, Tutor's eyes widened in surprise as something caught his attention. It was Granuel. While he had one hand resting on his waist, he began to point at Tutor with the finger of the other and with an evil smile said that he couldn't wait to see him run naked. Seeing his expression, Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy couldn't help but get angry and clench their teeth tightly. Their eyes were full of rage and they swore not to lose against him. At the same time, someone wearing white boots descended into the stadium. It was Team 108, Vickers' team. While our boy was walking calmly, the triplets moved ahead, started observing their surroundings, and couldn't help but smile. The three were excited since their master had entrusted them with a mission. Once Vicker entered the stadium, Tutor, who was among the crowd, placed his hands near his mouth and began cheering him on with a smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piggy started waving his hand, saying that they trusted him. Our boy simply kept walking without paying attention. He was more focused on what was about to happen next. The triplets became serious and filled with determination since they wanted to take the first place for Vicker. The mud ants emerged from the cave, their piercing gazes fixed on Vicker and the others. Bianca, who had her arms crossed, was somewhat confused. She began observing Vicker and asked what was happening to him. Piggy's attention focused on her, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion as he did not know what she was referring to. A shield appeared around Vicker's body. With a calm attitude, he drew the bow and grabbed an arrow. Bianca couldn't believe that he was going to use a bow. Piggy explained that Vicker had registered the bow as his main weapon in the ice core. The ants prepared to attack, and upon seeing this, Vicker also prepared to shoot the bow. Bianca and the others wanted to see how well he handled the bow. In the blink of an eye, our boy shot a barrage of arrows at the monsters. Bianca was speechless, Piggy was open-mouthed and surprised at how fast he was. Bianca's eyes filled with fear, and her attention fixed on Vicker. She didn't know what that rapid fire was. Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough drew their swords and began to fight against the ants. Vicker was behind them, shooting arrows. Even though he was fast, his power was weak, and he also lacked precision since once the arrows reached the ants, they lost a lot of speed. Vicker prepared to attack again, but at that moment he began to feel a sense of unease. He froze for several seconds, and his eyes started to shine with seriousness as he began thinking silently. The tip of the arrow began to shine, and not long after, Vicker released his powerful mana and enveloped the tip with it. He knew he was giving a bad impression, so he attacked again and the mana arrow struck an ant, destroying its body into pieces. Highborough stood in front of Vicker and with a serious expression prepared to defend him from the ant's attacks. Vicker began to gaze at the ground. If he didn't hide his abilities, it was going to be a nuisance. But it was uncomfortable for him not being able to show his abilities. He began to remember what his friend from the tribe had told him. She clenched her fist and with a furious gaze promised not to let Vicker go if he went somewhere and didn't give everything he had. His eyes filled with joy, bringing a smile to his face. He apologized for not being able to keep his promise. The little spider emerged from his clothes and began to show a tender expression. Vicker's attention fixed on her. With a determined smile, he decided it was time to let her act. The corpse of the mud ants began to release poisonous gas. The small spider descended from Vicker's shoulder and started bouncing on the ground. Her eyes filled with happiness. She couldn't help but feel joyful at seeing food. Without wasting a second, she began to absorb the poison. Vicker turned his back to her and started observing in silence. He had heard that the poison came from the ants. He assumed this place was no different from a buffet for the baby spider, so he decided to let her have fun until the exam was over. Several minutes passed and the virtual magic barrier did not disappear, and Vicker and the others continued fighting. Some time later, the exam of Team 108 came to an end. Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough fell to their knees on the ground due to exhaustion, while on the other side, Vicker was standing and not at all tired. They had managed to endure 19 minutes and 50 seconds, obtaining second place among the first-year students. A smug smile appeared on Granule's face and his eyes began to shine with confidence. He started laughing like a madman since no one could beat his team's record. He and his friends started laughing, pointing at Vikir with his finger. He said there was no way a commoner could defeat him, revealing that this was the difference in rank between them. Sinclair, who had her arms behind her back, began to show a forced smile, thinking that phrase sounded like something from a third-rate villain. Consumed by humiliation, Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough stood up and placed their swords on their necks. They were sad and thought that the crime of not giving first place to Vikir was decapitation. However, Vikir, who was somewhat confused, turned around and gave them the order to stop since the second place was also too high. It was team number 109's turn to enter the stadium. The doors opened. Sancho, who carried an axe on his back, mentioned that Vikir had obtained second place. Piggy, who was next to him, thought it was an achievement worth celebrating. Tudor prepared to enter the stadium. The team entered the stadium. Bianca closed her eyes and with a smile began waving her hand. Piggy couldn't help but feel nervous seeing so many people, while on the other side Sancho started showing a calm smile. Tudor's eyes filled with emotion, bringing a smile to his face to defeat Granule, who held the record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds. They had to achieve a better time. A mud ant opened its mouth and lunged at them, but Tudor drew the spear and attacked the monster's head, shattering it into pieces without much effort. Bianca drew her bow and began attacking from a distance. Piggy was the captain and was giving orders. Tudor, who wielded a spear, was on defense, and Sancho, who was the tank, stood in front massacring the monsters with his axe. Vikir began to observe and his eyes filled with surprise. Tudor and Sancho were fighting against the monsters at the vanguard. Bianca was attacking from behind with the bow, and Piggy was pointing at the monsters with his finger. He was a lieutenant who observed all the situations and gave instructions. Our boy crossed his arms and realized that judging by their good teamwork, they had prepared a lot, and he believed they could obtain first place. Vikir began to touch his neck with his hand as he felt a sense of emptiness. He placed his hand over the collar and couldn't help but go on alert, his eyes filled with fear upon realizing what was happening. His eyes widened in surprise and panic. In front of him, there was a corpse of one of the ants. His attention fixed on the corpse, and upon looking with a bit of attention, he saw that there was something small on top of the monster's head. It was the little spider. She opened her mouth and began to absorb the venom from the corpse. She was happy and her eyes were shining with excitement and joy. Our boy did not know what she was doing in the stadium. The little spider descended from the ant's corpse, opened her mouth, and began inhaling all the poisonous gas that the beast's corpse was releasing. Seeing this, Vikir's eyes filled with rage and concern, causing him to clench his teeth tightly and tense up. He was furious because he remembered having kept her in his pocket after finishing the exam. He did not expect that the small creature would be unable to resist the desire to consume poison and run off. Behind the little spider was her old skin. She opened her mouth and, with a hungry gaze, began devouring all the poison in the area. Seeing that she had shed her skin in such a short time showed that her growth speed was extraordinary, something common since, after all, she was Madame's baby. A virtual barrier appeared around the stadium, and Tudor's team began to fight against the ants. Now they were surrounded on all sides. Vikir started watching without being able to do anything, knowing that now there was nothing that could be done with the baby spider since they were in the middle of the exam. Tudor gripped the spear tightly, making a powerful blue-colored mana appear. Now, the only thing our boy could do was wait for the exam to end so as not to cause problems. An ant tried to attack Tudor, but he moved at great speed and with a determined gaze attacked the beast, piercing its body into pieces as if it were a balloon. While the pieces of the beast's body were falling to the ground, Tudor rested the spear on his shoulder, and his eyes filled with joy. He placed his hand on his waist and began to show a confident smile. Bianca, who was behind him, closed her eyes and with a confused and somewhat annoyed expression mentioned that Tudor was wasting energy that didn't need to be used, questioning whether it was really necessary to cut the ants into pieces. Upon hearing Bianca's irritating voice, Tudor's smile disappeared. He began staring at her with an angry gaze and clenched his teeth, thinking she was very annoying. With a confident gaze, Bianca prepared to shoot the bow, and with an arrogant smile mentioned that Tudor couldn't even control himself. There was nothing she could do for him, so she decided to show him how things were done. While they were talking, an ant started charging toward them, but just then, Bianca began releasing mana and launched a powerful arrow imbued with mana toward the beast at great speed, her arrow cutting through the air as if it were a fighter jet. Just before the poor ant had time to react, in the blink of an eye, the arrow lodged into its head, causing it to start screaming in agony. Upon seeing this, Tudor decided not to stand idly by. He started running towards the ants, turned around and with a competitive smile explained that although she was doing well, he couldn't lose. Bianca's eyes filled with excitement. She prepared to shoot another arrow, and with a smile asked him to try to keep up with her pace. Using the giant axe, Sancho cut an ant's head in half. The atmosphere became somewhat competitive. Tudor, Bianca, and Piggy began fighting against the ants. Sancho, who was in front of her, turned around and his mind filled with confusion. He didn't know if those two really got along or not. Piggy decided to take a step forward. He put his hand near his mouth, and with a serious expression revealed that the ranks were disorganized, asking everyone to stop for a moment to organize them again. Now there were a lot of corpses in the area, and the poison was spreading more and more through the air. Everyone heard the order and stopped attacking to pay attention to Piggy. He extended his hands and told Bianca that she didn't have to kill. He believed it would be better for her to aim at the joints of the front legs as much as possible. He also pointed out Tudor's mistake, mentioning that it was effective to attack when the ants' ranks were broken. He also advised Sancho that instead of blocking in the center, he should try to push a little more. They decided to follow Piggy's orders and began following his instructions. Tudor started to smile and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised since Piggy was craftier than he had imagined. Sancho, who was running by his side, also began to show a cheerful smile, explaining that Piggy was a warrior after all. Upon feeling these praises, little Piggy couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed and happy at the same time. With a nervous expression, he explained that he didn't want to cause trouble, but he was happy since his research had been worth it. Sancho's eyes filled with emotion. He gripped the axe tightly and charged at the beasts. An ant tried to attack by surprise, but with a confident smile, Tudor blocked the attack using the spear. Piggy, who was behind him, extended his hand and began pointing out the weak spots of the beasts, while on the other side Bianca started shooting at the ants' joints with her bow. They firmly believed that this team could break a new record. A few minutes passed and now there were even more mud ant corpses on the ground, with the poisonous gas spreading through the air. The exam of team number 109 came to an end. They managed to endure 19 minutes and 55 seconds, tying for first place among the first-year students. Piggy was exhausted and sitting on the ground. Tudor had his hands resting on his knees and was somewhat tired, while on the other side, Sancho and Bianca were standing and were the ones with the most physical endurance. Granuel, who was among the audience, clenched his fists and teeth tightly, and his eyes filled with rage as he could not believe that Tudor's team had lasted the same amount of time as them. His friends were in shock, unable to believe that they had managed to endure so much. Consumed by depression, Bianca turned her back on everyone, sat down, and with a lost gaze began lamenting for having tied in first place. Piggy, who was panting heavily and exhausted, couldn't help but feel somewhat furious because if only they had held on 1 second longer, they would have taken first place. Tudor, who was wiping the sweat from his chin with his hand, stood up and began to feel worried since he knew that now he would have to run naked. With a disappointed expression, Bianca started touching the HP shield. The fact that her HP had dropped to 0 meant that if this had been a real battle, she would already be dead. Sancho turned toward Tudor and with an excited smile swore to one day become a warrior who could last an hour like President Dolores. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Tudor's face. He decided it was time to leave this place. Dolores, who was sitting among the audience, couldn't help but smile and feel proud. Although they were her juniors, they were all incredible. She didn't know how they would grow in the future. Phase 1 of the exam ended, and these were only monsters for first-year students. Phase 2 began, and from now on, these monsters were only for second-year students. The eyes of Dolores filled with surprise upon seeing what had appeared in front of her. A horde of mud ants began to emerge from the cave, much more powerful than the previous ones. The attention of our boy fixed on the ants, and his eyes filled with fear. He did not know what was happening. Even Granuel clenched his teeth and could not avoid being afraid. No one knew what was happening. Just when Tudor's team was about to leave the stadium, the ants began to surround them. They couldn't help but panic, not knowing why the ants were coming back if the exam had ended. Their gaze fixed on the ants, they tensed up and couldn't avoid feeling fear. And even though Tudor didn't know what was happening, he asked the others to be careful since any injuries they received from now on would be real. Sancho clenched his teeth, knowing that if the ants attacked, they would die. The powerful mud ants rose and prepared to attack. Sancho and Tudor drew their weapons, adopted a defensive stance, and got ready to fight. They had no choice but to wait until the academy responded. Somewhere in the city, there was the magical control room. All the staff inside were in panic. They were monitoring and controlling everything that was happening in the stadium. The students' HP points were at 0, but the exam had not yet ended. They were first-year students, and no one knew why Phase 2 had been activated. Even if they excluded the students from the exam room, the strong life reaction would remain, so it seemed that an error had occurred. One of the men holding a tablet mentioned that if the suit's HP points reached 0, it should be normal if there was no vital reaction. However, data showed there was a being full of vital force capable of fighting a battle. The attention of the man with a mustache fixed on the tablet, and his eyes filled with surprise. Just then, Dollars entered the room running. She extended her hand to one side and with a worried gaze revealed that there was a problem with the exam. Upon hearing this, everyone turned around and their attention focused on her. She asked them to please rescue the students who were inside as soon as possible. The bodies of the teachers began to tremble. They remained silent, not knowing what to say or what to do now. Everyone looked away inside. The long-haired teacher turned towards them and with a sincere gaze explained that they were only a pattern management department, and checking vital responses was not their responsibility. Dollars was in shock, not knowing what to do now. The teachers began to talk among themselves. One of them revealed that it would be faster to stop the golems than to write and solve the code of the magic circle. Another teacher thought he was right since from this year on, the creation and movement of the golems were automated. With an indecisive gaze, the man mentioned that the code of the magic circle related to this was also linked to the magic stone, and permission from above was required to dismantle it. Furthermore, even if they dismantled the magic circle, there would still remain dealing with the magic wall, and dismantling the magic wall required a key. Upon hearing this, Dollar's eyes filled with fear and despair, thinking that Tudor and the others were going to die. The teachers knew that even if they had a key for the magic wall, it was impossible to dismantle it with just one key. She couldn't help but clench her teeth tightly and feel desperate. Professor Sadie, who had the B key, had said she was going to the bathroom and they had lost contact. Victor was sitting on one of the stadium windows, worried about the little spider and the others. He remained calm and with a tranquil expression began to wonder if there was some error with the magical device. When he had taken the test, no vital reaction had been detected. It didn't take him long to realize that this could only mean that the baby spider had grown after eating poison and it had been affected by the life detection of the magic stone. His attention fixed on the magical barrier. He started observing carefully and thought this must be an error. He noticed that the fog had begun to increase. If he didn't hurry, someone was going to get hurt. Then, his eyes widened in surprise as he realized something. Next to the magical barrier, there were some tubes. His attention focused on them. Those were holes made for air circulation. The entrance was small, but our boy had to try to get in. Sinclair turned around and couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. All the students were talking among themselves about the situation. She began touching her cheek with her finger, and her mind filled with confusion since she didn't know why there was so much commotion. She thought someone had defeated their team and set a new record. At that moment, someone with 4 legs started running, jumped, and passed by her side. Sinclair stepped aside, closed her eyes, and began screaming. She panicked without knowing what was happening. Due to the impact, she fell on her butt to the ground. The attention of others was fixed on the small animal. Everyone was somewhat surprised and in shock. Sinclair began to turn around and saw a small dog running with some pants in its mouth. With a confused gaze, she couldn't help but wonder where this little dog had come from. In the magical control room, someone forcefully hit the magic stone. Upon seeing this, the teachers couldn't help but go into shock and their eyes filled with surprise. It was Dolores. She drew the sword and began to strike the magic stone with force in a desperate attempt to break it. Just before she could continue, the professors grabbed her by the arms. With a worried expression, one of them asked her what she was doing. The other mentioned that the magic stone was something very ancient, extremely rare, and expensive. Dolores' eyes were shining with determination. She didn't care about this since they had to cut off the magical energy supply and save the students. If she broke the magic stone, not only would she end up being expelled, but also the Quavati's family would have to pay compensation. She started staring intently at the magic stone, clenched her teeth tightly and asked Tudor and everyone else to hold on because somehow she was going to help them. Inside the stadium, a mud ant lunged at poor Piggy, who couldn't help but panic. Just before he could defend himself, the beast attacked, causing Piggy to open his mouth and lose consciousness. His body fell several meters back, hitting the ground hard. Tudor and Bianca turned around and couldn't help but panic and feel worried about him, not knowing if he was okay or not. Piggy lost consciousness, and the poisonous gas began to approach his body. In a desperate attempt, Tudor and the others started asking him to get up. They decided to go help Piggy, but just then, a giant ant appeared. Everyone's attention was fixed on it. Sancho and Bianca couldn't help but feel fear, while on the other hand, Tudor stood firm, and his eyes began to shine with determination. He hadn't become a hero yet and didn't want to die in vain. The giant ant started staring at them with a murderous gaze and began releasing poisonous gas. Tudor and the others were paralyzed with fear, unable to move. A beast attacked Sancho and Tudor. Upon seeing this, Bianca panicked, her eyes filled with tears and fear. She couldn't believe that her life was going to end like this. The ant prepared to attack and finish her off. Bianca closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, ready to face the cruel fate. But at that moment, someone with shining eyes began to emerge from the poisonous gas. And just before the beast could attack, someone struck forcefully, shattering its head into pieces. The attack was so powerful that the body of the beast was sent flying backward at great speed. Several seconds passed, and seeing that nothing had happened, Bianca began to open her eyes, not knowing if she was in heaven or not. The poisonous gas started to take effect, making her feel dizzy. She fell to the ground, and the last thing she saw was our boy standing in front of her. Victor's eyes began to shine, and his gaze fixed on the beasts. He clenched his fist and started releasing a powerful red mana, asking Bianca to rest as he would make sure nothing happened to them. In the magical control room, several men grabbed Dolores by the arms to prevent her from continuing to hit the magical crystal. Her eyes were shining with rage as she wanted to break this thing at all costs, to save the students. One of the men explained that if she didn't stop, the magical crystal was going to break. Consumed by despair, she ordered them to let her go since she wanted to save her friends. She prepared herself to attack again, and the men held her more tightly. Behind them was another man holding a tablet which was projecting the map of the stadium. The man began observing in silence and couldn't help but fall into shock. Just before the Saintess could continue, the man revealed to everyone that an additional life reaction had been detected inside the stadium. Upon hearing this, Dolores and the others' eyes widened in surprise, causing them to turn toward the man. Everyone was in shock as they couldn't believe someone had managed to enter the stadium despite the virtual barrier. The bald man wearing glasses and the long-haired man with a mustache began observing the map and couldn't help but be left speechless. With a surprised expression, the bald man realized that someone had broken into the arena and killed a mud ant. The eyes of the man with a mustache were full of confusion since he could not believe that someone had managed to cross the virtual magic barrier. The tablet was projecting in real time what was happening inside the stadium. On the map there were several red dots and many green dots. The reality was that no one knew what was going on inside. The scene changed, and inside the stadium, Piggy's and Bianca's unconscious bodies were on the ground, and the area was filled with poisonous gas. Before there wasn't any problem, but now that they no longer had HP points, the gas could be deadly if the ants weren't defeated. Not far away were also the unconscious bodies of Sancho and Tudor, and in front of everyone stood Victor. He clenched his fist and with a determined expression began to stare intently at the ants. Just then, his eyes filled with alertness and he turned around. Behind him was the small spider hidden under the corpse of one of the ants. Victor noticed the presence of the spider, but instead of turning back, he did not move and mentioned that according to the family motto, the fate of an untamable beast was only death. Despite the fact that the little spider was just a baby, she understood what was about to happen now, and couldn't help but feel fear, realizing that she had made a mistake by entering the stadium in search of food. Victor's eyes began to shine intensely. He turned towards the little spider and decided to give her a lecture later, and gave her the order to devour all the poison around to protect others. With a grateful expression, she placed her paw on her forehead, indicating that she was ready to obey his order. She opened her mouth and began inhaling all the poisonous gas in the area. While Victor was distracted, one of the giant ants appeared above him and started staring at him intently. But our boy didn't take long to sense its presence. He clenched his fist and with a serene gaze asked the beast if it didn't have even a bit of shame. In response, the ant opened its mouth and prepared to attack. But as usual, just before the beast could even make a move, Victor moved at great speed, activated his mana, and without much effort, struck the beast on the neck using his leg, separating its head from its body. In the magical control room, the bald man and the others were in shock. The other man began observing the map closely and couldn't help but feel confused upon seeing that there was suddenly a vital reaction. Victor's attention focused on the ant's corpse, and his eyes filled with concern. He didn't remember that in this place one could sense vital energy. Meanwhile, the small spider was devouring all of the poisonous gas. He placed his hand on the ground and adopted an offensive stance. Considering that he was 18 years old and an intermediate beginner-level sword expert, if his level as a graduate were discovered it would cause a great commotion. In front of him were two powerful killer ants which were soldier ants. Specialists in fighting. One of them had a risk level of B+, and the other had a C. Victor began to observe the ants carefully, realizing that these fictitious golems had been made to look exactly like real monsters. Not far from him was Sancho unconscious on the ground. Victor approached him and grabbed his axe firmly, then he picked up all the others' weapons. Now he carried Bianca's bow, Tudor's spear, and Piggy's sword on his back. His eyes were full of determination. He began to stare intently at the ants and came to the conclusion that if he used the strategy of the killer ants he had known in his previous life, he would be able to face them as if he were an advanced sword expert. His gaze fixed on the ant's neck. The weak point of these beasts was the dorsal cover, which was the connection between the head and thorax. Just before the ants could attack, Victor wrapped Sancho's axe with mana and hurled it forcefully toward the ant. The axe began spinning at great speed and struck hard against the beast's dorsal cover, causing it terrible pain. Our boy began to gaze at the ground and remembered that in this part was located the biometric compass of the killer ants. Upon witnessing Victor's terrible power, the ants couldn't help but feel fear, and their bodies began to tremble. Victor moved at great speed, and using Sancho's axe he attacked 3 of the ants again on their dorsal cover. The reality was that if it broke, they lost their sense of direction and started walking backward. He drew Bianca's bow, began aiming at the ants, and his eyes started to shine with a penetrating aura. He remembered that these beasts still had one more weakness. His attention focused on the ants' skulls. The skull was divided into 2 pieces, with a small link the size of a finger located in the lower central part. He wrapped the arrow with mana and shot it. The arrow flew like thunder and struck the ant's skull, shattering it into pieces. The shell in that area was considerably less hard than in other places. Victor drew Tudor's spear, jumped, and appeared above the ants he had incapacitated earlier with the axe. The ants raised their heads, started looking up, and upon seeing him, they couldn't help but panic. Victor moved like lightning and first struck the beast's skulls, then attacked their necks, and finally cut off their legs. After attacking, he descended back to the ground, placed one hand on it, and began staring intently at the other beasts, ready to finish them all. But then something happened, and his eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. A shadow much larger than that of the other ants appeared above him. Victor stood up and his attention was fixed on it. Despite being in front of the beast, he remained calm and began to observe with a curious gaze. A giant red ant appeared, its attention fixed on our boy and its mouth watered. This was another one of the killer ants, more precisely a general ant, with a risk level of rank A. Upon seeing this, our boy dropped the spear to the ground and his attention was fixed on it. He was somewhat surprised to see that this monster was also in the exam. His eyes filled with emotion, causing a smile to appear on his face. He grabbed the hilt of Piggy's sword and slowly began to unsheath it. The curtain of poisonous gas had spread throughout the magical virtual barrier, making it impossible for the spectators to see what was happening inside. Everyone was silent, not knowing what was going on. All the students began discussing among themselves. Now nothing could be seen due to the poisonous fog. The time for the 3rd pattern was already running out, and there was no way that first-year students could withstand the 3 patterns that even 3rd-year students couldn't endure. In the magical control room, one of the men who was monitoring the stadium went into shock. Seeing this, the man with a mustache turned toward him and, with a curious and fearful expression, asked what the problem was. The bald man began sweating like crazy, not knowing what was happening or what to do now. The man turned around and, with an expression full of panic, revealed that the general ant had been defeated. Moreover, the vital signs of those being examined were still normal. Professor Morg appeared, and his eyes widened in confusion. No one could believe that the powerful general ant had been defeated. Morg began to recall one of the general ants, and his eyes filled with fear because this beast was not a golem that academy students were supposed to defeat. It was a cheat that had been placed to make it difficult for students to last easily for an hour. He put his hand under his chin and with a curious gaze began to wonder what was happening inside the stadium. Just then, a man carrying a woman with purple hair on his shoulders appeared. He started shouting, informing that he had found Professor Sadie who had the key to the magical wall B. One of the superiors asked where she had been. The man panicked and with a nervous gaze replied that she had come here after the owner of a bar in an alley reported her for vandalism and interference with business. Professor Sadie was completely drunk and drooling. She was unable to stand on her feet. In conclusion, she was crazy. Dolores turned towards them, clenched her fist, began to point towards the magic barrier with her finger and with a furious gaze gave them the order to open the magical wall B. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the others were full of concern as no one knew if Tudor and the others were still alive or not. They used the key, and little by little the magic barrier began to disintegrate, releasing the poisonous gas to the outside. The incident that occurred during the Academy's midterm exam ultimately ended with the release of the magical wall after 42 minutes and 13 seconds. The instructors, who were panting heavily, descended to the stadium. The eyes of everyone were full of surprise and confusion. In front of them were the corpses of the ants lying on the ground. They could not believe that some first-year students had defeated all these ants. Just then, Dolores, who was very worried, also descended to the stadium, and with a gaze full of concern started running asking where Tudor and the others were. Her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't help but be left open-mouthed. In front of her was Vikir's unconscious body lying on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of ants. Her attention fixed on our boy, she began to observe him in silence, not knowing what was happening. We don't know if Vikir was really unconscious or just pretending. A question came to Dolores' mind. She didn't know what he was doing here. Well, the reality was that Vikir was pretending. He closed his eyes to appear even more so, and although it was somewhat uncomfortable, it was better to pretend that he had fallen while fighting with the boys. Dolores was somewhat surprised, but she couldn't help feeling somewhat relieved, and despite this being a little complicated to understand, she was satisfied with not having lost any great future hero. Her friend appeared with a camera in hand. She started smiling, ready to take pictures and publish everything in the newspaper. She turned on the camera and carefully took a photo of Vikir who was lying on the ground. He was known as a hero who had jumped into danger to save his classmates during the midterm exam at Colosseo Academy. The photograph of Tudor, Bianca, Piggy, and Sancho was also made public in the newspaper. Bianca revealed the heroic feats of Vikir that she had seen before fainting. After that, Vikir was interviewed. He began to touch his chin with his finger and, with a confused gaze, mentioned that this was the result created by combining the power of his friends and himself. He was a humble hero and was flooded with praise. A photo of Vikir wiping sweat after a match was also published. He became a topic of conversation for being handsome and was re-evaluated in his honor rank as a high-level expert swordsman. The head of the Monster Research Center raised suspicion, saying it was impossible for a high-level expert swordsman to defeat an ant general. But Vikir explained that he knew killer ants had a vital point in their skulls. The very prince summoned Vikir, and because he had revealed the secret behind the killer ants, it was predicted that the mortality rate of Imperial soldiers would decrease, and as a result, the Crown Prince awarded our boy a certificate. His expression showed that he did not want to be in this place. Vikir was named this year's Hot Star, but he wasn't very sure about it. Someone who was reading the newspaper tore it into pieces with their hands. It was nighttime, and this person was none other than Vikir. He was sitting on top of the academy roof, and while the moon illuminated the area, he began to gaze at the ground with a lost look and sighed. His eyes were full of concern since no one would have thought that his quiet student life would end up becoming so problematic. The baby madam appeared. She closed her eyes and with a smile began to jump for joy. But our boy told her that this was not something she should be celebrating. Despite the fact that everything had changed, he was happy that the others were out of danger. While he was distracted, an owl started flying toward them. Vikir couldn't help but feel tense and confused, while on the other hand, the baby madam got scared. Quickly, the little spider hid in Vikir's clothes. He extended his arm and the owl perched on it. His attention focused on the owl's leg which had a note rolled around it. Our boy quickly realized it was Cindy Wendy's regular report. He took the note and began to read carefully. She had acquired the vital training of the 10 elite corpses, but she needed time to analyze, at most a month. Regarding the Night Hound, imitators had appeared. One did it for glorification, and the intentions of the others were unknown. Osiris of the Baskerville family was far from the estate, and it was assumed that he was heading to the imperial capital. And last but not least, one of the first-year students at the academy was hiding their royal lineage. After delivering the message, the owl started flying away and little baby madam re-emerged from our boy's clothing. Our boy's gaze fixed on the paper, and his eyes widened with curiosity. He didn't know if she had found clues about the 10 elite corpses. Seeing that she was asking him to wait a month made it evident that she was approaching this matter cautiously. He began to remember when he had defeated the demon alongside Saintess Dolores. Better than anyone, he knew that he had defeated it easily thanks to borrowing the power of the Saintess. But during the next month, he needed to diligently improve his skills. With a worried expression, he started imagining the Night Bloodhound. He was concerned about the matter of the Night Bloodhound before, but now there were imitators, and it would be bad if they drew attention from the palace or if their actions overlapped. He needed to investigate this as soon as possible. As for other news, his brother Osiris Le Baskerville, who had a piercing gaze, had left the family estate. Additionally, there was a member of royalty at the academy. While little baby Madam was hiding inside Victor's neck, he began to imagine Cinderwendy giving a thumbs up with a smile. He hadn't asked her to do the fourth thing, so he didn't know why she had told him this. To him, she was a somewhat strange woman. To prevent the information from being revealed, using his hand, he burned the sheet. He didn't care about knowing it since it wasn't as if he were losing anything by knowing it. In the blink of an eye, the sheet turned to ashes and began flying with the wind. The wind directed the ashes to one side, and at that moment, a woman wearing a skirt appeared. She couldn't believe she had met the hero of the academy in a place like this. Upon hearing her voice, Victor came out of his trance and fixed his attention on her. It was none other than Sinclair. While the sky was filled with stars, she began to show a smile. She closed her eyes and blushingly asked if this was what they called destiny. Sinclair, somewhat nervous, sat on the roof and with a smile began to enjoy the view. She was someone who had been evaluated for her sincerity and talent, a talented person who had maintained the top position in the Fire Corps with an overwhelming performance. Victor did not lower his guard, and with a suspicious expression, began to observe her closely, not knowing what she was doing here at this hour of the night. The sky was beautiful and filled with stars. Sinclair decided to break the tension. She was somewhat surprised to find Victor here at this time. This was her special place where she came to see the Milky Way when she felt depressed. The expression of our boy changed. He was speechless as he had misunderstood the situation. Sinclair turned her head towards him and her eyes filled with love, making her blush like a tomato. She hoped to find Victor here again if she came to this place in the future. Victor felt her gaze, and with a worried expression, began to stare at the ground. He knew it was better to change the place where he received messages from Cinderwendy. With a kind smile, she extended her hand, revealing that lately at the academy everyone was talking about him. Victor didn't even lift his head and with a cold gaze responded that this was something he didn't want to know about. But she commented that there was no reason to feel embarrassed since there was always public interest in extraordinary people. With a somewhat amused expression, she began counting on her fingers, revealing that if being number 1 wasn't enough, there were also 3 research articles that were going to revolutionize the academic world. He was an irregular of plebeian origin but whose aura was at the level of an expert. Victor's eyes widened with concern, making him sweat. Sinclair also commented that in many ways, he was someone who intimidated his peers. Our boy sighed and revealed that grades were nothing more than something useless, so he advised her not to worry too much about them. Sinclair tilted her head to one side, and her mind filled with confusion. She couldn't believe that grades didn't matter in an academy. Victor was more aware than anyone that money, power, honor would soon become useless things. When the era of destruction began, all existing order would collapse, giving rise to an era where the only thing that mattered was survival. With a smile, she admitted that Victor spoke as if he had lived a long time and seemed like an old man. This sparked curiosity in our boy. He was somewhat surprised to see this. According to him, she was someone intelligent. Sinclair decided to change the subject and with a curious gaze asked what Victor was going to do after midterms. In response, he started showing one finger and with a confident expression mentioned that he was going to train his back and lower body. She was somewhat confused, asking if he had just hit his head. She closed her eyes and sighed, while on the other side, our boy adjusted his glasses with his fingers. He remembered that she was also someone who hid many things just like him. Before returning, she had graduated as the top of her class without ever losing first place despite being of plebeian origin. And not long after, she disappeared from history, cutting off contact with everyone and no one heard from her again. While the moonlight was illuminating everything, little by little Sinclair began to open her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. It was strange that she was of plebeian origin, and Victor didn't know if she could be a member of royalty disguised as a plebeian and hiding her identity. Remembering that Cinderwendy had mentioned that a member of royalty had entered the academy, The next day, the sun emerged at the academy. Tutor, who had just gotten up, began to stretch his arms and let out a sigh of exhaustion since he never thought the exam period would be so long. They put on their backpacks and started walking toward the academy with a smile. Tutor, who was stretching his arms, explained that with the attack test taking place today, midterm exams would come to an end. Sancho, who was walking beside him, turned around and with a serious gaze reminded everyone that due to injuries they had suffered in the accident during the defense exam, the exam schedule had been postponed, making it inevitable for the period to become longer. Vicar and Piggy, who were in front, kept walking in silence. Tutor's eyes were full of hatred. He began to imagine the bastard Grandwell. It was a bit disappointing that the bet with that guy had ended in a tie. He started massaging his shoulder, and his attention focused on one of them. With a cheerful and confident expression, he said that this time he had realized who was going to be his rival. For him, the exam had been a great test. Our boy was somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening. Thanks to Vicar, they had gotten hurt less, but it was annoying that he was hiding his abilities. He was an expert of superior level who had been concealing his true power from his friends. Vicar turned his back on them. The three clenched their fists and gave him a soft punch as punishment. Vicar turned his head and with a serious expression mentioned that they didn't remember, but he hadn't done it alone. Tutor extended his hands, closed his eyes, and replied that Vicar was very humble. They decided to change the subject, and Tutor asked if they had heard that the Night-Blooded Hound had committed another terrorist act. Vicar's eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. Piggy opened the backpack and took out a newspaper. With a calm gaze, he revealed that this time the students from Varangian's training center had been hurt by the Night-Blooded Hound. Vicar and Sancho's attention was fixed on him. Both remained silently staring. Piggy opened the newspaper, and his eyes widened with seriousness. It was said that damage had occurred during the process in which the students had discovered and restrained the Night-Blooded Hound. According to the latest news, the Night-Blooded Hound had committed endless evil actions. He was the worst villain of all time. He had shown his fangs once again. Early last night, students from Varangian's training center who had come on an excursion to the Yellow Sea were attacked by the Night-Blooded Hound, suffering great damage. 10 people were slightly injured, and 10 people were seriously injured, among them being the head of Varangian's training center. They started talking among themselves. Sancho crossed his arms and asked if the scope of activity of the Night-Blooded Hound was not being expanded. Piggy, who was reading the newspaper, mentioned that nowadays there were people who supported someone like him. Tutor put his hand under his chin and couldn't help but wonder what the purpose of that guy was. Vicar began to gaze at the ground with a lost expression and clenched his fist, realizing that his imitators had set things in motion. His eyes filled with rage. There were 2 imitators. One of them seemed to have become less active recently, while the other had been gradually increasing their activity. Everyone set off towards the academy. Sancho, Tutor, and Piggy were happy, while on the other hand, Vicar was tense. The problem was that surveillance against the Night-Blooded Hound had become stricter, and if things continued like this, a future assassination could also be thwarted. It was early in the morning and all the students were entering the academy. Vicar decided that once the exam ended, he would get rid of the imitators. Somewhere in the academy was the area where attack exams were conducted. Unlike the defense exam, which required teamwork and was carried out in groups of 4, the attack exam was a test where individual skill was most important. It was a 1-to-1 combat between professor versus student, where they would fight against the golems controlled by the professors, and one would earn points for valid hits, evasion, etc. The professor summoned a golem. It was Sancho's turn. He imbued his mana into the spear and attacked with force, striking hard against the barrier. By fighting against golems that mimicked the movements of professors who were masters of combat, the goal was for students to gain practical experience against strong opponents. Behind the golem stood Professor Morg, who crossed his arms in front of his chest while controlling the golem. The fatal flaw of the exam was that the number of students a professor could teach was limited to 50. Tutor clenched his teeth and his eyes filled with determination. Using all his strength he attacked the golem, breaking it into pieces. The criteria for evaluating the students' tests changed depending on the fighting style of the professor in charge. He was very exhausted and began to stare at the golem, somewhat surprised to see that his attack had worked. Professor Morg's eyes were full of seriousness. He began to stare silently at Tutor, creating tension. He revealed that there was still a long way to go. At that moment, several green roots emerged from the ground, causing Tutor to tense up. The roots were fake, and while Tutor was distracted, the professor's golem appeared in front of him and prepared to strike with its fist. He gripped the spear tightly and soon realized that its speed had increased, not knowing if the professor had physically strengthened the golem. As the fist was slowly approaching, Tutor put his arms in front of his face to defend himself. But the reality was that the fist was also a feint. Now that Tutor had let his guard down, the golem launched a powerful kick, which landed squarely against his ribs, causing his eyes to fill with fear. Tutor's eyes turned white. He opened his mouth and began screaming in pain and shortly after collapsed on the ground, writhing in agony. The golem stood before him, and the professor mentioned that he shouldn't have thought he couldn't use fists and feet just because he was a mage. The golem gave Tutor a hand and helped him to stand up. The only purpose of a fight was victory. He had to remember that. Even as a mage, one must use their fists, feet, and teeth to win. Tutor thanked the professor. The total points were calculated, and all the students went to the stadium, and Tutor, who was somewhat exhausted, sat down. From Ice Core Class A, Cadet Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, evaluated by Professor Vinci Morg, managed to land 12 attacks, execute 20 dodges, block 3 attacks and score 0 critical hits, obtaining a total of 35 points. Bianca was in shock and somewhat confused. She extended her hand, unable to believe that Tutor had defeated her. From Ice Core Class A, Cadet Bianca, evaluated by Professor Vinci Morg, managed to land 7 attacks, execute 24 dodges, block 0 attacks and score 0 critical hits, obtaining a total of 31 points. She became furious, stood up, and while pointing at Tutor with her finger explained that all of this was the fault of how this test was set up. A one-on-one combat was disadvantageous for an archer. Tutor, who was sitting, turned towards her and with a confused expression responded that he didn't remember anything about fairness when she had taken all the individual points during the defense exam. While they were arguing, someone started laughing, and upon hearing this, their attention turned to the back. It was Granuel. While he had one hand resting on the seat, he extended the other and with a smile mocked them, revealing that this made it clear that he was the best of the two. From Ice Core Class A, Cadet Granuel, evaluated by Professor Vinci Morg, managed to land 11 attacks, execute 22 dodges, block 2 attacks and receive 0 critical hits, obtaining a total of 35 points. With a confused gaze, Tutor asked what he was talking about, letting him know that both had obtained the same score. Granuel got angry, started pointing at him with his finger and with a furious expression mentioned that they both had the same score in both the defense exam and in the attack exam. His eyes began to shine with joy, and with an evil smile, he said that this was his victory since his theoretical grade was higher than his. Upon hearing this, Tutor couldn't help but go into shock and feel desperate. He became depressed upon seeing that he had lost against Granuel. Bianca, who was sitting next to him, placed her hand on his back to console him, explaining that they were lucky because their teacher was Vinci Morg. She began touching her chin and, with a calm expression, revealed that the others had Professor Sadie. Tutor's expression changed, and his eyes widened with curiosity. She began to imagine Professor Sadie smiling like a lunatic. Bianca couldn't help but feel fear and disgust since she was a pathetic and drunken teacher who had disappeared with the key of the magic wall. The older ones described her as strange and unprofessional. She was the #1 teacher students avoided. Tutor started looking at her and couldn't help but be somewhat confused. He panicked and asked how someone like her had become a professor at the academy. Bianca moved her hand away from her chin, and with an insecure gaze, mentioned that she was very skilled. So when she wasn't working as a teacher, she helped authorities catch criminals. She began to imagine the Night-Blood Hound with the Beelzebub sword, revealing that she was in charge of helping capture criminals like the Night-Blood Hound. Tutor's eyes filled with seriousness and concern. He knew that his friends were strong, so he thought they were going to be fine. Bianca placed both hands on the seat and began to observe the sky, revealing that this was the reason why she was also worried. With a lost gaze, she revealed that Professor Sadie was the last relative of a fallen marquis, and felt envy towards talented students who came from a good family. And the problem was that because of her envy, there was a rumor saying that she completely destroyed talented students. At the same time, somewhere in the academy, Piggy's body was lying on the ground and covered in blood. A woman wearing heels placed her foot on top of his head. A golem that had the same appearance as the woman stepped forward, creating tension. In front of her were several students. They were in shock and very scared to see that another student had fainted. They could not believe this was truly a test. The door of the room closed, and the students started banging on it to try to open it. They wanted to leave this place and take the exam with another teacher. Professor Sadie, who had her hand resting on her hip, began touching her lip. She was stepping on Piggy's head, who was unconscious on the floor. To her, this year's students were all cowards. Cadet Piggy from the Ice Corps, Class B, had been evaluated by Professor Sadie. He managed to score 0 attacks landed, 0 dodges executed, 0 blocked attacks, and 0 critical hits, obtaining a total of 0 points. Next to her was Sinclair's unconscious body. Covered in blood, she managed to land 0 attacks, execute 0 dodges, block 0 attacks, and achieve 0 critical hits, obtaining a total of 0 points. Not far away was also Sancho's body. Covered in blood, he managed to land 0 attacks, execute 0 dodges, block 0 attacks, and achieve 0 critical hits, obtaining a total of 0 points. Sadie pulled out a whip. She began observing the students and thought that continuing with this was a waste of time. All the students had fled except for one who stood up ready to take the exam. It was none other than Vikir. He started staring at her with a piercing gaze. Professor Sadie placed her hand on her cheek, stuck out her tongue, and with an expression thirsty for blood gave our boy the order to approach her. 30 minutes earlier, Vikir and the others were sitting, waiting for their turn. Sancho started cracking his fingers, and his eyes began to shine with excitement. He couldn't help but smile since the attack exam was finally about to begin. Next to him sat our boy with crossed arms, who started observing Sancho in silence. Behind him was Piggy, who seemed somewhat confused. Beside them was Sinclair. She extended her hand and realized that Sancho appeared confident about this exam. Sancho began showing a finger and responded with a cheerful smile that the one-on-one duel was a virtue of warriors. He was very enthusiastic and couldn't help but look forward to the start of the exam. Piggy's attention fixed on Sancho, and his eyes widened in surprise, and he casually mentioned that his tutor had said if they didn't use aura in a hand-to-hand combat, the strongest of the Ice Corps was Sancho. Vikir began to gaze at the ground, lost in his thoughts. But then, something happened and someone asked Professor Sadie what she was doing. This caught Piggy's attention, leaving him in shock. In front of them was a student and Professor Sadie who was holding a bottle of wine. The boy started staring at her and upon seeing alcohol, he got angry and with a furious expression full of hatred asked how she could be drinking alcohol during an exam where the students' lives were at stake. Sadie said nothing and remained silent, but the boy mentioned that he could smell the alcohol from afar, and it was evident that she was drunk. Sadie grabbed the bottle of wine and opened her mouth, ready to drink again. In an instant, she drank all the alcohol. According to her, the boy was someone very annoying. She placed her hand on her waist and with a demonic smile began eating the glass bottle in bites as if it were bread. Seeing this, the boy's eyes widened in fear. He took several steps back and couldn't help but panic. The mouth of Professor Sadie was full of pieces of glass. She stuck out her tongue and began to lick the wine that was on her cheek. Then, she wiped her tongue with her hand and started staring intently at the boy with a piercing and evil expression. She made it clear that the alcohol content was only 76 degrees, so it was a bit exaggerated to say it was alcohol. Feeling her expression, Sinclair put her hand over her mouth, and her eyes filled with fear. Piggy, who was next to her, was open-mouthed, realizing that Professor Sadie was in charge of them, and that she was just as the rumors said, a strange person. As always, the only one who was calm was Vikir since he had seen people like her many times in his past life. He was somewhat used to this type of person. Sadie took out a sheet, began pointing at the name of one of the students with her finger, and with an excited smile, decided to start the exam. The first student she called was Sancho Barataria. Instead of feeling fear, Sancho grabbed his weapon, and with an excited gaze, stood up and started walking towards Sadie. Sinclair and Vikir stood up. Piggy brought his hands to his mouth and started shouting at Sancho to be careful since there was a rumor that many students who had taken the exam with Professor Sadie could no longer attend the academy. With a confident smile, Sancho asked his friend not to worry about him. Professor Sadie summoned her golem, which appeared in front of her. Sancho approached, began observing the golem, and revealed that the will of a warrior was unbreakable. He gripped his axe tightly and adopted an offensive stance. His eyes were shining with excitement instead of fear. He showed admiration towards her, saying that he was looking forward to her teachings. And then, the exam began. In an instant, Sancho leaped and started descending from the sky toward the golem at great speed, ready to attack. Professor Sadie began to gaze at the ground, and a smile appeared on her face. She stood still for several seconds and then started to show an evil smile, repeating Sancho's words, "The will of a warrior is unbreakable." Sancho attacked with all his strength, but then something happened. Sinclair put her hand over her mouth, and her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. Piggy took several steps back. He was in shock and open-mouthed. Vikir, who despite being the calmest one, was also in shock. He had never seen anything like it before. The eyes of Sinclair and Piggy were full of confusion, and then they saw something horrible and could not avoid feeling a fear they had never felt before. Once the smoke curtain disappeared, Professor Sadie's golem could be seen standing and holding Sancho, who seemed to be unconscious and covered in blood by the neck. The students were paralyzed with fear. Her golem lifted Sancho by the neck. She couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed to see that her toy had broken. She was controlling the golem using her hands and with the help of 2 magic circles. Her eyes were shining with malice. She began looking at the other students and, with a smile, asked if this meant that Sancho was disqualified as a warrior. Victor's expression changed drastically. He began to observe Sadie with a serious gaze, not knowing what this girl was plotting. The golem released Sancho's body, causing him to fall on his back against the ground. His friends, who were somewhat worried, ran out to see if he was okay. Victor and Piggy lifted Sancho's body, putting his shoulders on their own shoulders. Piggy asked Sancho to wake up. With an angry expression, Sinclair stood in front, extended her hand to one side, and asked the teacher what she was doing. Her gaze fixed on Sadie, she clenched her fist tightly, questioning how she dared to hit a student until they fainted during an exam. Sadie did not lose her composure and calmly responded that the purpose of this exam was to provide students with real-world experience. She began to raise a finger and with a confident smile made it clear that these were the words of the Academy's first president, asking if she was going to protest in a real fight. Sadie began pointing at Sinclair with her finger, revealing that she was the next to take the exam. She wanted to see the skills of the leader of the Ice Corps. Sinclair's eyes, who had clenched fists, were filled with confusion and fear, not knowing what Sadie was plotting. Just before she could make a decision, someone behind her suggested that she refuse the exam. Upon hearing this, she snapped out of her trance and, somewhat surprised, turned around. Behind her was Victor, who had Sancho's shoulder resting on his own. Our boy's attention was fixed on her. With a sincere gaze he mentioned that Sadie's actions were clearly unfair, and that if she complained to the Academy, it might be possible for her to retake the exam. She began to gaze at the ground with a lost expression and thanked Victor for worrying about her. Her eyes were shining with determination. She swore not to avoid the person who had hurt her friend. A silence took control of the situation. Sadie mocked her by asking why she was making such a pretty face, causing Sinclair's eyes to widen in hatred. She clenched her teeth and couldn't help but feel even angrier. Sadie's gaze fixed on her. With a confident smile, she decided to fix Sinclair's pretty face. The exam began. Sinclair adopted an offensive stance, and with an expression thirsty for revenge, used her power, making several circles appear around her body. She extended her hands toward the sky, and her body began to release a powerful energy. Seeing this, Sadie couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. She was speechless upon seeing that she was capable of using 3 third-class spells at such a young age. For her, this was expected from the next accessit. Her eyes began to shine with malice, and a smile appeared on her face. She controlled her golem, and in an instant, it appeared beneath Sinclair, ready to attack with a powerful punch. Sinclair, who was preparing the attack, started to notice how little by little the golem was approaching and couldn't help but go into shock. Sadie asked if she had ever experienced a mana backlash because her magic was forcibly cancelled. Just before she had time to block the attack, the golem struck forcefully, landing a strong blow to her stomach. The attack was so powerful that the magical circles she had summoned shattered into pieces. There was a backflow of mana in her body, and the mana started to come out of her mouth and eyes, causing her to bleed from the nose, giving her terrible pain. She fell to the ground and placed her hand on her chest. Her entire body was trembling, and she was drooling from the pain. The golem approached her and began observing closely. Sadie asked how it felt, realizing that it hurt much more than Sinclair had thought. Her attention fixed on Sinclair, and an evil smile spread across her face. If she was unlucky, she might not be able to use magic again. For her, it would be fun if the next accessit of the Ice Corps could no longer use magic. The golem gave her a strong kick, making her body roll backward. She had to pray for that not to happen, since after all, she had worked hard to be the next accessit because she was a commoner. Seeing this, Piggy couldn't help but feel somewhat worried about her. He started running toward her to see if she was okay. Our boy began to gaze at her with a serious expression in silence. It was time for the next student to take the exam. It was none other than Piggy, who drew his sword, and despite showing a confident expression, his body was trembling with fear. Piggy grabbed his sword tightly. Sadie put her hand on her waist, extended the other one, and asked who this trash was who didn't even know how to hold a sword. He began to sweat profusely, but even so he did not lose his composure. His eyes were full of determination. He was not a coward, and he was not going to back down. Sadie's golem started walking toward Piggy. This trial was his opportunity to bring to light the courage hidden beneath his weak exterior. Just before Piggy could even prepare his attack, the golem moved quickly and struck with force, breaking the blade of the sword into pieces, making Piggy's eyes widen in surprise. The blade of the sword stuck in the ground several meters back. Piggy was in shock to see that the golem had broken his sword with a simple kick. Piggy's gaze fixed on his broken sword, and he couldn't help but feel fear and confusion. Just before he could understand what had just happened, the golem moved like lightning and gave him a strong kick under the jaw, sending his body flying into the air. While his body was in the air, the golem raised its foot and brought its heel closer to Piggy's head. Sadie mocked him since no matter how much trash fought, in the end it remained trash. These words made Vicar angry, and veins appeared on his face. Piggy's body fell to the ground. Sadie approached and placed her heel on his head, which was full of blood. Seeing that another had fainted, the blonde-haired student couldn't help but be in shock, while on the other side, the black-haired student put his hand on his head. He couldn't believe this was a test. All the students who were going to take the test with Professor Sadie ran toward the door. They started banging on it, but the door didn't open. They wanted to bring another professor here. Piggy's body was lying on the ground, and his head was full of blood. Vicar approached and began to observe in silence. Sancho had a black eye, and Sinclair was very injured. The true nature of Vicar began to show. He couldn't help but feel furious. Sadie extended her hand toward them, looked away, and with a smile mocked them since this year's students were all cowards. Then she called the next student. But then, something caught her attention, filling her mind with curiosity. Vicar, who carried arrows on his back, drew his bow and stood in front of her, indicating that he was ready. He began to look down at the ground, revealing that he was next to take the exam. Upon seeing this, Sadie's eyes widened in surprise. She was happy to see a passionate student. According to her, Vicar was very impatient. She was somewhat annoyed since she was about to eat the main course now. Vicar stood silently, and the attention of the students who were trying to flee the room focused on him. He was the famous hero of the academy, and rumors said he was a high-ranking sword expert. With an expression thirsty for revenge, Vicar grabbed one of the arrows he carried on his back. Professor Sadie was at least a graduate, so there was no way a high-ranking sword expert could defeat her. Besides, bows were the worst weapons to use in a one-on-one fight. The exam began, and Sadie's eyes were full of excitement since crushing talented students was very fun. She controlled her golem, which started to advance quickly toward Vicar. He was currently the highest-ranking student in the academy. If she gave a beating to the best student, it would be very pleasurable. Vicar, who with one hand was holding the bow, took the arrow he carried on his back with the other and began to observe how little by little the golem was approaching. It started to extend its hand toward him. Sadie wanted to enjoy Vicar's cries after breaking his arm. Vicar took out an arrow, and just before the golem could get closer, he placed it on the bow, and with an expression full of hatred, prepared to shoot. Then, something happened and Sadie's eyes widened in confusion. Vicar shot the arrow at the golem's shoulder, but instead of hitting it, the arrow slipped and changed direction. The arrow was so powerful that it left a deep wound in the golem's body. Our boy began to gaze at Sadie in silence. Her body moved backward. She stopped controlling the golem, causing it to come to a sudden halt just before reaching Vicar. The students who were at the door turned around in shock. All of them were open-mouthed upon seeing that he had stopped Sadie's golem. The reality was that the arrow had lodged in Sadie's eye, which was now full of blood. She grabbed the arrow, opened her mouth and began to scream in agony. Due to the intense pain she felt in her eye, she fell to her knees on the ground. Vicar released the bowstring and began to enjoy this moment in silence. And so as not to draw attention, he started pretending. With a worried expression, Vicar explained that he was trying to shoot at the golem and had no idea how the arrow had reached her. Vicar's eyes began to shine with malice, and with an evil smile he asked if Professor Sadie was okay. Sadie put her hand over the eye where she had the arrow stuck, clenched her teeth, and her mind filled with hatred and fury. The arrow stuck forcefully in Sadie's right eye. She put her hand over it and couldn't help but clench her teeth in pain. The pain became more intense, causing her to scream. Vinci Morgue, who was controlling his golem with a magic circle, heard the screams, and his eyes widened in confusion, making him turn around to see what was happening. With a worried expression, he couldn't help but wonder if crazy Sadie was doing something to the students. Back in the room where the exam was taking place, the eyes of all the students were filled with surprise and fear, making their jaws drop. Not long after, Vinci Morgue, who was somewhat worried about the safety of the students, appeared and forcefully opened the door that previously seemed to be blocked. The eyes of Vinci Morgue were shining with rage. He extended his hand and couldn't help but get angry upon seeing that Professor Sadie had even locked the door, questioning if she was treating the students harshly again. Tutor, who was next to him, began to observe in silence, not knowing what was happening. Once Tutor, Bianca, Dolores, and Professor Vinci Morgue entered the room, they saw Sadie kneeling on the ground with an arrow stuck in her eye, writhing in pain and rage. Upon seeing this scene, everyone froze without knowing what had happened. Vinci Morgue's eyes widened in surprise, his attention fixed on Sadie. He couldn't believe she was bleeding and had no idea how on earth it had come to pass. The gaze of Tutor, who was behind him, filled with concern when he looked to one side and saw something terrifying. Not far from the area were the unconscious and blood-covered bodies of Sancho, Sinclair, and Piggy. Upon seeing this, Tutor did not hesitate for a second and started running toward them to see if they were okay. Professor Sadie was lying on the ground writhing in pain. Our boy, who was holding the bow, began walking toward them with a calm demeanor. Vinci Morgue's attention fixed on him. He asked what had happened here. Professor Sadie's golem was standing behind them. Victor turned around and with a sincere expression explained that during the exam, the golem had surprised him by charging at him, so he had shot an arrow that went through the golem and struck Professor Sadie in the eye. Vinci Morgue, somewhat confused, turned around and began to observe the golem in silence. He was not very sure whether to believe Victor. His attention focused on Professor Sadie. His eyes widened in surprise since he had seen many students get hurt. But this time it was the first time he saw a teacher get hurt. Sadie's eyes were shining with hatred. She clenched her teeth and started staring intently at Victor. The injured teacher was Sadie, so Vinci Morgue didn't know if this could be considered karma. Victor clenched his fist and stood in front of Sadie, looking at her with an expression without remorse. The point compilation was completed. From Class B of the Ice Corps, Cadet number 256 Victor managed to land 1 hit, 0 evasions, 0 defenses, and 1 critical hit, obtaining a total of 11 points. They gathered the injured and unconscious bodies of Sancho, Sinclair, and Piggy. Dolores knelt down, extended her hands and began using her power to heal them, making golden energy appear around their bodies. Her attention fixed on them, she began observing them with a worried expression in silence. Little by little, their wounds began to heal. After analyzing carefully, she realized that Sinclair had suffered internal injuries due to the reverse flow of mana. Sancho had bruises all over his body, and Piggy had an impact that had shattered his jaw. She focused even more on healing the wounds, making the golden energy grow more intense. She knew better than anyone that these were not injuries students taking an exam should have. With a worried expression, Tutor asked the Saintess if Sancho and the others were okay. Upon hearing his voice, Dolores turned toward him and with a sincere gaze mentioned that thanks to Tutor calling her quickly, everyone would recover from their injuries and would not have any after effects. Bianca, who was next to Tutor, remained silent. Tutor crouched down to observe them closely. He and Bianca couldn't help but feel relieved to see that they were going to recover from their wounds. The Saintess Dolores stood up, clenched her fist and with a lost gaze, turned her back on them and began to walk away from the area. Professor Sadie, who had her hand over the wound on her eye, sat on the stairs and took off her hat. Dolores approached her, extended her hand and in a very calm manner asked if she could see the wound. She began to look at Sadie and with a serious expression mentioned that when her wounds improved, she was going to file a disciplinary complaint against her before the Student Council for excessive use of force against students. Far from feeling fear, an evil smile spread across Sadie's face. She asked if Dolores was the Saintess of the prestigious Quo Vadis family. With a worried gaze, Dolores began to extend her hand toward her and decided to quickly heal the wound. But then something happened. Professor Sadie pulled out the arrow that was lodged in her eye, causing blood to emerge from it. Upon seeing this, Dolores' eyes widened in surprise and confusion, leaving her in shock. Professor Sadie put the arrow into her mouth and her eyes began to shine with malice and excitement. With an evil smile, she refused to accept the help of the Saintess. Upon seeing this, all the students began to feel fear and repulsion, while on the other side, Vinci Morgue started staring at her with a furious expression and clenched his teeth. Professor Sadie stood up, and with her eye bleeding, turned her back to Dolores and as she was walking away, mentioned that if she was going to punish her for this, then she could do it, but advised her that it would be better to wait for the day when she lifted the punishment from her. Dolores began observing her in silence, not knowing what was happening. A smile appeared on Sadie's face since there were many things that amused her these days, including the night bloodhound that stirred up the night of the Empire. She passed by Victor's side, raised her head, and with a cheerful smile asked if his name was Victor. Our boy did not turn to her and with a lost expression, began to look at the ground in silence. She started to walk away from them and with an arrogant tone, promised to remember Victor's name, vowing that they would meet again. Our boy raised his head, and his eyes began to shine with anticipation. He could not wait for that day to come. Finally, the curtain fell on the long midterm exam, and the results were published, causing many curious students to gather to see them. In first place was Sinclair, in second Granule of Leviathan, in third Tudor, in fourth Hyboro, in fifth Bianca, in sixth Middleborough, in seventh Sancho, in eighth Lowborough. Victor was 21st and lastly Piggy was in 199th place. The students who had lost many points after encountering Professor Sadie during the attack exam were able to retake it thanks to the other professors. Among them were Sancho, Piggy and Sinclair. All seemed happy, and Sinclair, whose scores were restored, became the best student of the first year. However, everyone's attention was not on the first place but on another person. Just then, a brown-haired student passed through the hallway. Upon seeing this, one of the students placed his hand on his friend's shoulder and, while pointing at the student with his finger and with a surprised gaze, asked if he was the famous student. It was none other than Victor. While our boy was walking down the hallway, everyone's attention focused on him. Now he was the center of attention and liked by all the girls since he had been the only one who managed to land an effective hit on Professor Sadie. Not only that, but he had also destroyed one of her eyes. All the trauma they had received from Demon Sadie was now disappearing. Our boy was nicknamed the Eye Slayer and considered an authentic hero. Victor, who was holding onto his backpack strap with one hand, showed no emotion because he knew this was the price for acting emotionally. Once he moved away from the students, he became serious and started imagining the Night-Blood Hound. Life during the day existed only to continue his life at night, and for this reason, he tried not to get too involved in these matters. But when he had seen the kids being treated like trash, he had acted without realizing it. While our boy was distracted, a red-haired girl approached him and, while adjusting her hair, closed her eyes and with a nervous expression handed him a love letter. Upon hearing her voice, Victor snapped out of his trance and fixed his gaze on the letter. At that moment, a student began running toward them. Just before she could hand over the letter to Victor, Hyboro appeared and with an angry gaze snatched the letter with his mouth, leaving both Victor and the girl confused. Hyboro tore the letter like a dog with his teeth. Middleborough and Lowborough also appeared, stood in front of the girl, and with a piercing expression asked who she was to block their way, making the girl start to feel fear. Victor's attention fixed on them and his eyes widened in confusion. The triplets of the Baskerville family began escorting Victor through the hallway, and they started pushing people aside saying that if they got in their way, they would disappear silently. Seeing this, all the students couldn't help but feel afraid. A smile appeared on the faces of the triplets. They started seeing themselves as heroes, thinking they had perfectly handled the situation. Our boy, who was walking behind them, couldn't help but praise them for having done a good job. Victor went to the newspaper club. He opened the door and took off his backpack. With a confident expression, he decided to be careful and not let his day be affected. When he looked forward, his eyes widened in surprise. In front of him was Dolores sitting and reading a newspaper while the sunlight was illuminating the room. She began to read attentively in silence. She was so distracted reading that she didn't notice Victor's presence. He sat on the chair and with a surprised expression asked what she was reading to be frowning like that. Upon hearing his voice, she came out of her trance and couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised and start blushing. She stopped reading the newspaper and with a curious gaze asked when Victor had entered. Our boy sat on the chair and calmly mentioned that just now she hadn't felt our boy's presence when he had entered. Victor asked if there was any article about the Night Hound. She left the newspaper on the table, rested her hands on top of it, and mentioned that he had destroyed the monument of the imperial capital, the central clock tower, and damaged the royal memorial, and it was said that everything had been done by the Night Hound. Her eyes were shining with sadness. She explained that there was no physical evidence, but they had claimed that all these cases had been committed by the Night Hound. The perception people had of him was strange. Upon hearing this, Victor became curious and his gaze fixed on her. The fact that there was someone who believed in him was more comforting than he had thought. He took the newspaper and with a calm expression began to read silently. The clock tower was a building that symbolized peace and order, and those who lived in the imperial capital looked at it at least once a day. Considering that they had destroyed the emblem of a city, our boy came to the conclusion that they held many grudges against society. Realizing that this person might not be following what others were doing, his eyes were full of suspicion. He began to imagine Cindy Wendy with her hand under her chin. He started thinking about real memory. The information he had received from her yesterday said that contact between their informants had been cut off, which was something suspicious. Victor rested his head in his hands and began to ponder silently. Dolores picked up the newspaper again and started reading it once more. Victor knew he had to clean up the copycats, but he didn't know if he should go investigate. Several hours later, night fell, and someone wearing boots stood on top of the roof. It was Victor, who was disguised as the Iron-Blooded Hound. He had come to the place where the royal memorial was located, his gaze fixed on the monument since it was a shared cemetery where the heroes of the empire lay. The place was protected by walls. After thinking calmly, Victor remembered that the 9th corpse, Dantalian, was hidden near Indulgentia Orphanage, so he could confirm whether that was a coincidence or not after investigating. At the entrance of the monument, there was a silver cross. Victor began to observe with a curious gaze in silence. He sat on the ground and leaned his back against a tombstone, and while the moon was illuminating the area, he immediately realized why Cindywendy's informants had disappeared. The reality was that the cemetery was full of zombies, with a risk rating of C, size of 1.7m. These zombies inhabited the continent and were known as the Rotten One. They were common corpses that could be seen in places like graves, battlefields, abandoned houses, sewer systems, etc. One of the zombies opened its mouth and started to roar, even though he was not very sure what these people had done when they were alive to become zombies. He knew that some of them were informants for Cindywendy. Victor grabbed the weapon he carried on his back and, while his eyes were shining, decided to use Anubis since it had been a while since the last time he used it. Using his hands, Victor began to unscrew the weapon. This weapon was good because it was portable and easy to carry, but he couldn't believe that Ayan had given him a weapon like this. He drew his bow, and with a piercing gaze, prepared to shoot a mana arrow. With precision, our boy aimed at the zombies' heads, killing 3 without much difficulty. While the corpses were scattered on the ground, he began to walk and mentioned that this was on a different level compared to the arrow they had provided during midterm exams. It was a lie when people said that masters were not demanding with their weapon of choice. At that moment, a strange aroma spread through the air. Upon sensing this, Victor stopped in place and his eyes widened in surprise. His attention was fixed to one side. This was definitely the smell of a demon. But compared to normal demons, the smell was very faint, as if its terribly unique stench were being diluted by something. Without wasting time, Victor began to follow the trail of the smell at full speed. The scent came from the direction of the Indulgentia Orphanage, so something was there. In the orphanage, someone invoked a magic circle on the ground. It was a woman wearing a skull mask. She extended her hand toward the magic circle and used her power, causing malignant energy to emerge from it. Just then, someone with red hair began to emerge from the magic circle. It was a woman. The woman wearing a mask extended her hand toward her and began to use her power again. The eyes of the red-haired girl were full of exhaustion. The masked woman could not believe that a petty thief had dared to steal from Dantalian. She hugged the girl and with a sincere gaze, apologized to Rose for losing her again. Her eyes began to shine with determination. She started whispering, promising not to let them take away her loved ones, vowing to annihilate hordes of cattle and beasts. She was Sayre, the 8th corpse. Sayre was on the 3rd floor of the orphanage dormitories. The entire building was cut in half from the battle that our boy had against the demon Dantalian. While the moonlight was illuminating the area, Sayre grabbed the red-haired woman by her arms, who could not speak. With a sincere expression, Sayre mentioned that her ability to find the person she wanted was definitely useful. Her eyes were filled with sadness. She had found Rose, but the other person she was looking for simply could not be found no matter what she did. The eyes of the red-haired woman were shining with exhaustion. Sayre moved the strand of hair she had on her ear. To fully manage this power obtained through the contract with the demon, there was no other way than to completely pass through the gates of death. She only had half the way left. She needed to be able to control all of Sayre's power quickly. Just then, someone wearing boots began walking down the hallway toward them. While his body was emitting a suffocating aura, with a murderous gaze, he gave Sayre the order not to move. She did not take long to feel this energy and was paralyzed by fear, while on the other hand, Rose did not move. Her eyes widened in surprise and fear. She stood in front of Rose and extended her hand to protect her. She could not believe that someone had been spying on her. It was someone with such skill that she had not noticed at all that they were approaching. From the darkness emerged Victor. He drew the bow, and while his eyes were shining with hatred, he prepared a mana arrow and explained that from now on she only had to answer his questions. If she moved a single finger, she would die, and if she said something that was not the answer to his question, she would also die. He aimed the mana arrow at her. She smelled like a mix of human and demon, so he asked if she was human or demon. Sayer stood in front of Rose and with a calm expression explained that she was both human and demon. Victor realized that Rose was Geronto, a subordinate of Dantalion. He was sure he had killed her, so he didn't know why she was still alive. Sayer's gaze fixed on Victor, and with a serious expression, she explained that Rose was not one of Dantalion's subordinates. He had stolen what belonged to her without permission. Our boy began to stare at her with a furious gaze and decided to ask one last question. While his eyes and the mana arrow were shining, he questioned whether the demon Sayer was one of the 10 elite corpses with whom she had made a contract. Sayer's eyes also began to shine. With a furious expression she nodded her head, asking what Victor was going to do about it. Just before she could finish the sentence, our boy's mana arrow was already in front of Sayer's eye. Seeing this, her eyes widened in surprise. She reacted in time and moved her head, narrowly dodging the attack, causing the mana arrow to pierce her hair. With a confused expression, she couldn't help but wonder who Victor was and why he was so powerful. Victor had used so much strength that his hand was emitting smoke. He gripped the bow tightly and his eyes began to shine with rage and hatred, revealing that he had to kill all the demons. Sayer decided not to stand idly by doing nothing. She placed her hand on the ground and used her power, making magical circles appear, and from them skeletons began to emerge. She said that if Victor had guts, then he could try it. Just then, children's skeletons also began to emerge from the ground. Sayer started observing them, and her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe that even the corpses of children had turned into undead. Victor's gaze fixed on the skeletons, and his eyes also widened in surprise. With a cold expression, he prepared to shoot a mana arrow, apologizing to all the children. The skeletons began to charge at him, but our boy shot the mana arrow at them. The attack was so powerful that part of the building broke into pieces, creating a great explosion. The skeletons were not powerful enough, so many turned to ashes. Sayer decided not to waste this opportunity and, taking advantage of the explosion, grabbed Rose and jumped out of the building. But Victor was not going to let this happen. With a leap, he appeared behind her, prepared to shoot another mana arrow, and with an arrogant gaze, he asked Rose not to think that she would be able to die peacefully. Upon hearing his voice, Sayer, who was in the air and holding on to Rose by the arm, turned around and couldn't help but go into shock. She embraced Rose, who seemed like a lifeless body. Sayer's eyes were filled with despair. She prepared to counterattack, asking Rose to hold on tight. Victor attacked again, creating another small explosion in the air. Sayer blocked the attack, and part of her clothing was now torn. She and Rose descended to the ground, and not long after, Victor did as well, creating tension. Sayer stood in front of Rose, and while looking at the ground, she recognized Victor's archery and asked what his relationship with the Balak tribe was. While Victor's eyes were glowing, he simply remained silent in thought before responding that he was one of the hunters of Balak. Upon hearing this, Sayer could not help but clench her teeth tightly, thinking that he should have been there that night. Her eyes began to shine with hatred. She extended her hand and using her power began to summon a ball of mana. She started staring at Victor and swore to kill him, believing that he was also a barbarian. She launched a powerful ball of mana towards Victor, but luckily he reacted in time and ducked, narrowly dodging the attack, although in the process part of his cape was burned. Victor became curious and his gaze fixed on her. He did not know why she knew the Balak tribe. Sayer extended her hands and prepared to attack again. Now that he was closer to her, he could feel her better. She emitted the scent of a living human. He remembered that the rank of the 10 elite corpses was that of Demon King, and they took over human corpses. Sayer attacked again, this time with bursts of mana. Victor moved to one side, then did a somersault and dodged the attack again. The bursts of mana struck the building, creating small explosions, and Victor descended to the ground. But once he stepped on the ground, spikes made of stone emerged from it and without giving him a chance to react, they pierced his chest. Sayer, who was standing in front of him, was controlling the spikes. With a gaze full of hatred, she said that Victor was a mere barbarian. The stone spikes pierced our boy's body, causing blood to start dripping from his hands. Sayer extended her hand, and her eyes began to shine with joy, making a smile appear on her face. She wanted to hear Victor's screams before killing him. But then, the stone spikes fell to the ground, and upon seeing this, Sayer's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. She did not know what was happening. The wounds that Victor had on his chest began to heal. He stood up, clenched his fists, and his gaze fixed on her. Sayer couldn't help but wonder if he was human. Our boy began to coil his bow and mentioned that after clashing with her a few times, he understood it. She was much weaker compared to the other elite corpses because she was only a half-demon. He put away the bow, started observing her, and made it clear that there was no need to converse with her anymore. Sayer remained still in silence, not knowing what to do. While Vickers' eyes were shining with hatred, he swore to kill her. Sayer was not going to allow this to happen, so she placed her hand on the ground and, using her power, summoned a magic circle, from which a giant golem began to emerge. The golem started roaring. She made it clear that the one who was going to die would be him. This golem was a Frankenstein golem, with a risk rating of a size of 8M. It had been discovered in the tomb of the other world and was also known as Big Chunk of Meat. It was a golem composed of materials that had once been alive. They were wasted masses of flesh grouped together like clay to resemble the figure of a human. However, the original appearances of these masses had not been preserved at all. It was a filthy and ominous existence that was quite powerful. The golem clenched its fist and, while roaring, began charging toward Vikyr. Sayer extended her hand towards him and started gathering energy in the palm of her hand. Her eyes were shining with confidence since the golem was nothing more than a distraction. She planned to kill him with fire magic. Vikyr was not going to sit idly by, so he drew the Beelzebub sword, and just before the golem could approach, he adopted an offensive stance and attacked with a powerful slash, which cut the golem's body in half as if it were clay. Our boy began to stare at her intently with a bloodthirsty expression. Sayer's eyes, who was preparing a fire magic attack, widened in surprise upon realizing that Vikyr's red aura was similar to those of Baskerville. She prepared a powerful fireball, and Vikyr began advancing toward her, and upon seeing this, she asked him to wait. Our boy appeared on top of her, and while his eyes were shining, he used the 7th Baskerville technique and swung the sword with precision. Both began to look into each other's eyes, and Sayer was in shock, not knowing why he had the aura of the Baskervilles. Vikyr attacked the fireball with a powerful slash, creating a great explosion in the area, which destroyed everything in its path. Once the smoke curtain created by the explosion began to disappear, it could be seen that there was a large crater in the ground, and in the middle stood Vikyr on his feet, with Sayer lying on her knees on the ground. Our boy was standing but injured and had his hand over the wound on his arm. Part of his clothes and mask had been torn. Sayer, who was lying on her knees on the ground, couldn't help but tremble. Vikyr started observing her and noticed that because she was half human, she had been hit by a very strong mana backlash, as a side effect of failing to cast her spell. With a serious gaze, Vikyr mentioned that she had lost focus just at the moment when she had to attack. Sayer, who was somewhat injured, began to babble. She began to gaze at the ground with a lost expression and asked Vikyr not to abandon her. Vikyr did not lose composure, began to observe her, and after thinking about it calmly, asked if she had any reason for which she had made a deal with a demon. He raised the sword Beelzebub in the air, and with a cold gaze, he made it clear that all deaths had a story behind them. Sayer lowered her head, ready to die. Vikyr remained thinking for several seconds, not knowing what to do until he quickly moved the sword toward her neck. The combat left a large crater in the ground, right next to the orphanage dormitories, and in the middle of the crater were Vikyr and Sayer. While the curtain of smoke was disappearing and Sayer was lying on her knees on the ground, Vikyr began to stare at her and raised his sword. Vikyr clenched his fist tightly, making the blade of the Beelzebub sword begin to shine. The eyes of our boy began to shine, and with a killer gaze, he swung the sword forcefully, making it gradually start advancing towards Sayer. Sayer was too wounded to defend herself. She lowered her head ready to face the cruel fate. But then something happened, and strands of red hair began to float. As Vikyr's sword was slowly approaching Sayer's head with speed, Rose stepped in between and while looking at the ground, extended her hands. Vikyr's attention was fixed on her, and his eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Originally, the undead were very jealous of what they did not have, so they had the nature to bite and blindly attack living beings. Rose did not even look Vikyr in the eyes. Despite being an undead, she seemed to have some awareness. Our boy observed her carefully and noticed that she was different from the others. Sayer was kneeling on the ground, paralyzed by the mana backlash. Vikyr's gaze was fixed on her. He did not know why the corpse queen and this woman had lost their will to fight. At that moment, a brilliant light focused on the area where they were, and a guard mentioned that they had found the intruders. Upon hearing this, Vikyr's eyes widened in surprise and fear. He did not know what was happening or why they had been discovered. He went on alert, began to turn around, and with a serious gaze realized that it was Sadie's voice and that the guards had arrived. While our boy was distracted, Rose took the opportunity to grab Sayer, who had lost consciousness. She extended her hand toward the sky and activated a spell, making blue energy appear around them. Feeling this, Vikyr's eyes began to shine with hatred and rage. He knew he could not waste any more time. With a furious gaze, he turned around and, while staring intently at Rose with a determined expression, clenched his fist and prepared to finish her off, knowing that he could not let them escape. Vikir's attention was not to attack Rose but Sayer, precisely swinging the Beelzebub sword, and the blade of the sword began to advance towards Sayer. But just before the attack could reach her, Rose embraced Sayer and placed herself in between, causing Vikir's sword to pierce her back. The attack was so powerful that blood began to emerge from her mouth, and little by little she started to lose consciousness. But this was more than enough since the spell fully activated and both disappeared from the place. Vikir began to observe the trace of energy and could not help but feel furious. Someone wearing heels stomped the ground forcefully. It was Professor Sadie and the armed guards. While the light was focusing on Vikir, she placed one foot on the ground, started touching her head, and with a smile, asked the Night-Blood Hound to show himself. It was already midnight when Sadie and the armed guards arrived at the area where the crater was, but Vikir had been quick and disappeared from the place. She put her hands on her waist and mentioned that there was no one here. She began to gaze at the ground and murmured, calling Vikir a pig. The attention of one of the guards standing beside her focused on her. He started observing her and couldn't help but fall into confusion. Sadie lost her composure, clenched her teeth, and launched a powerful kick toward the crater. She was furious because they had arrived late, and the Night-Blood Hound had fled the place. Now Sadie wore a patch over one of the eyes that Vikir had taken from her. While she was trying to understand how this had happened, something caught her attention, making her eyes widen in surprise. In the middle of the crater was Vikir's mask lying on the ground. This made Sadie even angrier, knowing that he had fled. The reality was that Vikir transformed into a dog and left the area. Now he had already moved quite far from the orphanage dormitories. He started running at full speed and couldn't help but smile. The next day the sun rose and the rays began to hit against the academy windows. Anna clenched her fist and with an excited gaze mentioned that after the exams, the great event of the academy arrived. The festival season was about to begin. In front of her were Vikir, Dolores, Sinclair, Bianca, Tudor, Piggy, and Sancho. Anna began to observe them and with a smile explained that this year's festival concept for the academy was something different. Behind her, there was a coat rack cart with clothes. Anna's eyes widened with joy. She began to point at the clothes with her hand and, with an excited smile, revealed that this year's concept was a haunted house. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's eyes filled with excitement. She clasped her hands together and couldn't help but smile since it was Halloween. And now that they were free from the difficult exams, the event was going to attract a lot of attention. Dolores put her hand over her mouth, and her eyes widened in surprise and excitement. She couldn't help but blush, thinking that dressing up as a ghost was going to be fun. Bianca started touching her chin with her finger and with a confused gaze said that the Academy Festival did not have this tradition. Tudor, who was next to her and had his arms crossed, turned towards her, and with a curious expression thought that she was right. Peggy's eyes were full of tranquility. He turned towards Sancho and mentioned that it was an ancient tradition from which not even the professors could escape. Sancho's eyes began to shine with excitement. He cracked his fingers and with a smile said that traditions were important. Anna took out 2 boxes and with a cheerful smile decided that it was time to draw lots to see who was going to dress up as what kind of ghost. Sinclair and Dolores began to talk among themselves. Vikir, who was behind with crossed arms, began to observe in silence. He lowered his head and with a worried expression began to gaze at the ground and sank into his thoughts. Vikir remembered the moment when Rose had stepped in the way and had received the attack, saving Sayer. The 8th corpse was the corpse Queen Sayer, and not killing the 8th corpse when she couldn't even use half of her powers had been a very big mistake. He began to remember the Hounds of Baskerville. In his battle against the demon Andromalius he had to receive help from the Knights of the Family. Then he remembered his battle against Dantalion, in which he and Dolores were present. Vikir was a high-ranking graduate, but he did not know if he could face the 8th corpse by himself when she was at full power. In the end, to hunt demons one by one, he needed to fully learn the 7th incomplete technique of the Baskervilles and reach the level of Swordmaster. Vikir began to imagine a book and 2 molars hidden in his mouth. The 10th technique, stalking ambush, called the 6th Fang horizontal ambush twin teeth of wisdom. One had to understand the strange principle between the 6th and 7th techniques and be able to use the ultimate annihilation technique. And the theory behind the 6th and 7th techniques was written in the book Swordsmanship. To overcome the wall of the 6th technique, one had to abandon all human emotions. And to learn the 7th technique, one had to recover their human emotions. In his past life, Vikir's body was full of scars, yet he still did not understand why one needed to recover emotions that had just been abandoned. realizing that this required a completely different approach compared to the training methods of basic level graduates, where one learned to kill emotions and become hounds. Victor placed his hand under his jaw and began imagining his father, Hugo, unsheathing his sword and surrounded by powerful mana. The mind of our boy filled with confusion. He did not know how Hugo had become a swordmaster. While he was distracted, Dolores approached Anna and took out a drawing lot. Her attention was fixed on it and her eyes expanded in surprise. Victor came out of his trance, turned to her, and couldn't help but become curious. Dolores brought the drawing lot closer, began to observe it, and revealed that she had to dress up as Night Hound. Anna put her hand over her mouth and her eyes widened with concern upon remembering that the Night Bloodhound had recently attacked the Quo Vadis family's orphanage. With a sad expression, she apologized, saying it was her fault. But to her surprise, Dolores said there was no problem and that she was going to do it. She put the drawing lot on her chest, closed her eyes, and couldn't help but blush. Deep down, she was in love with the Night Hound. Anna turned to Victor and with a smile said it was his turn, asking him to hurry up and choose since he was the center of attention. Victor started touching his cheek with his hand and couldn't help but feel confused. He put his hand inside the box, and seeing that everyone was having fun with this reminded him that they were all still young. He took out a drawing lot and upon seeing what he had to dress up as, his eyes filled with fear. He began to stare at it in silence. He did not know how he had gotten this. Dolores turned her back on everyone, while on the other side, Anna and Sinclair became curious, asking what he had gotten. Bianca also appeared, placed her hands on their heads, and also became curious to know what Victor was going to dress up as. Our boy remained silent, not knowing what was happening. There was one thing that Victor had completely forgotten from his past, the tradition during the Academy Festival. The day of the festival arrived, and everyone at the Academy dressed up. It was nighttime, and the atmosphere was relaxing and fun. Somewhere in the festival there was a beer bar. Several students gathered together and with excited smiles clenched their fists and began to cheer. In the bar was Tudor, disguised as a Valkyrie, while holding a rose in his mouth. He extended his hand and with a joyful gaze asked the beautiful lady if she would like to share poems and alcohol with him in Lucane's bar. Sancho was also there, disguised as a cook. While holding a plate with one hand, he began to stir the stew with a spoon, and with a smile welcomed everyone to Lucane's bar, promising that he would give a free portion of hot-blooded stew to all who came to the bar. It was a dish that could make a warrior's blood boil. Sinclair was dressed as a vampire. Her eyes were full of joy. She placed her hand over her chest and with a smile said that the customers were going to brighten up the bar, and that she would be waiting for all those who wanted to come. Piggy was dressed as a fairy. His eyes widened in embarrassment and he couldn't help but blush. He approached the customers and with a nervous expression asked them to take this brochure. Seeing that Lucane had such a cute girl, the students couldn't help but blush and their eyes widened in surprise. One of them reached out to take the brochure and nervously asked what the name of this precious fairy was. Just then, Bianca, who was dressed as Frankenstein, appeared and rested her shoulders on those of the two students. With a serious gaze, she told them that they could not flirt with the bar members. Seeing this, with a nervous gaze, the two apologized. While Bianca was distracted, someone wearing a red dress entered the bar. Her attention fixed on them, and her eyes widened in confusion. She didn't know what was happening. There were already several customers enjoying a good meal in the bar, and there was also Dolores who was the waitress. Someone wearing red heels started walking towards her, creating tension. Someone caught President Dolores' attention. The eyes of Dolores, who was carrying a tray with a pitcher of beer, and was dressed as the Night Bloodhound, widened in surprise and curiosity. She turned around to see who it was. Once she turned around, she couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed and confused. It was Professor Vinci Morgue, who was dressed as a woman. With a confused gaze, Dolores asked what Vinci Morgue wanted from her. The professor crossed his arms and with a serious expression asked what was going on with that costume. Dolores became curious and turned around. Vinci Morgue extended his hand to the side and mentioned that he knew it was a festival, but he was sure that she had thought about how her disguise would impact society. He asked how she could pass herself off as that atrocious, uncontrollable criminal. Her eyes filled with determination. She hesitated for a second, but then said that she liked this disguise. Upon hearing this, Vinci Morgue began to stare at her silently. He turned to the side, closed his eyes, extended his hand, and decided to let her take responsibility for her actions. He could be her academic advisor, but he had no authority to tell her what she could or could not do, so she could do whatever she wanted. Dolores remained silent, not knowing what to say. Tudor's attention was fixed on them, and his eyes widened with curiosity. He placed one hand on his waist, extended the other, and asked what Vinci Morgue was doing here. Sancho crossed his arms and continued observing in silence. Peggy's attention was fixed on them, and with a serious gaze, he mentioned that during the festival, the teachers dressed up and went to their class and club booths to increase their earnings. They started to converse among themselves. Vinci Morgue crossed his arms, and his eyes began to shine with rage, since if it weren't for this disguise, he wouldn't have come here, and besides, the prices of the dishes were not that good. A few minutes later, Dolores, who was holding a tray with food, appeared, and with a calm gaze mentioned that she had brought the potatoes and roasted chicken that he had ordered. Vinci Morgue remained silent, pondering. Dolores placed the food on the table. There was a plate of French fries, roasted chicken, and stew. Vinci Morgue's attention was fixed on the food. He noticed that the quality of the ingredients was poor, and that the dishes were made by someone who was not certified in food safety. These dishes were poorly prepared and full of MSG. Using a spoon, he prepared himself to taste the stew. He had no expectations, thinking that the food was going to taste like garbage. He tasted the stew and was paralyzed. Dolores, who was standing in front of the table with her arms on her abdomen, began to observe attentively, waiting to see what his opinion about the food would be. The lipstick of Professor Vinci Morgue faded, and his eyes expanded in surprise and confusion, making him sweat. His attention was fixed on the food. He did not know why it was so good. He began to imagine the roasted chicken shining and looking delicious. The exquisite smoky flavor and the salty taste emerged from the meat when it was torn apart, and the potatoes that came from the Morgue family's region released a delicious flavor as they gently crumbled. He struck the table forcefully, and with a furious gaze, he began to stare at her and demanded to know who had prepared the food, believing that they had recruited an external chef. Dolores kept calm, extended her hand to one side, and with a serene gaze mentioned that the chef was one of the members of the club. She was sure that Vinci Morgue knew the chef well. Inside the bar's kitchen there was a witch in front of the grill. They wore red lipstick. It was none other than Vicar, who was dressed as a witch. With a serious gaze, he began to observe the food and began to move the pan. The festival was packed with students. You see, the academy has a long tradition in which men dress as women and women as men. Inside the beer bar, the chef was preparing food in a pan. Peggy came running into the kitchen with an order slip and, with a nervous gaze, began to read and mentioned that there was a new order. The chef had to prepare 3 plates of Vicar's special fried chicken. Vicar, who was dressed as a witch for the festival, began to prepare the food in silence. Peggy revealed that the order was large. He had to prepare 2 plates of grilled sausage, 6 portions of sautéed vegetables with sausage, and 5 portions of rice balls. The eyes of our boy began to shine with determination. While holding the spatula with one hand, he turned around and with a calm gaze said that the order would be ready in less than 5 minutes. Their bar was packed with customers. There were so many that they were crushing poor Tudor. He couldn't help but panic, since ever since word had spread about their kitchen, male customers had been arriving en masse. Just then, female customers started arriving en masse, crushing Sinclair, who couldn't help but feel dizzy and suffocated. She clenched her fists and, seeing that customers were coming in like a stampede, decided it was better to take orders. In the blink of an eye, their bar was filled with customers eager to try Chef Vicar's food. Our boy, who was preparing the food in the pan, did not pay much attention to the commotion and continued working. He began to remember his past life. One day, in the middle of the night, he and the Baskerville hounds made a bonfire next to a rock in the middle of the battlefield. This festival reminded our boy of that moment, since he had the opportunity to prepare the foods they used to eat on the battlefield. With a cold gaze, Vickers stuck a scorpion on a stick and prepared to roast it over the bonfire. When the era of destruction dragged on, there were no adequate provisions. For this reason, warriors on the front lines needed a way to make anything taste delicious in order to survive. Vickers stood up and placed his hands on his waist. Behind him were the corpses of the hounds of Baskerville. He knew that ingredients had to be prepared in a way that made them edible. He had discovered which parts of poisonous vegetables needed to be removed and how to restore the freshness of spoiled meat. And in the process, he had no choice but to conduct research with his own comrades. Back in the present, Vicker took out a potato and, using a knife, began cutting it into small pieces. The potatoes grown in morgue had a strong earthy smell and no flavor. Moreover, their texture was like chewing sand. But our boy knew a trick. After cutting the potatoes into small pieces, Vicker seasoned them with salt and vinegar. Then he put them in the pan to fry over high heat and added mandrake leaves and fruits from the sabak tree. In the blink of an eye, our boy prepared a delicious plate of French fries, and his eyes began to shine with determination. He showed the plate to the customers since, thanks to his research, He knew how to make the earthy smell of the potatoes disappear completely, and in the process improve their sweetness and texture. The attention of Vinci Morgue and Dolores was fixed on the plate of French fries. Their eyes widened in surprise and admiration, leaving them speechless and making them blush. Vinci Morgue put his hand over his mouth and looked away. Dolores stopped looking at Victor's plate and started to gaze at the ground. Due to the fact that our boy was wearing a costume as profane as that of a witch, Vinci Morgue had lost his mind for a moment. While Chef Victor was distracted preparing the food, Bianca, who was wearing the Frankenstein costume, came running to the kitchen and with a confused gaze asked why Victor was in the kitchen. Her eyes filled with fury, she began pointing at our boy with her finger and with a furious gaze made it clear that Victor was not a person who should rot in the kitchen. He had to go out and attract customers. Victor snapped out of his thoughts, turned to her, and with a serene expression promised to stop cooking and go out to attract customers. Just before Bianca could finish the sentence, Tudor appeared, and with a sincere expression explained that Victor could not leave the kitchen since without Victor's food, the kitchen would be ruined. Upon hearing this, Bianca's attention fixed on him and her eyes widened in confusion. Bianca did not agree with him. Tudor approached her, extended his hands and argued that Victor was an indispensable talent in the kitchen and also revealed that many people were in love with the taste of Victor's cooking. Bianca clenched her fist and with a furious expression thought that Tudor was making fun of her. According to her, if Victor went out to look for customers with his beauty, sales would double. While they were arguing, at some table in the bar there was a man wearing a cap and a mask, sitting and enjoying the food. He wiped the remnants of the food with a napkin and fixed his attention on Tudor and Bianca, making his eyes start to shine, causing a smile to appear on his face. He had had a hunch, and it had turned out to be true. The man left the knife on the table and began to release mana. Despite being inside the kitchen, Victor felt the mana, and his eyes started to shine with fear, putting him on alert. His eyes widened in surprise and terror. He began to follow the trail of mana and turned around. While Tudor and Bianca were arguing, the man started to release even more mana. It was none other than Osiris Le Baskerville. He grabbed the knife again, and while his eyes were shining with excitement, he took off his mask and began to observe Victor in silence. Our boy became confused and curious since he did not know what Osiris was doing here. A while later, Victor left the kitchen and met Osiris behind the bar. Osiris began to observe our boy, and with a smile mentioned that it had been a long time since he had come to this festival, revealing that he had also worn the woman's costume when he attended the academy. But he did not think his costume had been as beautiful as Victor's. Victor's eyes widened in confusion. He called Osiris brother and asked what he was doing here. Osiris crossed his arms and with a sincere expression mentioned that it was the duty of an older brother to come to the rescue when his younger brother was in trouble. Victor remained silent, not knowing what Osiris meant. A smile appeared on Osiris' face. At that moment, his cape began to move. He started observing Victor and revealed that someone desperately wanted to see him. Something emerged from Osiris' cloak and jumped. It was someone wearing a rabbit costume, who quickly gave Victor a hug. Seeing this, his eyes widened in surprise. It was Palmyrian, dressed as a rabbit. She hugged Victor and her eyes filled with tears as she had missed her uncle. Palmyrian got angry and started hitting Victor on the shoulder since she didn't know why he hadn't returned home. While our boy was trying to calm her down, Osiris' eyes filled with joy and he couldn't help but smile, revealing that Palmyrian had missed Victor very much. With a cheerful gaze, he explained that father had given him free time to bring Palmyrian here to the academy. Victor took Palmyrian in his arms and soon realized that she had used the Vice Patriarch as her escort. Osiris revealed that recently, she had been holding all the authority within the house. Last month, she got on Hugo's shoulders and they went to a chocolate bean field. She started pointing at the trees and mentioned that she liked blood bean chocolate. So Hugo destroyed the monster region on the western front line and made a cocoa farm there. Upon arriving home, Palmyrian threw herself to the ground and began to cry, protesting as she missed Victor, swearing not to eat until visiting him. Hugo's eyes were full of exhaustion. He began to sweat and at the end of Palmyrian's hunger strike, which lasted a long time of 2 meals, Hugo allowed Osiris to visit Victor. Back in the present, Palmyrian hugged Victor and her eyes filled with joy as everything had turned out just as she had planned. Osiris' attention was fixed on Victor, and he asked if he knew that after he left, Palmyrian had become depressed. A smile spread across his face since it had been a while since the last time he had seen Palmyrian smile. Victor's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing that Osiris could make such a face. Osiris' eyes widened with joy, and a kind smile appeared on his face. A stage to becoming a sword master was recovering emotions, and maybe Osiris didn't know it himself. but this was really good for him. Not long after Pomeranian fell asleep, Osiris carried her on his back and put his hat on her. Since they arrived at the academy, they had been looking for Vikir, and for this reason she was tired now. He turned to Vikir and asked him to make sure to spend time with her while they were here. Vikir began to observe them and nodded. With a sincere smile, Osiris also revealed that the trade Vikir had established was progressing well with their alliance with the merchants of Messimaginero. The reality was that our boy had already heard about it. The commission for investigating past affairs had been created before he entered the academy. Osiris Le Baskerville was exclusively in charge and had revealed the illicit acts between the Baskerville and Messimaginero families. A trial was held, and the Baskerville family officially apologized to the Messimaginero family. In the trial, Cindy was standing on her feet and staring intently at a man kneeling before her, and behind them were some heads. He had heard that in the process, the old members of Baskerville who had participated in the macabre plan were decapitated. Vikir began to imagine Cindy from behind. Due to this event, Cindy also released part of her anger and joined forces with the Baskerville family, and only she would know whether she had truly forgiven the Baskerville family or not. Osiris began to gaze toward the ground, put his hand inside his suit, and revealed that the reason he had come to visit him tonight was not just because of Pomeranian. He took out a letter with a red seal and a ring and handed them to our boy. Vikir grabbed the letter, and his attention was fixed on it. He couldn't help but become curious without knowing what it was. Osiris looked away and explained that the ring had been found near the place where the demon who had stolen Set's body had died. Vikir grabbed the ring, and his eyes began to shine with hatred. He started observing it in silence. Osiris believed that the ring possessed a unique ability, so Hugo told him to give the ring to Vikir since he had contributed the most. The ring began to emit an intense mana. Vikir became curious, not knowing if this ring would allow him to use the barrier that Andromalius had used. The statistics of the ring appeared. It was called Divine Immortal Ring and had the ability to summon a barrier. Osiris' eyes widened with concern. He looked away and decided to talk about one last thing. He revealed that this letter had been written by Hugo with words he wanted to say to his son. Vikir began to observe the letter, and his eyes widened in fear. He could not believe what his eyes were seeing. With a confused gaze, he turned to his brother and asked if it was really a letter written by the patriarch. Osiris' eyes filled with tranquility. He began to smile and mentioned that he knew Vikir was surprised and asked him not to worry since he had also received a letter from father. He started walking, waved goodbye to Vikir with his hand and decided to leave, asking him to take his time to read the letter. Our boy kept the letter, and with a curious and confused expression, he began to say goodbye to his brother with his hand. The attention of all the men was fixed on him. They could not help but blush since they had never seen a woman as beautiful as him. Curiosity consumed our boy's mind. He opened the letter without knowing what Hugo wanted to tell him. While the people were enjoying the festival, Vikir opened the letter and decided to read it. Hugo knew that by the time Vikir read the letter, he should be thinking about becoming a swordmaster just like his brother Osiris. Vikir's attention was fixed on the letter, and his eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He began to imagine Hugo staring at him. He couldn't believe that Hugo had realized that his level was that of a top-ranking graduator. A few days ago, Hugo sat in his office and, with a penetrating gaze, began to write the letter for Vikir. He knew that his son must be stuck in the seventh fang at this moment since he was still a top-ranking graduator. He explained that to execute the seventh technique perfectly, he had to reach the level of swordmaster, so he had written down the process he went through on his journey to achieve that level. Upon reading this, Vikir did not take long to realize that Hugo was telling him how to become a swordmaster. At first, he was paralyzed, but then he crumpled the letter. His eyes began to shine with hatred. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth upon seeing that this was the process to become a swordmaster. While people were enjoying the festival, near the entrance of the bar sat Bianca with her head resting on her hand. She closed her eyes and sighed since she had to tout herself again. Just then, someone with long hair passed in front of her. Seeing this, her eyes widened in surprise, and her attention was fixed on the hair. She began to observe the hair and couldn't help but blush and feel jealous. She didn't know what was happening. They were two women, one with red hair and the other with blue and red hair. They were Sayer and Rose. Sayer clenched her fist and, with a serious gaze, began walking through the festival, while on the other side, Rose became curious and started observing the surroundings. Despite wearing a mask, Bianca knew that she was beautiful. Sayer's body began to release mana, and all the men's attention was fixed on her. The festival was packed with people enjoying the night. People wore their favorite costumes, while some dressed up as superheroes, others dressed up as animals. Sayer and Rose approached a food stand without drawing attention and ordered the food they wanted to try. Rose ordered a fruit skewer and a cake filled with cream and strawberries, her gaze fixed on the delicious food and her mouth watered, as she had never seen such delicious food. She took a bite of the fruit skewer and the cake. Seeing this, Sayer's eyes widened with joy. She began to stroke her head and, with a smile, asked if the food was delicious. Rose closed her eyes and nodded. Sayer turned around, and her gaze fixed on the others. Her eyes widened with curiosity as she remembered that this was a Halloween festival. While Rose was enjoying the food, Sayer began to observe the others in silence. She didn't know what would have happened if that incident had never occurred or if she had never made a contract with a demon. She began to imagine herself cheerfully chatting with Osiris, realizing that without the demon's help she would not have been able to enter the academy alongside Osiris. With a lost gaze, she began to look at the ground, her eyes filled with sadness, but she decided to stop thinking about the matter since she had to verify it. She began to imagine Vicar staring at her with a murderous gaze. Our boy asked if the name of the demon with whom she had made a contract was Sayer, one of the 10 elite corpses. Her eyes began to shine and with a curious and suspicious expression, she asked how Vicar knew this. For her, the Night Bloodhound was an unprecedented villain who had recently been painting fear into the city's nights. She could not believe that he knew about the existence of the 10 elite corpses. While the people were enjoying the festival, Sayer's gaze fixed on them. She began to observe in silence, and despite not knowing the reason, she was sure that the Night Bloodhound was obsessed with the demon Sayer that was inside her. So she knew that if she appeared in a place full of people like this, the Night Hound would appear. She placed her hand over her chest and couldn't help but feel fear when remembering our boy's swordsmanship. In the battle against Vicar, she tried to attack using a golem, but our boy cut it in half with a single strike with the help of the Beelzebub sword. In the past, when that incident occurred in the forest, she was saved by her uncle. The swordsmanship and the red aura that she had seen in her battle against Vicar had been similar to what she had seen in the battle of that night. To know if her instinct was correct, she had to remove the mask from the Night Bloodhound. She placed her hand over her chest and with a lost expression began to think of the worst. She did not know what would happen if the Night Bloodhound was really that boy. She did not know what that boy would say if he saw her now nor how he might have changed. Upon seeing her attitude, the attention of one of the men who was walking around the area focused on her. His eyes filled with confusion as he did not know what was happening. Camus could not help but get excited as she really wanted to see that boy. But just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts, asking her to stop thinking about that. A blue-haired woman wearing a hood appeared and began to whisper, advising her to stop thinking about those feelings that caused her a headache, promising that she would take care of everything. Upon hearing this, Camus came out of her thoughts and her eyes widened in surprise and fear. It was night, and the moon was high in the sky. The hooded woman with blue hair had angel wings. She began to gaze at Camus in silence, and it did not take her long to realize that she was the Demon Sayer. Time was frozen, and apart from the Demon Sayer and Camus, no one could move. The demon began to observe Camus in silence. Camus placed her hand on her chest and sank into her thoughts. She raised her head and with a furious gaze asked if this was not a clear breach of contract. The Demon Sayer became curious and said nothing. Camus reminded her that the contract they had made stated that in exchange for borrowing her strength, when she died, she would give Sayer her body. She revealed that the moment the Demon Sayer desired it, she could take control of her body for only 1 hour. The Demon Sayer remained watching Camus in silence, not knowing what to say. Camus' eyes began to shine with seriousness. She turned her back on the demon and asked her to leave here, and also advised her to stop deluding herself into thinking she could control her as she wanted. The gaze of the Demon Sayer fixed on her, she sank into her thoughts and couldn't help but go into shock. Then her eyes began to shine with evil, and a demonic smile spread across her face, showing her true nature. She got rid of the disguise she was wearing and began to transform. The angel wings disappeared, making a demon tail appear. Her hair turned blue and long, and horns grew on her head. Sayer was a demon with 3 eyes. She approached Camus, placed her hands on her shoulders, and while her eyes were shining with evil, with a smile, she asked what she could do alone, reminding her that her loved ones were gone and she had not been able to do anything to save them. Camus' eyes were full of determination. She clenched her fists and did not fall into the demon's trap. Sayer's eyes widened with malice, and with a smile, she reminded Camus that she had stabbed the heart of her uncle who took care of her, and everything she had done on her own had been a disaster. Camus tried not to lose composure and with a lost expression began to gaze at the ground. Time had stopped just before Rose could eat the fruit skewer. Sayer made it clear that thanks to her, Camus had been able to find her little sister, revealing that her ability allowed Camus to see the person she wanted to meet. Camus put her hand on her shoulder to remove Sayer's hands, clenched her fist, and asked why she had not been able to find the most important person. Sayer moved away from her, and her eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Camus did not raise her head and explained that the main reason she had made a contract with Sayer had been to find that boy's corpse. Sayer placed her hands on her shoulders again and became curious. Camus mentioned that she had not been able to find that boy, even though she had searched in the waters of the Red and Black Mountain for the last 2 years. Camus' eyes began to shine with hatred. She turned towards the demon and, with a suffocating gaze, ordered her not to stand in her way since she had finally found a clue that could allow her to see that person again. Camus began to concentrate to avoid falling into Sayer's trap, and little by little, time resumed its course. Camus began to pant heavily because she was exhausted. Sayer's gaze fixed on her, and her eyes filled with hatred. She was furious to see that Camus' mind was strong and had not yet been completely destroyed. Just then, the demon Sayer turned around, and her eyes began to shine with curiosity. Her attention was fixed on one of the stalls. She could smell the blood of a demon. She felt someone ominous from that stall. Sayer wiped her chin with her hand and with an unpleasant expression, advised Camus to flee since the air reeked of that disgusting aura that was unique to a demon hunter. Upon hearing this, Camus's eyes widened in surprise, leaving her in shock. Then, she clenched her teeth tightly and couldn't help but feel furious. Without losing another second, she started running towards the stall, knowing that person was there. The eyes of the demon Sayer filled with confusion. She could not believe that instead of fleeing, Camus wanted to go to the stall from where the aura of the demon hunter came. With a furious gaze, she asked what Camus was doing. She did not stop and continued running with all her strength towards the stall, thinking that the aura must be from the Bloodhound. She made her way through the crowd, and despite the fact that the demon Sayer was asking her not to go, she paid no attention. Just then, someone launched fireworks into the sky, creating a beautiful spectacle. Camus began to pant heavily, and her eyes widened in surprise, and her gaze fixed on someone wearing the mask of the Night Bloodhound. She was near Victor's stall and the others, and while the sky was filled with fireworks, at the entrance there were 2 people conversing with each other. Camus's attention fixed on them, and her eyes expanded in surprise, as she could not believe that the Night Bloodhound was a woman. The one wearing the Nighthound costume was none other than Dolores. She closed her eyes and with a kind smile asked the man to keep in mind that if he could not follow the rules, he would be expelled, so she asked him to enjoy his stay. A smile spread across Camus' face when she realized that Dolores was dressed as the Nighthound. Her eyes began to shine with hatred. She extended her hand towards Dolores and began to use mana. She was furious as this was very annoying. Without hesitating for a second, she raised her hand to the sky, and consumed by rage, placed it on the ground, causing her mana to begin spreading across the floor, creating a powerful magic circle. The spell was so powerful that a giant circle expanded through the area, and not long after, skeletons began to emerge from the ground. Dolores' gaze fixed on them, and her eyes widened in confusion as she did not know what was happening. In an instant, several skeletons emerged from the ground and surrounded Sancho and Piggy, who clenched their fists without knowing what was happening. A horde of skeletons started chasing the people, who could not help but cry and feel fear, knowing that they were undead. The skeletons began to approach Bianca and Tudor. He clenched his fists, and with a confused expression asked if the woman wearing a mask had summoned these undead soldiers. Bianca took a defensive stance and mentioned that black magic was strictly controlled by the Empire, and was considered taboo. Upon hearing this, Tudor quickly realized that this woman was a villain. Little by little, more skeletons began to emerge from the ground, ready to attack. But just then, someone used divine power and purified the undead soldiers. It was Dolores. She extended her hand toward the sky, and while her body was releasing sacred light, with a determined gaze, she asked all the members of Lucain to assist her in keeping the stall's customers safe. Upon hearing this, Tudor, Sancho, and Piggy's eyes began to shine with seriousness. Anna was hiding behind the sign. Dolores' gaze fixed on her and she asked Anna to go find a professor. Upon hearing this, Anna started sweating and with a confused gaze asked what she intended to do. Dolores asked her not to worry about it. She joined her hands and her eyes began to shine with confidence since her specialty was fighting against the undead. Camus' jaw dropped upon seeing divine power, realizing that this was going to be annoying. With a furious gaze, she gave the order to Dolores not to get in her way since she had to meet the true Nighthound. Dolores joined her hands and while releasing divine power, asked why she wanted to meet the Nighthound. Camus stood up and asked what relationship she had with the Night Bloodhound. Upon hearing this, Dolores' eyes began to shine with determination. She concentrated and started staring at Camus in silence. With a confident expression, she revealed that she and the Nighthound were soulmates. Camus began to imagine Victor and Dolores together and happy. Her eyes started to shine with hatred, and she couldn't help but get angry. She reached out toward Dollars and swore to shatter her soul until turning her into an undead soldier. She commanded the soldiers, making a horde of skeletons start charging toward her. Dollars extended her hands toward the skeletons and used her divine power. With a confident gaze, she swore not to lose against them. Just before the skeletons could take another step, someone attacked with a powerful wave of mana, breaking them into pieces. Dollars put her arms in front of her face, and her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. The person who had attacked was none other than Sinclair. She was holding a magic staff, and her eyes were glowing with seriousness. Dollars panicked, reached out to the side, and with a worried expression asked her to flee to a safe place since this was dangerous. Sinclair stood in front of her and refused, asking her not to worry about her. Sinclair's eyes began to shine with determination, and her gaze fixed on Camus. She revealed that she didn't know why, but her instinct told her that she had to fight. Camus lost composure and attacked, creating a powerful burst of mana in front of them. Dollars and Sinclair panicked, not knowing what was happening. Just before the attack could hit, Sinclair used her powers and summoned a barrier, protecting herself and Dollars from the attack. Camus extended her hand toward them and began to release more mana. Her eyes widened with hatred, making it clear that the only thing she wanted to do was see the Night Hound, advising that if they did not want to die then they should call him and ask him to come here. Dollars extended her hands to assist Sinclair. Sinclair, who was blocking the attack, couldn't help but clench her teeth upon seeing that Camus could summon undead and on top of that use fire magic of this caliber. She didn't know how much mana she had. Just then, the barrier she had invoked to block the attack began to crack. The attention of both was fixed on it, and their eyes widened in surprise and fear. Someone wearing boots appeared. Camus continued attacking, and little by little they began to approach her. Her eyes expanded in surprise, making her jaw drop. She couldn't help but be in shock. Her strands of hair began to float, and then the real Night Hound appeared and with a penetrating gaze attacked Camus. She put her arms in front of her chest and blocked the attack. Her eyes expanded with joy, and a smile appeared on her face upon seeing that he had come. Just before she could finish the sentence, Victor began to extend his hand toward her with a murderous look. Our boy grabbed her by the neck and threw her backward, making her body shoot out, crashing into the stalls and destroying everything in its path. Camus Morg's body was thrown, destroying everything in its path from the festival stalls to buildings. Dollars was wearing the Night Hound costume. She began to observe the rubble in silence, not knowing what was happening or where someone as powerful as Camus Morg had come from, capable of summoning the undead. The people were somewhat surprised and everyone began to talk among themselves. With a surprised expression, a man started pointing at the rubble with his finger and asked his friend if she had seen the Night Hound. The friend turned towards him and with a confused look nodded her head. Among the crowd was Rose. With a smile, she took a bite of the fruit skewer and her eyes began to shine with satisfaction. Dollars approached the wall that was destroyed and began to inspect carefully. The man who was behind Rose became somewhat confused, turned to his friend, and asked why it smelled like a decomposing corpse. At first, the friend felt somewhat surprised but then said she didn't know. Dollars took off the Night Bloodhound mask, and her eyes widened with concern. After thinking calmly, her jaw dropped in surprise, realizing that the Night Hound had taken Camus Morg somewhere else to avoid hurting the people at the festival. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and with a sad expression, concentrated. She began to pray for everything to go well and for the Night Hound not to be hurt. Victor's attack was so powerful that Camus Morg's body was sent flying from the festival until it reached a nearby forest, destroying the trees in the area and creating a great curtain of smoke. Several seconds later, Camus Morg stood up, clenched her fists, and her eyes widened with joy as an excited smile spread across her face because she was happy to have encountered the Night Bloodhound again. While Victor's eyes were shining with hatred, he began staring at her and walking toward her. With a furious gaze, he decided it was time to say goodbye. Upon hearing this, Camus Morg started sweating and panicked, asking him to wait a moment since she wanted to talk to him. Victor did not lose a second and drew the Beelzebub sword. The blade began to release a powerful mana, and our boy made it clear that he was not going to show any weakness like last time. Victor started walking towards her, ready to finish her off once and for all, but just before he could take another step, someone shouted that they were in the area. Upon hearing this, Camus Morg turned around and both she and Victor went into panic and confusion. It was a group of knights armed with spears. Seeing this, Camus Morg suggested going somewhere else, but Victor began to show the purple ring he wore on his finger and with a confident expression explained that there was no need for that. Victor's eyes began to shine with confidence. He activated the ring and revealed that he had a gift left by her comrade. It was the Divine Immortal's ring, which had the power to create a barrier. Vicar activated the ring, causing a powerful flash to begin emerging from it. Camus Morg put her arms in front of her face to avoid going blind. They appeared in a completely different place, with swords stuck in the ground and several statues, among which were those of a child and a man. The statues were gigantic. Camus Morg and Vicar appeared in this strange place and remained silent. Vicar's attention was fixed on the statues, and his eyes widened with rage. The statues were of Hugo as a young man and Osiris when he was a child. This was a space that reflected the psychological state of Setla Baskerville, whose body had been taken by the demon Andromalius. Camus Morg began to look around, and her eyes widened in surprise upon seeing that this was a barrier. She couldn't help but feel somewhat curious upon seeing statues of the Baskerville family. Her gaze fixed on Vicar, and her eyes began to shine with confidence since now she had no doubt that he was part of the Baskerville family. She began to gaze toward the ground and caught our boy's attention, asking him to take off his mask as she needed to check something. Vicar started observing her in silence, not knowing what she had in mind. Camus Morg's eyes filled with hatred and despair since, due to the rules of the contract, she could not take off her mask or reveal her identity, nor could she say her name to make herself known. She hoped that Vicar would cooperate with her, but once she raised her head, her eyes widened in confusion since our boy's sword was right in front of her. Luckily, she reacted in time, clenched her teeth, and moved away at the last second, dodging the attack. She panicked and asked our boy to wait. Vicar paid no attention and continued attacking. He started attacking her using the sword, but she summoned a barrier and began blocking the attacks. Vicar's eyes began to shine with determination since he was not willing to leave her alive this time. Upon seeing our boy's expression, Camus Morg couldn't help but clench her teeth, and her eyes widened with concern, realizing that this was not good. With a piercing gaze, Vicar lunged at her, ready to attack again. From her perspective, Vicar was a monster. She couldn't keep up with him and would never have thought he had become this strong. Vicar swung the sword forcefully, breaking the barrier she had summoned. Camus Morg put her arms in front of her head, and in the process, our boy's sword caused several cuts on her arms. Blood began to emerge from the wounds. She clenched her teeth tightly and could not help but feel somewhat furious. Her eyes began to shine with hatred, and her gaze fixed on Vicar. She asked the demon Sayer to let her borrow her power. Sayer emerged, began to touch her lip with her finger, and with a curious expression asked how much power she needed. Without hesitating for even a second, Camus Morg said half, and upon hearing this, a wicked smile spread across Sayer's face. Sayer's eyes began to shine with joy, and with a smile, she said that in exchange she wanted half a day. Camus Morg started staring at Vicar with an enraged expression and accepted without hesitation. They made a deal, and Camus Morg received half of Sayer's power. She extended her hand toward Vicar, and just before he could take another step, hands emerged from the ground and captured his legs. Our boy looked at the ground and couldn't help but fall into confusion. At that moment, a powerful magic circle appeared under his feet, and from it, the undead began to emerge. Our boy started staring silently at Camus Morg. She used Sayer's power to summon a powerful giant monster with 2 heads behind her. She extended her hand toward Vicar, and with a furious gaze, she made it clear that if he did not remove the mask, then she had no choice but to forcibly take it off. She commanded the monsters, who began to charge at our boy with ferocity. But just before they could take another step, time stopped and Vicar attacked. He freed himself from the undead that had grabbed onto his legs, and with a murderous expression, he moved quickly, and using the Beelzebub sword, cut the monsters into pieces. And while they were falling to the ground, our boy started staring intently at Camus Morg, making it clear that he was not going to give up so easily. Camus Morg's eyes widened in surprise and fear. She panicked upon seeing that not even half of Sayer's power was enough to stop Vicar. She fell into despair and asked Sayer to give her more power. As expected, the demon began to smile and in return said she wanted 16 hours. Camus Morg accepted again since she didn't care. Sayer lent her more power. Camus Morg extended her hands and summoned a magic circle from which a powerful undead serpent made of skeletons emerged and began to advance quickly toward our boy. Vicar reacted in time and grabbed the serpent by its fangs. Without much effort, he broke the serpent's fangs, and while his eyes were shining with rage, he started staring intently at Camus Morg. Upon seeing this, Camus Morg's eyes filled with surprise. She invoked another magic circle, clenched her teeth, and asked for more power again. Sayer said that in exchange she wanted 20 hours. Camus Morg summoned another serpent and several monsters, but Victor moved quickly, swung the sword forcefully, and once again cut the monsters into pieces. Our boy's attention focused on her, and his mind filled with confusion upon seeing that these were careless attacks, realizing that she was trying to restrain him instead of attacking him. Upon seeing that the attack had failed again, Camus Morg's eyes began to shine with hatred. She could not understand why nothing seemed to work. She summoned another undead serpent. Victor jumped and once again tore the serpent apart as if it were nothing. Camus Morg lowered her head and asked for more power again. Sayer, who was beside her, said she wanted 20 more hours. Camus Morg said she wanted even more power. The demon's eyes began to shine with wickedness, and a demonic smile spread across her face. In exchange for giving her more power, she wanted 20 more hours. Using the power of Sayer, Camus Morg summoned a horde of ghosts which began to fly around our boy. Victor stood still without knowing what was happening. He clenched his fist and using all his strength struck the ghosts. In the blink of an eye, the horde of ghosts pounced on our boy, creating a great curtain of smoke. Camus Morg placed her hands on her knees and began to pant heavily. Sayer, who was behind her, started to observe her with a curious expression. After catching her breath, she lifted her head and saw that the horde of ghosts was flying in the air, with Victor's body trapped in the middle. She began to observe him and asked him to be good and take off his mask. Instead of responding, our boy started to gaze toward the ground in silence. Then his eyes began to shine with determination, and his gaze fixed on Camus Morg. Using the sword, he freed himself from the ghost's bindings and descended elegantly to the ground. Camus Morg's attention was fixed on him, and her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Our boy cut the ghosts into small pieces, and while the fragments were falling to the ground, he stood up and began walking toward her. Seeing this, Camus Morg's mind filled with confusion as she did not know why Victor was trying to kill her. Despite being wounded all over, Victor did not stop, and his eyes began to shine with hatred. A question came to Camus Morg's mind. She did not know what kind of hell our boy had been through to despise demons so much. In a desperate attempt, she summoned another magic circle, causing an undead to begin emerging from the ground. Our boy clenched his fist and prepared to put an end to this battle. From the depths of her heart, she hoped that Victor would recognize her. She fell to her knees on the ground and begged Victor to find her. At that moment, a large number of undead corpses emerged from the magic circle right in front of her. She created a barrier of undead between her and Victor, then fell to her knees on the ground and lowered her head. She thought there was no way Victor would recognize her anymore, but to her surprise, our boy decided to ask her a question. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Victor asked why she was trying to subdue him instead of hitting him. Camus Morg lifted her head and began looking at the barrier without knowing what to say. Instead of trying to break the barrier, our boy stood still and asked why she wanted to take off his mask and why her eyes behind the mask were so sad. He soon realized that she wanted to tell him something but couldn't. She did not respond. Victor gained momentum and delivered a strong punch to the barrier of the undead. Camus Morg closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and prepared to face the cruel fate. After passing through the barrier, our boy gently struck Camus Morg's mask, causing it to slowly begin to break. The memories of when our boy was young came to his mind. In the past, when he was sparring and standing in front of a stone wall, he also thought this before. If he returned to her side, what would it mean? Victor took off the mask, and while his eyes were shining with joy, with a smile he said that it had been a while. Camus Morg's mask broke into pieces, and her eyes filled with tears and joy. Our boy saw little Camus Morg crying on her face.
Somewhere within the vast empire stood a grand and opulent estate, deep within its walls nestled in a secluded chamber. The sound of muffled sobs echoed through the dimly lit corridors. Flickering candlelight cast restless shadows along the empty hallway. While an exquisite crystal chandelier adorned the ceiling, shimmering in the darkness, the estate belonged to the prestigious Morg family, and this sorrowful event had taken place nearly 3 years ago. The attention of the maids who were doing household chores focused on the room from which the cries were coming. One of the maids placed her hands on her chest, then with a sad expression told her friends that Camus Morg had been crying and refusing to eat for the past few days. The other maid began to observe her friend and with a curious gaze asked if Camus Morg was blaming herself for what had happened a few days ago in the battle against the barbarians. Many of the soldiers were wounded. Some had their heads bandaged, and others had broken arms. The maid explained to her friend that it was normal for Camus Morg to feel guilty, since while they were trying to save Camus from the barbarians, many people had been killed and wounded. The eyes of the maid, who was Holding the plate filled with sadness, she turned towards Camus Morgue's room and decided to reveal the reason why Camus Morgue was so heartbroken upon hearing this. The other maids became curious. She began to imagine Vikier, and with tears in her eyes revealed that Camus Morgue was heartbroken over the death of Vikier Baskerville. With a sincere expression, the maid who was holding the plate mentioned that the pain she must be going through must be very painful, since Vikier was the person she loved the most upon hearing this sad story. The other maid put her hands over her face and began to cry. Seeing this, her friend approached, extended her hand, and tried to console her, while the two maids were crying. The one holding the plate approached the door of Camus Morgue's room and asked her to stop thinking about the matter and cheer up. Just then, someone wearing leather boots began walking down the hallway. They used their power and bubbles of water appeared around the maid's head. Seeing this, their eyes widened with surprise and confusion, not knowing what was happening little by little. They began to run out of air and their bodies started to float. The maids panicked, thinking they were going to drown the white-haired man began to walk towards them. It was Camus Morgue's uncle. He started staring intently at the maids, and his eyes filled with fury upon seeing that the maids were gossiping about Camus Morgue's personal life when the virtue of the maids was to be discreet. He exploded with rage upon realizing that they were too absorbed in gossiping about Camus Morgue's life, using concern for her as an excuse. He clenched his fist tightly, making the water bubbles grow larger. The maids couldn't help but feel fear upon hearing Adolph's voice just before they could drown. Adolph deactivated the spell, causing the water bubbles to explode. Adolph's eyes began to shine with rage. He clenched his teeth tightly and with a murderous expression. He warned the maids that if they said anything bad about Camus Morgue again, he would personally cut out their tongues. They panicked, turned their backs on Adolph, and ran out of the place, apologizing and promising never to do it again. Adolph approached the door of Camus Morgue's room and began to gaze at the floor in silence. Then he raised his head, started observing the door, and with a worried expression announced his arrival. Then he grabbed the doorknob and slowly opened the door. Camus Morgue's room was dark and the only light came from the window. Adolph entered the room and his attention was fixed on the bed. Camus Morgue, who was inside the sheets, began to cry. Adolph sat on the bed, placed his hand on the sheets, and with a worried expression, explained that he had heard that she hadn't even eaten in days, revealing that he and her mother were very worried. The wind began to enter the room through the window, making the curtains move. Camus Morgue asked if he meant that she should eat. In order to continue living for herself, she began to remember when she was with Vikier in the forest. A barbarian who was riding a wolf grabbed her on his shoulders and ran away. Vikier clenched his teeth and his eyes widened with fury. Then she began to recall the fun moments she had spent with Vikier. She placed her hand on his shoulder and with a joyful expression started talking with him when remembering these memories. She felt guilty, because if she hadn't been stupid, the barbarians wouldn't have caught her, and if she had stopped Vikier, so that he wouldn't fight alone against that monster, one of this would have happened. She clenched her teeth tightly, and her eyes filled with tears. Since now, because of her, Vikier and Rose were dead. She took off the sheets, grabbed her arm tightly, and with a sad and guilt-ridden expression, began to cry, even more unable to hold back the tears, thinking that it was all her fault. Adolph turned towards her, and his attention fixed on her, and upon seeing her expression, his eyes began to shine with sadness. Without hesitating for a second, he gave Camus Morgue a hug, and while the moonlight was illuminating the room, he asked her not to give up. He hugged her tightly to try to console her, closed his eyes, and with a sincere tone explained that the value of their lives had now been added to hers, so now her life had become even more valuable. He explained that it was the duty of the living to live and continue the lives of the dead. Upon hearing this, Camus Morgue's eyes widened in surprise, with a curious expression. She asked if she should live instead of them. Adolph opened his eyes and explained that Rose and Vikier would be very upset if they saw her in this state. Camus Morgue's eyes filled with emotion, and a light of hope began to shine in her eyes. Without wasting another second, she got out of bed and with a smile, opened one of the drawers. Believing there was still a way, seeing her behavior, Adolph's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. She took out a sheet with a magic circle, and using a pen began to draw a Triangle explaining that if the thermodynamic function of the person was the same, then it was possible the ground was full of sheets. She crouched down and began to write, mentioning that magic consisted of calculating that value. Then if she changed the order and the formulas a little, she assumed she could obtain a different result. Adolf stood up, approached her, and with a confused expression asked what she was doing. Camus Morgue began to observe the sheets, and a light of hope appeared in her eyes with a smile. She thought that if she could get closer to the dimension of negative energy, then she could bring the entropy from that dimension to later replace the portion of the positive energy dimension and the rest through an equivalent exchange. Then she put her hands on top of her head and started going crazy. She couldn't think properly since she had no energy, had Ulf's attention fixed on her, making his jaw drop, while the moon was illuminating the room. She told her uncle that she needed food. Adolf prepared a banquet for her. The table was full of delicious dishes from meat to desserts. They sat at the table. At one end was Camus Morkand, at the other, a red-haired woman, and next to her sat Adolf with a kind smile. Camus Morgue mentioned that she had heard that. She was very worried. Since she had not been eating, she was the mother of Camis Morgue, the matriarch of the Morgue family called Raspani. Morgesh rested her hands on top of the table, and with a serious expression, began to observe her daughter in silence, her eyes filled with worry, explaining that several days had passed since her daughter had held a spoon. So it was normal for her to be worried about her. Thomas Morgue interrupted her mother and with a cheerful expression promised not to make her worry anymore, but in return asked her to listen to her requests. Raspani became curious and asked what request she had. Camus Morgue asked her mother to please allow her to mobilize the Morgue family army to search the forests. Raspani remained calm, began to observe Camus Morgue and became somewhat confused. Adolf's eyes widened with concern. He extended his hand and with a furious gaze asked if Camus Morgue did not know how dangerous that place was. With a serious tone, Raspani gave her daughter permission to mobilize the army in exchange for her not skipping any meals upon hearing this. Adolf turned towards her, and his eyes widened in surprise and confusion, leaving him in shock with a worried expression. He asked his sister to think it through carefully, but just before he could finish the sentence, Raspani interrupted him and argued that Camus still had something she could do, which meant that she was not going to give up easily. Camus Morgue's eyes began to shine with seriousness. She started observing her mother in silence. Raspani interlaced her hands and with a serious gaze made it clear that she had no other option but to let Camus surrender by her own will. Camus Morgue prepared to eat a piece of meat, and with a cheerful smile asked if this was a promise, seeing that she was going to eat. Adolf's eyes widened with joy, and he couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Raspani, who had her hands interlaced, began to observe Camus in silence upon tasting the food. Camus's eyes widened in disgust. She put her hands over her mouth and started feeling sick to her stomach not long after she fell to the ground and began vomiting. Adolf stood up and panicked, since he knew that she couldn't eat the food as too much time had passed since she last ate. He gave the order to the maids to take away the dishes and prepare suitable food for the sick. The maids brought new plates of food, but just then Camus extended her hand and refused to eat food for the sick. Seeing this, the eyes of the maids widened in surprise after vomiting. Camus Morgue sat back in the chair, and while her eyes were shining with determination, she clenched her teeth tightly and with a serious expression swore to eat everything without losing another second. She grabbed a piece of bread and some meat and with tears in her eyes took a bite. And despite not being able to eat, she was willing to do it for Vikar. She began to imagine a boy holding the sword from behind. She knew that she would not have lost Vikar if she had not been kidnapped by the barbarians back then, and she was sure that he would not have lost if she had stopped him from fighting the huge spider alone. Adolf's eyes widened in surprise. He was in shock. While on the other side, Camus's mother intertwined her fingers and closed her eyes after eating with tears in her eyes. She wiped her mouth. With her hand, all that karma came from her, and death was something that had been unfairly granted to Vikar, but she was determined to restore that injustice. She grabbed a chicken thigh with her hand and prepared to eat, asking Vikar to wait. That day news spread throughout the Morgue family that the vice matriarch, who was sunk in despair, had begun to move again. However, no one expected her to move in that way. Somewhere in the city under the moonlight was the Hall of Darkness of the morgue. Family inside the hall was a man with red eyes sitting on a throne. His eyes were shining with hatred. He was the head sorcerer of the Morgue family. Representative of the Hall of Darkness called Snake Morgue. Someone wearing a hood entered the hall. It was the Vice-Matriarch Snake's attention fixed on her, and he asked what brought the Vice-Patriarch of the Hall of Light here. A smile spread across Camus Morgue's face. As she did not expect Snake to recognize her, Camus Morgue took off the hood. She had dark circles under her eyes, and her eyes were shining with malice. With a smile, she revealed that she wanted to defect from the Hall of Light and enter the Hall of Darkness. Snake's eyes widened in surprise. He began to observe Camus Morgue in silence, not knowing what was happening. Adolphe and Snake were brothers. The Hall of Light was the visible symbol of the Morgue family, while the Hall of Darkness was its shadow where research and experiments on black witchcraft were carried out far from the eyes of the people. Snake became curious, and with a serious tone, assumed that she knew what it meant to join the Hall of Darkness. Camus Morgue extended her hands and made it clear that she was prepared to live her life hiding in the shadows and abandon her mother, her uncle, and her rights as vice-matriarch. With a calm gaze, Snake extended his hand and said that he had heard that she had mobilized the army to search the forest, asking if she was planning to revive Vicar with black magic. Camus Morgue's eyes were filled with despair. With a smile, she admitted it, revealing that she was going to use the perfect resurrection spell upon hearing this. Snake's eyes widened in surprise. He began staring at her and realized that this spell was ancient black magic, capable of completely reviving the dead. He asked if she was going to use foreign magic, which was strictly forbidden within the Morgue family and the Empire. He started to gaze toward the ground, extended his hand to one side, and denied her entry to the Hall of Darkness, asking her to leave. Camus Morgue began to observe her uncle in silence. Realizing that there was nothing he could do, her eyes began to shine with malice, when she extended her hand and with a wicked smile summoned a powerful spirit, revealing that she had no choice but to learn it herself. Seeing this, Snake's eyes widened in fear, leaving him in shock. He could not believe that she was controlling that spirit. He couldn't help but feel terror, and his gaze fixed on the spirit, realizing that she had learned black magic by herself, something impossible. But if that were the case, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she had reached a new level be herself. He began to imagine Camus Morgue's mother, realizing that she had a talent similar to Hersa, talent that only appeared once every 100 years. Snake began to gaze at the ground, and after going over the matter several times, decided to accept. He stood up, clenched his fists tightly, and made it clear that if she joined the Hall of Darkness, then his word was absolute. Asking if she was ready, Camus Morgue knelt before him. She did not care about losing everything she had. She placed her hand over her chest, started staring intently at Snake, and revealed that she was willing to do whatever it took to save Vikier.
It was night and the moon was shining high in the sky, and below was the Hall of Darkness of the Morgue family. Inside it, there were long and dark stairs leading to the bottom. This was a place that was neither monitored by the Empire nor visible to the Morgue family, a space that only the members of the Hall of Darkness knew, an underground space that extended for more than 600 floors, known as Dark Support. A powerful evil energy began to emerge from the depths, and little by little it began to ascend towards the surface. On floor 666 were Camus Morgue and Snake. She extended her hand and, using her powers, summoned a magic circle from which an undead emerged. Snake crossed his arms and began to observe in silence. This undead had part of its limbs destroyed, but it had life. It began to look around in confusion. Camus Morgue's eyes were full of fatigue and she had dark circles. With a smile, she began to point at the undead with her finger and asked Snake what he thought. The undead approached her. Camus Morgue put one hand on her waist, closed her eyes, and with a proud smile began to caress its head. Snake's attention was fixed on it. With a calm expression, he mentioned that it was surprising to see that she was capable of creating undead soldiers. His gaze fixed on her and his eyes widened in surprise. He could not believe that she was capable of achieving so much when not much time had passed since she had converted to black sorcery. With a smile, Camus Morgue continued stroking the head of the undead. Snake began to observe her carefully and started having mixed emotions. He felt pride, jealousy, fear, affection, and sadness. He began to gaze at the ground and started imagining Camus Morgue's mother, Rispani. He did not know what he was looking for in Camus Morg's face, which resembled that of her mother, nor why he had allowed her to enter the Hall of Darkness. While he was distracted, Camus Morg was sincere and revealed that she still had much to improve. Upon hearing this, Snake snapped out of his thoughts, and his eyes widened in surprise. The body of the undead began to disappear, turning into ashes. Camus Morg started looking at her hands and, with a curious expression, admitted that with her current power, she could not completely revive a corpse. She clenched her fist in fury. Snake began walking toward her and, with a serious expression, asked if she was planning to perform a complete reanimation, revealing that this was not only very difficult to learn but also had an extremely low success rate. Assuming she managed to revive him by some miracle, when it happened, there was a possibility that he would become uncontrollable or be further corrupted. Camus Morg's eyes began to shine with determination. She stared intently at Snake and said that she did not need to worry about what might happen after she succeeded, since the soul of the person she wanted to revive was stronger than anyone else's. Upon hearing this, Snake's eyes widened in confusion and concern. He was in shock as he did not know what he was seeing in her. At the same time, a man with a beard and long hair began to shout in rage. It was Camus Morg's uncle, who was in Respani's office. He clenched his fist, extended his hand to one side, and with a furious gaze questioned whether they should stop Camus. He could not believe that she had left the Hall of Light to enter the Hall of Darkness. Respani, who had her arms behind her back, began to observe the landscape through the window in silence. She began to look at herself in the reflection of the window, and with a calm gaze, she mentioned that she had not yet made her decision, explaining that she had told her daughter to choose carefully and had given her the authority to freely enter both halls. Adolph's eyes widened with rage. With a furious expression, he revealed that Camus had been spending more and more time with that man called Snake recently. Respani did not lose her composure. She did not even turn around, and with a serene gaze, she made it clear that Snake was not someone who was going to hurt Camus. On the contrary, he was actually helping her. Adolph tried to argue that Snake was not a good person, but just then, Respani's eyes began to shine. She turned towards him and, with a piercing gaze, gave him the order not to speak any more about this matter. Feeling her gaze, Adolph's eyes widened in fear and concern. He could not believe that she was going to allow Camus to join the Hall of Darkness. At the same time, inside the Hall of Darkness, Snake, who was carrying a fire lamp, and Camus Morg began walking down a dark corridor. Along the way, Snake became curious and, with a serene expression, asked if she was familiar with the origins of Morg. Her attention was fixed on him, and her eyes widened in confusion. She admitted not being familiar with the origins of Morg. Just then, Snake began to lift the fire lamp. Little by little, the light started to illuminate the area, and in front of them was a strange and dark building. Camus Morg began to observe it in silence, not knowing what was happening. Snake explained that the true beginning of the Morg family started in a morgue. The title Morg came from a very ancient lineage that existed before human clans and empires were established. Mostly, they took in unidentified corpses to find their relatives. He began to imagine Camus' mother controlling evil spirits, surrounded by skeletons. This could be because they spent a lot of time with the dead. But after a certain point in time, there had been members of the Morg family who had been able to converse with the dead, and to this day there were still members who could do so. Camus Morg approached the building, extended her hands, and began to observe in silence. The reality was that the Morg family had been connected with black sorcery from the beginning. Using the fire lamp, he began to illuminate the place. He approached the wall and, in a serious tone, mentioned that the black sorcerers who sought knowledge knew that the truth lay beyond the door of death. Camus Morg, who was standing behind, with a curious expression asked if then she should familiarize herself with death. Snake made it clear that she would not be doing anything other than imitating a black sorcerer by doing that. He began to gaze towards the ground and advised her to be careful with death. Then, he began to stare at her and with a penetrating gaze asked her to keep this in mind. The black mages were entities that kept death at an arm's length. Camus Morg's eyes filled with seriousness. She remained listening in silence without interrupting. Before understanding and familiarizing herself with death, first she had to understand and familiarize herself with life. The ground was full of human skeletons. Snake began to illuminate the ground with the fire lamp, explaining that a true black mage loved living beings more than anyone and took pity on those who were dying. The black mages were those who had a deep understanding of death. With a lost gaze, Camus Morg began to look at the ground, realizing that unlike how the world saw the black mages, They could actually be considered wise or elders. Snake began to walk around the area. Camus Morgue extended her hand toward him, and with a curious look asked if she could ask him something. She wanted to know the reason why Snake had entered the Hall of Darkness. Upon hearing this, Snake's eyes began to shine with surprise. He did not know why she wanted to know this. Then he began to gaze at the ground, and his eyes expanded with sadness as he imagined Adolf and Rispani. He turned his back on her and, with a cold expression, revealed that in this world there was light and shadow. If one of them disappeared, the balance would be ruined. Camus Morgue turned around and, with a confused expression, mentioned that he was speaking in riddles again. A few days later, during the night while Snake was on the 666th floor with his arms behind his back, Camus Morgue came running and caught his attention. Her eyes began to shine with joy. With a smile, she started showing him a sheet where she had drawn a magic circle. Snake's attention fixed on the sheet, and his eyes expanded in surprise, leaving him in shock. He started to extend his hand toward the magic circle, and Camus Morgue explained that this was the magic circle of complete resurrection, the result of her research. He took the sheet, and his eyes widened in fear since this was a model several steps more advanced than the information he had. Looking with a bit of attention, he realized that it was perfect. Snake began to observe her with a confused gaze, remembering that black sorcery required one to investigate the depths of the abyss. He was in shock, not knowing how deep Camus had dug into the abyss to reach this conclusion. Camus Morgue couldn't help but blush. She looked away and, with a nervous expression, mentioned that she would like him to help her conduct the spell. With a serious gaze, Snake questioned whether she really liked Vikir. He began to observe her, and it didn't take long for him to realize that she was different from him. In fact, she was completely different from him, who was fascinated by black sorcery, and whose heart was as dark as the abyss. Camus Morgue closed her eyes, and while blushing, she began to show a joyful smile, admitting that she liked Vikir. She had not been eroded by the abyss at all and wore her heart on her sleeve. Snake began to gaze toward the ground, and a smile spread across his face, realizing that she was better than him. He took a step forward and decided to do this together. They gathered a lot of materials. Among them there was a bucket of water and small wooden barrels. Snake's attention, who had his arms crossed, was fixed on the barrels. With a calm gaze, he remembered that the person she was trying to save was not harmless. Camus Morgue, who had dark circles under her eyes, began to observe the barrels, extended her hand, explaining that she had received support from the Baskerville clan and collected some of Vikir's blood and strands of hair. She took out a sphere that contained spirits. She had also gathered all the dead spirits she had found in the forest. Snake understood it. If there was a part of Vikir's physical body, then a fragment of his soul would react, and when that happened, she only had to sort through them. Using a pen, Snake crouched down and began to draw the magic circle, then turned to Camus Morgue and asked if she knew the paradox of Theseus' ship. He was worried because even if Vikir's body was recovered, his memories and personality would change, turning him into a different person. Camus, who was drawing the magic circle on the ground, remained firm and explained that it was not too late to think about those things after they succeeded. Using the pen, she began to draw the final parts of the magic circle. After completing the drawing, she and Snake stood up, and in the middle of the magic circle were barrels containing Vikir's blood and strands of hair. She decided to begin. Snake started observing her, and seeing that she had already begun, he asked if she wasn't being too hasty. She extended her hands and with a sincere expression mentioned that she had waited long enough. Her eyes began to shine with hope, and mana began to emerge from her body. With a serious gaze, she asked her master to please help her. Her mana began to expand throughout the room, and Snake's attention fixed on her. He started observing her in silence. Then, he also extended his hand, and his body began to release mana. Both used their powers, causing the magic circle to start reacting. Thunder and evil energy began to emerge from it. The evil energy started expanding everywhere. Camus Morgue, who had her hand extended, put her arm in front of her face and couldn't help but clench her teeth tightly. Snake's eyes filled with surprise, realizing that the magic circle itself was perfect, not knowing if the world of black witchcraft was finally having its first breakthrough. Evil energy began to gather in the magic circle, and several seconds later, Vikir's figure appeared. With a murderous gaze, he turned towards Camus Morgue. Upon seeing Vikir's figure, her eyes widened with joy. She could not believe that this had worked. With tears in her eyes, she started running towards Vikir, but once she took another step, more energy began to emerge from the magic circle. Not long after, Vikir's body exploded into pieces, destroying the ground and sending debris flying into the air. The explosion also affected Camus Morgue, who began to feel a strange flow of mana in her body. She opened her mouth and started coughing up blood. Snake put his arm in front, and upon seeing that Camus Morgue was injured, his eyes began to shine with concern. As the energy was disappearing, little by little Camus Morgue's body began to fall toward the ground. She was losing more and more blood, and as her eyes were closing, her attention fixed on Snake, realizing that this was a rebound caused by the backflow of mana. She couldn't believe she had failed. Then, little by little, she began to open her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a door. She was in a different place. She began to observe the door without knowing if she had also died. Light was entering through the door. She did not know why her magic had failed. She thought it was perfect, without knowing if it was because Vikir's body fragments were too old or his soul was not in the forest. She thought that perhaps he had already reached enlightenment and had turned his back on this world full of resentment. Her eyes began to shine with sadness, without knowing what meaning her struggles had. She began to cry, believing that it would be better if she also died. But just then, someone wiped her tears. Seeing this, her eyes widened in surprise. It was Snake. He began to caress her cheek, revealing the truth. He had not entered the Hall of Darkness because he wanted to. It was because he could not be with his sister, because he could not be in the light. He could only live in the shadows. Camus Morgue's eyes began to shine with confusion. She did not know what was happening. With a kind smile, Snake said that this had come to his mind when he saw her wear her heart on her sleeve. He placed his hand on her shoulder and, with a sincere expression, said that if only he had been honest and had the courage to defy the impossible, things would be different now. He pushed her, asking her not to lose hope. She began to fall backward and her eyes widened with curiosity. Her body fell into the water and Snake said he hoped she could reunite with her beloved. Camus Morgue submerged in the water. Snake turned his back on her and began to move toward the door. She extended her hands and tried to reach Snake, but little by little her body began to sink more and more. Her body was lying on the floor and next to it was Snake's corpse, crushed and covered in blood. He had lost a lot of blood trying to deactivate the magic circle. Several seconds later, Camus Morgue regained consciousness and upon seeing Snake's corpse, her eyes filled with fear and sadness, leaving her in shock. Snake had his hands splattered with blood. Several minutes passed and Snake did not move. And just then, a fly that was wandering around the area approached him. Several flies began to fly in circles around Snake's corpse. The spell to resurrect was so powerful that Snake had lost his life trying to deactivate it. Now on the ground there was a crater and in the middle was the body of Camus Morgue and the corpse of Snake. The eyes of Camus Morgue, who was bleeding from her mouth, were filled with exhaustion. She did not know how much time had passed and her burned body did not move. She was lying on the floor and the floor was full of blood. She better than anyone knew that this was the price one had to pay for using a forbidden spell to bring back the dead. They were on the 666th floor of the Hall of Darkness, and the only thing that could be seen from below was a small light. So no one was going to come to this space hidden deep within the Hall of Darkness. She accepted that she was going to die in this place, and although her master, who had died in her place, would find this ridiculous, she had already tried everything and no longer had the will to live. She began to remember the last time she had seen Vikir in the forest. Our boy turned his back on her and prepared to draw his sword. If there was something she regretted, it was that in the end she never got to meet him. She closed her eyes, thinking that maybe by dying she would finally be able to meet Vikir. Someone mentioned that she seemed to want to live. Upon hearing this, with the little strength she had left, with an exhausted gaze, Camus Morgue opened her eyes and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Her attention was fixed on Snake's corpse lying beside her. In a tired tone, she couldn't help but wonder why she was hearing a voice and whether she might be hallucinating. The voice began to sound again, revealing that it wasn't a hallucination. They had come here after feeling her longing. Camus Morgue, who didn't even have the strength to move, asked if they were a demon like the ones she read about in books. The voice confirmed her theory, realizing that she seemed to know about demons. The demon decided to get to the point. They could save her with their power, asking if she wanted to make a contract with them. Camus Morgue, who was losing more and more blood, refused since she had no attachment to life. Upon hearing this, the demon became curious and asked what it was that she desired. Camus Morgue began to think in silence, not knowing what to say. The demon's attention fixed on the shattered ground and they soon realized that Camus Morgue had tried to use the magic circle to resurrect someone. The demon asked if there was a dead person she wanted to see. A demonic smile appeared and the demon revealed that this was her specialization, since after all she was the demon of indulgence and corruption named Sayer. She decided to help Camus Morgue meet the person she wanted to bring back to life, asking her to make a contract with her. The eyes of Camus Morgue slowly began to open and shine with a light of hope. She began to observe the demon and ponder in silence. She remembered Snake's words before dying. He had pushed her into the water, saying that he hoped she could reunite with her loved one. Camus Morgue closed her eyes, not knowing what to do. With the little strength she had left, she accepted and decided to make a contract with the demon. Upon hearing this, an excited smile spread across the demon's face. Camus Morgue opened her eyes, which began to shine with determination. She had thought that she had tried everything. But if there was still a path left, she couldn't give up. It was night and the moon was shining high in the sky, and on the outskirts of the city stood the castle of the Morgue family. Camus arrived at the castle and seeing that she had returned, the guards decided to help her enter. With a worried gaze, Adolf, who was panting heavily, and several guards approached the entrance of the castle. Camus Morgue, who had recovered from her wounds, entered the castle and began to walk down the hallway. Adolf's attention was fixed on her, and upon seeing that she had returned, he froze and asked if she knew how worried he had been about her. Now Camus's hair color had changed. With a sad gaze, she began to look at the ground, not knowing what to say. Adolf's gaze was fixed on her hair and his eyes widened in confusion. He wanted to know what had happened to her hair, and what she had been doing during the last 10 days, believing that that bastard Snake must be behind it all. With a cold expression, Camus Morgue walked past her uncle without saying a single word. Seeing this, Adolf's eyes widened in confusion and his jaw dropped in surprise. Camus Morgue clenched her fists, began to walk away from her uncle and with a sincere expression apologized, saying that she was tired. Adolf and the guards turned around and their attention focused on her. Everyone was somewhat surprised, not knowing what was happening. The demon Sayer manifested herself and couldn't help but smile and feel pity, asking if it was okay to ignore an uncle she hadn't seen in a long time. Camus Morgue's eyes began to shine with determination. With a furious gaze, she gave the order to the demon to shut up. She began to walk down the hallway, which had a beautiful ceiling lamp. She made it clear that if the demon did not demonstrate her usefulness, she was going to break their contract. The demon decided to show her powers. That was how her contract with Sayer began. The demon Sayer was going to grant a portion of her power to Camus Morgue and was going to help her reunite with Vicar van Baskerville. As payment, Camus Morgue would have to grant Sayer full control of her body for 1 hour each day, remaining completely unconscious during this period. Additionally, Camus Morgue was forbidden from saying anything related to Sayer and demons. After that day, she met with the demon Sayer in the forest, where she extended her hand and began using her powers, making evil energy emerge. There were 2 abilities that Camus Morgue obtained from Sayer. Camus Morgue, who was holding a lock of hair, opened her palm and let it fall to the ground. Then she extended her hands and using her powers began to revive a dead person. Sayer crossed his arms and with a smile began to watch in silence. Thanks to the power of the demon, she had the ability to find what she wanted and the ability to revive a corpse. Several seconds later, she managed to successfully revive someone who had red hair. Camus Morgue clasped her hands and her eyes filled with tears and astonishment. She had revived Rose. Without losing a second, she threw herself and gave her a hug. Camus Morgue had been able to find her cousin who had died at the hands of the barbarians. After a few days, they returned to the Hall of Darkness. Using some candles and drawing a magic circle on the ground, Sayer began to fly and control several spirits. Her eyes widened in confusion and surprise since it was the first time that she experienced something like that, revealing that she could not feel at all Vicar's soul whom Camus Morgue was looking for. Camus Morgue, who was standing behind, began to gaze toward the ground, then her eyes began to shine with determination since she could not give up. During the day, she used clothes training as an excuse to take care of Rose, and during the night, she moved around to search for Vicar. Her mother and uncle showed no objection and did not inquire much into the matter either. She entered her room and using a pen began to draw a magic circle. Over time, she began to grow distant from her mother, her uncle and the people of the clan, since she had no time to think about them. To find Vicar, she had no time to think about anything else. One day while she was in the Hall of Darkness, someone started laughing. Her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Behind her stood someone wearing an elegant suit. With a furious gaze, she turned around and asked how they had gotten in here. It was a demon, who began to smile and said that his business was not with her. Dantalion's eyes began to shine with evil and a smile spread across his face, revealing his true form. He extended his hand and with a penetrating gaze gave the order to Camus Morgue to bring Sayer. And that is how after that day, Rose disappeared. While Sayer's eyes were shining with evil, with a smile she explained to Camus Morgue that her ally, the ninth corpse, said he needed a servant, and had taken Rose, revealing that once this guy disappeared it was hard to find him again. Dantalion, an ally of Sayer and a demon, took Rose and disappeared. Camus Morgue became furious, extended her hand and asked how Sayer had let Dantalion take her cousin. Sayer extended her hands, turned to her and with a smile explained that Rose was dead. She could fix her again, so she asked Camus Morgue not to get angry. The eyes of Camus Morgue began to shine with rage. She clenched her fist and it didn't take long for her to realize that deep down, she was a demon. And the day she went looking for Rose, she reached the dormitories of the orphanage, where Vikir had defeated the demon Dantalion. It was night and the building was cut in half. When she revived Rose, someone appeared. Camus Morgue's eyes widened with curiosity, and she turned around. It was Vikir. With a piercing gaze, our boy drew his bow and prepared to launch a mana arrow. Back in the present, the wind began to blow, moving strands of Camus Morgue's hair. Our boy mentioned that some time had passed. Upon seeing Vikir, she fell to her knees on the ground and her eyes filled with tears and sadness. Vikir had taken off his mask, and she began to observe our boy through the gap in the wall of skeletons in silence. With a cheerful expression and a smile, Vikir realized that she had changed a lot since the last time he saw her. Seeing that Vikir was alive, Camus Morgue's eyes widened in surprise and she couldn't help but cry and was about to let out all the things she wanted to ask him. Vikir moved away from the wall of skeletons and began to walk toward her. Camus Morgue began to gaze at the ground without knowing why Vikir was saying things so calmly when so much time had passed since they last saw each other, nor why he hadn't come looking for her if he was alive. Vikir didn't know how hard it had been for her nor how much she had fought to be able to see him again. While our boy was getting closer to her, Camus Morgue couldn't help but freeze and didn't say a single word. Vikir stopped in front of her, realizing that she had made a contract with a demon. He wanted to know what had happened. She didn't say a single word since she wanted Vikir to see her as a cool woman in her final moments. Even without asking, she could feel that the depth of Vikir's eyes had never looked so deep before. He had become someone so handsome, unlike her, who had ruined everything. Vikir's eyes filled with confusion. With a surprised expression he called Camus Morgue's attention. She lifted her head and began to observe our boy in silence. Her time was going to end soon and when that happened, Vikir would have to fight against Sayer. The last thing Camus Morgue could do for Vikir was not let him fight alone again. But now that she had been able to see him again, from the bottom of her heart, she thanked our boy for having recognized and found her. Upon hearing this, Vikir's eyes widened in fear and confusion. A magic circle appeared beneath Camus Morgue and then spikes began to emerge from it. With eyes full of tears and happiness, she gave Vikir 100 points out of 100. The spikes shot toward her. Camus Morgue closed her eyes and with a smile admitted that she was happy. At that moment, a pool of blood appeared on the ground, and splashes of blood fell on Camus Morgue's face, making her eyes fill with surprise, leaving her in shock. Just before the spikes could hurt her, Vikir gave her a hug, taking the spikes directly. With a confused and fearful gaze, she asked why Vikir had done this. The spikes had pierced Vikir's back. With a calm tone, he explained that he understood that she couldn't tell him because of the contract she had with the demon. Vikir hugged her tightly since she hadn't managed to land any critical blow when they fought. Camus Morgue began to cry without knowing why he was doing this again. Vikir began to gaze at the ground saying that if ending her life had been a way of telling him that she couldn't talk about it, then she shouldn't worry about him. He asked her to let him take care of it. Vikir's eyes began to shine with hatred, as he was never going to lose against a demon. The demon Sayer took control of Camus Morgue's body, and while her eyes were shining, a smile spread across her face. Vikir hugged Camus Morgue and not long after, the demon took control of her body and mentioned that she was delighted to meet him. Sayer was somewhat surprised to see Vikir, revealing that she had heard a lot about him from her roommate. The eyes of our boy began to shine with fury and his gaze fixed on her. The spikes had pierced Vikir's body, leaving him seriously injured, but even so he remained calm and questioned what she had done to Camus Morgue. Sayer's attention focused on Vikir and her eyes began to shine with contempt. With a smile she asked if Vikir was worried about Camus Morgue. The eye that Sayer had on her forehead began to show Camus Morgue trapped inside her body. The demon's eyes expanded with evil and with a smile, she revealed that Camus Morgue was sleeping deeply inside her, since she had the right to take over her body for one day. She mocked our boy, asking how long he thought he would keep hugging her. Sayer used her powers, and in the blink of an eye, several skeletons wielding spears appeared above them, ready to attack. Vikir raised his head and his attention fixed on them. Seeing that the skeletons were ready to attack, he could not help but go on alert. The skeletons attacked fiercely using the spears, but just before the attack could connect, Vikir stopped hugging Camus Morg, jumped and landed far from the area, dodging the attack at the last second. Sayer stood up and began to observe Vikir in silence. While the demon's eyes were glowing, she touched the bodies of the skeletons, making them turn into ashes. With a demonic smile, she mentioned that they were inside Andromalia's exclusive trap. Realizing that Vikir was the one who had killed her comrade, she couldn't believe that the guy Camus was looking for was that demon hunter. She started touching her chin with her hand, began to gaze toward the sky, and her eyes widened in confusion. For her it was strange, since she didn't know how there could be a person who knew so much about them. The 10 elite corpses. Sayer extended her hands and began to walk toward our boy, remembering that he had a soul that not even she had been able to find with her demonic eye. She did not know if Vikir was really from this world. Vikir, who had his hand resting on the ground, began to observe her in silence and did not say a single word. Upon noticing Vikir's silence, a smile spread across Sayer's face. According to her, he was a cold man, so she assumed he would respond if she told him the pitiful stories of Camus Morg. In an instant, the wounds that the spikes had left on Vikir's body disappeared as if nothing had happened. Vikir began to stare at the demon with a gaze full of fury. Sayer revealed that to see a man, Camus Morg dabbled in the forbidden spell of complete resurrection. She explained that Camus Morg had failed, resulting in her being unable to move her body. In the destroyed room, she remained lying on the floor for several days. She had already tried everything and no longer had the will to live. The demon asked if Vikir wanted to know something funny. Sayer's eyes began to shine with evil, and with an arrogant smile, she began pointing at herself, revealing that just before she could die, a demon appeared to give her new hope. Upon hearing this, Vikir's eyes began to shine with hatred and rage. Sayer mocked him, saying that after forming the contract, it had been heartbreaking to hear Camus Morg long for him. Vikir began to imagine Camus Morg thrown on her knees with her hands on her head and crying. She regretted having sent him away alone. Her eyes filled with tears and guilt, since if only she hadn't been captured by the barbarians, none of this would have happened. She wished she had died instead of Vikir. While her body was lying on the ground, she couldn't help but wonder why Vikir hadn't come to see her, begging not to be left alone. With a smile, the demon began to imitate Camus Morg's voice, saying that she missed him. Consumed by hatred, Vikir drew his sword and lunged at her. Seeing that he was ready to attack, Sayer extended her hands and a smile appeared on her face. With a cold gaze, Vikir swung his sword forcefully, but just before the sword could harm her, Vikir stopped. Sayer's attention was fixed on the sword and her eyes began to shine with joy. With an arrogant smile, she realized that Vikir was well versed in contracts formed with demons. If she died, Camus Morg would also die. Sayer activated the magic circle that was on the ground, causing an undead to emerge from it, which opened its mouth and prepared to devour Vikir. She was confident that Vikir could not kill the girl who was desperately waiting for him. The undead closed its jaw, but Vikir reacted in time and with a jump dodged the attack. Then he began to gaze toward the ground with a furious expression and prepared to counterattack. Our boy approached the undead and launched a chain of powerful slashes, but to his surprise, his attacks didn't work. Seeing this, Vikir couldn't help but feel somewhat confused, while Sayer's eyes were shining with excitement. With a smile, she asked if Vikir believed that she was going to use magic he could cut like Camus magic, revealing that there was no way a simple graduator could stand against her true power. The undead gained momentum and struck Vikir hard using its jaw. The attack was so powerful that our boy couldn't move. The undead took advantage and began running quickly, slamming Vikir's body against the ground. Using all its strength, the undead smashed Vikir's body against the sword statue. The attack was so powerful that the statue of the sword cracked and blood began to emerge again from Vikir's wounds. Sayer mocked him, saying that far from saving her, he was going to end up dying. Vikir, who was wounded, began to gaze toward the ground and did not move. The memories of when he had fought against the spider madam came to Vikir's mind. Even though she was a powerful beast, Vikir drew his sword and prepared to fight. He could not believe that Camus Morg had made a contract with the demon to save him. Realizing that hiding in the deep forest had caused Camus Morg's future as a hero to transform into that of a contractor of the demon, he began imagining a knight killing a man, knowing that in order to kill a demon who had made a contract with a human, one must first kill the human who had made the contract. This was something he knew from the beginning. The eyes of our boy began to shine with fury and his gaze fixed on Sayer. He didn't know why he had said that. He was determined not to lose against a demon. While he was sunk in his thoughts, Sayer's tail wrapped around Vikir's foot. Vikir didn't move. Using her tail, Sayer lifted Vikir's foot and noticed that he was thinking too much while fighting. Her eyes began to shine with rage, and without wasting another second, she forcefully moved her tail, making Vikir's body shoot out and crash into one of the statues. The impact was so strong that cracks appeared in the statue. Despite being injured, Vikir clenched his fists and began to imagine a scale. On one side was Camus Morgue and on the other her family and the barbarians. Vikir knew that if he didn't kill the 10 elite corpses, humanity would face the time of downfall. It was either Camus Morgue or all of humanity. It was clear to Vikir which of the two options he had to choose. The sad memories of Camus Morgue's life flooded Vikir's mind, making his eyes begin to shine with hope. He began to pant heavily since if there was even a sliver of hope, he wanted to cling to it. Sayer climbed onto the palm of an undead and approached Vikir, who had his body crashed against the statue. She couldn't believe that the 9th and 10th elite corpses had been defeated by a human who wasn't even that strong. Sayer's eyes began to shine with evil. Using her sharp claw, she prepared to attack, asking if Vikir was aware that he was the reason for the delay in opening the door to the demonic realm. Vikir had no strength to react to the attack and could not even move. Sayer attacked with all her strength, making her claw pierce through Vikir's chest, destroying the statue into pieces in the process. Smoke began to emerge from the area. The demon drove her claw even deeper into Vikir's chest, causing him to open his mouth and start screaming in agony. With his body trembling, Vikir tried to move his hand. Sayer felt furious upon seeing that Vikir was still thinking about saving Camus, when he was just an insignificant graduator who couldn't even defeat her. Her eyes began to shine with evil and an arrogant smile appeared on her face since after all Vikir was just a pathetic human waiting for a miracle to happen. Upon hearing the word miracle, Vikir began to think, and not long after, he extended his hands and grabbed the demon's horns. Seeing this, Sayer's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Vikir clenched his teeth tightly and mentioned that he liked the sound of that. Sayer's attention was fixed on him and she couldn't help but go into shock. Just before she could take another breath, Vikir gave her a strong headbutt. The blow was so strong that Sayer's body began to tremble and her eyes started to shine with fear, causing her jaw to drop. Vikir gave the demon another headbutt, clenched his teeth and asked if Camus Morgue could hear him. While Sayer had her claw stuck in Vikir's chest, our boy tightly grabbed the demon's horns and mentioned that it was hard for him to cut down this demon and save them all by himself. Vikir's voice began to sound until it reached Camus Morgue, who was sleeping inside the demon. Our boy begged her to resist the contract since her contract with the demon, which was binding her soul, was not absolute. He trusted that she could do it since she was skilled in magic. Camus Morgue, whose body was bound, did not wake up. Vikir revealed that her soul would burn as payment for going against the contract, but he was going to kill Sayer at that very moment. With eyes shining with determination, Vikir began to shout, swearing that together they were going to create a miracle. Sayer's attention fixed on him, and her eyes widened in fury. Consumed by rage, she pulled her claw out of Vikir's chest and gave him a powerful kick, making his body fly away. Our boy's body began to bounce on the ground until it crashed hard against another of the statues. Sayer descended to the ground and decided to turn Vikir into an undead soldier. She swore to make him work to cover for the 9th and 10th corpse and destroy humanity. She extended her hands and began to walk toward our boy. Vikir also descended to the ground and placed his hand on it. He stood up, and while he was wiping the blood from his chest, he swore to kill her. Vikir began to gaze at the ground and couldn't help but imagine the letter he had received. For him it was strange to think that the content of that letter, which he had believed was unreliable, would be his only hope now. With his body full of wounds, Vikir drew his sword and began to walk toward the demon. Our boy's attention was fixed on the statue of Hugo. He would have never thought that Hugo Le Baskerville would help him in this life. The demon Sayer showed her true form. With a furious gaze, she drew her scythe and gave Vikir the order to die. Vikir began to stare at her intently, clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes began to shine with determination. He had never expected that he would become a swordmaster. Vikir could see Sayer, who was tied inside the third eye of the demon. He began to observe her carefully, vowing to protect her. A few days ago, Hugo took out a pen and began to write a letter to Vikir. He knew that being a top-rank graduator, the fang that Vikir was capable of making was a careless 7th technique. To perfect this technique, he had to become a swordmaster. Hugo was in his office, and while the sunlight was coming through the window, he continued writing. He was writing the process he had gone through to become a sword master. Hugo began to imagine himself holding the sword and with eyes shining with determination. He had become sword master shortly after Vikir was born. The image of Roxana and Penelope came to Hugo's mind. After losing them, he fell into despair and spent his days obsessed with the sword. Hugo spent all day swinging the sword in the training wing. Hugo began training at a very young age until he became an adult, and gradually his movements became more precise. At that time, his rank was top-ranking graduator, but to become a sword master, he had to wield his sword every day. After arduous training, Hugo gripped his sword tightly until several seconds later, he opened his hand, letting the sword fall to the ground. Hugo began to observe his hands and his eyes widened in desperation, making him sweat. He had trained so much that he had calluses and scratches on his hands, but no matter how much he wielded the sword, he could not reach the level of swordmaster. With the feeling that he was clinging to a burning nail, he checked the books in the library of 10,000 epistles, and found it, the words of an ancient sword master who left them for his descendants. He opened the book, which contained a magic circle, and according to the book, to become a graduator one must discard all emotions. However, to become a sword master one must recover their emotions. Hugo's personality began to shatter like a mirror. He decided to follow the words and worked hard to learn happiness, anger, sadness, and pleasure. He tried various ways of being happy, angry, sad, and excited. Hugo put his hands over his face and started to go crazy, since trying forcefully to create emotions had severe side effects. From a certain point on, he laughed when he needed to be angry and frowned when he needed to be happy. It had destroyed the way in which he expressed his emotions. That was how little by little, the path toward becoming a swordmaster became a labyrinth with no exit. To satisfy his thirst that could not be quenched with his sword, he used his power to revive the family and had many children to increase his power. The image of his children crawling across the ground that was full of swords came into Hugo's mind. Following the rules of the family, he sent his small children to the cradle of swords. Hugo began to observe his children and his eyes widened with surprise and fear as he had a realization in a place he did not expect. One of his children had jumped into the water. Hugo, the butler, and the others who were on the shore went on alert. He did not know for what reason a small baby who knew nothing would struggle so desperately, nor why the baby endured the pain of water seeping into his body. Hugo put his hand over his chest and his eyes widened in confusion. Watching that scene made his heart race, and mana began to emerge from his heart, the pleasure of finding great talent, the anger at sending a young man to such a horrible place, the sadness of seeing an injured youth, the joy of looking hopefully at that child's future consumed Hugo's mind. Without hesitating even for a second, Hugo entered the water amid those complex waves of emotions, and without hesitating even for a second, grabbed the child by the foot and pulled him out of the water. With this event he had his realization and found out next day that he had become a swordmaster. Back to the present, Hugo continued writing the letter with a serious expression. Including Pomerian and becoming a sword master were things that Vikir had given him. He revealed that the path to becoming a sword master resided in how one was able to feel complex emotions. He trusted that Vikir could reach that level. Back to the combat, Sayer sent mana into her scythe and swung it forcefully, launching a flurry of slashes. Vikir put his arms in front of his chest and using the Beelzebub sword blocked the attack, and his eyes filled with surprise, realizing that she was very strong. Vikir's eyes began to shine with rage, realizing that Hugo had become a completely different person from his previous life. While the demon Sayer's eyes were shining with evilness, with a smile, she clenched her fist and summoned a powerful magic circle. To break Sayer's magic, Vikir had to reach the level of swordmaster, and now that he no longer had the power of the Saintess, he had to come to his own realization. Sayer extended her hand and just then, a magic circle appeared on the ground and from it emerged spikes made of skeletons, which struck Vikir's body directly, causing him to be thrown into the air. Our boy clenched his teeth and began to bleed from the mouth, just as Hugo had said. Anger and sadness existed within him. The spikes pierced Vikir's body, leaving a deep wound in his chest. Our boy's body began to bounce against the ground. Upon seeing this, Sayer's eyes began to shine with joy and a smile appeared on her face since she thought that Vikir was very weak. But soon her smile disappeared and her eyes filled with rage, causing her to clench her fist tightly. Despite having deep wounds and cuts all over his body, Vikir stood up and while his eyes were shining with confidence, he began to stare at Sayer with an excited smile. In this fight, for Vikir it was impossible to feel joy and pleasure. Upon feeling Vikir's gaze, Sayer became enraged, and using all her strength, launched several slashes toward Vikir. Just before he could react, the slashes were already in front of his face. Vikir's attention was fixed on them and his eyes widened in fear and surprise. The attack was so fast that Vikir had no time to do anything about it, and he took the full brunt of the attack, creating a curtain of smoke. Sayer, who had the scythe stuck into the ground, began to observe our boy in silence. Victor's body was thrown into the air along with debris. Demon Sayer's attack had cut off one of our boy's legs. While blood was emerging from his wounds, Victor couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and feel furious. With the little energy and strength that Victor had, he used Baskerville's 7th technique and gaining momentum against the rocks appeared in front of Sayer. Victor began to stare at her and while his eyes were shining with fury, he prepared to attack. Sayer turned around and upon seeing that Victor was ready to attack, went on alert. With a murderous gaze, Victor forcefully swung the sword. The attack landed squarely against Sayer's head, but then his sword bounced off. Seeing this, Victor's eyes widened in confusion and many questions came to his mind. Meanwhile on the other side, Sayer couldn't help but smile. With an arrogant expression, she called Victor piece of shit, realizing that he had no ability to learn. She grabbed Victor by the face, revealing that it was impossible for him to break her armor. Victor grabbed Sayer's arm and his eyes filled with fear and surprise. While Sayer's eyes were shining with evil, she threw Victor, causing his body to crash against the ground, destroying it into pieces. According to her, Victor's attacks were not powerful at all. She grabbed Victor by the neck and while her body was releasing a demonic aura, she closed her eyes and with a smile couldn't help but wonder what it was that Victor was trying to do. Victor no longer had the strength to resist. Sayer stepped forcefully on Victor's chest and used her powers, causing a magic circle to appear under her feet and from it hands began to emerge. She mocked Victor, questioning if he really believed that Camus was going to wake up and resist the demon's contract. Several red hands emerged from the magic circle and one of them grabbed Victor by the head. While smoke was coming out of Victor's nose, he couldn't help but feel furious. Little by little the hands began to cling to Victor's body. In an instant, our boy was completely immobilized. Sayer's eyes began to shine with joy. She stood up, extended her hand toward the sky and with a smile asked Victor to try resisting the next attack. A magic circle appeared in the sky and from it a horde of hands shot out toward Victor. The hands struck Victor's body with force, creating a large curtain of smoke over the area. The attack had been so powerful that there was now a crater in the ground and in the middle was Victor. Our boy had lost an arm and there was a pool of blood beneath him. Despite having mortal wounds and his body covered in blood, Victor began to move. Sayer's attention fixed on him and her eyes began to shine with confusion. She started to observe our boy in silence. Supporting his hand on the ground, Victor began to gaze toward the floor and prepared to stand up. Seeing that he had not died after receiving the last attack, she could not help but wonder if he was really human. Sayer began to walk toward our boy. The mere act of standing was exhausting. Even with the ability of the healing salamander, Victor could no longer heal his body. Victor began to remember when he had embraced Camus Morgue, with tears in her eyes, and with a sad gaze, she asked why she was alone again. With his body trembling, Victor decided to get up and move. The curtain of smoke began to disappear, and despite missing an arm, Victor drew the Beelzebub sword and began to walk toward the demon. Just then, Camus Morgue called Victor an idiot, mentioning that she didn't want to see him again just to see that expression. Victor's attention, who had a bruise on his eye, was fixed on Sayer and his eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. Sayer's eyes began to shine with confusion and rage since she didn't know what was happening. Camus Morgue began to remove the demon's skin from her face and her eyes began to shine with confidence. With a smile she said that she had done just as Victor had said. Seeing this, Sayer panicked and reminded her that if she resisted the contract, her soul would be shattered. Using both hands, Camus Morgue began to remove the demon's skin from her face and neck and with a confident smile admitted that Sayer couldn't last long, asking Victor to cut her into pieces. She also revealed that if Victor failed, then her neck would become his sheath. Our boy started to gaze toward the ground and let out a sigh. A smile appeared on his face upon seeing that she was making jokes in this situation. Realizing that she had truly been born to be a heroine, he decided to give her 100 points out of 100. Camus Morgue took off the demon's skin she had on her neck and with a smile asked if Victor had realized that now. She extended her hand toward Victor, asking him to show her the man she had fallen in love with. Sayer's eyes filled with fear, knowing that this was not good. Sayer took control of Camus Morgue's body again, making a magic circle appear behind her back. According to her, they were crazy. With a furious gaze, she extended her hands and asked if Victor really believed that this would be enough to pierce her armor. At that moment, tentacles made of skeletons shot out from the magic circle toward Victor. Victor drew his sword and the blade began to emit an intense mana. Our boy started walking toward her and swung the sword with precision, cutting the tentacles into pieces. Sayer's attention focused on our boy and her eyes widened in surprise, leaving her in shock. Victor's heart began to shine and mana started to emerge from it. He realized that this was what Hugo meant when he said the heart had so many emotions. He could feel emotions that he normally did not feel. Camus Morgue was trapped with her arms tied inside the demon's third eye. She was happy that Victor had not forgotten about her. With a sad gaze she began to lift her head. Gradually the light began to enter. Upon seeing this, Camus Morgue's eyes filled with tears and joy. Victor cut the demon's third eye and with a smile sat right in front of Camus Morgue and began to observe her with a joyful gaze. Upon seeing this, her jaw dropped in surprise. Victor was angry because the heroine of the future was hurt, and he was sad because she was fighting alone. But he was also excited to have the perfect reunion of them. That was what was inside him. Victor clenched his fist tightly and an intense mana began to emerge from his sword. The eyes of our boy began to shine with excitement and with a smile he swung the sword. In an instant, Victor pierced through Sayer's body and appeared behind her. The demon froze in fear, not knowing what was happening. She turned her head and her eyes began to shine with confusion. Victor turned his back on her and started walking away. At that moment, Victor's mana began to enter her body, causing her terrible pain. In this place there was a statue of Hugo. All the humans wore colored glasses that were not compatible with them while they lived their lives. Victor clenched his fist tightly and the aura that was emerging from the Beelzebub sword began to solidify. Those who managed to take off those glasses could see things that could not be seen by the average human and could easily cut them down. And those people who had reached supremacy were known as sword masters. While Victor's eyes were shining with hatred, he moved quickly and just before Sayer could react, he swung the sword precisely, making a deep cut on her. Little by little, the demon aura that was around Camus Morgue's body gradually began to emerge from her body, causing her to regain control of her own body. The demon's aura began to turn into ashes and Sayer's eyes widened in fear and surprise as she couldn't believe that she had lost. She began to stare at Victor and her eyes started to shine with rage since she had the mission of opening the gate. In a matter of seconds, the demon's aura disappeared and her body turned into ashes. Victor, who had lost an arm during his fight against the demon and had his body covered in blood, began to gaze at the red sky while smoke was emerging from his shoulder, and he sank into his thoughts. He felt as if he were wearing outdated clothes. He could feel that his strength, sight, and decision-making abilities extended far beyond transcendence, which were traits he couldn't feel with the mana that the Saintess had drawn out of him before. The eyes of our boy began to shine with worry. He turned around and with a sad gaze could not help but wonder if she was okay. Behind him was Camus Morgue lying on the ground. Victor began to turn around and while the wind was blowing, he started walking towards her. He hoped to be able to share the emotion of their reunion. Once Victor approached the body of Camus Morgue, he began to feel a strange sensation and became paralyzed. Not long after, our boy also lost consciousness and fell to the ground, right next to Camus Morgue. The Divine Immortal's ring that was lying on the ground activated and a purple glow began to emerge from it. The ring was lying in the middle of the crater now that the enemy had been defeated. The glow that was emerging from the ring became more intense and shot up into the sky. The glow struck against the red sky and little by little the barrier that had been created with the power of the ring began to disappear. Victor and Camus Morgue, who were unconscious, did not notice anything that was happening, and the ground beneath their feet disappeared, teleporting them back to the real world. It was night and the moon was shining high in the sky. Several hours passed and Victor did not wake up. Noticing this, the little spider came out of his clothes and with small jumps reached his arm and began to observe him closely. The little spider began to make small jumps trying to wake Victor up, and while she was distracted, someone wearing a skirt started walking towards them. The little spider got tired and lay down on the ground next to Victor. Just then, her attention was fixed on something and her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. It was Rose. While her eyes were shining, she began to stare at Victor in silence. With a penetrating gaze, she sank into her thoughts, not knowing what to do. Noticing her gaze, the little spider stood up and with a furious gaze began to roar, indicating that she was not going to let her harm Victor. After giving the matter several thoughts, Rose extended her hand toward Victor, but instead of hurting him, she passed the arm of Camus Morgue, who was unconscious, over her own shoulder and helped her stand up. Upon seeing this, the little spider's attention fixed on them and she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Several seconds passed and Victor did not move. Rose turned her back to him and began to walk away carrying Camus Morgue on her shoulder. Just then, our boy placed his hand on the ground. With his body trembling, Victor stood up, pressed his hand against the wound on his arm, and with a lost gaze asked her to wait. Upon hearing his voice, Rose's eyes widened in surprise and she stopped walking. Upon seeing that she could move, he was sure that Camus Morgue was fine. For him, this was a relief. Rose's eyes began to shine with curiosity. She turned around and her gaze fixed on Victor. Smoke began to emerge from the city. Victor placed his hand over the wound on his shoulder, started looking down at the ground, and thought it was a shame that they couldn't have their reunion. But it was in both of their best interests to get away from this place as quickly as possible. Victor put his hand into his pants pocket and mentioned that he had a request. He took something out of his pocket and threw it, asking her to give it to Camus Morgue. Rose caught it with her hand, and her eyes widened in surprise. With a cheerful gaze, Victor extended his hand and with a smile revealed that Camus Morgue had to go there if she wanted to see him. Rose's attention was fixed on what Victor had given her, and her eyes began to shine with curiosity. Without wasting any more time, she turned her back on Victor and, carrying Camus Morgue on her shoulder, began to walk away from the area. The little spider climbed onto our boy's shoulder and both of their attention was fixed on Rose and Camus Morgue. They remained silently watching her. Back at the festival, someone started shouting because he had news. It was a man wearing a woman's costume. He began to run and a crowd of students gathered to see what was happening. The man revealed that the villain who had ambushed the academy had been the Night Hound. Upon hearing this, the students went into shock and asked how serious the damage was. The man replied that unexpectedly there hadn't been any damage. Bianca, who was wearing the Frankenstein costume, began to gaze toward the ground with a worried expression and realized that girl wearing that skull mask was a black mage. Tudor, who was wearing the Valkyrie costume, put his hand on his chin and began to think, believing that she was right, since it seemed that the black mage was fighting against the Night Hound. It was embarrassing for him to say this, but he had not dared to intervene between them. Piggy's eyes, who was wearing the fairy costume, began to shine with fear since he had been so scared that he thought he was going to faint. Tudor, who was wearing the martial arts master costume, began to look to one side and with a serious gaze admitted that the Night Hound was the most violent person he had ever seen. While they were distracted, Victor, who was wearing the witch costume, began to walk toward them and admitted that he too had been so scared that he could not even breathe properly. Upon seeing Victor, everyone's attention focused on him and their eyes widened with surprise and concern. They asked where he had gone, revealing that they were very worried. Our boy began to touch his head, not knowing what to say. Dolores crossed her arms and with a serious expression explained that they had not seen him at all while they were investigating the street. She asked where he had been. She knew him very well and knew that he would not leave his friends behind and hide. Sinclair, who was wearing the vampire costume, began to observe our boy in silence. Victor's eyes filled with worry as he did not know what to say. Just then, someone wearing a skirt appeared behind them and, calling Victor a commoner, asked how he had been able to go into the defense alone. They were High Burrow, Middle Burrow, and Low Burrow, who were dressed as maids. Low Burrow put his hands on his waist and with an angry expression asked what would become of them if he kept doing things on his own and asked Victor not to do that next time. With a furious gaze, Middle Burrow grabbed the broom tightly and ordered Victor not to do that next time. The eyes of High Burrow began to shine with hatred and with a penetrating gaze. He also gave the order to Victor not to do that next time. They clenched their teeth and surrounded Victor. Sinclair closed her eyes and couldn't help but smile and thought that he was creating a gang. The eyes of Dolores widened in surprise when she realized that she had misunderstood the situation again. Several minutes later, the rays of the sun began to illuminate the sky. With a worried gaze, Victor began to contemplate the sky without knowing if she was going to be okay. The sun began to rise over the horizon. Everyone began to contemplate this beautiful scene. Victor was going to be waiting eagerly to see Camus Morgue again. Somewhere in the city, there was an abandoned church, and in the middle of the church there was a sphere. Next to it stood Rose. Someone who had a wet body emerged from the sphere and began to walk. This person was none other than Camus Morgue. She placed her hand on the door of the sphere and, with a lost gaze, came out of it. Rose turned toward her and began to observe her in silence. Camus Morgue started looking at her hands. Her body was a mess since Sayer had gone mad and broken their contract. And because of that she hadn't been able to greet Victor. She felt furious for thinking that Victor was dead like an idiot. Rose, who was standing next to her, didn't say a single word. Camus Morgue sank into her thoughts and remembered what he had done for her. She put her hands on her cheeks and couldn't help blushing, since the fact that Victor had done everything possible to keep her from getting hurt, even though he was full of wounds, meant that he valued her. She remembered when she had taken off the demon's skin from her neck and the image of Victor smiling came to her mind. This time she had fought with him and hadn't left by herself. She closed her eyes and a smile spread across her face when she thought that Victor and she had achieved this because they hadn't given up. She was so tired that she had dark circles under her eyes. She turned to one side and asked if Victor wasn't a man worth risking her life for. Next to her was the demon Sayer flying. Camus Morgue began to show an arrogant smile. Sayer began to stretch her ears and with eyes full of tears asked how she could have gone against the contract. According to her, this was a scam. With a curious expression, Camus Morgue revealed that now she had full control over her body. She didn't know if Victor had broken her contract with Sayer or why she hadn't died. Little Sayer clenched her fists and her eyes began to shine with hatred, revealing that because she had broken their 12-hour contract, thanks to the penalty, she could live for a short time. Camus Morgue's attention was fixed on Sayer, and purple fire began to emerge from her palm. Using her powers, she summoned 2 small magical barriers which began to crush Sayer's body. With a smile, Camus Morgue revealed that now she could crush and kill her using only magic. Using her hands, Sayer began to resist being crushed by the magical barriers and couldn't help but scream in agony. With her body trembling and eyes full of tears, she begged Camus Morgue not to kill her, swearing to do anything. Upon hearing this, Camus Morgue's eyes began to shine with wickedness and a smile spread across her face. In exchange for sparing her life, Camus Morgue wanted her to give her all her powers and authorities. Now that they no longer had a contract, they were master and slave. With a sad gaze, Sayer turned her back and let out a sigh. Camus Morgue put her hand on her waist and remembered that thanks to her, she had been able to meet Victor. Sayer asked what she was going to do now. Camus Morgue began to observe her and said it was time to open the gate. Upon hearing this, Sayer's eyes began to shine with joy and surprise. With a curious gaze, she asked if she was really going to do that. With a smile, Camus Morgue said that she was joking and asked if Sayer thought that she was crazy. Rose began to help Camus Morgue put on the wizard robe and revealed that her first priority now was to return to the Morgue estate. She began to imagine her Uncle Adolf and her mother. Now that she knew Victor was alive, she had to restore the things she had destroyed. She put on the wizard's hood and her eyes began to shine with sadness. She started to remember her Uncle Snake showing a smile before dying. She had to return to the Morgue estate and announce and mourn the death of her master. She clenched her fist and with a gaze full of gratitude, she thanked Snake from the bottom of her heart, since thanks to him, she had been able to reunite with Victor. She opened her hand and began to observe a golden coin. A smile spread across her face because if she entered the academy she could be Victor's junior. Rose and Sayer began to look at her with a confused gaze. The wind began to blow, carrying all the leaves away. Camus Morgue couldn't help but blush and with eyes full of love swore that Victor was going to be hers the day they met again. The hectic festival finally came to an end, however, even after the festival ended, its aftermath remained like burning embers. It was daytime and the students were heading towards the academy. Among them there were 3 boys. One of them asked his friends if it was true that the Night-Blood Hound had come to the academy during the festival. The boy wearing glasses turned his head towards his friends and with a serious gaze revealed that he had heard that the Night-Blood Hound had come to commit another attack. The blonde-haired boy began to observe his friend and with a sincere expression said that according to rumors the teachers had intervened to stop the Night Hound. Upon hearing this, the black-haired student's eyes widened with disdain and fear. According to him, the Night Hound was someone evil who deserved to be immediately locked up in prison. Then, he closed his eyes, extended his hands and mentioned that it was said that this time a new villain had also appeared, an unregistered black mage. With a sincere gaze, the boy wearing glasses turned towards them and explained that he had heard that the 2 villains fought each other and thanks to that, the teachers were able to stop them quickly. The blonde-haired boy began to observe his friends in silence, without interrupting. The 3 friends continued talking among themselves with smiles on their faces and passed near the wall that had been destroyed by Victor's attack. The students, unaware of anything, chatted happily with carefree voices. The Night-Blood Hound incident, which could have ended in a terrifying tragedy if it hadn't been contained, seemed to fade away like a simple and chilling rumor. The students entered the academy and began heading toward their classrooms. Somewhere down the hallway there was a door. It was the journalism club. Inside were all the members of the club sitting around a table that was full of newspapers. Dolores stood up, placed her hand on top of the table, and with an angry expression demanded to know who had written this article. Victor and the others began to observe the articles in silence. Among the articles, there was one with a photograph of the Night-Blood Hound with eyes shining with evil and covered in bloodstains. The article was about the atrocities of the Night Hound. His misdeeds had surpassed all limits since he had attacked the Imperial Academy. According to the person who had written the article, the acts of the Night Hound were premeditated, so he was considered anti-humanitarian and anti-state, a villain that must be punished without fail. During the festival, among the main facilities destroyed in the Imperial capital were the Imperial Bank, the Capitol Clock Tower, the Indulgentia Orphanage, and the Imperial National Cemetery. Dolores took hold of the article with her hand, and while her eyes were shining with rage, she began to stare at Vikir and at everyone else, making it clear that even though Nighthound had come to the festival, he had not caused any commotion. Chaos had been caused by that mysterious black mage. Everyone's attention was fixed on Dolores, and their eyes widened in surprise and confusion, while on the other hand, our boy showed no emotion. Dolores had read the article, and according to her it seemed as if the Nighthound had come to the festival to massacre the students, and even though she knew that he was a criminal according to the laws of the Empire, she was certain that that day during the festival he had done nothing out of the ordinary. According to her, the article should focus more on facts and less on emotions, simply listing the facts. She demanded to know who had written this article. With a nervous gaze, Piggy began shaking his hands in denial. Tudor's attention focused on Piggy, and his eyes expanded with fear and panic. He did not know what to say. While on the other hand, with a calm expression, our boy began observing the articles in silence. Dolores' attention was fixed on Vikir, and her eyes began to shine with seriousness upon realizing that the person who had written the article was him. Vikir argued that he had written the article according to the instructions of Professor Vinci Morg, the club's advisor. Dolores placed her hands on the table and felt furious since all this had happened while she was not present. Vikir began to observe her with a serene expression and remembered that she had been busy during the festival season with her student council duties. Upon hearing this, her eyes began to shine with confusion. She put her hands into the pocket of her pants and, while taking something out, let out a sigh and explained that if she was not present it did not mean that they should write an article without verifying the facts. She took out 3 articles that she had in her pocket and left them on top of the table, placed her hand on top of them, revealing that they were official statements issued this morning by the Imperial Guard. They assured that the one responsible for destroying the main facilities of the capital had not been Night-Blood Hound. She took 3 photographs of the facilities where the Night-Blood Hound had been. It was night and everything was destroyed, but there were strange marks on the ground. She knew that the main weapon of the Night-Blood Hound was a sword. But upon observing the recent scenes of the attacks, there were almost no sword marks, only traces remained, as if a gigantic snake had crawled through the place. She began to imagine a woman holding a whip and surrounded by a white snake with purple eyes. She revealed that the official name of this villain was Ms. Ouroboros, a creature whose gender identity was presumed female. The motive for the attack was unknown. It was estimated that she had the same level as a graduator, and the weapon she used had not been revealed. She revealed that all witnesses were dead. Upon hearing this, Tudor's and Sancho's eyes widened in surprise and fear, putting them on alert. Dolores, who had one hand resting on the table, began to show 3 fingers with the other, and while her eyes were shining with seriousness, she started to stare at Vikir and asked him not to keep blaming all the evil deeds on the Night-Blood Hound. There were 3 villains, so they should clearly distinguish the crimes committed by each one. With a serene expression, Vikir did not say a single word, until several seconds later, he nodded his head. Actually, this did not matter much to him since he was criticizing the Nighthound in case someone suspected him in the future. He was just trying to create an antagonistic image between them. Tudor crossed his hands, rested his head on them, and while his eyes were shining with curiosity and fear, he could not help but wonder where the new villain Ms. Ouroboros had come from. Sancho crossed his arms and with a serene gaze mentioned that the only thing they knew about her was that she left marks that looked like a giant snake had passed through there. With a surprised gaze, Sinclair raised her hand and asked how they were sure that she was a woman. Dolores placed her hands on top of the table and with a serious expression began to imagine a rock with a lipstick mark, revealing that in all her crime scenes there was a lipstick mark, realizing that she wanted everyone to know that she had been the one who had committed them. Piggy extended his hands to the sides and his eyes began to shine with confusion. Tudor started to show a finger and everyone began to chat among themselves. Vikir, who was sitting among them, began to look at the ground in silence. Vikir's attention was fixed on Dolores and his eyes began to shine with rage. He did not know if the new villain idolized or felt resentment towards the Night-Hound, but he did not care what her objective was, since he would have to eliminate her if she crossed his path during his demon hunt. At that moment, Anna, who was holding a pile of papers, kicked open the door and announced her arrival. She approached the table and left the papers on top. Dolores' attention was fixed on them and her eyes filled with confusion because she did not know what all these documents were. With a sincere gaze, Anna explained that they had received a lot of reports after the festival concluded. She took out a letter, approached Vikir and revealed that there was also a letter for him. Vikir began to look towards the ground and with a calm expression, extended his hand to take the letter and thanked her. Vikir took the letter and opened it, his eyes filled with confusion upon seeing that this letter was for him. Upon reading the content of the letter, Vikir's eyes widened in surprise, making him panic. While he was distracted reading the letter silently, Sinclair approached him and her attention fixed on the letter. She felt curious to know what it contained. The letter was a notice of payment for the first semester tuition. The next day, Vikir went to visit his brother and the little Pomeranian sat on his knees. She closed her eyes and could not help but smile and feel happy. Osiris mentioned that he could provide him with the money for his tuition. Osiris, who was sitting on the sofa in front of Vikir, picked up a cup of tea, and while the sun rays were entering the room, asked what was really bothering Vikir. Our boy started to gaze towards the floor and sank into his thoughts, then began to pet the head of the little Pomeranian and with a sincere expression said that he wanted to hide that he was a Baskerville while at the academy. Feeling that Vikir was petting her, Pomeranian placed her hands on top of Vikir's hands and could not help but feel even happier. The reality was that Vikir did not want his daily life to become complicated after it was discovered that he used the Baskerville's money. He began to imagine Sinclair, Bianca, and Dolores offering him disguises with a loving gaze. He knew he only had 1 week until the enrollment deadline, but he did not want to take on any of the jobs that the girls had suggested. Vikir closed his eyes and felt worried since not receiving the full scholarship due to his behavior had caused him problems. Osiris prepared to take a sip of tea and his attention focused on Vikir. His eyes widened with curiosity since he wondered why Vikir was trying so hard to hide his skills. But then his mind was filled with surprise as a realization came to his mind. He could not help but wonder if Vikir wished to become the powerful hero who hid his strength. In the past, while the children were playing, little Osiris crossed his arms and stood in front of a tree. He began to blush imagining himself defeating a horde of monsters. There was a time when he also longed to be someone like that, hiding his strength and living among the weak before revealing his true power at the right moment. In a matter of seconds, the little Pomeranian fell asleep like a log. With a calm expression, Osiris suggested to our boy the idea of dedicating himself to monster hunting part-time. Vikir's attention fixed on his brother and his eyes widened in surprise. Osiris suggested going to the Explorers Guild and hiring an explorer to go hunt monsters with him. He was willing to give our boy more opportunities to make his dream come true. With a confused gaze, Vikir began touching his chin since he didn't know if that would help him make his dream come true. With a serious gaze, Vikir sank into his thoughts. Thinking about the Explorers Guild, he remembered that there was an explorer who interested him. He began to imagine a swordsman with a ponytail. He was one of the heroes who had made a great contribution to the human coalition when the era of ruin arrived. Most of the field guides on demonic creatures that he knew had been created thanks to him. Later, the School of Monster Sonography had also been based on his research. Vikir remembered his tragic death, knowing that this guy was a country bumpkin who was not affiliated with anyone. During a battle with demons, he had no one to support him, which led to his premature death. Our boy knew a lot about him. A smile appeared on his face when he thought that he should earn this guy's trust while he was alive for the sake of the future. He thanked his brother and decided to do so. Upon hearing this, Osiris' eyes filled with joy and he could not help but feel happy. Somewhere in the city was the guide guild called Sherpa. It was starting to get dark and someone announced that the guildmaster was back. One of the men asked how today's hunt had been. The guildmaster stomped on the ground forcefully, making the men's jaws drop in surprise. The guildmaster, a blond man, carried on his back the body of a giant boar. He began to point at the boar with his thumb and while his eyes were shining with confidence, he began to show a smile and said that the hunt had been a complete success. This guy was called Miniature Pincher Aka Mini Pin. He left the boar's body on the ground and people approached to see the beast. They had no doubt that the graduates were on another level. Mini Pin started to move towards the guild door and decided to take a break. He entered his office, sat down and started reading a book. Mini Pin rested his head on the table, started touching his head with his hand and felt worried since they were in trouble again this month. He did not have enough money to cover their food expenses and the salaries of the guild members. His eyes filled with worry and sadness since due to the large guilds of mercenaries, he could not do what he wanted and it was normal that he was so distressed for not having support. He stood up, knowing that it was all his fault, since if he had not been scammed when he was young while trying to pursue his dream, now he would not be struggling financially. He opened a drawer which contained a towel. Mini Pin grabbed the towel and felt like an idiot, closing his eyes. He wiped the sweat from his face. If there was still an opportunity, he wanted to pursue his dream. He intertwined his hands and began to imagine the symbol of the Baskerville family. His dream was to enter the Baskerville family. At that moment, someone wearing brown boots began to walk through the area. This person wore a hood. He approached the body of the boar and asked if anyone knew where Minnie Pin was. Upon hearing this, the attention of the men focused on him. With a serious gaze, the man approached the hooded man and noticed that this guy was young. He asked how someone like him dared to say their guild master's name so casually. The hooded man said that he was just a client who had come to make a commission. Upon hearing this, the other man asked if he believed that clients could act as if they were superior. Without wasting another second, the hooded man turned his back on him and walked away, thinking that this guy was very annoying. Seeing this, the blonde man's eyes widened in surprise. With a furious gaze, he turned around and tried to grab him, but at that moment, the hooded person moved like thunder and shifted away, leaving the man in shock. He and his men tried to catch the hooded man, but with a murderous gaze, the man moved quickly, avoiding being caught. Then, he took momentum and made a jump, until he appeared right in front of the guildmaster's office window. Upon feeling this, Minnie Pin's eyes, who had his hands intertwined, were filled with surprise. The hooded man stood at the window and asked if this was the guildmaster's room. Judging by Minnie Pin's build, he realized that he was the guildmaster. Upon hearing this, Minnie Pin's eyes widened in confusion. He stood up, clenched his fist, and with a confused gaze demanded to know who he was. The hooded man sat on the window and revealed that he was a client who had come to make a commission. Minnie Pin's face filled with sweat and his jaw dropped in surprise. The man got down from the window, approached Minnie Pin, took out a sheet and revealed that it was his commission request. Minnie Pin's attention fixed on him and he could not help but go on alert, realizing that this guy was fast. He was so fast that he had not had time to react, realizing that he was someone very skilled. Minnie Pin took the commission request and began to read carefully, but made it clear that he could not come here without making an official request. But then his eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. The hooded man began to remove his hood and revealed that the guide he wanted to hire was Minnie Pin. Upon hearing this, the guildmaster's body began to tremble. The hooded man could not forget the famous person who visited endlessly the Baskerville family because he wanted to become a vassal. Minnie Pin's face filled with sweat and his eyes filled with fear. The hooded person was none other than Vikir. After a few hours, night fell. Minnie Pin and Vikir were walking through the village. Minnie Pin was reading the request report of our boy, and according to the request, he had affiliation with the Colosseum Academy, and the reason for the request was that he wanted to hire a guide for the purpose of killing monsters. While Vikir was walking beside him with a serious gaze, Minnie Pin's attention was fixed on our boy, and he couldn't help but blush and feel somewhat surprised. He couldn't believe that this boy truly belonged to the Baskerville family. Minnie Pin stood in front of Vikir and bowed his head before him as a sign of respect. For him it was an honor to work with someone like Vikir. Upon seeing his attitude, our boy couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a sincere expression, Minnie Pin admitted that he really wished he could see a member of the Baskerville family at least once. Vikir began to observe him, and with a serious gaze asked him not to make so much noise and to calm down a little. Minnie Pin apologized, revealing that his dream was to join the Baskerville family. Upon hearing this, Vikir's eyes began to shine with surprise, thinking calmly and seeing that from this time Minnie Pin wished to become a servant of the Baskervilles. He realized that then, before he returned in time, Minnie Pin must have dreamed about it for a long time. Minnie Pin clenched his fists, and, blushing with excitement, mentioned with a smile that the Baskervilles were a family that subdued monsters on the Western Front, known as the Iron-Blooded Sword family. He knew that if he became a member of the family, they would teach him the invincible fencing of the Baskerville style. With a depressed gaze, Minnie Pin began to touch his head and in a sincere tone admitted that he wanted to get a house, and also some land. He had thought that was the only way to give his wife a good life, but unfortunately, he had been scammed by brokers and his whole life had gone to waste. Vikir's eyes began to shine with seriousness. He knew that although Minnie Pin seemed weak, he was a supreme graduate. He was at a level where he could even belong to the highest level mercenary guild. Vikir began to look down at the ground and with a smile revealed that he could make that dream come true, but that was going to depend on what Minnie Pin did. Upon hearing this, Minnie Pin's eyes widened in surprise, and then an excited smile appeared on his face. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. With a gaze full of emotion, he promised to work hard. After a few hours, Minnie Pin was driving a carriage full of goods in the middle of the night. Our boy had a secret mission, so for this reason he attended the academy undercover. It was a secret even within the family, so he received no help from Baskerville. For this reason, he had turned to Minnie Pin, the most capable guide in this area, to help him pay his tuition. Upon hearing this, Mini-Pin put his hand over his mouth and his eyes filled with tears and surprise. He couldn't believe that the person he respected most within Baskerville, Vikir, had personally praised him. Vikir was sitting among the merchandise. Our boy clasped his hands and with a serene expression asked Mini-Pin to call him employer from now on and not by his name. While Mini-Pin's eyes were shining with determination, he clenched his fist and said he would keep that in mind. Vikir began to observe Mini-Pin with a curious expression and explained that he was a student at the academy and asked which monsters were not so strange, even if he hunted many of them. With a sincere expression, Mini-Pin turned his head toward him and with a smile explained that the Gnoll was a monster that was not too strong, but still could be worth a lot. Gnoll was a strange creature with the head of a hyena and the body of a dwarf that lived in groups in the highlands on the outskirts of the ecliptic. The individual risk level was only C+, but when they gathered as a colony, it could reach up to maximum A. Mini-Pin, who was driving the merchandise carriage, explained that since these monsters' individual combat power was weak, even a first-year student from the academy could easily hunt many of them, so Vikir would not be very suspicious. And since it was an ecosystem disruptor designated by the imperial family, there was a reward per head. Their skin, meat and even bones could be sold. Vikir began to observe Mini-Pin closely and noticed that this guy was really competent. A few hours later, they arrived at the habitat of the Gnoll and the merchandise carriage stopped. The area was full of Gnolls. Some carried swords as weapons and others were prowling around the area. Vikir and Mini-Pin hid behind the bushes and their attention was fixed on the monsters. With a serious gaze, Mini-Pin began to point at the monsters with his finger and revealed that they had the habit of collecting shiny things. So the most common hunting method was to scatter glass balls to attract them and kill them. Vikir, who was sitting next to him, remained silently watching the monsters. While his eyes were shining calmly, he realized that this was a method one should use when encountering a small number of Gnolls. Upon hearing this, Mini-Pin's eyes widened in surprise and he nodded his head, since Vikir's analysis was accurate. While they were talking, a snake that was hidden in the branches of a tree began to look at them with a murderous gaze. Just before the snake could take another breath, someone attacked with a fierce slash, cutting the snake's head in half. Mini-Pin's eyes filled with fear and confusion since he didn't know how Vikir had cut the snake without a sword. The snake's head fell to the ground. Vikir began pointing backward with his thumb and with a curious gaze asked if there was oil in the barrels of the carriage. With his face full of sweat, Mini-Pin nodded. Blood began to emerge from the corpse of the snake. Vikir's cut had been clean. Our boy felt happy because with the barrels of oil they were going to be able to eliminate the entire colony with minimal battle. Mini-Pin's eyes began to shine with surprise. He couldn't believe that Vikir wanted to subdue a colony that even the Imperial Punitive Force had given up on using only barrels of oil. Vikir began to stare at the monsters and his eyes began to shine with excitement and a smile spread across his face. Seeing this, Mini-Pin couldn't help but feel somewhat confused since he didn't know what the hell Vikir was thinking. Following Vikir's order, Mini-Pin brought some barrels of oil and both approached the entrance of the cave where the Gnolls lived. The small monsters did not feel Vikir's presence and entered the cave. Our boy approached the entrance and began to observe them from a corner. Not long after, the monsters turned around and their eyes began to shine with rage. Mini-Pin's eyes filled with fear and confusion. He didn't know how Vikir was going to defeat so many Gnolls. If he attacked without a plan, the Gnolls could invade nearby villages. Our boy stood in front of the entrance and began to ponder. Mini-Pin's eyes widened with curiosity. He was sure that Vikir would not overlook something like this. Vikir began to walk toward the cave under the moonlight. Mini-Pin wanted to know how our boy was going to subjugate the Gnolls. Mini-Pin left the barrels of oil in front of the entrance of the cave, and both remained silent. While his eyes were shining with rage, Vikir began to gaze toward the ground, and remembered that there were 3 entrances to the lair of the Gnolls in this mountain. This was the entrance to the lair of low-level Gnolls. Our boy closed his eyes, crouched down and touched the ground. At that moment, mana began to emerge from his body and travel through the ground. Vikir concentrated even more in the image of flying wine glasses and a banquet came to his mind. The Swordmasters were known as superhumans for a reason. After becoming one, he could feel the aura very clearly. Vikir's mana began to emerge from his hand and travel through the ground. At first nothing happened, but several seconds later, small explosions occurred at the top of the mountain. The ground began to shake, and Mini-Pin's eyes filled with fear and confusion. He didn't know what was happening. Not long after, the fierce Gnolls, with eyes shining with rage, came out of the cave and began to charge towards them. But just then, Mini-Pin threw the barrels. Seeing this, the monster's jaws dropped in shock. The barrels began to hit the monsters, releasing the oil. Mini-Pin began to throw the barrels with all his strength at the monsters. Vikir, who was holding a torch, couldn't help but smile, since no one would have thought that he would end up using the same strategy he had used when living in the forest. His eyes began to shine with excitement and a wicked smile spread across his face, although at that time his plan had not worked. This time it was going to work since he was only facing gnolls and not the madam. The oil began to soak the bodies of the monsters, while they were advancing towards our boy. With a wicked smile, Vikir dropped the torch toward the monsters. Upon coming into contact with fire, the oil ignited. An intense blaze began to scorch the monsters, causing them terrible pain. The reason why fire was dangerous in an enclosed space was because it could spread, and the smoke it generated was poisonous. Since he had blocked off the upper entrances, there was no way for the smoke to escape, which caused it to sweep through the entire pack. The inside of the cave began to burn. Vikir and Mini-Pin, who were standing at the entrance, started to watch the fire in silence. Mini-Pin's eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Even though they were monsters, Vikir had not blinked when taking so many lives. He realized that he was much more cruel and meticulous than he had imagined. Feeling Mini-Pin's gaze, Vikir turned his head, and while his eyes were shining with calmness, he remained silent. Mini-Pin's eyes began to shine with admiration since, according to him, Vicky was very cool. Seeing this, with a confused gaze, our boy started touching his head. After a few hours, smoke began to emerge from the mountain, and upon entering inside with a torch, they saw that the cave was filled with gnoll corpses. Mini-Pin began to examine the corpses and with a serious gaze mentioned that as expected, the gnolls inside the cave had died from smoke inhalation. He had been in the hunting world for a long time, and this was something he had learned from Vikir. With a serene expression, Vikir began to walk through the cave, asking Mini-Pin to forget about the compliments, since some gnolls might have survived, so they should not let their guard down. Mini-Pin put his hand on his chest and couldn't help but feel happy to see that Vikir was worried about him. Vikir's eyes filled with confusion since looking at Mini-Pin reminded him of Secretary General Chihuahua. They both began to walk through the cave, which was now full of monster corpses. Mini-Pin's attention focused on one of the rocks and his eyes widened in surprise. Without wasting a second, he struck the rock using the sword. Upon seeing this, Vikir turned around and with a curious expression asked if there was any problem. Mini-Pin began to strike the rocks with the sword and revealed that he could see man-made traces. Mini-Pin struck hard, breaking the rocks and revealing a secret entrance. Mini-Pin's and Vikir's eyes filled with surprise and fear, leaving them in shock. The secret entrance connected to a room which was full of gold coins. Vikir began to examine the coins, and it didn't take long for him to realize that someone had been using this room as a safe. With a surprised expression, Mini-Pin mentioned that Vikir was jumping to conclusions, since the gnolls used to accumulate shiny things, so it could be that they had accumulated this. Vikir grabbed a gold coin while he was observing it, threw another in the air and asked Mini-Pin to take a look. Mini-Pin grabbed the coin and felt somewhat confused. Our boy revealed that these gold coins could not be released by the bank because they did not have serial numbers, so there was no way the gnolls could have gotten them. Mini-Pin did not know who would have the courage to keep their money inside the gnoll's lair. Vikir dropped the torch on the ground, stood up and made it clear that one thing was certain. That person was using this place as a treasure, and was strong enough to kill all these gnolls and take the gold from them. At that moment, a woman wearing heels approached the cave and stepped hard on the corpse of one of the gnolls. She began licking her hand and with a smile realized that rats had gotten into her coin box. Vikir, who was holding the gold coin, stood up and with a serious expression made it clear that one thing was certain. Mini-Pin's attention was fixed on the coin and his eyes filled with surprise and confusion, leaving him in shock. The cave was filled with gnoll corpses. The mysterious woman reached the entrance and began to observe the corpses in silence. The entrance to the secret treasure room was hidden in a part of the cave. Our boy revealed that the person who was using this place as storage was someone powerful who had the confidence to kill all the monsters and take the gold coins. Mini-Pin began to examine the coins carefully without knowing if Vikir meant that all this loot had been stolen from a bank. Vikir nodded since otherwise it would not make sense for someone to be able to get these coins. With a gaze full of fear, Vikir began to imagine a newspaper and remembered that he had recently read news about the robbery of a bank. He remembered it well since he himself had been the one who had written the article. He knew that a copycat of the Night Hound continued committing crimes. That guy had destroyed important facilities in the imperial capital only to then disappear and take all the riches that were inside. Among those places there was also a bank. Moreover, all the witnesses had been murdered, and at the crime scene only the footprints of high heels and marks that seemed to be made by a gigantic snake were left behind. and from there that nickname had emerged. Just then, the mysterious woman drew her whip and swung it forcefully. She tried to attack Vikir, but our boy reacted in time and moving his head to one side, dodged the attack without much effort, causing the whip to hit against the wall of the cave. The whip left a mark that looked like it was made by a snake. Instead of panicking or feeling fear, Vikir's eyes began to shine with calm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mini-Pin turned around and his eyes widened in surprise and terror. The mysterious woman picked up the whip and began to walk toward them with elegance. She grabbed the whip tightly and couldn't help but get angry upon seeing that rats had gotten into her coin box. Upon hearing this, Mini-Pin couldn't help but go into shock and feel somewhat confused. Our boy quickly realized that this woman was Ouroboros. She clenched her fist tightly and a smile spread across her face. While his eyes were shining with seriousness, Vikir's attention focused on the mark left on the wall by her whip. Realizing that the marks which seemed to have been made by a gigantic snake were actually marks left by a whip. He also noticed that she was using magic to distort her voice. With a smile, she extended her hand and couldn't help but feel confused and asked if finding her coin box was bad luck or good luck. With eyes shining with rage and hate, she began to stare fixedly at Vikir and Mini-Pin. Her attention was fixed on Vikir and she couldn't help but grip the whip tightly since she didn't know what he was doing here. Vikir's eyes filled with confusion, leaving him in shock. With a gaze full of fear, Mini-Pin prepared to draw his sword. Our boy's mind filled with surprise and his attention was fixed on her since he noticed that suddenly she had begun to become aware of something. He didn't know if she knew him. Ouroboros put her hand on top of the mask and couldn't help but laugh at the thought that she had good luck. Her eyes began to shine with malice and an excited smile spread across her face. She couldn't believe that Vikir had entered by himself into her coin box. She began to use her power, causing a powerful mana to start emerging from her body. Mini-Pin drew his sword without knowing what was happening. Vikir, who was standing behind, started observing her and instead of panicking, remained calm. Realizing that her mana was intense, she was stronger than a graduator. Mini-Pin, who had a low graduator rank, wasn't going to be a match for her. His eyes began to shine with determination since he knew that it was him who had to fight against her. But he was afraid since if he showed his true power to someone who already knew him and let them escape, the danger was going to increase. So he didn't know what to do. While Ouroboros's body was releasing an intense aura, with a serene gaze, Vikir began to ponder in silence. Mini-Pin turned around and his gaze fixed on Vikir, making his eyes widen in confusion, realizing that our boy had many things on his mind. Vikir began looking at the ground. It was true that although he was a genius revered as a hero, facing Miss Ouroboros, who was stronger than a graduator, was going to be terrifying. Mini-Pin stood in front of Vikir and with a sincere expression mentioned that at this hour the Imperial Guard would be patrolling around the base of the mountain. Upon hearing this, Vikir came out of his thoughts and his eyes widened in surprise, leaving him somewhat confused. Mini-Pin drew his sword and began to imbue it with his mana, making golden mana appear around his body, clenching his teeth with a gaze full of determination. He promised to do everything possible so that Vikir could reach the entrance of the cave, and then escape and call the Imperial Guard. Vikir was somewhat confused, while Mini-Pin's eyes were shining with confidence. With a smile he made it clear that for him it had been an honor to meet Vikir, even if it had been for a short time. Without wasting any more time, Mini-Pin filled himself with determination and began to charge toward Ouroboros. Using all his strength, he grabbed the sword and prepared to attack. As he was slowly getting closer, Ouroboros remained still. Mini-Pin swung the sword forcefully, but to his surprise, Ouroboros reacted in time and ducked, dodging the attack and causing his sword to hit the ground. Seeing this, Mini-Pin couldn't help but grit his teeth and feel furious. He didn't know what was happening. He swung the sword forcefully again, but Ouroboros jumped back and dodged the attack once more, making his sword hit the cave wall. She began to imbue her mana into the whip and felt excited to see that this guy had gone crazy. Just before Mini-Pin could react, she attacked with a fierce lash, hitting him under the jaw and making him lose consciousness. The attack was so powerful that it made a deep cut on Mini-Pin's face. He began to retreat, until several seconds later, he stomped the ground forcefully. Mini-Pin started to bleed and dropped his sword, which fell to the ground. His body began to tremble. He had lost consciousness for a moment due to the blow. He felt as if his flesh was being torn apart and his bones crushed by that whip. Even though both were graduators, the skill gap was very large due to the difference in rank. With eyes full of rage, Mini-Pin began to stare at her. Then, he put his arms in front of his face and began to concentrate, causing golden mana to emerge from his body. Ouroboros decided not to stand idly by. She attacked again several times using the whip. Her attacks did quite a bit of damage to Mini-Pin, causing small cuts all over his body. While the whip was tearing his flesh apart, Mini-Pin stood firm and thought about Vikir. Our boy was a person who one day would become a sword master, and for him it was a shame that Vikir died in this place. Then, a smile spread across Mini-Pin's face. Upon seeing this, Ouroboros' eyes filled with fear and confusion, leaving her in shock. With eyes shining with rage and determination, Mini-Pin lunged at her and prepared to attack, since his mission was to die protecting Vikir in this place. But just then, Vikir asked him not to waste his life, and then launched spider silk which stuck to Ouroboros' mask, making her panic. Upon seeing this, Mini-Pin clenched his teeth tightly, not knowing what was happening. Ouroboros put her hand on top of the mask and felt furious as she didn't know what this sticky thing was, but she was aware that she had to remove it quickly. While she was distracted, with eyes shining with rage, Vikir appeared behind her. Just before she could take another breath, Vikir gave her a strong kick in the ribs. The blow was so strong that she clenched her teeth and started to bleed. Seeing this, Mini-Pin's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe that Vikir was so strong. Vikir's kick made Ouroboros' body crash against the cave wall, creating a large curtain of smoke and making the whole mountain shake. Resting his hand on Mini-Pin's shoulder, our boy praised him for being strong. Mini-Pin turned his head toward him and his eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe that Vikir was praising him again. With her mouth full of blood, Ouroboros put her hands on her back and couldn't help but grit her teeth. According to her, the power that Vikir had was not normal. Mini-Pin's body was full of wounds and he couldn't walk. Vikir carried Mini-Pin's body on his back and his eyes began to shine with seriousness. He knew he wouldn't be able to defeat Ouroboros with just one blow, but he also couldn't show either her or Mini-Pin the realm of Sword Master, so he decided to take this opportunity to leave. Vikir carried Mini-Pin on his back and began to walk toward the exit of the cave. Ouroboros, who was sitting on the ground, asked where he thought he was going. Several seconds later, they reached the exit of the cave and could see the beautiful moonlight. Just then, with an arrogant gaze, Vikir turned around and advised her to run away quickly since soon they were going to return to the cave along with the Imperial Guard. With her body trembling, Ouroboros placed her hand on top of the ground and couldn't help but feel furious. While Vikir's eyes were shining, with a smile he made it clear that if she was planning to touch his coin box, then she should be prepared to suffer the consequences. After saying this, he said goodbye to her. Ouroboros clenched her teeth and cursed Vikir under her breath. The only thing she could do was call Vikir bastard. Several minutes had already passed and Mini-Pin had lost consciousness. Under the moonlight, Vikir, who was carrying Mini-Pin on his back, arrived at the forest. He couldn't help but smile since for him this was incredible. He had thought that he had lived enough, but there were still many things about himself that he was learning. Vikir began to remember what Mini-Pin and Chihuahua had done for him in the past, and by doing this, the memory of himself from his past life came to his mind. Under the moonlight, Vikir began to walk toward the place where the Imperial Guard was patrolling. Mini-Pin's loyal appearance reminded him of himself from the past. It was night and not long after, the knights of the Imperial Guard arrived at the entrance of the cave and upon seeing what had happened, their eyes widened in surprise and confusion. The entrance of the cave was filled with knights and on the ground there was a mountain of gnoll corpses. The knights were in shock to see that someone had killed so many gnolls. Vikir, who wore a hood, began to observe them with a serene gaze and silence. The expedition to subdue the gnoll village concluded with the arrival of the Imperial Guard. When they arrived, Miss Ouroboros had disappeared, leaving behind a great amount of riches. With the help of carts, the knights began to fill bags with gold coins to take them out of the cave. In the middle of the night, they loaded all the coins into their carriages and prepared to leave. That was how all the loot was confiscated by the Imperial Guard. It was already daytime and Mini-Pin had his face full of bandages, but his eyes were shining with joy and there was a smile on his face. Not long after, Vikir, who was holding 2 bags full of gold coins, appeared, and with a cheerful gaze mentioned that this was the money he had obtained after selling the loot, and receiving the substantial reward for the expedition to annihilate the gnolls. The eyes of Mini-Pin, who was lying in bed with his body full of bandages, began to shine peacefully and he started to ponder in silence. Vikir began to gaze toward Mini-Pin and with a smile mentioned that the heat from the fire and the smoke had damaged the leather, but he had sold the bones, teeth, and claws for a large sum of money. Upon hearing this, Mini-Pin came out of his thoughts and his attention fixed on Victor, making a smile appear on his face. Victor sat in the chair and with a worried expression asked about his wounds. Mini-Pin interlaced his hands, turned towards our boy, and with a sincere gaze revealed that every joint hurt. But the doctors had said that once he recovered, he was not going to have problems living a normal life. Upon hearing this, Victor realized why Mini-Pin had reached the rank of graduator. Victor handed a bag of gold coins to Mini-Pin, which fell into his lap. This was a gift. Mini-Pin opened the bag and saw that it was full of shiny gold coins. His eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped. He had never seen so much money before. Victor had included a good sum as payment for Mini-Pin's help during the expedition and to cover medical expenses, since he knew that in his current state, he was not going to be able to work for some time. Mini-Pin began to gaze at the ground, not knowing what to say. While sunlight was entering the room through the window, he clenched his fist and asked if now Victor was going back to the academy. With a calm expression, Victor nodded. Mini-Pin didn't even lift his head to look Victor in the eyes. He was happy to have been able to be, even if just for a moment, next to the hero of Baskerville. Victor's attention fixed on him and his eyes began to shine with curiosity and confusion. Our boy remembered that Mini-Pin knew a lot about monster ecology, and upon hearing this, Mini-Pin's eyes widened in surprise, making his jaw drop in shock. He extended his hands and with a proud smile revealed that in his youth he had traveled across the entire continent, so he could perfectly distinguish the habits of monsters, the location of their nests, as well as subspecies, variants, subtypes, and superior species. With a lost gaze, Victor got up from the chair, turned his back to Mini-Pin and began to walk away. Upon noticing this, Mini-Pin's attention fixed on our boy, and his eyes filled with confusion. When Victor asked him to wait here, Mini-Pin's eyes filled with tears of joy. Victor turned his head and with a joyful gaze made it clear that he was going to need his help again. Mini-Pin began to gaze at Victor in silence, not knowing what to say. At the same time, at the academy, Professor Vinci Morg was in his office working. His desk was full of mountains of papers. He was somewhat furious since he knew that he would have to do all the work of the academy by himself. While he was distracted, someone started knocking on his office door. Vinci Morg came out of his trance, lifted his head and gave them permission to enter. It was Dolores, who was holding several petitions. With a confused gaze, Vinci Morg asked why she had come. Dolores' eyes began to shine with seriousness and she revealed that she had come to talk about the classmates who needed help with scholarships. She approached Vinci Morg's desk and began to show him the petitions. With a curious gaze, the professor began to read carefully and Dolores explained that these were the petitions of students who, due to family problems, would not be able to continue next semester. The petitions included data from those who could not maintain good grades because they worked part-time and from those who avoided working in order to obtain the scholarship. She began to stare at the teacher with a serious gaze and made it clear that among the students who had received the scholarship, there were some who needed a reevaluation. She also mentioned that there was a considerable number of students who, although they came from wealthy families, forged their documents to appear as if they were from poor households and thus obtained scholarships fraudulently. It was necessary to recover those scholarships and redistribute them among the students who really needed them. Vinci Morg began to stare at her and his eyes widened with rage. Little by little he was losing patience. Pointing at Dolores with his finger, he made it clear that the scholarships were granted according to school regulations. As president of the student council, she was the one who had to respect and enforce those rules. With a furious gaze, she placed her hand on the table and asked the professor to review again the disadvantaged students that the regulations might be overlooking. Vinci Morg was furious to see that she was saying he had to do the work twice. With eyes shining with determination, Dolores made it clear that as president of the student council, she had the obligation to raise her voice for the difficulties of the students. With an angry expression, Vinci Morg questioned who was going to take responsibility for the burden involved in him having to do the work twice, knowing that she was not someone who would double his salary. Little by little Dolores also began to lose patience. Her eyes began to shine with contempt upon seeing that Vinci Morg was upset because he had to do the work twice. Placing her hands on the table, she began to stare intently at Vinci Morg and made it clear that this was a matter affecting the future of the students. The tension in the room began to rise, and just then, our boy opened the office door. The attention of Vinci Morg and Dolores focused on Vikir, and their eyes widened with curiosity. They didn't know what he was doing there. Our boy, who was holding a bag full of gold coins, began to show a serene gaze. Seeing that he had entered the professor's office without even knocking on the door, Vinci Morg mocked him by asking if his parents hadn't taught him manners at home. Upon hearing this, Vikir began to remember his father and the manners he had taught him. With a smile, Hugo said that the family motto was to respect the strong. Vikir began to gaze toward the ground in silence, making Dolores feel somewhat confused. Vinci Morg began to touch his face, closed his eyes and asked why Vikir had come, not knowing if he too had come to complain about not having received a scholarship. With a confused gaze, Vikir began to walk toward his table. Dolores' attention was fixed on our boy, and she couldn't help but feel somewhat curious. Vikir left the bag of coins on top of Vinci Morg's table. The professor's attention was fixed on the bag and his mind filled with curiosity. Our boy opened the bag, revealing the shiny gold coins. With a sincere gaze, he began to observe the professor and revealed that he had come to pay his tuition. Upon seeing the shiny gold coins, Vinci Morg's eyes widened in surprise. With a suspicious gaze, he asked where Vikir had gotten so much money. Our boy adjusted his glasses and mentioned that he had participated in the expedition against the gnolls. By chance, the fire he had lit while resting fell on the gnoll cave, and the swarm was completely annihilated. Vinci Morg placed his hands on top of the table and began to stand up. According to him, this made no sense. With a calm gaze, Vikir said that Vinci Morg could ask Minnie Pin, the guide who had accompanied him, and also questioned whether with this amount of money he would be able to pay for next semester's tuition. Vinci Morg began to observe the gold coins carefully and his eyes expanded with curiosity. He picked up several gold coins and left them on top of the table, mentioning that this was more than enough. Vikir could pay full tuition for all 4 years at once in a single payment. Vikir began to gaze at the ground and said that the rest of the money was also to pay for tuition. Dolores' attention was fixed on our boy and she couldn't help but sweat. With a serious gaze, Vinci Morg made it clear that the amount of leftover money was too much just to pay for tuition. He didn't know if our boy was thinking about buying a building. According to him, Vikir was aiming for a professorship, not a student position. With a calm expression, Vikir asked Vinci Morg to use the rest of the money for students who had not been able to pay their tuition. Upon hearing this, Dolores' eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe it. With a confused gaze, Vinci Morg questioned whether Vikir really intended to donate all this money for scholarships. Vikir nodded his head but mentioned that under one condition. The condition for receiving this money was that students must complete a certain number of volunteer hours at an orphanage. With a serene expression, Vinci Morg began to point at Vikir with his finger and asked if he wanted to give the scholarship a name and suggested calling it the Vikir Scholarship. Our boy wanted to remain anonymous, so he decided to call the scholarship Perry Scholarship. Upon hearing this, Dolores' eyes filled with surprise. She put her hands over her mouth and couldn't help but blush. With eyes shining with determination, Vikir asked Vinci Morg to call the scholarship Perry Scholarship. It was already late and the sun was setting, and somewhere in the academy was the student council room. In this room were President Dolores and the others. Students had heard that this time an important scholarship sponsor had appeared. According to them, this was incredible since now one could obtain a scholarship by doing volunteer work in an orphanage. It was said that noble and powerful families were excluded from scholarships. Dolores clasped her hands and began to ponder in silence. No one knew who the anonymous donor was that had saved the lives of underprivileged students at the academy. With eyes full of curiosity, she couldn't help but wonder what Vikir's true identity was. She began to imagine Vikir and the others. Our boy had obtained first place in the written midterm exam and also ranked among the top in the practical part. He was a very conscientious student, without flaws and with good relationships with his classmates. She began to remember when Vikir was in Vinci Morg's office. She knew that the eyes hidden behind the glasses seemed cold, but she couldn't know what was inside Vikir. The image of Vikir sitting with Perry came to her mind. Perry was a girl who had been sacrificed in the fight against Dantalion, and Vikir still remembered her. She stood up and began to walk. For her it was clear that Vikir had a warm heart hidden behind his cold exterior. Her eyes began to shine with love and she couldn't help but blush. She reached the door of Vikir's room and remained silent. She wanted to see Vikir and talk to him. With eyes full of nervousness, she began to bring her hand closer to the door. This feeling was one of responsibility and debt, like someone who had seen the end of Perry together with the Night Bloodhound during the fight against Dantalion. Just then, Piggy, who was scratching his neck, opened the door, and upon seeing Dolores, his eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Dolores and Piggy remained silent. With a confused gaze, she asked where Vikir was. Piggy turned toward the room and with a sincere expression realized that she had come looking for Vikir. The room was empty, and Piggy mentioned that he didn't know where Vikir was now, since he always wandered at night. Upon hearing this, something caught Dolores' attention and her eyes began to shine with surprise. Piggy started touching his head, closed his eyes, and with a nervous expression admitted that the room was empty. The lower part belonged to Vikir, but he couldn't have much luggage there. It was as if he were someone who could leave at any moment. Dolores' eyes began to shine with curiosity. Piggy turned his head and with a sincere expression admitted that Vikir seemed to have some problem, and as a roommate he was worried that he would leave. Once Piggy turned around, his eyes widened in confusion. Dolores left the room, turned her back on him, and began to walk away. Piggy started touching his head and his eyes filled with confusion. While the sunlight was illuminating the hallway, Dolores began walking away, and she couldn't help but wonder if Vikir was the Night-Blood Hound. Somewhere in the Empire was the train station, full of people. It was Iron-Blooded Station, and on platform number 999 was Bianca, who wore a summer dress and a hat, while on her shoulder she had her purse. With the other hand she was holding her carry-on luggage. She couldn't help but blush and smile since it had been a long time since the last time she had left the academy. Behind her were Sancho, Tudor, Sinclair, and Piggy, who wore the academy uniform. With a confused expression, Tudor mentioned that if someone saw them they would think they were going on a trip to some tourist place. He asked Bianca not to forget that they were going to fight. With a serene gaze, she said that then at least they should be somewhat tense. Then, she began pointing to one side with her finger. Not far from them was a group of students chatting among themselves. Bianca began to point at them with her finger, and while her eyes were shining with confidence, with a smile she made it clear that anyway, in this Olympic survival competition, their Colosseo Academy was going to be the best again. The Olympic survival competition had begun. It was a tournament where the four most prestigious academies of the Empire gathered. The first was the Elite Academy, the Colosseo Academy recognized for offering the best education in all disciplines. Then there was Boot Camp Varangian, a training center for warriors specialized in melee weapons such as swords, spears, axes, and bows. An academy identical to the Colosseo Academy in structure. An educational system would also participate but composed only of women, called the Misira Women's University. Lastly, there was the host of this edition, an Eastern Academy that brought together those who followed the path of magic known as the Wizard Training Institute or Magic Tower. Tudor's attention was fixed on Bianca, and with a curious gaze he asked if this time the headquarters was the Magic Tower. Bianca turned to him and with a calm expression nodded her head and revealed that the headquarters was in Dorsmile, in the southeast of the continent. Where the Magic Tower was located, it was famous as a resting place. While they were walking through the station, the loudspeaker began to sound, revealing that the Continental Circuit train was entering the station. The next station was Hwangdo, Imperial Capital, Hwangdo Station. They approached the train tracks and began to contemplate the train. The eyes of Sancho, Bianca, and Sinclair began to shine with joy, while on the other hand, Tudor's and Piggy's jaws dropped in surprise and astonishment. The train arrived at high speed. It was releasing blue smoke, and in front of it there was a powerful magic circle. The train stopped at the station. Piggy clenched his fists, and his eyes began to shine with excitement, since it was the first time he was going to take a magic train. Sancho rested his hands on his waist and with a confident smile mentioned that he had already taken this train once when he had come to enroll. While Piggy was observing the train with amazement, Bianca started pointing at them with her finger and asked them not to make a silly face. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention turned to her and their eyes widened in confusion. With a confident gaze, Bianca began to show a finger and revealed that on this train were also the students from the Varangian Academy and from the Misira Women's University who had already boarded at the previous station. According to her, they could not allow their rivals to underestimate them. While they were talking, several students got off the train. Among them was a man who had a scar on his face and a woman. Piggy's attention and that of the others focused on them. Not long after, the students from Varangian Academy, with serious expressions, began to get off the train. And then, with a smile, the girls from the Misira Women's University also got off the train. Everyone went to the station store to buy some food. Piggy's eyes widened in surprise, as he was surprised to see that suddenly everyone had gotten off the train. Tudor, who had his arms crossed, began to observe them and with a serious expression noticed that the atmosphere was quite tense upon noticing that everyone had gotten off to shop at the store. Tudor extended his hand to one side and with a confident smile mentioned that the students of boot camp Varangian must be grinding their teeth at seeing Sancho. With a confused gaze, Piggy extended his hands and asked why they would be grinding their teeth at seeing Sancho. Sancho, who was standing next to him, began to show a smile, and his eyes started shining with joy. Tudor closed his eyes and with a smile revealed that Sancho had placed first in the entrance exam of the Varangian boot camp and then had entered the Colosseo Academy. Sancho's eyes began to shine with confidence and he couldn't help but smile since when it came to fighting, he was always ready. While they were talking, Bianca approached them and questioned if Sinclair was in serious trouble. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's attention fixed on her and her eyes widened in surprise. Bianca remembered that she had also placed first in the entrance exam of the Magic Tower and first in the entrance exam of the Masiro Woman's University. Sinclair couldn't help but smile and blush like a tomato. They got on the train. Being in first place always made her nervous, since if someone did well, at least they could tie and if not, they would lose. Piggy, who was reading the train ticket, started walking down the aisle of the train. Tudor, who was behind him, extended his hand and with a smile asked her not to worry too much, since the real aces were the third-year students. Also, according to the data, there were going to be 50 third-year students, 30 second-year students, and 20 first-year students. Sancho and the others began to listen to Tudor in silence. With eyes shining with calmness, Tudor began imagining various magical objects. Among them there was a book, a sword, a dagger, and a necklace. He remembered that it was said that if they managed to rank among the top 10 in this competition, they could choose a treasure from the warehouse shared by all 4 academies. He decided to make sure he got at least one treasure. They arrived at their seats, left their suitcases and got ready to sit down. For Tudor it was a shame that Vikir had not come with them. Tudor sat in the seat, crossed his arms and let out a sigh since once again Vikir had abandoned them to team up with other boys. The attention of Sancho, who was sitting next to him, focused on him. With a smile he mentioned that it was said that Vikir had a prior commitment, so it could not be helped. He liked seeing that Vikir valued his promises. That made our boy seem worthy of admiration. Bianca, who had her head resting on her hand, started to gaze off to one side and remembered that Vikir's seat was in a separate car. She couldn't help but wonder if he would have problems with students from other academies. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's eyes widened in surprise. Now she was also worried about Vikir. Piggy turned around and his face filled with sweat. He couldn't help but get nervous, since more than worrying about the other academies, in reality he was more concerned that that boy was with Vikir. At the same time, in the other train car, there was a boy with purple hair. With a lost gaze, the boy sat in his seat and began to look at the floor. It was Granwell of Leviathan, the third son of the Rikudakam Leviathan family, one of the 7 great houses of the empire. He had grown up being praised as the greatest genius within his clan, and until now had never allowed anyone to surpass him. Under a cherry tree was Sinclair, and Granwell was watching her from afar. He had ranked second in the entrance exam, and the person who had trampled on Granwell was a commoner without surname or lineage named Sinclair. Granwell put his hand over his chest and couldn't help but blush. It was his first defeat suffered at the hands of a low-class commoner. However, as time went by, a strange feeling began to grow in Granwell's heart. With eyes shining with joy, Sinclair began to contemplate the cherry petals. That feeling had been born from the very moment he saw her for the first time. Her white hair that drew attention, her flawless skin, her large eyes like those of a deer, her delicate and harmonious nose and lips. While she was distracted, Granwell and his men were looking at her with love. It was in that moment that he discovered in his heart that he loved her. Although he denied it strongly, it was an inevitable fact. He approached her, started pointing at her with his finger, called her a commoner, and with a smile asked if she had found a team. With a surprised gaze, she turned around. He tried to get closer to her little by little while reproaching himself for not being able to say anything more than sharp words like commoner. Pointing at himself with his thumb, he decided to let her join his team. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's eyes began to shine with joy and she started waving at someone. With a gaze full of joy she began to run and passed by Granwell. Upon seeing this, his eyes widened in confusion and surprise. He could not help but clench his teeth tightly and feel furious. Behind them stood Vikir, lost in his thoughts. Sinclair extended her hand and with a smile began to talk with him. At the same time, in the train car where Granwell was, Vikir and the Baskerville triplets were also there. Granwell began to stretch his feet due to tiredness. Our boy's attention was fixed on him and he couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. As if Granville were at home, he rested his feet on Victor's knees. Our boy started to gaze toward the ground, not knowing what to say. Granville began to stare at Victor with eyes full of contempt. He didn't know why Sinclair felt attracted to Victor. He thought the reason was that both were from the lower class. He knew that this time he had to crush Victor completely, and for this reason he had joined his team. Victor began to gaze silently to one side. Granville started to take out a bottle that he had under his clothes, and with a furious gaze made it clear that he was going to be the leader of the team and asked if Victor had any objection. With a serene gaze, Victor mentioned that he only cared about Granville doing his role well, and also questioned why he had rested his feet on his knees. The triplets' eyes were shining with rage. They couldn't believe someone dared disrespect Victor. Granville said that he wanted to stretch his legs but needed somewhere to rest them. He called Victor commoner, and asked if he had a problem being the footrest of a noble. The triplets clenched their teeth tightly and their eyes widened with fury. Granville asked if Victor wanted to fight and if he knew what the pain of being poisoned was. Granville prepared to take a sip from the bottle, began pointing at Victor with his finger, and with a furious gaze told him not to strut in front of him from now on, since if he made a mistake, he would implant a poisonous insect in his body. With eyes shining with evil, Granville extended his hand and poison began to emerge from his hand. He again called Victor a commoner, and asked if he had understood. While the poison was emerging from his hand, Victor began to gaze toward the ground in silence, and sank into his thoughts. Our boy stood up, made Granville stop resting his feet on his knees, and decided to go to the bathroom. Victor turned his back and Granville's eyes began to shine with rage. He asked him what he was doing. With shining eyes, Victor closed the door, put his finger near his mouth, and with a penetrating gaze gave Granville the order to be quiet. With eyes shining with rage, the triplets prepared to give Granville a beating. He clenched his teeth tightly and couldn't help feeling furious and thought that Victor was crazy. Just then, the triplets grabbed Granville by the head, making his eyes widen in fear and confusion. Poor Granville began to scream. Victor got out of the train car and started walking. He apologized but knew he couldn't let Granville interfere. Victor began to contemplate the landscape through the window, knowing that in this Olympic survival competition, they had to achieve results without fail. He knew that only the top 10 had the right to take an artifact from the shared treasure. With that right, he had to enter the treasure, because he had to destroy one of the artifacts that was in there. Victor's eyes began to shine with determination. He was standing on top of a cliff and a demonic eye was staring at him intently. This artifact was the inanimate demon, the 7th elite corpse Chilbansi Decorabia. The 7th elite corpse called Decorabia, in the form of a shining eye, and was an inorganic type demon. He was also one of the 10 elite corpses whose true identity had been revealed before Victor returned in time. This creature had existed as an artifact inside the treasure warehouse used by the Academy, and later on, it was awakened by the demons, becoming a great source of power for them during the era of destruction. Victor clenched his fists and with a serious gaze began to look at the ground and sank into his thoughts. He was very lucky to have found the opportunity to cut off the root and would be able to avoid a future calamity. His eyes began to shine with determination. He decided to enter among the top 10, access the treasure warehouse and destroy Decorabia. Victor returned to the train car where the others were and grabbed the doorknob. Slowly he opened the door and began to walk inside, and instead of mocking him, Granville began to look down in silence. He threw the bottle to the ground, lowered his head before Victor, and began to babble. His face was pale, and he was drooling. Granville began to shake his head from side to side like a madman. Victor entered the train car and began to observe him with a serene gaze and then nodded his head. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the Baskerville triplets began to shine with joy and a smile spread across their faces. They turned towards Victor and gave him a thumbs up. It was daytime and the train was passing over a bridge. Victor felt relieved since he had now eliminated a variable that could interfere with his plan. Several hours later, the train stopped, raising dust. The students got off the train and with a smile began to chat with their friends. Victor and the Baskerville triplets also got off the train. While our boy was thinking in silence, the triplets began to stretch their arms due to tiredness. Not long after, Granville also got off the train with an exhausted gaze. Victor's eyes began to shine with joy as something caught his attention. It was already evening and they were in the beautiful city of Dortsmile, which was located in the southeast of the empire. In the middle of the city there was a tower. Victor's attention was fixed on the tower. That structure, narrow and tall, was the magic tower, wrapped in a spatial magic that not even modern wizards could interpret. He began to imagine Andromalius' ring and couldn't help but wonder if the tower had the same powers as the ring. The shiny purple ring had the ability to create a barrier. Several men holding flags of the empire appeared. With a cheerful expression, a green-haired man extended his hand and with a smile mentioned that it had been a long time. This year he had reunited with the students again as representatives of their academies. His attention was fixed on Dolores. While her eyes were shining with determination, she placed her hands over her abdomen and began to show a smile. She was the representative of the Colosseum Academy. Giragio, a man who wore wolf skin on his head, crossed his arms and his eyes began to shine with excitement. He was the representative of Boot Camp Varangian. A brown-haired woman put her hand on her waist and began to show a smile. She was Lovegood, representative of the Themyscira Women's University. Dolores approached them and with a smile asked how everyone was. Lovegood, who had her hand on her waist, turned toward her and with a smile mentioned that in her opinion they looked the same as last time. Giragio, who had his arms crossed, mentioned that it had been a little less than a year. The green-haired man extended his hand and revealed that 11 months, 3 days, 11 hours, 43 minutes and 12 seconds had passed. Giragio's eyes began to shine with joy, and he couldn't help but smile since he remembered that his name was Proud and Cunning. For him his name was still funny. Proud and Cunning began to touch his glasses and with a serious gaze mentioned that his name was hard to understand for a brain full of muscles. He was the representative of the Magic Tower. Bianca's attention was fixed on them and her eyes filled with confusion. She could not believe that his name was Proud and Cunning. With an expression full of fear and disappointment, Sinclair explained that in the Magic Tower there existed a tradition where the elders gave baptismal nicknames to the younger ones. She continued recounting that, when they wanted to call him Little Soft Cotton, he had said he would give up entering the Magic Tower. According to her, his real name should be something like Hohenheim. With a confused expression, Proud and Cunning stuck his finger inside his ear and started looking to one side. His real name was Philippus Aureolus Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, but Proud and Cunning sounded better. Piggy, who was reading a book, approached them and with a surprised expression commented that the representatives from each school who were there were all strong enough not to be underestimated. Upon hearing his voice, Bianca's and Sinclair's attention turned to Piggy, and their eyes widened with curiosity. While Giragio's eyes were shining with excitement, he began to show a smile. It was said that Giragio, the representative of the Varangian boot camp, when he was in his first year, had knocked out all the fourth-year students and had taken control of the academy. There was also a rumor that his grandparents were a barbarian tribe who lived in the mountains of Edeka and Hek. Philippus began to show a calm smile. The representative of the Magic Tower had never lost even once against President Dolores during the entire University League. It was said that he had so much talent that, after graduating, he would automatically be appointed as a professor at the Magic Tower and aimed to become the youngest master of the tower. Lovegood, who had her hands on her waist, began to stare at everyone else. The representative of the Themyscira Women's University not only stood out for her skill, but also for her charisma in dominating people, therefore she was called the Peak of Themyscira. In addition, she was active as a dancer in a famous theater company. With a curious look, Piggy began to read the contents of the book. According to what he read, probably in this tournament, Philippus Hohenheim and Giragio would compete for first and second place, while President Dolores would be in third place. The book also suggested that in fourth place would be Lovegood from Themyscira. Sinclair began to observe Piggy in silence, not knowing what to say. With a confused gaze, Bianca asked where Piggy had gotten all this information. Just then, someone extended their hand. It was Philippus Hohenheim. While the sun was shining, he put one hand on his waist and with a confident gaze realized that it had been very difficult for them to reach the Magic Tower, so he decided to take them directly to their accommodations. Several hours later, night fell and the sky was full of stars. Sinclair, Bianca, Piggy, Sancho, and Tudor arrived at the accommodation. They lifted their heads and their eyes widened with surprise and joy. In front of them there was a beautiful mushroom-shaped lodging. They couldn't believe that this was the place where they were going to stay. Not long after, the cooks of the Magic Tower prepared delicious dishes of meat, fish, and desserts. Tudor changed his clothes, grabbed the fork and knife, and upon seeing so much delicious food, his mouth watered. He couldn't help but smile since the buffet at the lodging was better than he expected. Piggy, who was sitting next to Sinclair, started turning his head from side to side with a confused gaze. He asked if anyone had seen Vicar since he was starting to get worried. With a serious gaze, Bianca began to point at the table where Vicar was. Tudor put the fork on the table and asked Piggy to stop worrying about Vicar, and advised him to worry about himself. The students were eating quietly. Each academy had brought 21st year students, 32nd year, and 53rd year, which added up to a total of 100 per school. Of the 400 participants in total, only the top 10 would have the opportunity to obtain an artifact. Bianca, who had her head resting on her hand, began to look sideways with a furious gaze. Seeing her expression, Tudor's attention focused on her, leaving him somewhat confused. When one of the students went for some food, he saw that there was nothing left since a man from boot camp Varangian put all the food on his plate and walked away with a smile. The plates of the students from the Varangian boot camp were full of food. Bianca's attention was fixed on them. She was furious because they had to share lodging with the Varangians and she didn't like their lack of manners. With an enthusiastic smile, they got ready to fill their plates again and pushed aside the other students since, according to them, in meals what mattered was rotation, and that meat should keep coming without stopping. They claimed that the key was in the first 5 minutes, because if you let those pass, you wouldn't eat much, and for them, quantity mattered more than quality. The girl shot off to one side, but just before she could fall to the ground, Sancho appeared and grabbed her by the shoulder. With a grateful gaze, she thanked him. While the students from the Varangian boot camp were distracted, Sancho called their attention and mentioned that if they ate everything there would be nothing left for others to eat. Upon hearing his voice, their eyes widened with curiosity and they turned around. With a serious gaze, Sancho extended his hand and mentioned that they were cutting the line, revealing that they were bothering everyone. Upon hearing this, Tudor's and Piggy's eyes widened in surprise and their jaws dropped in shock. The man with the ponytail began to point at Sancho with the kitchen tongs, started staring at him intently and asked where the line was at the buffet, and also why the students from Colosseo Academy were making such a fuss. The girl hid behind Sancho and instead of feeling fear, he began to show a calm expression. Sancho began to get angry. He was afraid of losing muscle mass if he got mad, so he had tried to ignore them. But he knew this was not going to work. The man's eyes began to shine with rage. He clenched his teeth when he saw that he looked like Sancho. He had not been able to recognize him because he was wearing the academy uniform. He mocked Sancho by calling him a coward for having fled after finishing the entrance exam to Varangian. Using his hand, Sancho pushed aside the kitchen tongs, let out a sigh and revealed that the reason why he had not gone to Varangian was because he had obtained first place in Varangian but 5th place in Colosseo Academy. He thought there was more to learn at Colosseo Academy. He crossed his arms and with a serious gaze asked who he was. The man's eyes filled with rage. He clenched his fist and introduced himself as Balasan, whom Sancho had met during the exam. With a mocking gaze, Tudor put his hand over his mouth and mentioned that it was impossible for Sancho to remember someone like Balasan. With a smile, Bianca extended her hand and mentioned that the first place of the Varangian entrance exam had much to learn in Colosseo. Sancho closed his eyes and with a smile asked everyone to stop making fun of the weak. Upon hearing this, Balasan crushed the kitchen tongs. With an angry expression, he said that he was the leader of Varangian's first year, Boli Balasan, and challenged the first-year students of Colosseo Academy to a duel. He began to point at Sancho with his finger and asked him to call his best warrior, Sancho, and the others remained silent. With a curious gaze, they began to think in silence. Not far from them was Vicar sitting and eating. Everyone's attention was fixed on him. They began to observe our boy in silence. Balasan felt somewhat confused. While Vicar was eating calmly, Balasan approached him and slammed the table hard. Instead of panicking, our boy remained calm. With eyes shining with rage, Balasan asked if Vicar was the strongest among the first years. Our boy began to gaze toward the ground in silence. Balasan had destroyed Vicar's food. He was furious since just when he had finished cutting everything up, this guy had ruined it all. Placing his hands on the table, Balasan began to stare intently at Vicar and called his attention. Our boy who was sitting in front remained silent. The attention of all the students focused on them and their eyes widened with fear, realizing that there was going to be a fight. With a furious gaze, Balasan clenched his teeth and asked if Vicar was the strongest first-year student at Colosseo Academy. Instead of panicking, our boy stayed calm and began to ponder silently. Not long after, Balasan forcefully placed his elbow on the table. He sat across from Vicar, and while his eyes were shining with hatred, suggested an arm wrestling match without mana to see how strong Vicar really was. With a lost expression, Vicar began to gaze at the ground in silence and did not say a single word. Balasan's eyes began to shine and an arrogant smile appeared on his face upon seeing Vicar's attitude. He mocked our boy by asking if perhaps he was feeling afraid, and if so, he could admit it without problem. He would be quite impressed with the level of Colosseum Academy if someone like him was considered the strongest. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Bianca, Piggy, Sinclair and Tudor filled with rage. They began to stare at Bolasan and couldn't help but feel furious. Just then, someone decided to put an end to this. It was Dolores. With an angry expression, she placed her hands on top of the table, started staring intently at Bolasan and made it clear that she wasn't going to allow conflicts between academies before the tournament. The attention of our boy fixed on her. He was somewhat confused. Everyone noticed that she was Dolores Lune Quo Vadis, the president of the student council of the Coliseum Academy. Bolasan began to gaze toward the table in silence. With a serious expression, Dolores asked them to stop playing children's games and suggested going to bed early for the tournament. At that moment, a muscular man began walking toward them and caught their attention. He placed his hand on Bolasan's shoulder and seeing that the energetic young people had a small conflict, he asked Dolores if she didn't think it was going to be fun. Feeling this, Bolasan turned his head and his eyes widened with confusion and surprise. With eyes shining with excitement, a red-haired man began to show a smile. He was Bakira. Dolores' attention was fixed on him and her eyes widened in surprise and astonishment. She didn't know what was happening. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vikir, who was sitting next to her, remained calm. He was Jiragio Bakira. Seeing that even the president of the student council of boot camp Varangian had come, people became confused. Bakira placed his hands on his waist, began to observe her with a serene gaze and mentioned that Bolasan had put at stake his own name and the honor of the first-year students of boot camp Varangian by proposing a duel. He asked Vikir for his opinion, reminding him that he was considered the strongest man among the first years at the academy. His eyes began to shine with joy and an excited smile appeared on his face. He wanted Vikir to accept. Vikir remained silent, not knowing what to say. Dolores began staring intently at Bakira and mentioned that she understood what he meant, but if it couldn't be done, it couldn't be done. While Bakira's eyes were shining with joy, he placed his hand on Bolasan's shoulder and with a smile began to point to the side with his finger, revealing that Bolasan was desperate to show his strength, and also asked them to look. With a gaze full of determination, Bolasan began to snort smoke from his nose, desperate to arm wrestle Vikir. Not far away were Bianca, Sancho, Tudor, Piggy and Sinclair. Their eyes were shining with rage. They could endure being insulted, but they would not allow anyone to insult their friends. Bakira revealed that they too were desperate for Vikir to show his strength. They clenched their fists and began staring at Bolasan with a piercing gaze. Dolores' attention was fixed on them and her eyes filled with concern. With a nervous expression, she began to ponder in silence, knowing that if she used her authority to force them to withdraw authoritatively, it could affect the morale of the first-year students before the tournament. Nevertheless, the safety of the students was her priority. Vikir began to observe her attentively with a curious gaze. He did not know what she had in mind. Then, he raised his head and while his eyes were shining, he began to stare at Bolasan in silence. Bakira put his arm around Bolasan's neck and with a smile thought that Vikir was afraid of being hurt. He promised that the game would be done with moderation. Upon hearing this, Bolasan's eyes filled with fear and confusion. Vikir began to imagine Bakira from the past, remembering that Jiragio Bakira, before his regression, had been one of the great heroes of humanity's united forces. During his time at boot camp Varangian, because his grandparents were originally from Suhi, he had suffered discrimination. But despite this, he fought against fourth-year students and became a legend for having dominated the academy. In the confrontations with the Varangian boot camp, led by Bakira and with strong cohesion, he learned not to be underestimated and to earn respect. Dolores moved away from the table and began to observe Vikir in silence. Bakira, who was standing next to Bolasan, remained silent, waiting for Vikir's response. Vikir began to gaze at the ground and agreed to have an arm wrestling match with Bolasan. Upon hearing this, Bakira closed his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. He was so excited that he started choking Bolasan, who began screaming for help. With a worried gaze, Dolores asked if Vikir was sure about this. Our boy stood up and began to ponder. Although he was going to draw some attention, if he obsessed over trivial things he would lose the essence. He began to gaze at the ground, then started pointing at Bakira with his finger and said that he wanted to have an arm wrestling match with Bakira instead of Bolasan. Upon hearing this, their eyes filled with confusion and surprise. No one knew what was happening. Bolasan's eyes filled with rage. The jaws of all the students, including Dolores, dropped in surprise. They couldn't believe that Vikir wanted to have an arm wrestling match with Bakira. With eyes shining with fury, Bolasan clenched his fist and made it clear that he was Vikir's opponent. Just then, Bakira put his hand forward and an excited smile spread across his face. Seeing this, Bolasan felt confused and his eyes filled with fear. He didn't know what he had in mind. Vikir began to show a determined expression, and noticing this, Bakira realized that he wasn't joking. With eyes shining with excitement, Bakira rested his elbow on the table, and while his body was releasing an immense amount of mana, with a smile he decided to accept having an arm wrestle with Vikir. Our boy also rested his elbow on the table and grabbed Bakira's hand, both prepared for an arm wrestle. Dolores stood next to the table and with a serious expression she said that the rules were simple. The result of the arm wrestle would be decided by a clear victory, defeat or surrender. With an expression full of determination, Vikir prepared to defeat Bakira. Dolores' attention was fixed on him. With a gaze full of concern she revealed that she would stop the duel if she noticed any risk of injury. Both grabbed each other's hands tightly and Dolores asked them to get ready. At that moment, our boy began to apply some force, and upon noticing this, Bakira's eyes filled with surprise. He didn't know what was happening. An excited smile appeared on our boy's face. Dolores gave the signal for the duel to begin and both started applying force. Not long after, Bakira began to gain the advantage, but our boy focused since he wasn't going to lose this arm wrestling match. All the students felt excited and began cheering. One of Balasan's friends put his hand under his chin and felt confused. He thought that Vikir would lose as soon as they started, but he wondered how, with that body, he could withstand Bakira's strength. The other man's eyes filled with surprise. According to him, this was not possible. He assumed that Bakira was not using all his strength because he was afraid of breaking Vikir's arm. With eyes shining with seriousness, Balasan clenched his fist and began shouting, asking Bakira not to hold back. Piggy put his hands on top of his head and felt worried for Vikir. Sinclair's eyes filled with worry and surprise. She didn't know what was happening. Tudor's eyes widened in surprise. He had felt that Vikir was strong, even in the match against Neftali, but he did not expect that he could stand up to Bakira. Sancho was in shock, as he couldn't believe how strong Vikir was. With a curious gaze, Tudor began to observe closely, and mentioned that if Bakira was doing this seriously, they could really expect Vikir's victory. The arm wrestling match was intense. Bakira clenched his teeth tightly and decided not to lose against our boy. Dolores began to watch attentively. Bakira's hand started trembling and he clenched his teeth tightly. He couldn't believe that Vikir was so strong. His eyes widened in confusion. He had been thinking of ending this arm wrestling properly by controlling his strength. But at the moment when he had taken his hand, his thoughts had changed. He began to imagine Vikir's muscles surrounded by mana. He thought about how the load weighed through the triceps and shoulders, and the shape of the hand was designed to maximize the strength of the forearm muscles. He realized that, although he himself was ahead in the weight category, Vikir's technique was on a completely different level. He began to imagine himself dragging a mountain. He felt that, setting aside technique, it was like a rocky mountain, like trying to forcefully pull an enormous rocky mountain. With his face full of sweat and a smile, he mentioned that the way Vikir used his power seemed to him like that of a veteran who had been through everything. He found him as experienced as his own father and wondered how it was possible. He felt curious to know who Vikir really was. Our boy began to gaze toward the ground in silence. Vikir began to speak in the language of Bakira, revealing that he was the hunting ground. Upon hearing this, Bakira's eyes filled with fear and surprise. With shining eyes, Vikir began to stare at Bakira, revealing that he was the hunting ground of Balak. Vikir decided to stop playing and began to use all his strength, slamming Bakira's hand against the table. His strength was so immense that smoke began to emerge. Seeing this, Bakira clenched his teeth tightly. Dolores put her hands over her face. She didn't know what was happening. Everyone else's eyes filled with confusion. No one could see ahead since a dust storm had suddenly appeared. Once the curtain of dust disappeared, the broken table could be seen and Vikir lying on the ground and Bakira standing. No one knew who had won. With a confused gaze, Bakira began to look at his hand, just before he could admit defeat. Vikir, who was sitting on the ground with a serious gaze, admitted that he had lost. Everyone started cheering for Vikir for having fought well and for having endured so long against someone as strong as Bakira. Bakira clenched his fist tightly, knowing that Vikir had let him win. He began to walk toward our boy. Vikir's attention focused on him and his eyes began to shine. They both shook hands and speaking in the language of the tribe, Bakira admitted that Vikir was the pride of the deep forests. His eyes began to shine with joy and he swore never to forget Vikir. He grabbed Vikir's arm and raised it in the air. With a smile, Bakira mentioned that Vikir had incredible strength for having been able to withstand his power. Our boy remained silent. Sancho's eyes began to shine with joy, and a smile spread across his face, realizing that this was a friendship between men. Tudor crossed his arms and couldn't help but smile, since according to him Bakira was great, he was a real man. Piggy clenched his fists and his eyes began to shine with excitement. His heart was racing at full speed. He really wanted the day of the tournament to arrive. It was night, and with the burning passion of men, the first day before the competition was slowly coming to an end amid intense heat. And finally, the true day of the University League arrived. Inside the tower was the management office of the Magic Tower. The master of the Magic Tower, Blue Whale, began stroking his beard and mentioned that it was an honor for him to have them in the tower for this year's competition. In front of him was a woman with brown hair. She was the Masira's director named Hippolyte, and a man with a scar on his face. He was general of boot camp Varangian named Basilios. Also present was Banshee Morg, deputy director of Colosseum Academy. They were all seated around a hologram. Blue Whale thanked everyone for having made their way to the Magic Tower and expressed his gratitude. Hippolyte began to point at the hologram with her finger and mentioned that the extra eye of the Magic Tower was always amazing. Basilios couldn't help but smile since he could see all the students who were inside. With a smile, Blue Whale said it was true. You could see what the 400 students were doing. In the hologram, red dots could be seen. This year's survival competition map was the enemy and the Black Mountain. Everyone began to watch closely, and somewhere was Vikir, and behind him there were monsters staring at him. Blue Whale asked if they didn't feel great curiosity about how the students would survive in this infernal map. It was daytime and the sun shone high in the sky. That day marked the beginning of the Survival Olympiad. The tournament would take place in the Magic Tower, a place made up of countless spaces whose height and width were impossible to measure. Inside it awaited this year's map for the survival tournament, the jungle of the Red and Black Mountain. When night fell, Sancho and the others grabbed their weapons and began to run through the jungle. Their eyes shone with determination, and each one had the assigned health points. They were aware that students from each school were summoned at random locations by teams, and the most important rule of the tournament was to survive by adapting to the relentless environment of the mountainous jungle, without letting their assigned HP shield reach zero. At that moment, a monster stomped on the ground with force to gain momentum. Noticing this, Piggy's attention fixed on it and his eyes filled with fear and surprise. A giant monster with eyes shining with fury appeared in front of them and began to roar. Sancho and the others stopped running and their attention was fixed on the monster. The monster clenched its fists and lunged at them. It landed on top of them and struck with all its strength, breaking the ground into pieces. Sinclair's eyes began to shine with seriousness, and using her powers, she summoned a powerful shield around them to protect from the monster's attack. Sancho, who was standing in front, grabbed his axe and started staring at the monster. He was the tank, Sinclair was the healer, Piggy was the strategist, Tudor was the DPS, and Bianca was the archer. There existed a rule that allowed participants to survive by fleeing from magical beasts of the jungle or, on the contrary, hunting them to earn points. With a serious gaze, Piggy turned to Tudor and said that they would distract the beast until the next attack. He also told Sancho that, once his shield was depleted, he should take care of escorting Sinclair and Bianca. Tudor began to observe Piggy and nodded his head. Then, Piggy turned to Bianca and Sinclair and asked them that, while he and Tudor distracted the beast, they should aim at its vital points. Sinclair, who was holding her magic staff, and Bianca began to observe Piggy and nodded their heads. The monster became enraged, clenched its fist, and began charging toward them, ready to attack again. Seeing this, Piggy and the others started running toward it and decided to set off. They were willing to defeat this beast. With a furious gaze, the beast attacked with all its strength, but Tudor jumped and dodged the attack, making its fist hit the rocks. With a worried expression, Piggy crouched down and also dodged the attack at the last second. The monster got even angrier and started hitting with all its strength, and while it was distracted, Sinclair extended her hands and applied a buff to Bianca. She stood up and began aiming at the monster with her bow, ready to shoot. Sancho stood in front of them to protect them from a possible attack. Several seconds passed, and seeing that Bianca still hadn't shot the bow, Tudor's eyes filled with confusion. Sinclair grabbed her magic staff tightly, closed her eyes and concentrated. Bianca's eyes, who was aiming at the monster with the bow, began to glow. She started to concentrate all her power on the tip of the arrow and mentioned that she was almost ready to shoot. After charging the attack, she fired. The arrow was so powerful that it pierced part of the monster's body. Not long after, it lost its life and fell to the ground. Piggy turned around and his eyes widened in surprise and concern, since the monster had been very close. Tudor, who was observing the corpse of the monster, couldn't help but wonder if Bianca had shot late on purpose. Bianca placed her hands on her waist and with an arrogant expression mentioned that she shouldn't have bothered saving Tudor and thought that maybe she should have shot later. Once she opened her eyes, she felt somewhat confused. The eyes of Sancho and Sinclair filled with fear and concern. They panicked and asked Tudor and Piggy to run away. Tudor and Piggy turned around and felt somewhat confused. They were not aware that a powerful burst of fire was approaching them. The burst of fire exploded, creating a great explosion in the area. The person who had summoned the burst of fire extended his hand toward them and felt furious and called the students from Colosio Academy insects. It was none other than Philippus. He extended his hand, and while his body was surrounded by powerful flames, with an arrogant expression made it clear that, for him, it made no sense that they were above the magic tower in the hierarchy. Currently he had 83 HP points. The reality was that prey that could add points could also be people. Granuel was walking through the jungle. He had 77 HP points. His eyes were full of exhaustion and his face full of sweat. Using his hand, he wiped the sweat. His energy vanished just by walking through the forest, and he wondered how it was possible that a hellish jungle like this existed in the real world. He also questioned where the hell the others had gone. He began to imagine Vicar and the Baskerville triplets. Granuel started sweating like crazy, and his eyes widened with rage upon noticing that they had ventured so recklessly, and he couldn't help but wonder if they had already been eliminated and teleported to the waiting room. He began to remember what had happened in the train car. According to him, they were complete useless people. He thought with regret that if only he hadn't let his guard down that time, he would have put those guys in their place properly. Just then, a strange aroma began to spread through the air, and this caught Granuel's attention. He couldn't help but blush and put his hand over his stomach. His mouth watered, as it was the smell of food. He wiped his mouth with his hand and, with a smile, began to follow the trail of the smell. Giving off the aroma of food in the middle of the forest was like putting up a sign that said, "I'm here, come get me." Not long after, in the distance, he saw a campfire and thought he had found free food. But to his surprise, he triggered the trap that was on the ground. Upon feeling this, he looked down and his eyes widened in fear and surprise. The rope wrapped around his foot, lifting him upside down. Granuel panicked and started screaming like a madman. He didn't know who had set the trap and demanded to be brought down immediately. The person who had set the trap was an archer. They began walking toward Granuel and felt somewhat confused to see that he had triggered the trap. Granuel's attention fixed on them and his eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. The people who had placed the trap were none other than Vicar, and the triplets. Our boy had 100 HP points, while the others had 95, 96, and 97. Vicar began to gaze at the ground. The triplets put their hands on their waists, and began to look at Granuel with contempt. For him this was a disgrace. They deactivated the trap and brought Granuel down, and then they sat around the bonfire. While the triplets were silent, Granuel sat next to Vicar and began to show a forced smile. They started to prepare some meat on the bonfire. Granuel's attention was fixed on the tent, and his mind was filled with surprise. There was not only food but also an improvised tent, which made him wonder who could have done all this. The triplets began to stare at him. High Burrow said that the commoner Vicar had done all this. Middle and Low Burrow nodded their heads. With a curious expression, Granuel began to point at Vicar with his finger and asked if a commoner had done all this, dismissing the idea as a lie. He wondered how a nobody like Vicar could achieve something like this. Our boy began to gaze toward the ground in silence. The triplets began to stare at him and their eyes started to shine with rage. Granuel raised his hands and panicked, saying that he just wanted to know how Vicar had done all this. The smell of food began to pass under Granuel's nose. He couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and feel furious. He wondered why he, a member of the 7 great families, had to worry about the opinion of a damn commoner, and also had the feeling that those idiots from the Baskervilles were covering for him. He put his hand over his stomach and let out a sigh. Vicar and the others began to watch in silence. The triplets couldn't help but laugh at him. Noticing this, Granuel felt even more furious. He was so humiliated that he wished to die. Vicar brought a piece of meat close to Granuel's face and mentioned that they were roasting it to attract monsters. But if he wanted, he could eat a little since they had already eaten. His attention focused on it and his eyes widened in surprise. His mouth watered. He began to extend his hand to grab the piece of meat and asked why Vicar was being generous with him. The eyes of our boy began to shine with malice and a smile spread across his face when he said that he was being generous because Granuel was the leader of the team. Granuel felt somewhat confused. Vicar knew that Granuel's poison could also be useful in the jungle and thought that he might be useful to them later. Granuel closed his eyes and couldn't help but cry. He was thinking about that damn commoner. He, who had looked down on him so much, realized that Vicar was better than he had thought. He took the roasted meat and with tears in his eyes began to eat. His HP points went from 77 to 90. Vicar and the others stood watching in silent amazement. Later, someone shot an arrow at high speed, which lodged into the leg of a monster that was fleeing. The person who had shot the arrow was Vikir. Next to him was Granuel, who extended his hands and with a gaze full of determination began to use his poison power. With their eyes shining with excitement, the triplets began charging at the monster. The monster, with the shape of a bear and horns, got enraged. It turned around and started to roar. But the triplets attacked quickly and started to cause wounds to the monster. Not long after, it lost its life and fell to the ground. Vikir revealed that they had already hunted 30 beasts. The triplets were happy since this was very easy. Vikir looked at the ground and revealed that, if he wanted to secure a place within the top 10, he would have to hunt more. Granuel's attention and his mind were filled with curiosity. He did not know why only Vikir hunted monsters instead of other students, since he remembered that hunting students gave more points. Vikir raised his head and sank into his thoughts. Granuel became even more curious, not knowing what he had in mind. Vikir's eyes began to shine. This felt familiar. The survival score, the score for hunting monsters, even the points obtained by making others fall behind, all of it was familiar. Even back then, he had avoided the gazes of others, caught the monster and obtained first place in the test. That testing site also felt like home. However, his senses, enhanced after becoming a sword master and after entering the red and black mountain inside the magic tower, were warning him for some reason. Vikir began to gaze toward the ground, not knowing what was happening. But he noticed that something was approaching. While they were distracted, not long after, something began to move toward them at great speed. Without losing a second, with a killer gaze, the triplets drew their swords and stood in front of Vikir. Our boy drew his bow, ready to attack. Granuel, with a confused gaze, extended his hands and also prepared to fight. His eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He could not believe what his eyes were seeing. It was Sinclair, who now only had 38 HP points. Her body was full of scratches and her clothes were torn. She put her hands on her knees and with a gaze full of fear began to pant heavily. At the same time, in the administration room of the magic tower, all the professors were monitoring the students. Among them was also Venti Morgue. According to the data shown by the system, the current state of the participants revealed that out of 400 who started, only 149 remained alive. The distribution of these survivors was as follows. The Magic Tower had 46. Bootcamp Varangian followed closely with 45. The Masira had 35 and Colosseo Academy was at the rear with only 23. The attention of the general from Bootcamp Varangian focused on the hologram of the mountain and an arrogant smile spread across his face. His satisfaction was due to Colosseo Academy's students, who were already few in number, having suffered a critical blow. Hohenheim had just eliminated their first-year students en masse. The director of the Masira, Hippolyte, began touching her chin and with a smile said that Hohenheim looked very imposing. The master of the magic tower, Blue Whale, began to stroke his beard, extended his hand and could not help but feel joyful upon seeing that the arrogant know-it-all Hohenheim had finally shown his true nature. According to him, the Colosseum Academy had no luck whatsoever in this tournament. Venti Morgue began to gaze toward the ground in silence, not knowing what to say. Blue Whale's attention fixed on him, and with a curious gaze, he asked what Venti Morgue was thinking about so deeply. With a lost gaze, Venti Morgue began to observe the hologram in silence, sunk in his thoughts. Then he extended his hand and while his eyes were shining with concern he expressed the doubt that was eating away at him. Feeling the weight of his responsibility as host of the survival tournament, he questioned whether others really believed that this map was safe for holding the competition. With an arrogant expression, Blue Whale questioned what he meant by that. Venti Morgue began to stare at the hologram and with a serious gaze explained that the Magic Tower had not modeled the tournament location as an ordinary jungle, but had based it on the deep and still unreleased zones of the jungle. This meant that not only was the terrain more hostile, but also that the summoned magical beasts became progressively more dangerous, reaching levels that students could not handle. He recalled that, according to reports sent by the Morgue family years ago, in one of these unreleased zones a level S magical beast had appeared, according to estimates, an event which caused severe losses and damage. His eyes widened in fear as a terrible doubt struck him. He wondered if, in case a beast of this caliber appeared in the tournament jungle, the system of the Magic Tower would be able to function properly. And what was even more disturbing, he questioned whether they were truly prepared to prevent the worst catastrophe. Blue Whale began to gaze at the ground and made it clear that this had not been news, but a simple rumor, one that he too had heard. He put his hand over his face and explained that since that incident there had been no other witness. He emphasized that those who spread these rumors were the Morgue family, who were in open opposition to his magic tower, which is why, from the beginning, he did not trust what they said. On the other hand, he stated that the beasts appearing on the tournament field were summoned adapting to the students' abilities. Currently, the level of participants ranged from basic sword expert to 4th circle mage, which was equivalent to a low-level graduator. Blue Whale began imagining Vicar with eyes shining with evil, explaining that, nevertheless, there was a condition for this to happen. If someone had 7th circle level skills or higher, in other words, at sword master level, then just as Venti Morgue feared, they could summon beasts that the system could not control. However, he insisted this was almost impossible, or more precisely, completely impossible. And in the unlikely event an accident occurred, the solution was simple: the competition would be suspended. At the same time, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy and Bianca appeared in the tournament waiting room. Tudor began to touch his head with an embarrassed expression, while on the other side, Piggy put his hands on his head and started going crazy. Blue Whale asked them not to worry, since also, if a student's HP shield reached 0, they would be automatically teleported to the tournament waiting room. Because of this, he didn't understand what problem there could be. With an arrogant expression, he began staring at Venti Morgue and questioned whether he was protesting just because there were few students from Colosseum. With a furious expression, Venti Morgue stood up and asked him to stop saying nonsense. Blue Whale turned his head to one side and made it clear that this was a place where the best mages of the Empire gathered, and both the Morgue family, known only for its fame, and Colosseum Academy were completely different in essence. He interlaced his hands and with a smile mentioned that it was a waste of time to worry about fantasies that wouldn't even come to happen. Upon hearing this, Venti Morgue couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and his eyes widened with rage. He knew that it was impossible to reason with this old man. At the same time in the forest, Vicar sat in front of the bonfire, interlaced his hands and with a curious gaze asked if Tudor, Piggy, Bianca and Sancho had been eliminated. Sinclair, who was sitting in front, nodded her head. She held her magic staff tightly, and her eyes filled with sadness. She revealed that Tudor and Piggy were attacked without defense by Hohenheim from the magic tower. Just like the others, Vicar's eyes began to shine with seriousness and the image of his opponents came to his mind. He recognized Hohenheim as one of the great heroes who stood out during the era of devastation. But he also knew that, even if they were heroes from the same era, there could still be differences in their abilities. Sinclair felt lucky to have found Vicar, but she was confused since she didn't know why his HP was intact. Our boy had 100 HP points. He began staring at her in silence. Granule, who had his arms crossed and back leaning against the tree, was listening to their conversation. Sinclair's eyes began to shine with joy, and with a smile she admitted that she got tired quickly, losing HP just by running a little through the forest. But Vicar, on the other hand, was truly incredible. Our boy, who was lost in his thoughts, remained silent. Granule clenched his teeth tightly and his eyes widened with rage. He couldn't stand seeing them so close together. He knew that they were simply hiding deep in the forest hunting beasts, and because of this they maintained their good condition and their HP intact. He wondered what was so impressive about all this, convinced that he could do something like that too. Vicar's eyes filled with seriousness. He turned around and grabbed several arrows. Our boy began to aim at Granule with the bow. Upon seeing this, Granule panicked, raised his arms and said he hadn't said anything wrong. Sinclair's attention focused on him and she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. The reality was that a monster with tentacles was about to attack Granule. Without wasting any more time, Vicar decided to shoot the bow. Granule ducked down, closed his eyes, put his hands over his head and started screaming like a madman. The arrows shot out and hit the monster's tentacles. Someone who was holding a magic staff was somewhat surprised to see Vicar's instinct. Even though they had used silence magic to eliminate the sound of approaches, Vicar had still noticed. Sinclair and the others drew their weapons. Granule stood up and began to run toward them. The student who had launched the attack belonged to the Women's University the Masira. With an arrogant expression, she thought that the chicks from the Colosseum believed that by hiding in a place like this, she wouldn't find them. Next to her was a girl carrying a shield with 70 HP points and an archer with 81 points. She started touching her hair and with a confident gaze began to point at them with the magic staff and called them arrogant. She had 85 HP points. It was night and one of them recognized Sinclair. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. With a confused gaze, the archer asked her friend if she really knew Sinclair. She began to stare at Sinclair and with a serious gaze revealed that she was the famous traitor who, despite having passed first place in Nemasira's entrance exam, had ended up going to Colosseo Academy. With a nervous expression, the archer suggested to her friend not to say this in front of the president. Upon hearing this, her eyes filled with fear and worry. Lovegood Merlini could not help but feel furious and asked Sinclair how dare she had rejected the Masira, the best female academy of the Empire, only to end up choosing to go to Colosseo Academy. Her eyes began to shine with arrogance when she questioned if Sinclair had gone to Colosseo Academy, a mixed academy, for such a trivial reason as romance. To top off her mockery, she wondered since when there had been handsome boys at the Colosseum. At that moment, her eyes filled with love and she could not help but turn red like a tomato. Her attention was fixed on Vikir. She was astonished, as she could not understand how in one single face nerdiness, tenderness, sensuality, and beauty could coexist. She admitted that he was totally her type. Our boy could not help but feel somewhat confused. She began to drool at the thought of Vikir. The archer and her friend felt somewhat confused upon seeing this. Just then, someone placed a hand on Vikir's face. It was Sinclair. She clenched her fist tightly, and while her eyes were shining with rage, she asked Lovegood Merlini to stop looking at Vikir. Upon hearing this, Lovegood Merlini's eyes began to shine with malice and a murderous aura started to emerge from her body. Noticing this, her friends panicked, knowing that this was not good. She gripped her magic staff tightly and mana began to emerge from her body. She could not believe what Sinclair had just said. She activated her powers and not long after, tentacles began to emerge from the ground. Vikir and Sinclair started watching her in silence. Lovegood Merlina's eyes began to shine with fury. She started screaming, swearing to kill Sinclair, and the tentacles she had summoned shot out toward her. Somewhere else in the forest, several explosions occurred. They had been caused by Hohenheim, who currently had 83 HP points. With an arrogant smile, he asked his opponents to stop running and surrender at once, since there was nothing a healer could do alone without any combatant. He was facing Dolores, who clenched her teeth tightly and with an expression full of determination extended her hands and summoned a barrier to protect herself from the attack. The flames of Hohenheim fell behind her, and when she turned around, her eyes widened in surprise and fear upon seeing that she was surrounded. Hohenheim began to walk toward her and made it clear that she no longer had anywhere to run. His eyes began to shine with malice and, with a smile, he assured that if she fell, her academy would no longer have any chance. With this, the survival competition would be a victory for the magic tower. Dolores began to pant heavily but decided not to give up. She knew she couldn't fall here. At that moment, someone wielding a sword emerged and prepared to attack. The attention of Dolores and Hohenheim focused on them, leaving them somewhat confused. It was Bakira, with his body surrounded by mana and his eyes shining with excitement. He asked Hohenheim not to be so confident. Bakira swung the sword forcefully and attacked. Luckily, Hohenheim reacted in time and by summoning a barrier, blocked the attack. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, realizing that Bakira was a graduator. Bakira's eyes began to shine with joy. With a smile he noticed that Hohenheim had reached class 4, knowing that he couldn't fall behind. He attacked again using all his strength and his sword struck against Hohenheim's barrier. At the same time, the tentacles that Lovegood Merlini had summoned began to advance rapidly toward Vikir. Just then, with their eyes shining, the Baskerville triplets cut the tentacles into pieces. Vikir prepared to shoot the bow, realizing that this magic was similar to what the 3 flowers of Morgue used. However, this was a combination of 3 different spells. He understood that it required an extremely high level of concentration, and even so, his opponent managed to use it with admirable skill, even while under the influence of intense emotions. His eyes widened in fear as he began to feel a strange mana. With a gaze full of fear, Vikir turned around. Crows began to fly through the forest, and Vikir couldn't help but wonder what this strange energy was. The ground began to shake and not long after, it started to crack. Hohenheim was confused without knowing what was happening. Bakira began to gaze toward the ground and mentioned that he had never heard there could be earthquakes in the deep forests. At that moment, something emerged from the ground, everyone's attention fixed on it, leaving them in shock. Their eyes widened with fear and surprise. They didn't know what was happening. The attention of Vikir and Sinclair also fixed on it. They were somewhat confused. A giant spider emerged from the ground. Vikir's eyes widened in surprise. The spider opened its mouth and began to roar. She was Madam of 8 Legs. The spider madam opened its mouth and with eyes shining with rage, decided to attack. The Baskerville triplets began to move at great speed, dodging the attacks. Vikir remained calm. Sinclair grabbed her magic staff with both hands and could not help but feel fear, while on the other side, Granville panicked. Lovegood Merlini was staring silently at Madame. Her eyes were full of fear. She did not know what this creature was. Seeing her expression, her friends panicked and asked her to react, insisting that they should flee immediately. While Vicar was fleeing the area along with the others, his gaze fixed on Madame and his eyes began to shine with seriousness, realizing that she was the cause of the unease he had felt since the moment he entered the tournament field. Vicar began to imagine a book, remembering that before regressing, the stories about Madame were nothing more than legends passed down as horror tales. It was only after multiple investigations that she was finally recorded in the Imperial Bestiary as an official magical beast, which meant that until then, there had been no reliable testimony from anyone who had seen her clearly. Even within the Magic Tower where the tournament was held, there were no precedents. He understood that this must be another variable caused by his return. While Madame's eyes were shining with malice, Vicar began to stare at it in silence. It attacked using one of its legs, and as the leg slowly approached, Lovegood Merlini became paralyzed with fear, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, on the other side, her friends drew their weapons ready to fight. Her eyes were full of terror. She couldn't move and couldn't believe she was going to be eliminated without being able to do anything about it. Just before the attack could hit her, her team's tank, her friend, stood in front and used her shield to block the attack. But the difference in strength was too great, so she turned toward her with a worried gaze and asked her to step aside. Upon hearing her voice, Lovegood Merlini came out of her thoughts and her eyes widened in surprise. Luckily, she reacted in time and moved out of the path of the attack, causing Madame's leg to pass by her at great speed, destroying everything in its path. Once Lovegood Merlini turned around, her eyes widened in fear, leaving her in shock. Madame's attack was so powerful that it made Anna, her friend, crash into a tree. Her shield was broken and lying on the ground, and she was unconscious. Madame began to observe closely and its mouth watered. Then the beast's eyes began to shine with excitement. Thanks to its sharp senses, it was able to detect the body heat of the other students who were in the forest. Without wasting any more time, it started charging towards them, passing by Vicar and the others. Granuel fell on his butt to the ground, and his mind filled with surprise and confusion. He couldn't believe that it had gone somewhere else. He had thought he was going to be eliminated. Vicar, who was standing up, clenched his fist and began to observe Madame in silence. Our boy couldn't help but wonder if it was heading towards where more students were gathered. His eyes began to shine with concern. He couldn't help but wonder what the administration room was doing at this moment. He knew they shouldn't allow an entity outside of parameters to participate in the tournament. Vicar's thoughts were interrupted by Lovegood Merlini, who started running toward Anna to see if she was okay. Vicar turned toward them and became somewhat curious. Anna was injured, her body full of scratches, and her HP had dropped to 0. Lovegood Merlini's eyes widened in confusion and surprise. She couldn't understand why Anna hadn't been teleported to the waiting room if her HP was clearly at 0. The friend's eyes filled with fear. She couldn't help but panic since she didn't know how they were going to get out of this place now. She put her hand over her mouth and couldn't help but cry. While on the other side, Lovegood Merlini fell to her knees and began to gaze at the ground in silence, not knowing what to do now. With a confused expression, Granuel began to walk toward them, extended his hand and asked what was going on, since it was supposed that even if they were eliminated, they should be returned to the waiting room. He put his hand on top of his head and started to go crazy. According to him, this made no sense. If a beast had appeared that did not meet the standards, he didn't understand why the tournament wasn't even showing signs of being suspended and wondered what the administration room was doing at that moment. Vicar began to ponder in silence. Granuel put his hands on top of his head, fell to his knees on the ground and went into panic. His eyes widened with fear at the thought that they had been abandoned. He came to the conclusion that the administration couldn't even handle the situation and had simply left them behind. Vicar kept calm, drew his bow and asked him to calm down. Instead of calming down, Granuel started screaming like a madman. He didn't want to die in this place. At the same time, someone made their way through the bushes and saw them. It was Dolores, Bakira and Hohenheim. Bakira, who had his sword resting on his shoulder, began to observe our boy in silence, while on the other side, Hohenheim began to show a calm gaze. Dolores' eyes widened with worry. She didn't know if they were okay. At the same time, in the administration room of the Magic Tower, the hologram turned red, Blue Whale, and the others panicked upon realizing that although the students' HP points had reached 0, they were not being teleported back. Now that one was injured, they decided it was better to get them out immediately. With a gaze full of concern, Vensey Morg began to shout and ask Blue Whale to stop the tournament. Blue Whale's eyes widened with fear and confusion. He couldn't believe that a beast like Madam was in the forest and began to wonder if everything the Morg family had said was true. He began to gaze toward the ground with a confident expression, knowing that if the spider hadn't appeared, the magic tower could have won the tournament. Upon hearing this, Vensey Morg couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly. Without wasting any more time, he got up from his seat and started running. With an angry expression, he grabbed Blue Whale by the collar and asked him to stop the tournament immediately, asking him if he wanted everyone there to die. Upon seeing Vensey Morg's attitude, Blue Whale couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. With a sincere gaze, he revealed that this was not possible. Even if they tried to stop the tournament, it would not stop. Upon hearing this, Vensey Morg began to stare at Blue Whale with a furious gaze. Blue Whale remained calm, explaining that an entity that even the magic tower had difficulty controlling had been summoned, causing an overload in the system and the loss of its control. Noticing that they could not enter nor could the students leave, with a worried expression, Vensey Morg asked if there was any way to solve this. Blue Whale began to move his finger and started to point at a bright spot on the hologram. He began to imagine Madam with shining eyes and revealed that if this creature was eliminated in the tournament field, the magic tower system would return to normal. At the same time in the forest, Dolores sat next to Anna, who was injured, and using her powers she began to heal her. Luckily, as the HP shield was consumed, the impact had been slightly mitigated. Her eyes began to shine with tranquility. She turned towards Lovegood Merlini and explained that Anna was only unconscious for a moment, and if she rested well, she would be fine. Lovegood Merlini sat down beside, rested her hands on her knees, and began to gaze at the ground with a lost look. She felt relieved to see that the situation here had somehow been controlled, but her concern immediately focused on the place Madam was now heading to. While Madam was attacking the other students, Dolores' attention was fixed on it. She hoped that the other students had not suffered harm. While she was trying to understand what was happening, Vikir, who was standing behind, began to ponder in silence. He began to look at the ground and his eyes filled with guilt. He remembered that the monster Madam of 8 legs had a danger classification level S, a calamity of the type annihilation of nations whose mere existence was enough to break the will to live. He knew that this Madam was not the same as the one he had met outside the magic tower. She did not use her poison and all her multiple eyes had disappeared, which meant she now had blind spots. Her body, once impenetrable, showed holes in several parts. He suspected that she had been summoned to the tower with a distortion between the Madam of the past and the already dead one, as if she existed in an altered state of reality. Vikir raised his head and his attention focused on someone. In front of him was Lovegood Merlini sitting and silently looking at the ground. Bakira and Hohenheim remained silent, not knowing what to do. Our boy clenched his fist tightly. He was aware that even though they could recognize those differences, there was no possibility whatsoever that they could defeat even a weakened Madam. He knew they first needed to recover their will that had been crushed by fear. To avoid further losses and fulfill their objective, he had no choice but to use his power. Just at that moment, someone decided to go confront Madam. Upon hearing this, our boy came out of his trance and his eyes widened in surprise. Lovegood Merlini grabbed her magic staff and began to stand up. She knew she couldn't stay here, sunk in despair. Because of her complacency, one of her companions had almost lost their life and she was going to take revenge. Besides, she wanted to protect those who were still left and wasn't going to allow anyone else to get hurt. Her eyes began to shine with determination, making it clear that she was the president of the student council of the Masira. Someone forcefully drove their sword into the ground and mentioned that Lovegood Merlini's determination fit better with the students of boot camp Varangian. It was Bakira. With a confident smile, he decided to help her face Madam. With a worried gaze, Dolores approached her and also decided to help. She knew better than anyone that they couldn't sacrifice the students in this place. Lovegood Merlini turned around and began to ponder in silence. Not far from them stood Hohenheim. Everyone's attention was fixed on him, not knowing if he would also help them. Bakira was honest. Although he hated to admit it, he knew they needed Hohenheim's strength. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Hohenheim's face. Under the moonlight, he adjusted his glasses and with a confident gaze mentioned that, although it bothered him, he would accept a temporary alliance just this once. It was all for the victory of the magic tower. Vikir began to observe them closely. He had underestimated them, remembering that even during the era of destruction, they were the great heroes who stood at the front more than anyone else. A smile spread across his face. Vikir caught the attention of the triplets, making their eyes widen with curiosity. With a calm expression, Vicar began to ponder. His eyes started to shine with seriousness when he gave them the order that from this moment on, they would be in charge of transmitting his message to others about how to defeat Madame Eight Legs. At the same time, Madame was chasing the students, who were running for their lives. Their eyes were full of fear and despair. One of the students tripped and fell face first to the ground. Noticing this, her friend panicked. With eyes full of fear and tears, she reached out her hand toward her friend, revealing that she had twisted her ankle and asking for help. Upon hearing this, the friend swallowed hard. He didn't know what to do now. Without hesitating even a second, he turned his back on his friend, closed his eyes and started running for his life, asking for forgiveness. With eyes shining with evilness, Madame began to extend its legs toward the girl, ready to attack her. The girl's eyes filled with tears, knowing that this was not good. Just before Madame could attack, someone attacked with a fire spell, saving the girl by a hair. The explosion created a curtain of smoke. Madame's eyes began to glow, and when the curtain of smoke disappeared, it could be seen that it was intact. The one who had cast the fire spell was Hohenheim. He began to stare at it and started to cast another spell, realizing that his fire magic had done no damage to it, even though insect monsters should be very vulnerable to it. Fire began to emerge from his magic staff and his eyes began to shine with excitement. Behind Hohenheim appeared Dolores, Sinclair, and Granule, ready to face the fearsome Madame. The spider Madame opened its mouth and began to roar. Hohenheim extended his hand and invoked a magic circle, and not long after, several bursts of fire impacted against the spider. Dolores and Sinclair, who were behind, were ready to help him. Hohenheim's eyes were shining with determination. He clenched his teeth and focused. He was not willing to give up so easily. Highbrow drew his sword and began to charge toward the beast. Sinclair grabbed her magic staff and with a confident gaze began to follow them. Dolores began to observe the spider in silence, not knowing how it was so powerful. Hohenheim was somewhat confused to see that there existed a magical beast immune to his fire magic. And not only this, but also it was an insect type. With a serene gaze, Highbrow turned towards him and revealed that his magic was not going to work. Common flames would not cause significant damage, and unless he used the nether hellfire, it would be useless. Moreover, Madame's exoskeleton was too resistant for their attacks to penetrate it. He began to imagine Madame's weak points, and his eyes filled with seriousness. He revealed that its legs, although relatively less resistant than the body, possessed a strange ability. If they were cut off, they regenerated and multiplied. Because of this, its only weakness at this moment were the already torn out eyes and certain parts of the body where the armor had been stripped away. While the eyes of Middleborough and Lowborough were shining with determination, they began to run toward Madame. Behind them were Vikir, Lovegood Merlini and Bakira. Highbrow explained to Hohenheim that although his magic did not work as an attack, if he managed to attract the attention of the beast with it, the bootcamp Varangian group would try to take advantage of the opportunity to attack its weak points. With a grateful expression, Hohenheim thanked him for the information and for planning the strategy, but at the same time asked him how it was that he knew all this. With a nervous gaze, Highborough looked away, and while sweating, he made up a lie, explaining that he had already faced Madame in the past and that what he had told them was the result of the analysis he did back then. Upon hearing this, Hohenheim couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. He questioned whether, by following the plan to the letter, it would really be possible to defeat it. With eyes shining with evil, Madame opened its mouth and began to roar, and Highborough confirmed that this was the only way to defeat it. It began extending its sharp legs toward them quickly. Hohenheim's attention fixed on it and his eyes widened in fear. He couldn't help but panic since he knew he wouldn't be able to distract it for long. At that moment, Lovegood Merlini began to walk toward Madame. She began to use the magic staff and mana began to emerge from it. While her eyes were shining with joy, with a smile, she began to spin her magic staff. She began to stare at the beast with a confident gaze and thought that with this attack she was going to be able to defeat it. She grabbed her magic staff tightly and struck the ground forcefully, making a magic circle appear. Not long after, vines began to emerge from the ground. With a furious gaze, the beast Madame began to attack quickly using its sharp legs. The vines that Lovegood Merlini had summoned began to coil. The spider's attention was fixed on it and its eyes filled with confusion. It didn't know what was happening. The vines struck against its abdomen, causing it to start screaming in agony. While Lovegood Merlini's eyes were shining with determination, she continued using her magic and gave the order to the others to attack. Upon hearing her order, Middleborough and Lowborough drew their swords, gained momentum, and began advancing toward the spider. The Baskerville triplets and Bakira landed on top of its abdomen, focused themselves, and while mana was emerging from their bodies, they prepared to attack. Bakira tightly gripped his sword, and while his eyes were shining, he started staring intently at it, and a powerful mana began emerging from his body. With a furious expression, Bakira began to shout, ready to attack. They attacked using all their strength, creating a great curtain of smoke. While the smoke screen was disappearing, they descended to the ground, began to observe carefully, and did not lower their guard, since they knew that they were not going to be able to defeat it so easily. With a serene gaze, Bakira mentioned that with so much smoke he could not tell if it was dead or alive. Upon hearing this, Highbrow's eyes filled with confusion. Bakira tightly gripped his sword and his eyes widened with confidence. Although he had definitely felt that his attack had cut it, he was not sure. Not long after, the shadow of something giant appeared in the sky. The attention of Bakira and the triplets fixed on it, their eyes filled with surprise and fear, leaving them in shock. The attention of Hohenheim, Dolores, Sinclair, and Grenouille fixed on it, their eyes widened with surprise and terror. They did not know what was happening. While little by little the shadow was getting bigger, Lovegood Merlini could not help but feel fear. She was in shock. On the ground were Madame's legs. It stood up, and while its eyes were shining with rage, it began to roar. It began to stare at them and started to charge towards them. The spider decided to attack using its sharp legs. While the fierce Madame was attacking, Hohenheim created a barrier around them to protect them from the attack. Madame's attacks were so powerful that they began to destroy the ground. Bakira and the triplets started running to avoid being hit. Middleborough turned around and upon seeing how powerful Madame was, clenched his teeth tightly and his eyes widened in fear. It was night, and several minutes ago, Vikir met with the Baskerville triplets. With a confused gaze, Highborough extended his hands and questioned whether by following Vikir's plan they would be able to kill Madame. Middleborough and Lowborough began to observe our boy in silence. Vikir turned his back on them and revealed that it was impossible. With a confident expression, he made it clear that they already knew what it meant to face Madame. Upon hearing this, the triplets' eyes widened in surprise. While Bakira's hand was trembling, he began to ponder silently. Hohenheim, who was sitting down, began to tremble with fear. Everyone was afraid of dying. Not far from them lay Anna's body on the ground. Lovegood Merlini sat beside her and held her hand. Not long after, she stood up. Upon seeing this, her friend's attention focused on her. Lovegood Merlini turned her back on her friend, and while her eyes were shining with determination, she turned to her and asked her to take good care of Anna. According to Vikir, the scariest thing was having the strength to fight and still standing by watching comrades fall. That's why he had chosen them. Even knowing it was an impossible mission and that they might not win, they would fight until the end. Just before Madame's leg could strike Lovegood Merlini, she extended her hands and summoned a barrier, which blocked the attack. She couldn't help but clench her teeth tightly, as she couldn't believe how powerful it was. She closed her eyes and began to cry, knowing that this was not good. At that moment, someone placed their hand on the ground and red mana emerged from their hand and began to spread across the floor. The mana made the ground explode, causing Madame to stop attacking. Bakira's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He could not believe that the ground the monster stepped on suddenly exploded. Highborough was in shock, but then his eyes filled with surprise, realizing that this mana was very familiar. Several minutes ago, Vikir turned to the triplets and with a serious expression explained that when he gave the signal, they should all attack together with all their strength. The triplets remained listening to our boy in silence. With a confident gaze, Vikir began to show one finger, revealing that this was the only way to defeat Madame. Highborough realized that this was Vikir's signal. He gave them all the order to return to their positions. This was the moment. Madame had lost the opportunity to attack. Upon hearing the order, they began staring at Madame, and while mana was emerging from their bodies, they adopted an offensive stance, ready to fight. Dolores put her hands together and using her power, applied a buff on them. With a furious gaze, Hohenheim stood up and decided not to stand idly by. Sinclair, who was standing behind, focused. Lovegood Merlini began to stare silently at Madame. Highborough started shouting, making it clear that they had to attack with all the strength they had left and with the determination to defeat Madame in a final assault. While the spider Madame was recovering from the attack, the triplets and Bakira began to charge towards it. While a powerful red mana was emerging from our boy's body, he began to gaze toward the ground and to stand up. His attention was fixed on it and his eyes began to shine with seriousness. Lovegood Merlini used her power again, making a magic circle appear on the ground from which vines began to emerge. Dolores applied the light buff to Hohenheim. With an expression full of determination, he extended his hand and made a magic circle appear. He began to charge a powerful flame. The Baskerville triplets and Bakira appeared above Madam, ready to finish it. Our boy knew that someday they would become true heroes. Although they were not strong yet, they had not backed down, and it would be them who would put an end to this battle. They began to charge toward the spider. It decided not to stand idly by and decided to counterattack. Vikir drew his bow, aimed at Madam with it, and began to imbue his mana into the arrow. He prepared to shoot and his eyes began to shine with confidence. He, better than anyone else, knew that heroes are not born. They are made. He could show them the way, but only they could walk it. Our boy concentrated his mana and shot the arrow. His attack was so powerful that the ground beneath his feet broke. Just before Madam could attack, Vikir's arrow cut its legs. It opened its mouth and began to scream in agony. Seeing that the beast was wounded, Bakira and the others realized that now was the time to kill it. The triplets and Bakira began to attack using their weapons, while on the other side, Hohenheim summoned a powerful flame which hit directly against its abdomen. The sun had already risen, and once the smoke curtain disappeared, Madam's corpse could be seen lying on the ground. It had cuts all over the abdomen and all its legs had been cut off. While the wind was blowing, Lovegood Merlini began to observe the corpse in silence. Granuil fell on his butt to the ground because he was exhausted. Sinclair's eyes, who was holding her magic staff, and Dolores expanded in surprise and relief. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hohenheim couldn't help but smile. Middleborough was kneeling on the ground and gasping heavily. Lowborough had his hands resting on his knees and was catching his breath. Highborough raised his head and began to gaze towards Madam with a serious expression. Bakira, who was standing in front, began to stare at Madam in silence. While the smoke screen was disappearing, the eyes of Vikir, who had shot the mana-imbued arrow to weaken Madam, began to shine with seriousness. He was proud. Not long after, Madam's corpse began to disappear, and with the fall of this living calamity, the system of the magic tower finally returned to normal. As soon as the system was restored, the tournament came to an end and all students were immediately teleported to the waiting room. Vikir began observing his hands with a curious gaze, not knowing what was happening. Sinclair's eyes widened in surprise. She was speechless. In front of them were Piggy, Sancho, Tudor, and Bianca, who started running toward them with a proud smile. The attention of Vikir and Sinclair was fixed on them. In this place they were able to reunite again with the students and teachers who were waiting for them. Piggy extended his arms and jumped to hug our boy. Vikir couldn't help but feel somewhat confused and surprised. Piggy gave Vikir a hug and began to cry. Our boy's eyes filled with surprise, leaving him in shock. The fact that, in the midst of all this chaos, no one was seriously injured was undoubtedly a blessing from heaven, a true miracle. The University League ranking was updated, revealing the 10 heroes who made this miracle possible. At the top, in first place, was Hohenheim, followed by Juragio Bakiraga in second. Lovegood Merlini took third place and Dolores Lune Quo Vadis fourth. The 5th to 7th places went to the Baskerville triplets. Vikir secured 8th place and Sinclair 9th, while Granouille de Leviathan completed the list in 10th position. Vikir began to imagine the triplets with crossed arms and shining eyes, Granouille and Sinclair. The fact that this group of first years entered the top 10, and that they were all academy students who fought against Madam, surprised everyone. Furthermore, after investigation, it was confirmed that Madam was an S-class entity. At a time when even the extra eyes monitoring the field collapsed due to system overload, it caused great astonishment that 10 students whose maximum power barely reached 4th circle level or low graduator rank had managed to hunt down an S-class beast. Vikir began to remember the battle against Madam and the beast with eyes shining with evil. Many doubts arose, but the students gave a unanimous version. The ground exploded, creating a momentary opportunity, and their attacks hit right in its weak points. Because Madam's appearance was considered a system error, the only official conclusion that could be established was that the defeat was due to a fortunate coincidence. Blue Whale lowered his head and began to gaze at the ground with a sad expression. He was standing on top of the stage, and in front of him were the students. With an expression full of regret and sadness, Blue Whale promised to fulfill his duty until the end of the tournament and then would resign from his position as Lord of the Magic Tower. With an expression full of regret and sadness, the Lord of the Magic Tower and highest authority responsible for the tournament, known as White-Bearded Blue Whale, publicly expressed an apology, and the situation began to enter a phase of resolution. A few hours later, night fell. Someone grabbed a pitcher of beer and decided to make a toast in honor of Sinclair and Vikir making it into the top 10. It was Tutor. He stood up and began to show a smile. The others who were sitting started to watch him in silence. The attention of the bootcamp Varangian students focused on him and their eyes began to shine with confusion. Bianca crossed her arms and with a nervous expression, explained to Tutor that it wasn't the time for this and asked him to sit down. Tutor felt somewhat confused, turned toward her and with a forced smile thought that she was right. While Sancho's eyes were shining with tranquility, he turned to them and mentioned that although they all managed to return safe and sound from this chaotic situation that put their lives in danger, the mere fact of having faced an S-class creature left them with a deep traumatic aftermath that haunted them. Not far from them, at another table, sat the friends of Lovegood Merlini. One of them put her hands over her face and began to cry. Noticing this, with a worried gaze, the friend placed her hand on her shoulder and tried to console her. Sancho closed his eyes and couldn't help but smile. Then, he grabbed the beer jug and questioned why shouldn't they raise their glasses in honor of the heroes who fought against Madame. Our boy showed no emotion and remained silent, while on the other side, Sinclair's eyes filled with joy and she couldn't help but blush. Everyone grabbed their mugs and made a toast. Sancho and the others congratulated Sinclair and Vikir, as it was truly impressive that two first-year students occupied 8th and 9th place in the overall ranking. While they were distracted, a student wearing the Magic Tower Academy uniform approached them and coughed. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's attention turned to them and her eyes filled with curiosity. They were two students from the Magic Tower. One of them began touching his head. After confirming that they were Vikir and Sinclair, with a sincere gaze, he thanked them for having saved him earlier in the tournament, since he thought he should at least greet them. Sinclair turned to them and with a smile mentioned that she was glad to see that they were not hurt. Vikir began to gaze toward the ground in silence. The student began to touch his forehead, began to point at them with his finger and with a sincere expression explained that he was a little surprised. He did not expect that they, being commoners who probably had not even received an adequate education, could save the nobles. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's eyes widened in confusion. She did not know if this guy was crazy, while on the other hand, our boy didn't even bother to look at him. Someone forcefully placed their hand on top of the table. It was Bianca. She grabbed the student by the collar and while her eyes were shining with rage, asked him what he had just said and whether background mattered when it came to saving someone. The student could not avoid clenching his teeth tightly and feeling furious. He panicked and, with a nervous expression, explained that it was a misunderstanding. He had only meant to say that, being commoners, perhaps it had been more difficult for them. Sancho grabbed Bianca by the arms and asked her to calm down, making her let go of the student. They felt relieved and began to flee the place without looking back. Bianca could not help but feel even more furious, and she asked Sancho to let her go, since, according to her, those guys did not even deserve to be saved. No one took the student's words seriously except Sinclair, who began looking at the ground with a sad expression. Vikir's attention was fixed on her, realizing that she had reacted very somberly when the topic of origin was mentioned. This was unusual, since normally she would have brightened the atmosphere with cheerful words, but this time it wasn't like that. Piggy closed his eyes, clapped to get everyone's attention and with a smile, decided to change the subject, remembering that the first round of the tournament had ended and that the second one was only for those who ranked in the top 10 of the first. While his eyes were shining with joy, he began to show 2 fingers, revealing that the second round was about adapting to the apprentice system. The 10 students would visit the imperial family and the 7 great houses of the empire to complete missions, quests, and by doing so, they would receive artifacts jointly managed by all 4 universities. Vikir's eyes widened seriously. Bianca placed her hand on Tutor's shoulder, pointed to herself with her finger and with a curious expression mentioned that, to avoid controversy about objectivity, it was customary not to choose the mission of the family one belonged to. For example, she could not receive the mission of the Divine Bow family, and Tutor would not be assigned the mission of the Sun Spear family. Tutor crossed his arms and nodded his head, explaining that since Vikir and Sinclair did not belong to any house, this did not affect them. Upon hearing this, Sinclair could not help but clench her fists tightly. Our boy's attention, who had his arms crossed, was fixed on her, leaving him somewhat confused. Bianca began to raise a finger, revealing that there was one thing they must absolutely comply with. She advised them never to choose the Baskerville family. Most students who had received missions from this house had failed even to pass them, and there were even legends that some never returned while carrying out these missions. Vikir remained silent and began to ponder, while on the other side, Sinclair's eyes filled with concern. Bianca clasped her hands, and while her eyes were shining with curiosity, she asked with a smile which house they were going to choose. Vikir raised his head and his eyes widened in surprise. He didn't know what to say. The next day, as the sun was setting, the train set off. In one of the carriages sat our boy holding an envelope. This envelope was from the Iron Sword family, and inside were instructions for a mission of maximum difficulty. Vikir began to read the contents of the letter in silence, and his eyes began to shine since he still remembered their expressions when he chose this house. He knew that although internally it might be different, the public had deeply rooted ideas about the Baskerville. Bianca put her hand over her face and couldn't help but feel furious, while Tudor and the others were in shock since they knew they were a family of lunatics obsessed with blood. Vikir rested his hand on the seat and began to contemplate the landscape in silence. This second-round mission was the final gateway to face the 7th Corps, Decarabia. Everything would end if he simply obtained Hugo's seal on the scroll. But there was something he had to check before that. Our boy put his hand into his pants pocket, and then took out another letter. Vikir began to observe it carefully. It was the letter Hugo had given him, which contained instructions on how to become a sword master. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand it. If Hugo had discovered his power, this would make sense, but he was sure that wasn't the case. Vikir put his hand under his chin and began to imagine Hugo. He didn't understand why Hugo had helped him, even knowing that he was lying. After his return in time, understanding Hugo's thoughts had become an even more difficult task. Vikir turned his head and his eyes began to shine with seriousness. Thanks to this, he had been able to reach the highest realm, but he supposed he would have to see it to discover what his intentions were. Once Vikir went to Hugo's office, his eyes widened in confusion and fear. Hugo now looked like another person. He had pigtails, clasped his hands, and couldn't help but smile upon seeing his son again. Our boy became somewhat confused, not knowing what had happened. With a curious expression, Vikir asked why Hugo had this appearance. With a smile, Hugo grabbed his ponytail and mentioned that this elaborate knot had been braided by Pomeranian, declaring that she was, without a doubt, another prodigy of the Baskerville family. Vikir observed closely and saw that Hugo's office had changed. It was now full of Pomeranian's toys. Hugo mentioned that Pomeranian had been waiting for Vikir, but since she was so sleepy, Barrymore had ended up taking her to sleep. Hugo's eyes began to shine with joy because he knew that although Pomeranian had already passed the age to enjoy these things, as her grandfather, he wanted his granddaughter, who couldn't even enjoy the basics when she was younger, to be able to have these kinds of experiences. Vikir began to gaze at the ground, not knowing what to say. He left the envelope on top of the table and mentioned that he had received the letter that Hugo had sent him through Osiris. Hugo's attention was fixed on it. Vikir had already opened the envelope. Our boy lowered his head and asked Hugo when he had realized that he was hiding his strength. Hugo closed his eyes and mentioned that upon reaching the highest realm, it was possible to see things that ordinary people could not. He rested his hand on top of the table and revealed that there were things that could be felt with the senses, even without seeing them. He knew that Vikir was aware of this. Vikir began to remember his past and sank into his thoughts. He remembered the hatred, the contempt, and the thirst for revenge he had felt, and wondered if Hugo had simply observed in silence where his growing power was heading. While Vikir was distracted, Hugo caught his attention. Our boy's eyes widened with curiosity. With a cheerful expression, Hugo mentioned that he had been so distracted that he hadn't noticed until now. He pointed out that the uniform Vikir was wearing really suited him and asked if life at the academy was fun. Vikir went into shock, not knowing what was happening. Our boy remained silent, and then a smile spread across his face. It was night, and Vikir couldn't help but feel happy, since until now, he had always treated him as a master from the position of a hound, and as a patriarch from the perspective of a family member. But this day, for the first time, Hugo was able to look at Vikir as his son, and he liked this very much. It was night, and while the stars were shining high in the sky, Hugo mentioned that he had good news to tell Vikir. They both started walking down the hallway and, with a curious expression, our boy wondered what this good news could be. While Hugo's eyes shone with joy, he nodded his head and, with a smile, revealed that he had named him senator. Upon hearing this, Vikir's eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped in shock. He couldn't believe what his ears had just heard. Our boy fixed his gaze on the ground and tried to stay calm. He knew that the rank of senator was equivalent to that of the 7 counts. Hugo turned toward him with a serene expression, began to show a smile and nodded his head, confirming that he was right. A senator was practically the real power within a noble house, and, above this position, there were only him and the main patriarch. Hugo's mind filled with curiosity. He put his hand on his chin and began to ponder, probably even reviewing almost 100 years of family history. Vikir was the youngest senator who had ever existed. Without wasting another second, Vikir placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head to the head of the family as a form of gratitude, promising that he would do his best. Hugo came out of his thoughts and his eyes began to shine with joy. He felt proud of his son. Vikir began to gaze at the ground and his eyes began to shine with sadness. The image of Sindaiwendi, Chihuahua, and Minnie Pin came to his mind. He reflected on the title of Senator of the Council. Although this came with many privileges, the greatest advantage was being able to freely appoint his advisors, and he already had some people in mind. Our boy turned to Hugo and with a calm expression mentioned that he had heard that lately everyone was having difficulties because of Pomerian's whims. Hugo's hand began to tremble. He looked away and remembered that raising a child was always such a process. But in truth, the happiness his granddaughter Pomerian gave him was much greater. Vikir's attention focused on Hugo and his mind filled with surprise and confusion. He did not expect this. Hugo began to look at the ground and could not help but feel a mix of emotions. One day while his granddaughter was reading a book in the middle of the night, he approached her and with a kind smile asked if she wanted Grandpa to play with her. But Pomerian coldly refused, responding that she had to read a book and that he could play alone. Hugo's eyes were filled with sadness. He revealed that lately the demand for him to play with her had decreased. His concern grew as he saw how she locked herself alone in her corner to read books. Hugo grabbed his hair braid and began to observe the ribbon he was wearing with an expression full of sadness, confessing that she had made it for him quite some time ago, and he hadn't untied it, just in case he still received some attention. Hugo knew that if Pomerian hadn't known Vikir was coming, she wouldn't have left her room. Vikir's eyes widened in confusion and surprise, realizing that the situation was serious. With a serene expression, Vikir thought that his father must be very worried. Hugo put his hand on his nose, closed his eyes and let out a sigh. He only hoped that Pomerian hadn't already reached adolescence. Just then, screams began to be heard from Pomerian's room. Vikir and Hugo went on alert, not knowing what was happening. With eyes shining with concern, Hugo opened the door to her room. Worried about her, our boy did not lower his guard, knowing that this was not good. Inside the room was Pomerian. A smile began to spread across her face. In reality, she was not in danger. She was sitting on the floor and reading one of her favorite books with a smile. She liked reading so much that there was a mountain of books on the floor. Upon hearing Hugo's voice, with a curious gaze, Pomerian turned around, not knowing what was going on. Hugo felt relieved and, with a smile, informed Pomerian that her grandfather had arrived and asked her what she had found to be so excited. Vikir began to watch her with a joyful expression. Hugo bent down to pick up Pomerian in his arms, but she ran out and gave our boy a hug, asking him why he had taken so long to arrive and confessing that she had missed him. With a smile, Vikir began to caress her head and admitted having arrived late, realizing that she had been waiting for him. With a confident smile, she said that she was always waiting for Vikir. Hugo's eyes widened with sadness upon noticing that his granddaughter no longer paid attention to him. With eyes shining with joy, she revealed that finally she had what she wanted. Our boy felt somewhat confused since he didn't know what she was talking about. Pomerian opened one of the books she was reading. In it there was a photograph of a tree. She revealed that she wanted it. Vikir's attention was fixed on the tree. It was the Tree of Spirits. It was said that the Supreme Master of Magic, Sayertsi Morg, had planted it deep within the enemy's flood and the Black Mountains, in the White Salt Desert. It was a mana tree that took root in the heart of the wizard and grew by feeding on the karma of souls. The condition for its seed to germinate was a great number of deaths. By consuming the fruit from this Tree of Spirits, one could obtain power from spirits who had served as fertilizer. Vikir began to observe carefully and his mind filled with surprise upon recognizing the Tree of Spirits, a tree from the world of images that only appeared in myths. He wondered if she had been searching for this among so many books and all that content. While showing him the book, Pomerian began to show a tender expression, saying that she wanted to have the tree. Our boy knew it wasn't just an obsession drawing her to this artifact. She had a brilliant talent for black magic, so it was clear she felt drawn to it by destiny. Just before Vikir could make a decision, Hugo stood up and caught his attention. Pomerian and Vikir turned around and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With eyes shining with rage, Hugo began to stare at Vikir and mentioned that he didn't know what it was, but if it was something Pomerian desired, he had to bring it without fail, no matter the cost. With this, the mission would be considered complete. Vikir began to show a confused gaze. He was losing his mind. Despite this, he understood and accepted the order. It was a mission order from the Iron-Blooded Sword family. He had to obtain the Tree of Spirits, an extremely difficult task. A few days later, our boy headed to Height 207 on the western front of the flood of enemy Black Mountains. Vikir began to make his way through the bushes. He started to think, remembering that, according to the content of the book, the place where the Tree of Spirits was located was limited, because in the flood of the enemy Black Mountains there only existed a desert of white salt. However, he seriously doubted its existence. Before returning, information about the Tree of Spirits was practically non-existent, and it was considered just a tree of legends, planted by a mythological figure in an unknown era. Vikir extended his hand and his attention focused on the Beelzebub sword. After all, with the sword it had been the same case, so it was perfectly possible that the tree existed. Vikir let out a sigh. In our boy's clothes was Madame's offspring. She was furious. He felt somewhat confused and got angry, wondering how long this little damn thing planned to keep acting like this. Our boy reminded her again that, during the last exam, her unexpected actions had put those around her in danger. Because of this, to avoid any accident in the Contempt for Death contest, he had kept her inside the ring's barrier. The little spider was very furious. Vikir began to touch his cheek and remember the battle that the students had against Madame Spider. Of course, he had been the cause of this commotion, so he didn't have much to say about it either. Not long after, Vikir arrived at Malatar, the salt desert. Vikir began to observe carefully and saw several decomposing animal corpses. Vikir crouched down, and when he touched the salt, his hand immediately weakened. It was as if all the water that was inside his body had been absorbed by the salt. Without wasting more time, he pulled his hand away and his eyes began to shine with surprise, because as expected, the moisture in his body was being lost at great speed. Vikir stood up and sank into his thoughts, remembering the history of this place. A long time ago, the Malatar desert had formed when the tears of an evil god dried up. The land, with its extreme drought, absorbed the moisture from everything it touched and had turned countless creatures into mummies. Vikir's attention was fixed on his hand. Although there was information that the Tree of Spirits was here, now he understood why no one had managed to find it. He began to observe the corpses of the animals and realized that an ordinary person or a magical beast could not even cross this desert. They would die of dehydration the moment they stepped on this land. Our boy put on his hood, and while his eyes were shining with confidence, he focused. In the blink of an eye, Vikir made the moisture that his hand had lost due to the salt regenerate. With the blessing of the river Styx and the regenerative power of the swamp merman, he could indeed achieve it. Vikir descended into the salt desert and began to walk toward his destination. Our boy had been walking for more than 2 hours. Just then, Vikir felt something strange in his left knee. He adjusted his hood and his eyes began to shine, putting him on alert. Just as he suspected, he realized that it had been a mistake to rely only on the information from the book. If he continued like this, he wouldn't even be able to get out of the desert. Just then, his attention was fixed on something and his eyes widened in surprise. A powerful tornado appeared in front of him. It was a sandstorm. He cursed under his breath, wondering where it had come from so suddenly since he hadn't even felt it approaching. Vikir moved to the side to try to get out of the tornado's path. Vikir's plan did not work, as little by little the tornado was getting closer to him. With an expression full of determination, he asked the small spider not to come out until he told her it was safe, warning her that this was dangerous. With an expression full of fear, the small spider hid inside his clothes. Vikir drew his sword Beelzebub and imbued his mana into it. He knew that in order not to be erased without a trace, they had to counteract the storm with a stronger power. He concentrated and used Technique 7 of the Baskervilles and then forcefully swung his sword. A powerful slash began to advance little by little toward the storm. While it approached our boy, Vikir clenched his teeth tightly and the storm began to cause small wounds on his face. Blood started to emerge from his wounds. Upon seeing this, the little spider's eyes filled with sadness and worry. She didn't know if Vikir was okay. Vikir's attack worked, since not long after, the storm began to disappear. The glasses he was wearing broke and fell to the ground, and he couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly, furious. He hadn't even seen the Tree of Spirits yet and they were already giving him a welcome like this. He didn't even know how to react. At the same time, the little spider was trembling with fear. Vikir's attention focused on her. He hoped that she was still alive. She didn't stop trembling, and with a smile, Vikir told her that now that everything was over, she could come out, asking her why she was doing this. Not far from Vikir there was a monster with sharp teeth. His attention fixed on it, and his eyes widened in fear. Vikir stood up and went on alert, not knowing what was happening. His eyes began to shine with surprise and confusion. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. The little spider hid again inside our boy's clothes and couldn't help but feel afraid. In front of them there was a gigantic tree, and they were standing in the mouth of the corpse of a monster. Vikir didn't know what was happening or what this place was.
After the desert sandstorm had subsided, Vikir realized that before him lay the desiccated corpse of a grotesque dragon-headed monster. Its body had been hacked into segments, encircling a twisted cluster of sharp, jagged stones. Standing before its enormous, gaping jaws, now shriveled and lifeless, he recognized the creature as a basilisk, an S-rank threat, 50 meters long. It had once resided on the 10th ridge of Le Rouge-et-le-Noir mountains. People had called it the Sand River Dragon, a terrifying being said to be a hybrid of the dragon clan and demons. Its breath was lethal enough to strike birds mid-flight, and wherever its scale-covered body had slithered, no grass had grown for half a century. Only desert remained. Its mere existence was considered a catastrophe. No spear, no blade, no magic had ever been able to kill it. Even the little octopedal creature beside him trembled in fear, hiding beneath Vikir's cloak. Sensing its fear, Vikir gently reassured it, saying it no longer needed to be afraid. The creature was already dead. Yet despite his words, he couldn't help but look at the shriveled corpse of the basilisk with deep concern. Before his regression, it had been one of the 3 great cataclysms of the outer world, appearing just before the age of extinction. The basilisk had been an existence that left no trace behind. Vikir had once believed it to be lying in wait somewhere, hidden. But now, seeing such a monstrous creature reduced to a lifeless husk before his very eyes, he cautiously stepped out from its massive jaws and silently admitted to himself how unexpectedly tragic its end was. The basilisk had possessed regenerative abilities that far surpassed even those of marshland salamanders. And yet, to be cornered and utterly destroyed like this proved something profound. Vikir moved toward the spiked branches that lay arranged neatly within the basilisk's remains. They resembled a bizarre tower, with a faint entrance peeking between the sharp points. Observing the entrance, he murmured to himself that a near-immortal S-rank monster with such regenerative powers could only have been slain by something, or someone, immensely powerful. After studying the strange tower for a while, Vikir came to understand its true nature. It was a place just as strange as its outward form, a structure built upon warped space-time, more intricate than any boundary tower or even the barriers of Andromalius. A gust of desert wind swept past, carrying white sand across his feet. Standing firm, Vikir looked up at the bizarre tower, now a deep crimson against the white salt flats, and murmured to himself that the phantom wood, Uhan-Mok, was likely inside this place as well. Within the tower's darkness, a dim slit of light provided the only illumination. As the entrance slowly opened, Vikir's figure appeared in its shadow. He opened the door with his bare hand, cautiously peering into the tower's interior. Suddenly, he was startled to feel a whirlwind of force surging toward him as the door creaked open. He instinctively stepped back, raising his hand to shield his face, frowning slightly at the sinister gust of purple wind barreling his way. Although the welcome he received was far from friendly, Vikir found himself smirking quietly as he murmured to himself while sensing the elemental flow of energy that permeated the space. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. Nearby, the little spider, affectionately referred to as the Lady Spider, emerged from its hiding spot, sensing something unusual inside. Amid the gloom, where tangled roots coiled densely within the tower's interior, a vague silhouette could be seen at the end of the path, barely illuminated by the dim light filtering through the outer doorway. Vikir began walking directly toward it. The blurry figure gradually revealed itself to be a knight clad in iron armor, resting his hands upon a colossal sword. He sat motionless on a throne made of stone, positioned between 2 enormous roots behind him, like a guardian watching over a hidden treasure. Those massive roots belonged to the Soul Wraith Tree, a legendary entity said to have been planted deep in the Crimson Black Mountains by the Grand Master of Black Magic, the Simo Morel. In the midst of the White Salt Desert, this demonic tree had taken root within the spiritual plane of a sorcerer, feeding on the karmic residue of souls. Its seeds could only sprout where mass death had occurred. Consuming its fruit was believed to grant the strength of the souls used to nourish it. As Vikir walked along the only path forward, he took notice of the crisscrossing roots that gave birth to countless razor-sharp blades protruding skyward. He grimaced, struck by the sensation that this place felt like a cradle for swords. As he approached one of the gleaming blades and examined it closely, he mused to himself that the only difference here was that the swords pointed toward the sky instead of being driven into the ground. He began to wonder if this place might be connected to the Baskerville clan. Eventually, he stopped in front of the unmoving knight who marked the end of the path. Studying the figure cautiously, he speculated whether this could be the master of the tower. Yet the knight remained slumped, silently clutching his sword, showing no signs of life or movement. After a moment of watchful waiting, Vikir concluded that there was neither mana nor any trace of vitality, only the husk of a lifeless shell. The fact that there was only a single knight stationed here to guard the Soulshade tree made Vikir feel suspicious. He silently wondered whether this person, who had once slain a basilisk, must have been unimaginably powerful when alive. Since there were no apparent signs of danger, Vikir proceeded toward the massive roots of the tree that hung loosely beside the soulless knight. Stretching out his hand, he murmured to himself that he should take the Soulshade tree first, and then ask Hugo about this place later. However, the real scene only began when his fingers touched the root of the Soulshade tree. Instantly, the torch above the knight's head burst into flames, igniting with a red hue as vivid as blood. One after another, hidden torches embedded in the tower walls flared up, spreading the same crimson light throughout the chamber. The little lady spider sensed that something was wrong. She barked with all her might, as if desperately trying to warn Vikir. But before he could react, the only door leading out of the tower slammed shut, trapping him inside. And then, the soulless knight began to stir. His hands trembled as he slowly rotated his sword. Pressing one hand against the armrest of his throne, the knight rose to his feet. Vikir instinctively stepped back, a bitter smile forming on his face. He silently acknowledged, with a hint of irritation, that of course it was never going to be that easy to take what he came for. By now, the little spider had stopped barking, and was instead hiding deep inside Vikir's hood in sheer panic. The soulless knight had fully awakened, towering far above Vikir. He lowered his head, staring down at the trespasser who had dared to invade his domain. Without hesitation, the knight swung his sword directly at Vikir, who quickly read the path of the strike and dodged it with ease. The blow was fierce enough to carve a hole into the floor where Vikir had just stood. Not wasting a single moment, the knight twisted his blade, realizing he had missed. He continued to slash with relentless fury, pursuing Vikir with every strike, even as the latter skillfully evaded each attack. Vikir found the fight far too easy. He didn't break a single drop of sweat. Glancing at the knight, he felt a surge of irritation, inwardly complaining about how monotonous its attacks were. There was no will, no intention, just a series of empty mechanical movements blindly aiming at the nearest enemy. It was frustrating to witness. He leapt back to put distance between them, glaring at the knight with annoyance. Disappointment clouded his face as he clenched his jaw and drew the hidden bow from his body, muttering to himself that a guardian of such a strange place ought to be far more formidable. He figured perhaps he had expected too much. Raising his blazing red arrow, he aimed it at the knight, grumbling that although he was curious how such a being could fight without mana or life force, he didn't have the luxury of indulging that curiosity. He then released the arrow, declaring that he would end this in a single blow. The red arrow shot forth like a whirlwind, directly targeting the heart of the soulless knight. As its name implied, the knight stood unmoving, offering no resistance. However, just as the arrow was about to strike, a sudden glint flashed in the eyes hidden beneath the knight's helmet. To Vikir's astonishment, the knight suddenly raised its arm and flawlessly executed the first fang technique of the Baskerville style, neutralizing Vikir's arrow in an instant. It exploded before even grazing the knight's armor. Vikir's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the move. It was, unmistakably, the first stance of Baskerville. Right after deflecting the attack, the soulless knight surged forward, wielding its massive sword. For the first time, sweat began to bead on Vikir's skin. He realized that this opponent was not as easy to deal with as he had initially thought. Clenching his teeth, he addressed the small creature, referred to as the Little Madam, who was trembling in fear beneath his helmet, telling her silently that it was just as he suspected. The knight had been concealing its true power all along. He warned her to stay back, for it seemed he could no longer afford to hold back himself. Without hesitation, Vikir drew the sword Beelzebub and took up a defensive stance, precisely measuring the steps of the approaching knight. At the perfect moment, he clenched his fist, channeling the red aura of Baskov. The energy crystallized into shards of essence that wrapped around his sword like red gemstones. Then, he and the knight dashed toward each other, both unleashing the strongest techniques of the Baskerville school. They passed one another in a blur of explosive motion. However, while Vikir had executed the seventh fang with all his might, the attack barely left a mark on the knight. In contrast, the soulless knight countered with the eighth fang of Baskov. In an instant, the knight's simultaneous strikes pierced through Vikir's body, rooting him to the spot in sheer disbelief. All he could manage was a scream as the sharp blades tore through his flesh like the jagged fangs of a hound. The knight came to a brief halt and then turned back to face Vikir. A piece of his helmet had come loose. The seventh fang Vikir had landed had fractured the knight's helmet, which now crumbled slowly, revealing the dark face beneath and a pair of piercing, glowing red eyes fixed on Vikir with a deadly stare. Finally, the helmet shattered completely, its fragments falling to the ground. Beneath it, the knight's face was entirely wrapped in white bandages. Strands of white hair slowly became visible. Vikir's entire body ached as he strained to remain standing. Sweat drenched him as he glared furiously at the knight. Gasping, he hissed through gritted teeth, accusing the knight of using a technique designed for ambushes in the darkness, the eighth stance of Baskerville. He demanded to know what kind of being the knight truly was. The knight turned back toward him with those cold, crimson eyes, radiating murderous intent. Then, in a moment of chilling stillness, the knight finally spoke. He uttered the name Cain Cole Baskerville. He looked down at Vikir, who was now kneeling in a vast pool of his own blood, his body riddled with deep wounds. Then, in a voice devoid of warmth, the knight declared himself as the gravekeeper of the sword tomb. Vikir began to envision a sword. He knew better than anyone that Baskerville-style swordsmanship wasn't simply about cutting or stabbing. It tears flesh and breaks bones like biting fangs. The knight's attack had been so fierce that it had almost completely severed Vikir's shoulder. Our boy placed his hand on his shoulder and couldn't help but scream in agony. Despite being wounded, Vikir started to stare intently at the knight, his eyes beginning to shine with determination. He wasn't going to give up so easily. He understood now why the wounds took on such grotesque shapes. He found it hard to believe that the knight had only used the eighth technique. There was barely a one-level difference, and yet the wound was so severe that not even the power of the basilisk he had obtained outside the tower allowed him to heal quickly. Our boy carried the Beelzebub sword, and in its first slot he had the S-rank Madam's poisonous legs. The second held the S-rank Immortal Basilisk, and in the third, the A+ rank Mushesu of Silent Hill. The knight's attention fixed on Vikir. He began to observe our boy in silence. As smoke emerged from his wound, Vikir started to stare intently at the knight, and couldn't help but grit his teeth, feeling furious. To him, an opponent of this level was impressive. The knight unsheathed his sword, looked away, and a strange energy began to emerge from his body. Even with his hand on the wound, Vikir watched in silence, not fully understanding how he was so powerful. The knight turned around and his eyes began to glow with malice. He came from an era of chaos where each family ruled like an independent kingdom. In that time, there was a man, the strongest among the 7 counts who led House Baskerville to its golden age. A man who, after seeking only power, withdrew from the world and disappeared. His name was Cain Corso Le Baskerville. Vikir stood up and while panting heavily asked if he was Cain Corso Le Baskerville. The wind began to blow and the knight nodded his head. Cain Corso's eyes filled with curiosity. He wanted to know who Vikir was. As our boy's wound was slowly healing with a furious expression, he introduced himself as Vikir van Baskerville. Cain Corso couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Recognizing that a son of the Van and not the L had reached the supreme level before coming of age, Vikir started to gaze toward the ground, gritted his teeth hard, and remained silent. Cain Corso also noticed that Vikir carried the Beelzebub sword, a weapon believed to be lost. Furthermore, he noted his incredible regeneration ability, which allowed him to recover even after taking the 8th technique. He acknowledged that he was an incredible guy. Vikir's eyes widened with seriousness. To him, the incredible one was Cain Corso. He admitted that at first, he hadn't even been able to understand the true nature of the Baskerville's 8th technique. Cain Corso began to walk toward our boy, his body starting to emit an intense yet powerful aura. Vikir realized that with his senses, he hadn't even been able to perceive his life force. But the instant he revealed his true identity, the aura he emitted felt like it was tearing his skin to pieces. Vikir began to remember Cain Corso using the 8th technique, a technique so powerful that not even our boy could resist it. The only thing certain was that at that moment he had no chance of winning. With his hand on the wound and a calm gaze, Vikir began to observe Cain attentively. He realized that he was the creator of the lurking ambusher technique and wondered just how high his true level reached. Cain gripped his sword by the hilt with both hands and decided to reveal his true level. Cain concentrated and slammed his sword into the ground with force, shattering the ground to pieces. Then he began to remove the bandages he had on his face. He started to gaze toward the ground and revealed that he had accepted a set of complex emotions to achieve the 7th technique. Fakir's eyes widened in surprise and fear, leaving him in shock. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Several seconds later, Kane removed all the bandages from his face and threw them to the ground, creating tension. Kane's face was half burned, and his skull was visible. With his eyes shining with determination, he revealed that through the battle with the basilisk, on the verge of death and with an extreme desire to survive, he had grasped the 8th technique. And finally, right at the edge of death upon entering the tower, he crossed the final threshold. He had reached the end of level 9 Swordmaster, and enveloped in death itself. He had become the Death Knight. Kane was a Death Knight, also known as the Knight of Death. He was the product of a noble knight consumed by the abyss, someone who in life had possessed pure strength and spirit. This being drew mana infinitely from the shadow dimension beyond death, a power that would not cease until its body crumbled and its soul faded completely. His risk level, size, and origin were unknown. Fakir swallowed hard, and his eyes widened in confusion. He began to feel a terror he had never felt before. He couldn't believe this was the 9th form, the true highest level of a swordmaster. Kane began to observe our boy in silence without saying a single word. He was a being who had accepted death itself in pursuit of mastery. Kane started to gaze toward the ground, and with a calm voice revealed that the lurking ambusher was not his creation. Kane began to recall what he had read in a book. He extended his hand and admitted that he had not reached the 10th form. To reach that level, one had to die once and be resurrected. And although he had certainly died, he was not someone who had come back to life. As a strange energy emerged from Kane's skull, he began to imagine the strange tree, and with a sincere gaze, he revealed that, as a Death Knight, he could not be resurrected. And for this reason, he had been trapped in this place. Viker's eyes widened with confusion and curiosity. He questioned how someone of Kane's level could be trapped, wondering what exactly this place was and who had imprisoned him. As the torches illuminated the place, Kane began to ponder. He acknowledged that Fakir knew nothing, but this was understandable as there was no one who knew of this place. Our boy became even more curious. As Kane's eyes shone with sadness, he revealed that this place was the tomb of the Stabbed Blade, a site where the life and death of the first Baskerville were intertwined. Fakir, who was panting to catch his breath, listened in silence without interrupting. Kane revealed that the cradle where the first Baskerville was born was called the Cradle of the Stabbed Blade, and this was the place where he met his death. It was a site where the worthy, as if by fate, reached the truth of the sword. Only a true Baskerville could die in this tomb. And the fact that Fakir had found this place was proof that destiny had guided him. Fakir's mind flooded with questions and confusion. With a serious gaze, he asked what Kane was talking about. Kane began to imagine himself sitting on the throne, chained. It was the tower that had imprisoned him, binding him so he could never leave. Someone slowly began to open the door to the place, letting in the sunlight. The person who had opened the door was none other than Fakir. The Grave of Blades had assigned Kane the role of its guardian, the one tasked with welcoming the true Baskerville. As its protector, he was destined to guide him toward the 10th style. Over time, Kane had come to understand that someone who carried the true destiny of a Baskerville would find him one day. This person was the only one who could free him, a being who could not even die from this eternity of suffering. Fakir's wound had already healed completely. With a serene expression, he questioned if he was that fated one. Kane's eyes, whose hands were resting on the pommel of his sword, began to shine with tranquility. He knew that Fakir could reach the end of the Baskerville 10 forms, but to achieve it, he would have to face him and experience death. Kane pulled out his sword, which was stuck in the ground, and the blade began to glow. He made it clear that until their duel concluded, Fakir would not take a single step out of this place. He would kill Fakir, and Fakir in turn had to reach the 10th form to kill him. With a gaze full of determination and confidence, he affirmed that Fakir must free him. For this was the destiny decreed by the tower. Instead of feeling fear, Fakir's eyes began to shine with confidence. Showing the blade of his sword, he told Kane not to talk nonsense. Destiny was a boring concept to him. He only believed in his own decisions. A powerful aura began to emerge from Fakir's body. Our boy adopted an offensive stance and decided to attack with everything he had, making it clear that he would kill him and leave this place. Kane simply stood in silence, ready to continue the duel. Fakir gritted his teeth hard, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Kane. The Death Knight's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He couldn't believe Fakir's skill had increased so much. With a furious expression, Kane prepared to counterattack, questioning if Fakir was mocking destiny. Just before our boy could take another breath, Kane attacked swiftly, striking our boy under the jaw. Fakir gritted his teeth, and his eyes began to burn with rage. He couldn't believe Kane had counterattacked with his bare hands. The Death Knight didn't waste another second. He grabbed his sword and prepared to attack again. Kane swung the sword forcefully, questioning if Vikir believed he could escape his destiny. Luckily, Vikir reacted in time and was able to block the attack, but in the process, his body was sent flying backward. Vikir staggered back, and as he caught his breath, his attention fixed on Kane. He felt somewhat confused, noticing that not even a surprise attack had worked. Kane asked if he thought he could catch his breath in the middle of a life or death fight. Hearing this, Vikir snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes filling with surprise. Kane moved like a thunderclap, and by the time Vikir noticed, the Death Knight was only inches away, ready to strike again. Kane swung his sword with precision, but luckily Vikir was quick. Using his Beelzebub sword, he managed to block the attack. Our boy gritted his teeth hard, and with a surprised expression realized that Kane was incredibly fast, and that the difference in their levels was overwhelming. Our boy decided not to give up. For this very reason, he would break the gap with his ultimate technique, the technique he trusted most in his 2 lives before and after his return. As Vikir's eyes shone with determination, he decided it was time to use the 4th Baskerville technique. Noticing this, Kane gripped his sword tightly and decided to use the 5th Baskerville technique, and a powerful energy began to emerge from his blade. Just before Vikir could take another breath, Kane attacked with a powerful and devastating slash, making it clear that Vikir couldn't escape this destiny either. The difference in power was so enormous that Vikir took the full brunt of the attack. He opened his mouth and began to scream in agony, but far from giving up, Vikir gritted his teeth, and his eyes began to shine. In the blink of an eye, Vikir lunged at Kane and imbued all his mana into his sword. With a piercing gaze, he decided it was time to use the 6th Baskerville technique. Kane watched our boy in silence. Far from dodging the attack, Kane began to charge toward Vikir and decided to counterattack using the 7th Baskerville technique. The result was devastating. Just before Vikir could even attack, Kane's sword pierced his chest like an arrow of mana. Vikir's body was sent flying with great force and crashed against the statue of one of the swords. Blood began to gush from his wounds and Vikir started to cough. Realizing that nothing was working, Kane was dodging all of his attacks. Kane raised his sword, lunged at our boy, and began to imbue all his mana into the blade, summoning a mana so powerful that Vikir had never seen before. Kane was a monster. Kane's eyes began to glow with rage. He told our boy to try and stop the attack with his sword. Hearing this, Vikir gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't give up. With his body covered in cuts and deep wounds, Vikir began to charge toward Kane and used the 7th Baskerville technique. But as always, Kane used a more advanced technique than Vikir. The Death Knight unleashed the 9th technique. An intense mana began to emerge from his sword, which expanded throughout the entire place. Kane swung his sword with precision as the slash slowly approached. Vikir panicked, knowing this wasn't good. The slash hit Vikir head-on, making his eyes widen in fear. Kane's mana made Vikir experience a pain he had never felt before. Its mana began to course through his entire body, destroying every part. Our boy opened his mouth, and not long after, as the sunlight illuminated the place, he fell to his knees. Kane watched in silence. Vikir's body was covered in cuts, and despite being a strong warrior, he was no match for Kane. Not long after, Vikir fell defeated to the ground. Kane's attention fixed on him, and his mind filled with questions and disappointment. Vikir had a deep gash on his shoulder and back, and the ground was covered in blood. Vikir felt as if he were in a river of blood. Several minutes later, our boy slowly began to open his eyes. Vikir's body was floating in blood, and in front of him was a door. He didn't know what this place was. With his body submerged in the red liquid, our boy slowly began to open his eyes, his mind filled with confusion, questions, and sadness. Vikir was alone in this place, an empty place where there was nothing but red liquid as far as the eye could see. Our boy began to remember Kane Corso swinging his sword with precision and strength. The cut was so fast that Vikir didn't even have time to react. Vikir began to stare at his hand, his eyes shining with sadness and disappointment. He was sure that in the fight with Kane Corso, his 7th technique had been shattered by Kane's 9th, and he had taken it head-on. Just then, his eyes widened in surprise, sending him into shock. He didn't know what was happening or what this place was. With a face full of confusion and fear, Vikir propped himself up on his hands, sat up, and began to pant heavily, wondering if he was dead. With eyes shining in terror, Vikir slowly began to raise his head. Our boy's attention was fixed on something bright, and his fearful expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but feel confused, not knowing what was happening. As far as the eye could see, there was only red liquid. But in the midst of the vast liquid and darkness, Vikir noticed a glowing door. Vikir fell silent, his mind flooded with fear. Wondering if this was the line of death Cane Corso had spoken of, Vikir began to remember the words of Cane Corso, the Death Knight, that it was through the fight with the basilisk on the line of death that he had awakened the 8th Baskerville technique. Desperately longing to survive, our boy stood up and began to walk slowly through the liquid toward the glowing door. Vikir approached the door, and as his eyes shone with surprise, he clenched his fist. He reasoned that if this door meant death, the fact that he hadn't crossed it meant he wasn't dead. Vikir reached out his hand and began to ponder in silence. Not knowing what to do now, he started to stare at his hand and his eyes widened with relief. It was a comfort not to be dead. But he also recognized that this resembled what Cane called destiny, the 10th technique of the Baskervilles. Vikir began to remember the tree where the monster's corpse lay, and when he was struck by one of Cane Corso's techniques, causing a terrible pain that traveled throughout his body. Resting his hands on the pommel of his sword with a calm expression, Cane explained to our boy that he could reach the end of the 10th style of the Baskervilles, and to do so, he had to experience death in his fight with him. Vikir clenched his fist and began to stare at his reflection in silence. Lost in thought, his eyes began to shine with sadness. Wondering if this was what Cane Corso had been referring to, Vikir began to remember his past life, his death at the guillotine, and his return to the past as a baby. He then understood that if it was as Cane Corso had said, he by being beheaded before his regression had fulfilled the death condition of the 9th technique, and through the regression itself, by returning from the dead, he had experienced the condition of the 10th technique. Remembering his horrible death and past life, Vikir couldn't help but feel furious and grit his teeth tightly. He knew he was the only being in existence. Existence, the person chosen by destiny, consumed by hatred and rage. Vikir fell to the ground, forcefully striking the red liquid as he screamed a curse. For the very idea seemed like a mockery to him. As the glowing door illuminated the dark place, Vikir calmed down a bit, questioning if his death, his life, and everything he had strived for so hard was nothing more than something chosen by destiny. At that moment, hands made of energy began to emerge from the liquid and cling to our boy's body. The only thing Vikir could do was clench his fist and feel even more furious as he remembered the oath he made during his fight with Madame. He would not live a life dragged along by others again. Slowly, the hands began to grip Vikir's body. He remained silent, consumed by rage. He offered no resistance as the hands submerged his body into the red liquid. As the hands slowly began to drag our boy to the bottom, Vikir started to remember his past, his fight against the true Madame, his fierce battle with the demon Andromilius, and his struggle against the other elite corpses. These memories consumed Vikir's mind, causing him to lose strength and let himself be pulled down by the spiritual hands. He wondered if it had all been his own illusion, if everything he had fought for, risking his life until now, was meaningless. Still, he admitted that if he finally managed to reach the 10th technique of the Baskervilles, it would be a reason for joy, because it was the state he had longed for his entire life. Vikir couldn't help but question if this would be enough. In the midst of this desperation, Vikir began to remember the words of the Death Knight Cane Corso, and he wondered what the point of achieving the 10th technique would be, recalling that, as Cane had said, it meant being trapped here and enduring an indefinite amount of time. Just then, memories of the battle against the 10 elite corpses came to Vikir's mind. The scene was horrible, with human corpses everywhere and swords stuck in the ground. At that moment, Vikir's eyes widened in surprise as a light of hope appeared before his eyes. The image of his father, his family, the members of the Balak tribe, and his friends came to his mind. Among them was also Perry, the orphan who had been killed by one of the 10 elite corpses. As always, she showed a pleasant smile. From the depths of the red liquid, bubbles began to emerge, and not long after, more bubbles appeared. Vikir's eyes began to shine with rage, causing him to grit his teeth. If his power was what had forged his destiny, and it endangered the people he needed and wanted to protect, then he would use this very destiny for them, and not for the tower. Vakir emerged from the red liquid and began to shout, knowing he had to set them free. His eyes began to glow with determination, for the place he was meant to be was not the tower, but right beside them. He had to get out of here alive. Now our boy concentrated, and the liquid transformed into a tornado, which began to spin at high speed. Slowly, the tornado began to transform into a sword made of blood. As a powerful mana was emerging from it, Vikir began to extend his hand toward that which could only be taken by one who has faced death on the border of the line of death. Vikir grabbed the sword, and it began to emit an intense yet powerful light. His eyes shone with seriousness, knowing that this was the 8th technique, the key that opened the door of death. He gripped the sword, his eyes filled with determination. Wasting no more time, he decided it was time to leave this place. Vakir swung the sword with force and, determined to protect everyone, plunged it into the glowing door. Vakir began to turn the sword as if it were a key, and at that moment, a powerful flash of light capable of blinding any swordmaster began to emerge from the door. At the same time, in reality, Vikir's body lay inside a crater formed by the Death Knight's powerful attack. The knight himself stood nearby, observing our boy with disappointment. It seemed Vakir had lost his life as the ground was covered in blood, and he had deep cuts all over his body. Disappointed, Cane Corso turned his back on Vakir's corpse and decided to return to his throne. Several seconds passed, and noticing that Vakir wasn't moving, he mentioned with an admiring expression that Vakir was undoubtedly an extraordinary child. But in the end, he couldn't awaken his powers. At that moment, Vakir stood up, and an intense yet godly mana began to emerge from his body. Noticing this, Cane Corso froze in shock, his eyes widening in surprise. With a confused gaze, Cane turned around, recognizing the aura instantly. It was that of the 8th technique. He realized the rookie had done it. While Cane was distracted, Vakir seized the opportunity and, with his eyes glowing, appeared behind him, ready to continue the fight. Cane's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe what his eyes were witnessing. Just before Vakir could attack, the Death Knight unsheathed his sword and deflected the attack. Our boy retreated, knowing this wasn't good. The force of the impact sent Cane's body back several meters. He began to stare at the ground, unable to believe he was losing to a brat who had just reached the 8th technique. As his eyes glowed with rage, he began to stare at our boy, acknowledging that even so, he still had a long way to go. This was merely the 8th technique. His true destiny was the 10th technique. Just before Cane could finish speaking, Vakir shouted that he accepted the challenge of a destiny capable of reaching the 10th form of Baskerville. Vakir lifted his head and, while panting heavily, mentioned that for now he had to leave the tower. There were things he needed to do, and for that he had to stay alive. Cane's eyes widened in confusion and surprise, wondering what he meant by things to do. The Death Knight watched attentively as a powerful mana emerged from Vikir's body, understanding that it wasn't just survival instinct, but a purpose for which he was bound to live. But even if that were the case, for him, it wasn't enough. Cane gripped his sword tightly and began to stare at Vakir, making it clear that as long as the tower held him prisoner, he could never leave. At that moment, the tower door slowly began to open. The attention of both Vakir and Cane was fixed on it, their eyes widening in surprise. The tower door opened completely. Letting in the sunlight and the wind, Cane remained silent, lost in thought. Noticing that the door had opened on its own, he wondered if this could really be possible. With a serious gaze, Vakir began to show his sword. He wondered what kind of trick this was, and if Cane intended to distract him for a surprise attack. As the wind was blowing, Cane revealed that it was not. Perhaps this fight had come this far by the will of the tower. Cane closed his eyes, telling our boy to leave. He admitted that he was right, that his destiny was not here, but outside the tower. This was the will of the Tower of the Tomb of Swords. He lamented that it wanted the boy to leave while condemning him to an eternal prison, leaving him unsure of his own liberation. At that moment, Vakir began to shout, questioning if Cane wanted him to kill him with the 10th Baskerville technique. Hearing this, Cane's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe what Vakir had just said. With an expression full of determination, our boy promised that if he reached the 10th Baskerville technique, he would free him with this sword, so he must wait. A smile spread across Cane's face. He understood that destiny flowed one way or another, and he decided he would wait. As the wind blew, stirring up dust from the ground, Vakir mentioned that he had a question, and inquired if Cane was the one who broke the book of lurking ambush swordsmanship. Vakir began to stare at the ground, asking him why he had done it. Cane began to disappear into the dust, attributing this also to the will of the tower. The dust began to spread throughout the tower, and not long after, the tower disappeared without a trace, freeing Vakir. Our boy stood in silence, trying to understand what had just happened. The small spider came out of its hiding place and sat on our boy's shoulder. With an expression full of joy, she got his attention. Vakir's eyes widened with curiosity as he noticed he held the specter's tree in his hand. Vakir began to observe it carefully, realizing that apparently Cane knew from the beginning that he was looking for this. A proud smile spread across his face, although there were many unexpected twists. With this, the mission was complete. Somewhere, a luxurious golden door stood illuminated by a magnificent chandelier. Students from all themes had gathered with their representatives in front of it. Blue Whale spread his hands wide and with a smile congratulated the 10 students who had overcome the trial of each house. Vakir stared down at the ground in silence. Granui, standing beside him, had eyes shining with joy. While on the other side, Sinclair clenched her fists, unable to help but feel excited and blush. In a serious tone, Blue Whale addressed the 10 finalists. He conveyed the deep respect of each academy's representatives for their exceptional achievement in passing the second-stage apprentice system. To ensure their efforts were not in vain, he proceeded to explain for the last time the rules for claiming an artifact. Blue Whale pointed a finger toward the ceiling. He explained that the door to this vault, where countless artifacts laid dormant, opened only 1 day a year. Today, and for only 5 hours, Blue Whale looked intently at the students and revealed that once the 5-hour time limit passed, the door would close. He warned that it could never, absolutely never be opened again until next year's competition. Hearing this, the eyes of the Baskerville triplets began to shine with surprise. Blue Whale also commented that this was an absolute rule. He warned them to keep in mind that if they hadn't come out by the time was up, they couldn't be saved, no matter how much anyone wanted to. Blue Whale bowed his head with a sincere expression. He warned that what he was about to say was especially for those who had just returned from completing the Baskerville assignment, and that student Vakir really needed to listen carefully. Vakir snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes widening in confusion and curiosity, unsure of what was happening. Blue Whale's eyes began to flash with anger. He snapped at Vakir that he had arrived late and that they had almost been unable to enter because everyone was waiting for him. He warned him that with his sense of time, he was certain to get locked in, so he demanded that he listen. Grenouille and Sinclair simply managed a forced smile. Blue Whale yelled at Vakir that if he was going to be late, he should have at least given notice. He explained that they had thought something had happened to him to the point of filing a missing person report. He furiously reminded him that he was responsible for concluding the tournament cleanly with his position as Tower Lord on the line. Sinclair put a hand near her mouth, closed her eyes, and couldn't help but laugh. While on the other hand, Vakir remained silent, feeling confused. Vakir gazed down at the ground, his eyes filled with anger and fear. The image of the tower where Cane Corso was came to his mind. He recalled that in the grave of the stabbed blade, it had felt as if not even a day had passed. But outside the tower, 10 whole days had gone by. Furthermore, the place where he fought Cane Corso was the lowest level of the tower, and there could be something more than a simple space-time distortion above it. Vakir lifted his head and his attention fixed on something, causing his expression to change. Vakir began to carefully observe the door in front of him. A strange energy was emerging from it, a demonic energy. He had taken another step closer to the 10 elite corpses. Slowly, the door began to open, and a powerful, intense blue flash started to emerge from within. There were still 5 minutes and 30 seconds before the door would close again. Blue Whale and the other professors sat near the door in silence. The chief of Venian, Vasilios, watched intently, his eyes widening in surprise. The headmaster of Tyser, Hippolyta, rested her chin on her hand and, with a curious expression, wondered what artifacts the students would bring this year. Feeling a great sense of curiosity, Blue Whale turned to her and in a calm tone reminded her that, as the headmasters well knew, it wasn't a matter of the students choosing the artifact. On the contrary, it was the artifact that had to choose the student to be brought beyond the door. Vincey Morgue simply stared at them in silence. With a gentle smile, Blue Whale explained that regardless of the artifact they brought back, the student had already been recognized as worthy. Therefore, he hoped they would receive them with a warm and congratulatory heart. Vasilios turned to him and remained silent. While on the other hand, Apoit closed her eyes and nodded with a smile, thinking that he was right. Closing his eyes, Vincey Morgue recalled Blue Whale's words from when Madame had appeared. He had told him how desperate he was for the Mage Tower to win, and for him to now act as if he were in favor of all the students seemed strange and unsettling. Blue Whale turned to him and couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Vincey Morgue clasped his hands, and his eyes began to shine with curiosity, wondering how many students would be chosen this year. At the same time, the students began to pass through the portal to return. The first was Philippus, who was holding his magic staff. Behind him were Lovegood Merlin, Bakura, Sinclair, and the triplets. They began to walk toward Blue Whale and the others. Apoit asked the students who had obtained artifacts to report what kind of abilities they possessed. Philippus began to show off his magic staff, which started to glow. With an excited expression, he revealed that he had obtained a staff made with a pink dragon's scale that increased his mana. With an excited smile, Lovegood Merlin began to show off a heart-shaped hairpin. It blocked a single mind-type spell, but it had the condition that someone she truly loved had to be by her side. With a smile, Bakira began to show his steel gloves, the Madong Wang hand, gauntlets that increased physical strength. It was Dolores' turn. She showed a golden mirror, the mirror of truth. This artifact revealed the true face behind the reflected target's mask. but it only worked on people who were within a range she could handle. The Baskerville triplets raised their swords. They had obtained the Samjito triplet swords that grew stronger when they were together. With an excited expression, Sinclair began to point to the hat she carried on her back. The artifact that had chosen her was the money hat, and it had the ability to increase her magical power by feeding it money. Crossed her arms, her attention fixed on Sinclair's hat. She couldn't believe that every student had been chosen by an artifact. This year's class was truly one of a kind. In a curious tone, Vasilios commented that this must mean the artifacts had recognized the students' great talent. He then wondered if everyone had come out by now. Blue Whale gazed at the ground and revealed that there were 20 seconds left. Hearing this, Epoit's eyes widened in confusion and surprise. She didn't know what was happening. With a calm expression, Vasilius turned to Blue Whale and asked him why he was sweating so much. Blue Whale put a hand on his head and began to count down the remaining seconds before the door closed. With a serious gaze, Vincy Morgue, who had his hands clasped, revealed that there was one student who had not yet come out. His eyes widened with anger and disappointment. He clarified that a student from his academy named Vikir had not yet emerged. Blue Whale put a hand to his face, and as his body trembled, he panicked. He shouted that there were only 20 seconds left, and that even if students weren't chosen by an artifact, there had never been one who failed to exit the treasure room within the time limit. The portal began to glow intensely, and the professors revealed that if Vikir wanted to live, he had to come out right now. Sinclair's attention fixed on the portal. With a confused gaze, she couldn't help but wonder where Vikir was. Hearing this, Dolores turned around, her eyes shining with worry. Less and less time remained before the treasure room would close. The triplets turned around and panicked when they saw that Vikir still hadn't come out. Philippus remained silent, not knowing what was happening. Lovegood Merlin's eyes widened with surprise and concern. While on the other hand, Bakira felt surprised to notice that Vikir still hadn't come out. When only 4 seconds remained, someone clenched their fist and began to emerge from the portal. It was none other than Granuai. Gritting his teeth, he had decided not to get trapped inside the treasure room. Granuai closed his eyes, unsure if he had made it out. He then stumbled and fell face first to the ground, and at that exact moment, the golden door of the treasure room slammed shut completely. With his face covered in sweat, he got to his feet, panting heavily. With an arrogant smile, he declared that the protagonist always makes his entrance at the end. The eyes of Sinclair and Dolores filled with surprise and fear. The Baskerville triplets were in shock. As the cloud of smoke dissipated, everyone was left speechless. Noticing this, Grenouille wondered, "What's with this atmosphere?" The color drained from Vincy Morgue's face and his eyes widened in terror. He couldn't believe that Vikir hadn't come out. At the same time, Vikir was inside the treasure room. Even though the door had closed, his eyes shone with tranquility. He watched from a high vantage point, more precisely from a pillar, and felt relieved as he was finally alone. Without wasting any more time, Vikir landed elegantly on the ground, his eyes filled with determination, for he had to take care of the 7th corpse inside this door where no one else was. Before that bastard could plan something, Vikir got to his feet. He saw that the room was replete with artifacts, and the only thing illuminating the place was the moonlight. The problem was finding it in this place. Vikir began to walk through the area, and then his eyes started to glow with rage. He could feel it, the scent of a demon. In this room, there were all sorts of artifacts, from magic potions to normal and magical weapons. Our boy began to walk in silence, recalling that it was said an artifact lets you know instantly who the chosen one is, and he wondered if the light they emitted was proof of this. Our boy had no interest in any of the glowing artifacts. Vikir stopped walking and stood still. His eyes shone with rage as he gritted his teeth hard. What he was looking for was here, the only inanimate demon among the 10 supreme corpses. Vikir's attention fixed on several powerful weapons. Among them were a mace, a shield, a bow, and a sword. He knew that the 7th corpse, Decarabia, was nearby. Vikir began to observe the sword carefully. He knew better than anyone that although it looked like a magnificent and beautiful artifact, the deepest darkness always hides behind the brightest light. Consumed by rage, Vikir unsheathed his sword, began to stare intently at the displayed sword, and declared that the game of hide-and-seek was over. Without wasting another second, Vikir moved like a thunderclap, unleashing several powerful yet precise slashes. Our boy's attack shattered the artifact holding the weapons to pieces. Our boy did not let his guard down. Hidden behind it was the demon Decarabia, who had been sleeping. Not long after, it woke up and its eye began to glow with malice. The demon began to stare intently at our boy, creating an intense pressure. Vikir stood ready for combat, As its eye glowed with rage, the demon called him weak and ignorant, asking if he was the one who had awakened it. This demon was the seventh corpse, Decarabia. It had a danger level of S+, and was known as a natural enemy of humanity. One of the 10 disasters considered incomprehensible and impossible to kill. Just as cited in the 10 Commandments, this being like a plague of locusts would lay waste to all food supplies. A sinister azure aura seeped out from the armor and weapon. As the demon Decrabia's eyes gleamed with vicious intent, it unleashed its power, draining mana from the surroundings to fuel its growing strength. Vakir watched intently and didn't let his guard down. He realized that the demon had reached this size by absorbing the mana from the surrounding artifacts. His initial plan had been to slice through the entire rack in a single blow, but now he understood that his opponent had been concealing its strength. The demon Drabia began to laugh like a madman, proclaiming that a tremendous power was coursing through its entire body. It declared that it would now open the door to the abyss to exterminate humanity, sentencing the insignificant humans to despair. Drabia's eye widened in confusion, its attention fixing on Vakir, who was standing nearby as a powerful energy emerged from his body. It couldn't help but wonder who our boy was. With a confident expression, Vakir revealed that he was the person who had awakened it. After saying this, Vakir adopted an offensive stance and a powerful energy began to surge from his body. The demon observed carefully and was somewhat surprised to notice that its opponent gave off a demonic aura. Because of this, it had been sure that the one who awakened it was another demon. Drabia's attention turned to the Beelzebub sword. It wondered if that could be the legendary weapon, as it seemed impossible for a human to possess the power of an ancient demonic constellation. As Vakir's eyes glowed with rage, he concentrated and prepared to attack. To him, this was of no importance, as the demon would be destroyed right here anyway. Slowly, Vakir's sword began to approach the demon's eye, but then it started to glow. Laughing boisterously, the demon proclaimed that its contract with the demon race was settled and that it would now begin a new contract with a human. Hearing this, Vakir froze in shock, his eyes widening in surprise and confusion, not knowing what was happening. Consumed by curiosity, Vakir decided not to attack for now and asked the demon what it was talking about. With a serene expression, the demon asked if by any chance he had awakened it without knowing what it was. With a confident gaze, Vakir nodded, affirming that he knew it was a demon. Drabia began to stare intently at our boy, explaining that more precisely it was a being that used to be a demon. It fell into a deep sleep every 1,000 years, and depending on who awakened it first in each cycle, its disposition for the next 1,000 years was determined. Vakir was somewhat confused by the idea that the demon's disposition was determined by whoever woke it up. Vakir began to imbue all his mana into his sword and lunged at the demon, his eyes widened with rage. He had heard enough. Noticing this, the demon Drabia panicked, wondering why he was pointing his sword at it. Blinded by anger, Vakir moved like a thunderclap and attacked with several powerful slashes, which struck the demon's body head-on. Vakir continued to attack and Drabia began to dodge the strikes. Its eye widened in confusion, making it sweat as it shrieked, asking what the human was doing and why on earth he was trying to harm its noble body. With a piercing gaze, Vakir raised his sword, ready to attack again, making it clear that his mission was to kill demons. Noticing our boy's look, the demon's eye widened in fear. Its recovery speed couldn't keep up, and at this rate, it would truly die. With its eye full of tears, the demon explained to our boy that it was no longer a demon. Vakir didn't believe its words, stating that he no longer trusted anything demons said. Drabia didn't give up, and with a confident expression mentioned that if Vakir couldn't believe it, he should check its mana. Hearing this, Vakir stopped. His body began to tremble, and he felt somewhat confused and surprised. Our boy calmed down a bit, and upon concentrating, he noticed that the demonic scent had disappeared. Drabia got angry and started fuming, yelling at Vakir that he was a lunatic. It reminded him of what it had already said. Since he had awakened it, it was of no use to the demons anymore. From now on, it was on the human side. With tears in its eye, Drabia explained that it was genuinely useful. It mentioned that it could identify apport shields, especially highlighting this last ability. Vakir's eyes began to shine with seriousness as memories of the demon invasion flooded his mind. With Decrabia at the forefront, he remembered the shield in the Age of Destruction before his regression. It fed on the mana of 9 demons. It was the shield that had defended against the all-out attacks of the human alliance, known literally as the Wall of Wailing. Drabia still had tears in its eye and was somewhat furious. Vakir stood up and began to ponder in silence, thinking that if this power were used for humanity, it could be an asset even if the Age of Destruction returned. This would also be a heavy loss for the demons, so perhaps there was no need to destroy it. Vakir imbued his swordmaster's mana into his blade and brought the edge close to the demon's eye. He accepted the deal, but in return, he ordered it to vomit everything up. demanding every last piece of information it had on the 10 elite corpses. The demon's eye widened in surprise and confusion. As an intense mana surged from Viker's body with a piercing gaze, he made it clear that if the demon showed even the slightest hesitation, he would tear it apart until not even a recognizable shape was left. Drabia couldn't help but feel relieved and began to cry. It assured him that it understood and would cooperate, begging him to stop saying terrifying things like killing it. Then the demon transformed into a necklace. Noticing this, Vikir's eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. In the blink of an eye, Drabia had transformed into a simple necklace. Vikir's attention fixed on Drabia. With a confused gaze, our boy asked what it was doing. Drabia explained that it couldn't just float around, so it had tried to look as much like an artifact as possible by turning into a necklace. The door had closed completely. Drabia, noticing that the exit was sealed, asked how they were supposed to get out. At the same time, on the other side of the door, Veni Morg was desperately pounding on it, trying to open it. Clenching his fists, he began to beat on it without stopping, ordering the door to open. His eyes were filled with desperation as he screamed that his student had not yet come out, demanding they open the door. Noticing this, Blue Whale's eyes widened with concern. He had never seen Veni Morg so desperate. Clenching his fist tightly, Bakura began to walk toward the door. Seeing this, Philippus grew somewhat curious and asked him what he thought he was doing. Bakura turned to him and with a sincere expression said that their comrade was trapped in there and that they had to do something. Far from feeling sad, the Baskerville triplets were filled with determination, vowing that they would rescue Vikir somehow. Several minutes had passed and the door had not opened. Dolores's eyes were full of fear and worry. Sinclair, who was standing beside her, put her hands over her mouth and panicked, not knowing if Vikir was okay. Blue Whale started to look down at the floor and with a sad expression, asked Veni Morg to stop if he was thinking of breaking down the door. He revealed that it was a door that could never be broken open. Exhausted, Veni Morg fell to his knees on the floor. He couldn't help but grit his teeth hard, feeling furious and desperate. Just then, something caught Veni Morg's attention, making him lift his head. His eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe what his eyes were witnessing. Something began to attack the door from the other side, causing it to slowly start to break. Noticing this, Veni Morg, who was nearby, couldn't help but feel somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening. Not long after, the door shattered into pieces, sending fragments flying in all directions. Luckily, Veni Morg was quick. He got to his feet and started to run to avoid being hit. A powerful energy began to emerge from the doorway. Blue Whale's and the others' jaws dropped in surprise. While on the other side, Bakura's and Philippus's eyes widened in confusion. Someone had broken part of the door. At that moment, Vikir appeared, and while his eyes shone with surprise, he maintained a serene expression. He apologized for being a little late, explaining that he had only intended to slightly tear the barrier, but ended up shattering the door completely. Seeing that Vikir had managed to break the door, the eyes of Veni Morg, the Baskerville triplets, Dolores and Sinclair widened in surprise, leaving them paralyzed with shock. Our boy knew this was going to be hard to explain. Our boy decided to lie and began to show Drabia, which had transformed into a necklace. With a sincere expression, he explained that this artifact could break barriers, but that it was for single use only. Just before Vikir could finish speaking, Sinclair ran up to give him a hug. Noticing this, Vikir panicked. His eyes widened in confusion. Not knowing what was happening, Sinclair began to cry, and tears started to stream from her eyes like an endless river, shouting at Vikir that she had thought he wouldn't come back. Just then, someone wearing gloves placed a hand on Vikir's shoulder. It was Bakira, who with a smile told him he had worked hard, correcting himself to call him not by his name, but by his title, Master Hunter. The Baskerville triplets couldn't help but cry and feel admiration for Vikir, proclaiming that they had always believed in him. Leveg Good Merlin clasped her hands and couldn't help but cry, feeling relieved. On the other hand, Philippus adjusted his glasses and began to show a proud smile. Dolores wiped away her tears and felt relieved to see that Vikir had managed to get out. Vikir felt confused, wondering why nobody cared how he had opened the door and managed to get out. Veniorg welcomed him back with a relieved expression. After saying this, he began to walk away with a proud smile. The only thing Vikir could do was thank him. As Sinclair continued to cry, Vikir placed a hand on her back and his eyes began to shine with tranquility. Somehow everything had been resolved. The Olympic survival competition was complete. The powerful door, which opened only once a year, was now destroyed. The collapse of the artifact vault barrier was by no means a simple incident. The barrier administrators and the school headmasters immediately investigated the inverted pentagram artifact used to break it, but they found no mana reaction. Now Vikir wore Drabia, which had transformed into a pendant. The situation was resolved with the conclusion that being a single-use artifact, it had lost all mana signature. Because of this, it was now nothing more than a necklace with a threatening shape. Outside the academy, it was evening, leaving behind big and small commotions like these. The Academy League came to an end. In the academy dorms, Vikir had just showered and was drying his hair with a towel. As sunlight streamed into his room through the window, Vikir began to stare silently at the floor. Lost in thought, his attention fixed on a paper that was on the table. It was an announcement for the mock investment competition hosted by the Bourgeois family. The poster described the competition as a stepping stone to the grand stage of the financial world, which would be held in the place known as the spine of the economy. Eligibility was open to all academy students for a 1-week registration period, after which the poster would vanish. Vikir's eyes began to shine as he noticed this. He had thought the survival competition was the last one, but now he realized there were all sorts of contests like this mock investment competition. While our boy was distracted, someone in the shower opened the door and began to show him the Decrabia pendant. Our boy turned around, and upon seeing it, his eyes widened in confusion. Piggy was also taking a shower. With a towel on his head, Piggy came out of the shower and with a curious smile asked if this was his necklace. Drabia's attention fixed on Piggy, and it couldn't help but blush. Vikir reached out his hand to grab his necklace. Piggy explained that he seemed to have forgotten it when leaving the shower room, so Vikir thanked him. Piggy returned to the shower, and Vikir continued drying his hair with the towel. With a furious look, Decrabia thought that they put men and women in the same room based only on appearance, but it supposed not. Still, the scene had been an entertaining spectacle, and it laughed. Vikir grabbed the necklace, and as his eyes shone with rage, he reminded Drabia that he had already warned it he would shatter it if it tried any funny business. Drabia's expression changed, making it feel afraid. Stammering, it tried to excuse itself by saying it was just commenting on how nice the dorm facilities were and that it was simply looking around. Just then, Piggy came out of the shower, his eyes widening in confusion as he thought Vikir was talking to him. Quickly, Vikir hid the necklace behind his back and changed the subject, asking him what the poster on the desk was. Piggy's attention fixed on the poster, explaining that the mock investment contest would be held soon. It was a contest where you had to scout out promising stocks or sectors in advance to invest in them. Piggy clenched his fist and his eyes began to shine with determination. With a smile, he revealed that the hosts were the famous Bourgeois family. He added that if one won or placed well, there were many benefits. Letting out a sigh and showing a smile, Piggy admitted that his combat record was poor, so he had no choice but to excel in a competition like this to earn extra points and make up for his credits. Vikir listened in silence. His eyes filled with confusion. Then he became serious and told Piggy that while his talent for combat was lacking, he definitely had excellent talent in other areas. With an embarrassed smile, Piggy began to scratch his head. Vikir, who was hiding the Drabia pendant behind his back, began to ponder and remembered that Piggy was especially good at gathering, analyzing, and managing information. An image of Cindy Wendy with her fists clenched and eyes shining with joy came to Vikir's mind. He thought that if she saw Piggy, she would probably make a fuss to recruit him on the spot. Meanwhile, the little spider tried to eat the pendant, causing a confused Drabia to demand that it back off and stop. The image of Sinclair came to Piggy's mind, clenching his fist tightly with a look full of determination. He swore that this time, without fail, he had to beat Sinclair. Vikir felt a little confused hearing this. With a confident smile, Piggy explained that he had always lost to her in the previous tournaments. She also had a knack for economics and investment, so this time he really couldn't afford to lose. As they were talking, time was passing and the clock struck 6 p.m. Noticing this, Piggy moved like a thunderclap. He exclaimed that he was late as he had an appointment with the professor, so he put on his shirt and headed out of the room first. Vikir's eyes filled with confusion, not knowing what was happening. Piggy moved so fast that he sent all the papers on the table flying into the air. Vikir's attention fixed on the little spider and the pendant. The spider was drooling and smiling, while a furious Decrabia demanded that Vikir get this beast off of it. A few hours later, night fell. The moon was shining high in the sky and there was no one on the streets. It had rained, forming puddles of water, perfect for the moon's reflection. Not long after, a man in boots began to run through the silent streets, splashing through a puddle. The man's face was covered in sweat and he was panting heavily. He was no ordinary man. He wore a hat and carried an axe as a weapon. Without wasting a single second, the man continued running without looking back. The man got clear of the area, rested his hands on his knees, and began to pant heavily to catch his breath. His face was drenched in sweat, and his eyes were weary, and he couldn't help but feel furious, thinking that if it weren't for the presence of the woman, Ouroboros, he could at least devour the imperial capital. At that moment, someone shouted his name, Edward Bourbon Jr. Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise and his face twisted in fear, making him grit his teeth hard. Someone with a clenched fist appeared from behind and began to walk toward him. Edward turned around and with a confused gaze asked what he was doing here, and when he had followed him to this place, it was none other than the Night Bloodhound. As our boy's eyes glowed with rage, he began to stare intently at Edward. Edward was in shock as he hadn't sensed his approach in the slightest. He wondered if he was one of the agents sent by Ouroboros or the bloodhound she had mentioned was on the hunt. With a piercing gaze, Vakir told him he didn't know what he was talking about and called him by his clerical name, Sam Bourbon. Far from feeling fear, Edward's face contorted with rage, and he demanded to know why he was digging into his past. Vakir began to walk toward Edward, revealing his martial rank of intermediate graduate and his position as a high priest of the upstart northern cult, the Alm Church. Our boy began to reveal everything he knew about Edward. He mentioned that 25 years ago he had abused and murdered his cousin, offering her as a sacrifice to forge his first pact with a demon. Since then, he had continued his religious activities while ruining thousands of families. Edward listened in silence and raised his axe, which began to gleam under the moonlight. As Vakir's eyes glowed, he added that in his later years, Edward joined the demon army and opposed Quo Vadis. He couldn't help but feel furious. Vakir continued, stating that he had used his extensive knowledge of the scriptures as a weapon to infiltrate the temple as a spy. During the Holy War, he raised a rebellion behind the Human Alliance's back and dealt fatal blows to important heroes like Tutor Lancia. Don Quixote and Bianca Forcia then asked if he was correct. Edward began to stick out his tongue and with a smile admitted that he was correct, confirming that the parts about being a priest and his cousin were accurate. Swinging his axe forcefully, Edward lunged at Vakir and with a furious expression yelled that he didn't know what kind of nonsense he was spouting about the rest. As Edward closed in, Vakir remained calm. But in the blink of an eye, our boy unsheathed his sword, moved like thunder, and severed Edward's head with a single precise cut. To Vakir, even setting aside what hadn't happened yet, he was still trash. Edward's lifeless body fell to the ground, and our boy began to gaze down at the floor in silence. A strange scent began to emerge from Edward's corpse. Vakir turned around and noticing this felt somewhat confused as he perceived a magical smell. Vakir approached the corpse and following the trail of the magical scent noticed something in its pocket. There pulled out a sheet of indulgence on it. It read that all the sins of this faithful believer were forgiven, and it specified that the indulgence had been issued and guaranteed by the Church of the Old Testament, warning that its forgery would result in punishment. A magical scent began to emerge from the sheet. Vakir grew curious and began to read it carefully. He knew that after eliminating the demon ninth corpse Dantalion from the Quavadus family, the sale of indulgences should have been suspended, and yet the demonic scent had not disappeared. In a serious tone, Drabia mentioned that it could feel it. It was spreading forcefully and growing more and more intense. It claimed that this scent was definitely that of the sixth corpse, who had been a close friend of the ninth corpse. Vakir began to ponder, realizing that he would have to thoroughly investigate the Quavad's family again. Vakir's eyes began to shine with sadness, his gaze fixed on Edward's corpse. What this guy had said earlier, the mention of Ouroboros, bothered him. Edward's head lay next to the corpse, surrounded by a pool of blood. Vakir reflected on the fact that she had been hunting the criminals of the imperial capital and wishing to meet him. The Night Hound, he had thought she was just a psychopath, but now it seemed she was a psychopath with a plan. It was night, and several hours later, someone in high heels appeared on the roof of one of the buildings. As the moon shone high in the sky, Ouroboros unsheathed her whip. She arrived at the place where Vakir had killed Edward and descended to the ground. She began to walk toward the corpse. Realizing that the Night Bloodhound was already gone, she crouched down and extended her hand to grab the head. She picked up Edward's head, wondering when Vakir would show her his noble appearance again. She began to stare intently at Edward's head, and as her eyes shone with excitement, she stuck out her tongue and couldn't help but wonder if she should hold out a little longer. A few hours later, the sun rose and the streets were bustling with people, some heading to their jobs, others chatting with friends. There was a stall selling masks. A hooded man approached to look at the merchandise, while the vendor with a smile suggested he buy one. The man bought a mask, turned his back to the vendor, and walked away with a friendly smile. The vendor thanked him and waved goodbye. The man was none other than our boy Vakir. He began to walk through the area with his arms crossed. He couldn't help but smile, feeling surprised. Just as he expected, the streets of the imperial capital were packed with people since it was the weekend. Something caught his attention, making his eyes widened with curiosity, wondering what was happening. His gaze fixed on the temple, which was teeming with people. This was the place, the Quietus Temple, the second branch of the Old Testament faction. A priest placed a sign on the street and announced a special offer. For that day only, people could repent and get forgiveness for their sins at half price. Everyone's attention fixed on him, making them feel somewhat surprised. They decided to go take a look, and once he got closer to the temple, he saw a woman and a man leaving. With a smile, the man mentioned that he had been tormented by guilt all this time, but now he felt completely relieved. The woman grew curious, and with a serene expression asked if it was because of what had happened some time ago. Flashing a remorseless smile, he confirmed he was referring to when he was driving the carriage drunk and ran over that child. Hearing this, Vikir stopped walking, his body beginning to tremble. Not knowing if this was true, the woman recalled that the child was said to have died. The man held out his hand, and as his eyes shone, he admitted that the child's death had been bad luck and that it had bothered him so much he couldn't even sleep well. He had come to repent because the indulgences were on sale. With a wicked smile, the man added that he had bought a very expensive one, so he no longer had any obligation to compensate the victim's family, and that this was a great thing. A smile spread across the woman's face as she declared that everything was fine then and that in any case her beloved was a really good person. Even the pendant Drabia felt somewhat confused. With an uncertain expression, it asked Vikir if those were really members of the human race. It pointed out that aside from their appearance, they didn't seem very different from demons and honestly questioned what the world was coming to. At the temple entrance, there was a long line. People wanted to take advantage of the offer to buy indulgences. There was a man standing at the entrance reading from a list. Vikir approached and began to observe the man in silence, lost in thought. It was our boy's turn, and his eyes began to shine with seriousness. In front of the statue of Jesus sat a priest, who with a kind smile extended his hands. He noted that Vikir had been waiting a long time and asked him what crime he had committed and if he was looking for any particular indulgence. Vikir began to stare intently at the priest and asked him if since one could repent for past sins, it was also possible to repent in advance for sins he would commit in the future. The priest reached a hand toward our boy and with a cheerful expression assured him that all of this was possible if he bought indulgences in advance, asking what sin he was planning to commit. The priest didn't seem human and continued to wear a smile capable of making anyone uncomfortable. Vikir rested his hands on the table and in a serious tone replied that it was something truly tremendous, an atrocious crime. At first, the priest was a bit confused, but then he clasped his hands together and with a confident expression assured him that he had come to exactly the right place. He warned, however, that if it was an atrocious crime, the price would be extremely expensive and asked if that would be all right for now. He invited him to the exclusive lounge for VWIPs to wait while he had a cup of tea. The priest grew curious and asked him exactly how heavy the sin was for him to be seeking such an expensive indulgence. Vikir pondered in silence, showing no expression, and then he lied, saying that he was going to kill the neighbor's pig. With a surprised expression, the priest asked if he was calling that an atrocious crime. Our boy was sincere and mentioned that a pig was also a living being and that taking a life was a sin. The priest's kind smile vanished, and his eyes began to glow with rage as he gritted his teeth hard. He snapped, asking if Vikir thought he had nothing better to do just because he saw him smiling. In front of the temple entrance was a long line waiting to pay to have their sins forgiven. The priest had seen all kinds of sinners, from men who ran people over with their carriages to those who set houses on fire. But this was the first time someone had come all this way for wanting to kill a single pig. With a furious gaze, the priest sighed and decided to put the seal on our boy's indulgence. Considering that the fact he had come all this way for the life of a simple piglet was unusual enough, he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it at our boy, ordering him to hand over the gold and get out. He warned him not to sin next time and not to come back to this place either. Vikir showed no emotion, knowing deep down the secrets of the church. Grabbing the indulgence paper, our boy thanked the priest and left the place, his attention fixed on the paper. It, under the title Indulgence, declared that it absolved all the sins of the devout believer. Furthermore, it specified that the indulgence was issued and guaranteed by the Old Testament, and that its forgery could be punished. He wasn't surprised at all since, just as he expected, a faint demonic scent could be perceived from both the temple and this indulgence. With a serious look, Drabia revealed that it too could clearly feel the scent of the sixth corpse. Vikir was sure it wasn't inside this temple, but he knew it was related. It had to be somewhere in the imperial capital. Just then, a hooded woman in white walked past Vikir. Noticing this, his attention fixed on her and his eyes widened in surprise. Before the woman could feel his gaze, Vikir was quick and hid behind a pillar. The woman paid no mind and continued on her way. Vikir's eyes filled with confusion as, according to him, she was supposed to be at the academy right now and he wondered why she was here. Drabia grew somewhat confused and peeked around the corner to see who this woman was. The woman had blonde hair and her eyes were filled with worry. She was Dolores. She got into the long queue in front of the temple, and closing her eyes let out a sigh of relief. She began to look at the ground with an uncertain expression, wondering if it wouldn't have been better to just walk in confidently and say she was just looking around. She considered that if anything, the fact that she, a saint, was infiltrating the temple in this way might seem even more suspicious. She clenched her fists tightly, certain that no one would recognize her as her disguise was perfect. The other women in the queue couldn't help but feel a bit confused as they noticed her expression. Dolores began to observe the people in the area carefully, realizing that all these people had come to this temple of the Old Testament faction to buy indulgences. Her eyes began to shine with sadness since after Quilty of House Indulgencia. No, after Dantalion died. Even though they had made public the reckless indulgence business of the Old Testament faction through the exposed ledgers, these acts were still thriving so blatantly. She knew that at that moment Quaddus was in complete chaos with the Old Testament and New Testament factions in conflict. Everyone's attention was focused there. As a result, pseudo-religions were proliferating throughout the empire. She began to imagine the Quo Vadis temple, wondering how the Old Testament faction, the cause of this conflict, managed to maintain its wealth even though the Indulgentia family, which served as its financial backbone, had disappeared. She started to look at the ground, her eyes shining with sadness. She wondered if it was just from selling indulgences, or if they had found a new source of funding. She had infiltrated to find this out, but she still had no answers. While she was distracted, someone announced that they had arrived. The crowd gathered eagerly as they couldn't believe they had arrived. Someone wearing boots stepped out of the carriage. It was Cardinal Chbert of the Rune Order and the Old Testament faction of Quo Vadis, who with a kind smile began to greet everyone. Noticing that Cardinal Chbert was here, Dolores's eyes widened in fear, leaving her in shock. She got nervous, and without a second's hesitation, she left the queue and decided to leave this place. Cardinal Chbert noticed her strange behavior and felt a bit confused. Dolores fled the place without looking back, while Cardinal Humber stared at her intently in silence. Chbert approached one of the priests and with a serious look told the lieutenant that something had been bothering him. He instructed him that before entering the temple, they should take a quick look around the vicinity first. The priest closed his eyes and bowed his head before Cardinal Chbert, accepting His Eminence's order. Chbert turned his back to the crowd and prepared to enter the temple. The people grew somewhat confused, asking His Eminence where he was going and begging him to grant them his grace as well. Several guards appeared to prevent the people from getting close to Chbert. At the same time, Dolores was getting away from the place. She had climbed to the second floor of the temple. She clenched her fists tightly and panicked as Chbert was her father. She couldn't help but feel furious, for after discovering the connection between the demon Quilty and her father's indulgence list, the conflict between her, a believer of the New Testament, and him, a cardinal of the Old Testament, had deepened. She was so distracted that she wasn't looking where she was going and bumped into a hooded man. She fell on her butt to the ground and apologized, explaining that she was walking without looking ahead and that the impact was so hard she thought she'd run into a wall. As the sunlight illuminated the place, the man began to stare at her in silence. Not long after, two guards carrying axes discovered them. One of them started pointing at them, shouting that there were suspicious people there and ordering them to be arrested. Dolores, who was on the ground, turned around and her eyes widened in surprise. Noticing this, the man grabbed Dolores's hand, making her feel somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening. Without wasting a single second, the man grabbed Dolores and began to flee without looking back. The guards started chasing them, ordering them to stop. As the sun lit up the inside of the temple, they ran up a set of stairs, and not long after, the guards did too. They weren't going to give up until they caught them. The guards managed to corner them, gritting their teeth hard, and with a furious expression, they ordered them not to move. Not long after, Cardinal Chbert came up the stairs, and with a serious gaze, he ordered them to take off their hoods and reveal their identities. With a smile, the hooded man mentioned that the welcome greeting at the Old Testament faction's temple was quite peculiar. With a smile, they removed their hoods. One was an old man, and the other a young man. Seeing this, Herbert's eyes widened in surprise, leaving him somewhat confused. The tall, brown-haired man began to stare at Chbert in silence, while on the other hand, the old man started to smile and told Cardinal Chbert that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. While they were talking, hidden in the stone window frame above were the hooded man, now wearing a dog mask, and Dolores. It was none other than Viker. Dolores began to watch intently and couldn't help but blush. The old man began to smile. Cardinal Herbert's eyes started to glow with seriousness. Vikir showed no emotion, and Dolores felt somewhat confused and surprised. It was daytime, and Vikir and Dolores were hiding. She was curious to know who was hidden behind the mask. Our boy brought his finger to his mouth and in a serene tone asked her not to make a sound. Far from feeling furious, Dolores's eyes widened in surprise, making her blush. She clenched her fists, and it didn't take long for her to realize that he had the same voice as the Night Bloodhound. While they were hiding, a tense meeting was taking place below. The tall, brown-haired man broke the silence, mentioning that it had been a while. The old man began to show a smile. Chbert recognized him. It was Cardinal Martin Luther of the New Testament faction of the Rune Order. Chbert's attitude changed. He placed a hand over his chest and apologized for his rudeness, explaining that he was just chasing some suspicious rats that seemed to be lurking around the temple. Martin Luther became curious and confused, asking him what he meant by rats. His eyes began to shine, and with a smile he questioned if he was referring to them. H-Bert began to show a nervous smile and shook his head. Then, with a curious look, he extended his hand and asked what brought them to the temple of the Old Testament faction. Closing his eyes and in a calm tone, Martin Luther let out a chuckle and admitted that he had come to snoop around. The tall, brown-haired man began to stare intently at Martin Luther. Noticing this, Humor felt somewhat confused. The Quaadi's temple was packed with people. Martin Luther revealed that his New Testament faction's temple was as empty as a desert, while the Old Testament faction's, in contrast, was crowded with believers. He spread his hands and admitted that although it was shameless, he had come to learn a bit about their methods, recalling that His Holiness, the Pope, had always valued harmony. With a kind smile, Humbar questioned if there was really any special reason, explaining that it was just that the location was good and the population was large. Hearing this, Martin Luther felt somewhat curious. The two began to show serene smiles and said nothing for several minutes. Noticing this, the tall brown-haired man began to watch them attentively with a curious gaze, bowing his head to Martin Luther as a sign of respect. Humber announced that he had to take his leave as he had a meeting. Martin Luther also bowed his head to H-Bert as a sign of respect, lamenting that he had wasted the time of such a distinguished person. With a serious expression, H-Bert turned to the guards and asked them to safely escort these people out of the temple. The guards nodded. The tall brown-haired man showed no expression, while on the other hand, Martin Luther maintained his kind smile. Then Herbert clenched his fist tightly. Martin Luther's attention fixed on it, and a smile spread across his face. He began to gaze at the ground, saying that demons swarm this land to devour them. H-Bert turned his back on them and began to walk away in silence. Martin Luther continued, proclaiming that they should not fear, but stand firm. He assured them that they would triumph through the truth. For even if they lost their relatives, their wealth, their honor, and their lives, the truth lived on and would make the empire eternal. Although at first Humbar tried to remain calm and ignore his words, he couldn't. His eyes began to glow with rage, making him grit his teeth hard. At the same time, Vakir and Dolores left the temple and got onto the roof of one of the houses. Our boy considered that this would be enough. As the sun was setting, Vakir turned his back to her and explained that they wouldn't be chased anymore as they had left the area around the temple. Dolores began to gaze at the sun and was sincere. Thanking Vakir while she was blushing, she took off her hood and in a confused and curious tone asked how he had recognized her. Vakir continued to keep his back to her, stating that he recognized her at a glance. Dolores placed her hands on her chest, her eyes widening with surprise and love. Our boy turned around and in a calm tone explained that her disguise was too obvious. So obvious that it was strange the others hadn't noticed. Dolores closed her eyes and began to smile. Then she brought her fist to her mouth and began to smile. Noticing this, our boy grew curious, wondering why she was smiling. With tears of happiness in her eyes, she began to observe our boy attentively. She apologized if she had offended him, clarifying that it was not her intention. After a sigh, she noted that he could make jokes now and felt that the atmosphere had changed a little. She began to gaze at the ground, and as her eyes shone, she sank into her thoughts. She remembered that when the night bloodhound had grabbed her a moment ago, she had thought it was Vakir. She began to recall past events like her encounter with Vakir on the academy stairs and when they hid to avoid Quilty. She wondered if the reason for her hunch was because those events were very similar to what she had just experienced. While she was lost in her thoughts, Vakir called her name, snapping her out of her trance. Her eyes widened with surprise and curiosity. Vakir moved closer to her and in a serious tone asked why she, the saint of the New Testament, had come to the Old Testament's temple, all while keeping her identity a secret. Dolores began to ponder in silence. Then she lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. With honesty, she admitted that the internal conflict between the Old and New Testament factions in Quo Vadis had given rise to the proliferation of heresies and sects. Vikir listened in silence without interrupting. She explained that even in the midst of the chaos, she was secretly infiltrating to investigate the financial flow of the Old Testament faction, which had amassed a fortune. Dolores clutched her arm. Feeling even more sad, she began to look at the ground and revealed that the Pope was showing symptoms of dementia, and she didn't know if he was even aware of the current situation. She added that she was just a saint in name only. The sun was setting. She began to contemplate the beautiful sun and was sincere, admitting that she had no real power. Because of this, she had no other choice but to act on her own. Vakir began to stare intently at Dolores in silence, his eyes shining with seriousness, recognizing that these were certainly problems too big for the saint to face alone. Dolores's eyes were shining with sadness. She remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Vakir knew better than anyone that in the future she would become a heroine, respected and with immense power. But for now, she was nothing more than a little girl whose adoptive family was also tied to demons and with almost no one to trust. His eyes began to shine as after hearing what the saint said, he now understood everything clearly. Vikir began to piece the puzzle together in his mind. Humbert's source of funding, the heretics and sects, the indulgences. With this, the puzzle was complete. He extended his hand to the side and was sincere, revealing that it was most likely that the Old Testament faction, to gain an advantage over the New Testament, had sold religious autonomy to heresies and sects in the form of indulgences, and that it had done so at a very high price. Dolores began to observe Vikir in silence without saying a single word. Vikir knew that Cardinal Martin Luther surely suspected this, and that's why he came here. Hearing this, Dolores's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. But then she thought that Vikir was right. She placed her hand under her chin and with a serene expression began to ponder. She couldn't believe that Cardinal Martin Luther had seen all this coming and that the Night-Blood Hound had as well. Vikir observed her in silence, not knowing what was on her mind. Dolores's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked the Night-Blood Hound if, having investigated so thoroughly, it could be that there was a connection to demons once again. With a calm expression, Vikir nodded his head. Dolores began to take steps backward, deducing that the sects and heresies were recent and emerging movements. If demons were involved, they must be manipulating them from the shadows without revealing their true identity. As the sunlight illuminated the place, Vikir moved closer to her and confirmed that she was correct, as the real enemy was always behind the curtain. Vikir remained silent, waiting to see her reaction. Dolores felt somewhat relieved and furious upon realizing that it was just as she had imagined. The Night-Blood Hound was still fighting, still alone, in silence and in pain. Without wasting a single second more, she started to run towards our boy, closed her eyes, and while blushing, took his hands, asking him to please let her help too. Vikir was a bit surprised, not knowing what to do or how to react. With an embarrassed expression, she said that although it wasn't much, she believed she could be of help. Vikir asked her if in that case she could use the same buff she used in the battle against Dantalion last time. Dolores's eyes widened in surprise, and she nodded, although she didn't know if she could use such a powerful ability again. Vikir had her let go of his hands, turned his back to her, and informed her that to start, they would have to eradicate the heresies and sects presumably connected to the Old Testament faction. With a serious look, Vikir revealed that he had a way to wipe them all out at once. She placed her hands on her chest, her eyes widening with curiosity and confusion. She wanted to know what our boy had in mind. Without wasting any more time, Vikir began to point his finger at her. As the sun was setting, he got straight to the point, revealing that he needed her body. At first, Dolores was a bit confused, thinking she had misheard, but then her eyes widened in confusion, making her blush like a tomato. The only thing she could do was scream in panic. Our boy continued to point at her in silence. It was night, and near the mountains stood the Quovitus New Testament temple cutter Zodiaci. A carriage arrived and several men gathered. The bald man spread his hands and with a smile mentioned that it had been a long time and that the Pope seemed to have rejuvenated lately. The long-haired man began to show a smile, while on the other hand the man carrying a staff noted that the bald man had become quite burly and seemed to be imbued with more divine power. In turn, the bald man replied that the long-haired man, on the contrary, had lost weight and asked if this was due to the new concubine he had taken. The long-haired man was the Manson cult leader, Charles, sticking out his tongue. With a smile, he explained that she was a young woman who had a husband, and that after whispering to her about the liberation of the soul while teaching her the doctrine, she came to him of her own free will. The bald man was the cult leader. He explained with a laugh that with just a word they offered him gold or grain, and because of this there was no need for his body to move. The man wearing a hat and carrying a staff was the New World cult leader Elmani. To him, no one would dare challenge the words of God. He pulled a letter from his hat and began to read it attentively. He mentioned that the fact that the Quovitus New Testament had sent an invitation for a communion ceremony made him wonder if this meant they would finally recognize them as a branch. As Alm's eyes shone with malice, with a smile, he began to rub his hands together, and the image of Saint Dolores came to his mind. He knew that communion was a ritual to consume bread and white wine, but symbolically it was also the act of sharing the blood and flesh of a virgin. He considered this a clear invitation to form a formal alliance. They began to walk through the area, and with a serene gaze, Charles mentioned that it was fortunate that the New Testament cultists had finally come to their senses and reached out to them. Mom began to ponder in silence, while on the other hand, Elmani turned to them and stated that those people had always acted so nobly, but now they finally understood. They understood that they could never win against the Old Testament cultists without their funds. Just at that moment, an explosion occurred behind them. Noticing this, their eyes widened in surprise and confusion as they didn't know what was happening. They stopped and turned towards the direction of the explosion, trying to understand what had happened. The ground was littered with the remains of the carriage destroyed by the explosion and a corpse. As the smoke screen dissipated, a woman began to walk toward them, happy to have found them. It was none other than Ouroboros as a powerful energy surged from her body. She stared at them intently, and an excited smile spread across her face as she wondered why so much trash was gathered in this place. In the blink of an eye, guards carrying shields and swords surrounded Ouroboros. At the same time, from a rooftop, Vikier and Dolores were watching everything. Dolores was somewhat surprised as Ouroboros had appeared just as Vikier had said. Vikier, who was crouching beside her, began to stare intently at Ouroboros in silence. Ouroboros unsheathed her whip. Al and the others approached her and in a curious tone asked her how she had gotten here. Showing a calm expression and a smile, she explained that she had heard a report about the appearance of the night bloodhound. So, she came to check it out, but she had only found what she considered a gathering of stinking trash. Hearing this, their eyes widened with rage, and they couldn't help but grit their teeth hard as they couldn't believe how that insolent bastard dared. As the moon shone high in the sky, they ordered their men to kill her immediately. Hearing the order, they drew their swords and with a furious gaze began to charge towards her. Once they got a little closer, Ouroboros's eyes began to shine with excitement. Without wasting a single second, she decided it was time to get serious. Just before the guards could react, she moved her whip like a thunderclap, cutting the guards' bodies to pieces. The guards' blood splattered on the faces of Al and the others, and their eyes widened in surprise and fear. They couldn't believe she had killed the guards in a single attack. As the corpses fell from the sky, Ouroboros wiped the blood from her cheek with her finger and with a curious smile asked them if they were their leaders. M began to sweat like crazy and gritted his teeth in fear, not knowing what to say. But just then, Charles extended his hand and asked her to wait, questioning how she dared to act this way in front of them. With an arrogant expression, Charles began to point his finger at her, declaring that he was the god of the Manson cult. He added that now that he thought about it, she seemed to be his type, and if she became his 21st wife, he would make sure she avoided divine punishment. Just before Charles could finish his sentence, Ouroboros moved like a thunderclap and with a whip crack severed Charles' head, sending it flying through the air. Noticing this, was paralyzed with fear. Unable to believe what his eyes were seeing, Ouroboros began to stare intently at him with a piercing gaze, questioning with disdain how it was possible that someone who couldn't even block her attack dared to call himself a god. Elmani started to look at the ground and with a furious expression declared that he was not afraid of trash like her. With a determined expression, he began to point his finger at her, declaring that he would never surrender because he was the true god who had descended upon this world. Although deep down he was pissing his pants, Ouroboros threw a bottle which hit Elman squarely in the face, causing the liquid to make contact with his skin. With a smile, Ouroboros showed the bottle and asked that if he really was a god, nothing would happen to him, even if he touched holy water. Once the liquid made contact with Elmani's skin, it began to burn it like acid, causing him to start writhing in pain and screaming in agony. Ouroboros turned the bottle to show the label, which had the symbol for poison. Then she put the bottle away, extended her hand, and with a cheerful smile began to walk towards M, telling him that now he was the only piece of trash left. M began to sweat like crazy and started to back away, begging for his life. He confessed that he was not a god or a priest, but just a cultist, a heretic. Ouroboros began to stare intently at M with an excited smile, and with her so close, Alm's eyes filled with tears and fear as he pleaded with her to please spare him. She placed her foot next to Alm's face, revealing that she already knew. Seeing this, gritted his teeth and panicked, knowing this was not good. As a suffocating aura of energy emanated from Ouroboros's body in an arrogant tone, she asked him what any of that mattered. M began to scream like a madman. Knowing he had no escape, she grew tired of all the talk and gave what he deserved. Now the ground was filled with blood and corpses. As if nothing had happened, she began to walk through the area. Ouroboros began to carefully observe the corpses, wondering if they planned to use her in this way. She started to look at the ground and couldn't help but smile, hoping to meet him one day. Her eyes began to shine, and sticking out her tongue, she grew excited, as the only one who managed to provoke this in her was none other than the night bloodhound. Her thoughts were interrupted when a bright light emerged from the trees in the forest. Voices were heard shouting that they had heard a scream coming from beyond that forest and that this time they would catch her. Hearing this, she snapped out of her thoughts, turned around, felt furious, and gritted her teeth hard. Then she braced herself and with a leap disappeared from the place without a trace. On the ground was Alm, who was still alive, but his body was covered in whip wounds. Writhing in pain, he began to pant heavily. Vikir stood up and his gaze fixed on Alm. He explained to Dolores that he would handle the interrogation so she should find the document containing the information. Dolores began to watch Vikir attentively in silence. He reached a hand inside his clothes, then descended near Alm, pulled out the glowing Drabia pendant, and as his eyes shone, he demanded that he tell him everything he knew about the financing of these bastards. Once Alm opened his eyes, he saw Dukrabia's glowing eye, and it made it clear that before it, even silence was useless, and that he had to tell it everything he knew. Hypnotized by Dukrabia's power, Am began to spit out everything he knew, mentioning a ledger, the financing, and a top-secret document that was located under the carriage. Just then, someone noticed them in front of the temple and shouted to capture them all. Vikir stood up and turned around, while on the other hand, Dolores went on alert. Her eyes filled with concern. Dolores felt afraid, and Vikir became alert. He couldn't believe they had arrived so quickly. Not long after, someone carrying a spear slammed it hard against the ground. In the middle of the night, an army of guards arrived at the scene, only to find corpses and no trace of the night bloodhound or Uraros. At the same time, Dolores wiped the sweat from her cheek. She was panting heavily to catch her breath, but being far from the temple now, she felt relieved, as she had almost been caught. Vikir changed the subject and asked her if she had found the ledger. Showing the ledger and a confident smile, she nodded. Vikir took the book, and as his eyes shone with curiosity, he opened it and began to read in silence. With a sad look, Dolores mentioned that the people who were dead in front of the temple moments ago were absolutely unforgivable villains. The image of Charles and the others smiling wickedly came to her mind, as they were evil people who took advantage of people's hearts for their own gain. She remembered that the ground was littered with corpses and blood, and she understood that the method, though radical, was simple and definitive. This was what the night bloodhound meant by eradicating them all at once. After catching her breath, she stood up and with a curious gaze asked our boy how he had known that Urbis would appear in this place. Vikir clenched his fist tightly, and noticing this, she felt somewhat confused. Under the moonlight, he revealed that it was the Tycoon family, the Bourgeois family. Dolores' attention fixed on the book, her eyes widening in confusion as she didn't know what our boy was talking about. Showing the book, Vikir revealed that they were the masterminds behind all of this. Vikir gave her the book, and she began to read. Our boy mentioned that if she looked at the accounting records, she would see that the heretics and sects had been receiving enormous funds from the bourgeois family. With this amount of money, they bought indulgences from the Old Testament faction and probably deepened the internal conflict between the Old and New Testament factions. In a confused tone, she asked why they would do something like that. Vikir began to look at the ground, imagining a golden tree, and explained that the most troublesome ability for demons was divine power. They had probably been planning for a long time to destroy the very foundation of this power. Our boy's eyes widened with certainty as he understood that all of this was likely a preemptive attempt to eliminate any obstacles before the age of destruction arrived. With a serious expression, Dolores asked him if this time he planned to assassinate the key figures of the bourgeois family. Vikir lifted his head and felt somewhat confused. Dolores placed her hand under her chin and began to ponder, pointing out that most members of the bourgeois family probably lived in mansions with strict security measures, and she wondered if it would really be possible to infiltrate and assassinate them in such a place. Vikir mentioned that they had to make them come looking for them this time. Hearing this, Dolores snapped out of her trance, her eyes widening in surprise. Showing a gold coin, Vikir explained that money attracts more money and they just needed to accumulate so much that the bourgeois family would want to contact them first. With a confident expression, our boy said that luckily he knew someone very rich. Several days later, our boy was somewhat annoyed. A woman began to stretch his cheeks and calling him little brother said that she had missed him very much. Vikir could do nothing but curse his situation. A woman with long dark hair is playfully pinching and stretching Vikir's cheeks, exclaiming with a huge smile how much she's missed her little brother. While Vikir endures this with a pained and annoyed look, his friends Sancho, Tudor, and Piggy watch from a distance, completely stunned. Tudor found it unbelievable that Vikir even had a family, and Piggy quietly told him that was rude. Sancho explained their confusion, noting that Vikir had never spoken about himself or his family, making the situation very strange. A flustered Tudor admitted he didn't even know why he was so shocked. The woman continued her overly affectionate act, leaning in very close to Vikir's face and asking if they should share a kiss after being apart for so long. Once Vikir's friends had left, the mood in the room changed completely. Vikir and the woman sat alone at a table, the act now over. He said it seemed everyone was finally gone. The woman, looking tired, rested her head in her hand and said she knew she had to come in person because the message was important. She suddenly winced in pain as an image flashed showing her face split with Cindy Wendy's showing a red bump on her forehead. The woman complained that no brother in the world would hit his visiting older sister for showing a little affection. However, she quickly added that it was necessary to overact so much to remove any suspicion others might have about their relationship. She then sat back with her legs crossed, looking arrogant, and said he should be grateful she even bothered to visit him. Vikir cut the small talk short, telling her that was enough. He became serious and asked her directly how the trade with the natives of the sea was going. The woman's attitude immediately turned professional as well. She reported that things were going smoothly and that they had already completed 3 large trades. Vikir simply replied that it was good news. Following their business discussion, Vikir's expression turned serious as he began to ask another question. With his red eye glowing, he asked Wendy if there was any news on the whereabouts of the Balak tribe. Sindai Wendy closed her eyes and solemnly shook her head, telling him they still hadn't been able to find them. She explained that the tribe used to appear for every trade, but now they had vanished completely. She assured Vikir that they were actively tracking them, while he listened in silence. Vikir considered this information, thinking that something must have happened to the Balak tribe. An image of their powerful white-haired leader eyes came to his mind. He believed that with such an outstanding leader, he probably didn't need to worry too much about them. Changing the subject, Cindy Wendy then presented a large bag to Vikir. She explained that as he requested, the bag contained war funds. When opened, the bag was revealed to be overflowing with shining gold coins. With that business done, Cindy Wendy's expression grew grim. She told Vikir there was one last thing he needed to know. She then revealed the identity of their main target, the head of the Bourgeois family, a stern, bearded man named Bartholomew de Bourgeois. With her hands clasped and her own red eyes glowing with intensity, Cindy Wendy delivered the critical information. Bartholomew is the demon. Upon hearing that Bartholomew de Bourgeois is the demon, Vikir clasped his hands and processed the information. He had suspected that the one corrupting Quoetus, one of the 7 great families of the empire, would either be the family head or a very close aide. While he had expected this, having it confirmed directly made the weight of the situation feel much heavier. Cindy Wendy continued, reminding Vikir that as he knew the Bourgeois family was the wealthiest in the entire empire, she warned him that even if he wanted to make contact with them, the bag of gold she had brought would be far from enough to get them to even look his way. She offered to bring more funds if he needed them, but Vikir calmly said that this amount would be enough as seed money. Confused, Cindy Wendy questioned what he meant by seed money. Vikir explained that one cannot simply make contact with the Bourgeois family just by having a lot of money. They are only interested when the method of earning the money is interesting. Only then will they pay any attention. A sly grin spread across Vikir's face as he told her what he planned to do with the money. He revealed his target, the mock investment tournament, an event hosted by the Bourgeois family themselves. Holding up a flyer for the competition, Vikir confidently declared his plan to use his knowledge to win the tournament. Hearing this, Cindy Wendy's face twisted in absolute shock. Blue lightning crackling around her. She screamed that he was insane, shouting that his plan was nothing short of fraud. The scene shifts to a large grand building at night. Inside a dimly lit office, a man with long wavy blue hair named Veni Morg has been called. He enters and asks if he was summoned. The person who called him is a powerfully built man with long blonde hair holding a large ornate sword. This is Winston Smith, the principal of Calypso Academy. Vinci Morg looks slightly surprised as his eyes fall upon the principal's weapon. He recognizes it as a well, the Sword of Winter, and notes that since the principal is still armed, he must have just arrived. Vinci thinks about the principal's reputation as a legendary swordsman, a figure whose power was said to match the heads of the most powerful warrior families in the empire. Principal Smith smiles and motions for Veni to take a seat, saying that his time off ended sooner than expected. Once they are seated, the principal gets straight to the point, asking about the trouble he's heard Professor Sadi has been causing in his absence. Veni's expression turns to pure anger. He begins listing her offenses, which he claims are too many to even mention in full. He mentions her poor work ethic, her habit of drinking during class, and even attacking students. Leaning forward in frustration, Vinci declares that to be frank, Sadie isn't a professor, but a criminal who belongs in the notorious novel Vague prison. The principal raises a hand to calm Vinci down, telling him not to be so harsh. Though his own smile seems a bit forced, he then gives some context for Sadie's behavior. He explains that she is the last descendant of the Marquard, a family that was incredibly infamous before the empire's unification. The principal adds that the previous head of the Saad family is in fact currently imprisoned in Nouvelle Vedic. Principal Smith addressed Veni, stating that he still believed there was a good side to everyone and that this must also be true for Professor Sadi. Vinci, clearly frustrated and thinking the principal was being naive, warned him that the final exams and parent-teacher conferences were fast approaching. He insisted that if Sadi caused problems again, as she did during the midterms, the situation would become completely unmanageable. The principal's solution was simple. He instructed Vinci to exclude her from any practical duties and to keep her out of the public eye as much as possible. Internally, Vinci was fuming with frustration, realizing that the principal had no intention of even considering disciplinary action or dismissal for Sadi. Standing up stiffly, Vinci curtly acknowledged the principal's decision, saying that if that's what he wanted, then it would be done. He then stated that since there was nothing left to discuss, he would take his leave. Vinci turned and walked out of the office, leaving Principal Smith sitting alone in the moonlight, thinking about the situation in silence. The scene shifts to a meeting of the Oracle Mock Investment Club. Piggy rushes in excitedly, holding a large stack of papers, and reports to Dueris that he has gathered all the requested information on the personal details and recent activities of the young masters of the Bourgeois family. Meanwhile, Sinclair stands proudly before a chalkboard announcing that she has completed a perfect analysis of the schedule, system, and structure of the upcoming mock investment tournament. Standing at the head of the table, Dolores, the club's vice president, praises them both for their excellent work. A determined glint appears in her eye. The story flashes back to a secret meeting between Doris and Vakir, who is disguised as the Night Hound, stunned by the bag of gold coins on the table between them. Doris asked where he could have possibly gotten so much money. Vakir reminded her that he had mentioned having a very rich friend. He explained that their plan was to use this seed money to earn even more, which would attract the attention of the Bourgeois family's leadership. He told her that since he couldn't act in his own identity, it was her role to grow this fortune. He assured her that he would instruct her on the methods for making money later. Vikier had one additional instruction for her. He told her to find 2 capable individuals to handle the clerical, administrative, and other secretarial work so they could proceed with their plan smoothly. Returning to the present, Doris looks at Piggy and Sinclair, the very people she recruited for this task. After they beat out numerous other competitors, she overhears them bickering with Sinclair, correcting Piggy that they beat exactly 108 applicants. A wave of guilt and determination washes over Dolores. She clenches her fist, knowing that these 2 innocent students have no idea they are preparing for a battle against a demon. Though she has already put plans in place to protect them from the fallout, she resolves to keep them safe. Piggy then approaches the table and asks a very practical question. He points out that since the mock investment tournament is just a simulation, he wonders why they need real seed money. Leaning forward with a confident, almost mischievous smile, Dolores begins to explain. She reveals that it's because they are going to be making real investments. The revelation leaves both Piggy and Sinclair utterly speechless and shouting in shock. Doris passionately declared their dual goal. Not only would they win the mock investment tournament, but they would also make a massive financial profit in the process. With a confident smile, she announced that she would take full responsibility for any negative consequences. Though she privately knew that the Night Hound was the one truly taking the risk, Piggy and Sinclair huddled together, whispering nervously. Piggy worriedly asked if their vice president could be planning to scam them, but Sinclair quickly dismissed the idea, saying she didn't believe Doris was that kind of person. After a moment, they turned back to Dolores with bright, trusting smiles. They declared that since she was so determined, they would follow her completely. They even admitted that the idea of using real money sounded much more exciting. Internally, Doris was filled with gratitude for their unwavering trust. Feeling optimistic, Piggy suggested they should ask his young Vikir to join them. Sinclair immediately agreed, pointing out that having Vikir on their team would be a huge help. The mention of Vikir's name caught Doris completely off guard, causing a bead of sweat to trickle down her face as she became visibly flustered. Piggy explained that Vikir had recently shown a keen interest in economics, reading the newspaper every morning, and added that Vikir was the kind of reassuring friend who brought a sense of calm just by being present. After a moment of thought, Dolores turned away slightly and asked Piggy to pass a message to Vikir the next time he saw him, an invitation to join their club. While Piggy seemed a little hesitant, Sinclair was overjoyed, pumping her fists and cheering at the idea. Piggy then noticed something about Dolores's expression, remarking that it looked familiar. He recalled that she had the exact same look on her face when she had come to their dorm looking for Vikir some time ago. As if prompted by the memory, Dolores turned and began walking away down a sunlit corridor. She told them to finish organizing the materials and head home, explaining that she had something to take care of and was leaving ahead of them. Sinclair watched her go, a hint of concern on her face. As Dolores walked alone down a sunlit corridor, her mind was completely filled with thoughts of Vikier. She recalled all the times she had wanted to speak with him but couldn't find the words. She remembered when he asked to name the scholarship after Perry and how she wished she could have talked with him about it since he was there for Perry's final moments. She also thought of the time he fought on her behalf and how he had supported her during the student council election. She realized she had always wanted to simply thank him. Thinking back, she recognized there had been so many opportunities to have a real conversation with him, from their time in the northern forests to the battle against the demon Andromaeus, but she had failed to take any of them. She admitted to herself that whenever she was in front of him, she became flustered and couldn't speak properly. Even when she was with the mysterious Night Hound, her thoughts would inevitably drift back to Vakir. Steeling her resolve, she wondered if today would finally be the day she could say what she needed to say. Her thoughts were interrupted when she found herself standing directly in front of Vakir, who looked surprised to see her and asked what was wrong. Taking a deep breath and looking down for a moment to gather her courage, Doris began to speak his name. Then, with a blush on her cheeks and a look of pure determination in her eyes, she looked directly at him and announced loudly that she had something she needed to tell him. Vakir stared back at Dolores, his red eyes wide with surprise. Dolores, blushing but determined, began to speak, telling Vakir that there was something she needed to confess to him. Just as she was about to continue, Vakir suddenly cut her off, asking her to wait a moment. Before she could react, Vakir closed the distance between them and told her to please stay still, which startled her. Now standing face to face, Dolores's heart began to pound in her chest as she blushed, wondering why he was so close when she hadn't even said anything yet. His hand moved and he gently patted her on the head. Confused but flustered, Dolores closed her eyes, wondering what he was doing. The real reason for his action was then revealed as Vakir pulled his hand away. He was holding the pendant, Dicarabia, with the terrified little spider clinging to it. Both were sweating, having been caught hiding in Dolores's hair. The mood turned menacing as Vakir glared down at his two demonic items, furiously thinking what they were doing there and silently cursing Dicarabia. The little spider, shaking in fear, tried to explain that it was just sightseeing with the perverted spider, trying to blame Dicarabia. Vakir's expression grew even darker as he made a silent, chilling promise to deal with them both once they were back in his room. Unaware of this silent drama, Dolores saw Vakir's dark expression and quietly called out his name. Vakir quickly hid the pendant and spider behind his back and turned to her with a neutral expression. He explained that there was a bug on her head and he was just removing it, apologizing if he made her uncomfortable. A flustered Dolores touched her hair and told him it was okay, thanking him before trying to remember what she was about to say. After Vakir asked what she wanted to say, Dolores's courage completely disappeared and she blushed intensely. Panicking, she threw her hands up and insisted it was nothing strange. Internally scolding herself for almost confessing her feelings, she quickly changed the subject, asking if he was interested in the mock investment tournament. Vakir calmly asked if she meant the upcoming competition. Still flustered, Dolores confirmed that she, Piggy, and Sinclair had formed a club to participate and timidly invited him to join. However, Vakir politely declined. He explained that besides his newspaper duties, he simply didn't have time for other club activities. Dolores was visibly disappointed, saying he had to leave. Vakir turned and began to walk away, still holding the troublesome pendant and spider behind his back. Dolores tried to act cheerful, waving goodbye and telling him to take care. They began to walk in opposite directions. Just as they were about to part, Vakir called out to her, making her stop in surprise. He turned back slightly and wished her good luck in the competition. This unexpected encouragement caught Dolores completely off guard, and she blushed even more deeply, stammering a quiet thank you as she touched her hair in a flustered but happy way. The story jumps forward 2 weeks. In the grand courtyard of a building, Dolores, Piggy, and Sinclair are standing in a room, completely surrounded by huge stacks of shining gold coins. They are speechless, shocked, and in disbelief. Piggy exclaims that it's the first time he has ever seen so much money and praises Dolores, wondering how she achieved this in such a short time. Dolores herself is just as stunned, thinking that she never imagined the money-making method taught to her by the Night Hound would be this successful. The scene then flashes back 2 weeks, showing the secret meeting between Dolores and the Night Hound. He explained his plan to her. The first step was to select 960 gullible investors. The second step was to divide that group in half. To the first 480 people, they would send a prediction that a specific investment would rise. To the other 480, they would send the opposite prediction. The third step was a process of elimination. As one prediction would be correct, they were to take the group that received the correct information and repeat the process, split them, send conflicting predictions, and get rid of the group that received the wrong one. They were to continue this for 5 days until only a small group of 30 people remained. The Night Hound explained that those who got the wrong predictions would lose faith, leaving only a core group of believers. To these final 30 people, it would seem as if the Oracle Club's predictions were perfect. He predicted that once this was done, they wouldn't even have to look for investors. Word of their perfect track record would spread, and people would come to them begging to have their money invested, which is exactly what happened. The Night Hound's final instruction was for Dolores to gather all the money from these investors along with the seed money he had provided and invest every last coin into the Cindy Merchant Group. At the time, Dolores was deeply concerned, questioning the idea of putting such a huge sum into a single venture. She pointed out the immense risk, worrying that if the investment failed, the financial losses would be huge and the investors would turn against them. The scene returns to the flashback where the Night Hound confidently addressed Dolores' concerns. With his red eyes glowing, he assured her that he personally vouched for the business skills of the person in charge of the Sendai Wendy Merchant Group. He predicted that the investment would yield an unbelievable amount of profit. Back in the present day, Dolores stood in stunned silence, still trying to process the incredible outcome of his plan. While she was lost in thought, Piggy and Sinclair were gleefully playing in the mountains of gold, making money angels. Watching them, Dolores couldn't help but wonder about the true extent of the Night Hound's mysterious abilities. Later that night, under a full moon, Dolores, now dressed in a simple nightgown, cautiously opened a window on a high rooftop. Peeking out, she saw the person she was waiting for and confirmed that the Night Hound had arrived for their meeting. He stood against the moon, saying he was a little late. Dolores smiled, explaining that she was also delayed because she had to avoid being seen. They sat together on the rooftop. Dolores asked if he had any trouble finding this specific unmarked location. The Night Hound replied that it wasn't very difficult for him. His easy answer sparked a sudden suspicion in Dolores' mind. She wondered how he could have known the exact meeting spot unless he was somehow connected to the academy. Secretly, she pulled out a small, ornate item, the Mirror of Truth, which could reveal the true face of anyone reflected in it. For a moment, she considered using it to uncover his identity. However, she quickly decided against it. She resolved to trust him, believing that he would eventually tell her who he was when he was ready. With that thought, she put the mirror away. Sitting on the rooftop, the Night Hound got straight to business, asking Dolores about the outcome of their investment plan. Dolores reported with great excitement that it had been a massive success. She expressed her amazement, admitting she never realized he was not only a skilled fighter, but also an exceptional investor. The Night Hound stood up and looked out over the Moonlight Academy, declaring that only the final stage remained before their decisive battle. Dolores, still seated, asked what he meant by the final stage. He explained that to attack the secretly operating bourgeois family, they would need to recruit an insider, someone who could be their key to unlocking the family's secrets. The person they needed, he specified, had to be someone in a key position within the family, but also against the current family head, Bartholomew. Dolores was skeptical, pointing out that anyone in such a high position would likely be treated very well and would have no reason to be an enemy of the family head. She questioned if such a person even existed. In response, the Night Hound simply handed her a rolled-up newspaper. As they both looked at it, Dolores noted that it was a very old issue of a financial paper. She began to read an article about the succession conflict within the bourgeois family. The article stated that the most likely successor at the time was the eldest son, Bartholomew. As she continued reading, her eyes widened in surprise as she came across another name. The Night Hound explained that this person was a silver medalist in the family's game of succession. He had tried for the position of family head but ultimately lost. This person was the second son, Damien de Bourgeois, who currently served as the director of the Imperial Mint. The Night Hound reasoned that while Damien's political defeat had weakened his influence within the family, his current position was more than enough to make him a powerful insider. Upon hearing the name, Dolores recognized him, explaining that he was the one who had overseen the Bourgeois family's quest during the second round of the University League. She was shocked to learn he had once fought his brother for control of the family. Finally, she turned to the Night Hound and asked the most important question. How are they going to make contact with Director Damien? The scene shifts to a grand celebration taking place in the city at night. With a spectacular fireworks display lighting up the sky inside a lavishly decorated hall, guests are arriving in elegant attire. The sound of their formal shoes echoes on the polished floor as wine glasses clink together in cheerful toasts. The grand ballroom is filled with high society guests mingling and enjoying the extravagant feast. Leaning against a golden railing and observing the lively event is Dolores. She is dressed beautifully in a light blue ball gown, her hair styled up and a rose choker around her neck. She looks slightly flushed and overwhelmed as she takes in the bustling scene, acknowledging to herself that she has arrived at the party. The night sky above a grand estate was filled with the bright explosions of colorful fireworks showing a major celebration was happening. Inside the fancy ballroom, a string quartet played elegant music as high society guests mingled, danced, and enjoyed the party. To get the crowd's attention, someone tapped a spoon against a wine glass, the clear sound ringing through the hall. The guests all turned their attention to a balcony overlooking the ballroom floor. Standing there were Piggy and Sinclair, the hosts of the party. A visibly nervous and sweating Piggy began to speak, introducing them as members of the Oracle Club. Shaking with stage fright, Piggy stammered through a thank you to all the guests for coming. He then announced that their club's vice president, Dolores, would give the official welcoming speech. The three of them stood together, looking down at the crowd of expectant faces filling the ballroom below. Dolores took a moment to calm herself with a deep breath. Stepping forward with confidence, she placed a hand over her heart and gracefully began her speech once again, offering a sincere thank you to everyone for joining them on this special occasion. Continuing her speech from the balcony, Dolores explained to the crowd that they saw the party as a precious chance to personally greet the respected seniors of the financial world. As she spoke, she clasped her hands together and a bright golden light began to shine from them, a display of her divine power. She finished her speech with a sincere wish, hoping that the connections made that evening would not be short-lived, but would grow into lasting relationships. The golden light washed over the entire ballroom, bathing the guests in its warm, holy glow. They all looked up in complete awe, totally captivated by the powerful blessing. One guest, looking up with an amazed expression, said to his friend that this must be the legendary blessing of the saints, noting how truly dazzling it was. Unseen by the enchanted crowd, another person moved silently through the party. It was Vikir, perfectly disguised as a waiter with a masquerade mask covering the top half of his face. He carried a tray of wine glasses, his expression unreadable as he watched the scene he and Dolores had so carefully planned. The story flashes back to the conversation between Dolores and the Night Hound on the moonlight rooftop, revealing how the grand party came to be. Upon hearing his plan, Dolores had exclaimed in shock, "A party?" The Night Hound confirmed it, telling her to host a luxurious party and send invitations to all the wealthy elites of the empire. With Damien de Bourgeois being a key guest, he assured her that since rumors about the Oracle Club's incredible success had already spread through the financial world, their reputation would guarantee that the invitations were taken seriously. Dolores, however, was still worried about the practical side of things, asking how they could possibly afford such an expensive event. A look of realization came over her face as she looked at him, and he confirmed her unspoken suspicion. The Night Hound explained that the profits from their investment were so huge that even after paying back all their investors with large dividends, they would have more than enough money left to cover the party's costs. With the financial worries taken care of, a new anxiety took hold of Dolores. She clasped her hands nervously, her expression filled with self-doubt. She looked down and quietly asked if she would truly be able to successfully host a party filled with such powerful and important people. Looking at her, the Night Hound offered a simple reassurance. He told her that he, of course, planned to sneak into the party as well. Her eyes widened in surprise and relief. He stood up, explaining that he needed to be there in order to make contact with Damien. Hearing that he would be there with her, Dolores' confidence was completely restored. Her face lit up with a bright, determined smile. Clasping her hands together with new excitement, she declared that if he was going to be there, then she would do her best and give it her all. Back at the party, Vakir moved through the crowd, disguised as a waiter. He noted with satisfaction that despite her earlier worries, Dolores was handling her role as hostess perfectly. However, his main concern was whether their primary target had accepted the invitation. He scanned the room, which was filled with famous figures from across the empire's financial world, wondering if Damien de Bourgeois was among them. Peeking from behind a pillar, his eyes carefully looked over the guests. Soon, a small, triumphant smile touched his lips as he finally found his target. Seated in a private lounge area, sipping a glass of red wine, was the man himself, Damien J. Bourgeois, the director of the Imperial Mint. Damien was discussing the party's hosts with his friends. He said that the rumors about the Student Investment Club were true. They had not only done well in a mock tournament, but had also made a real fortune. The sheer size and luxury of the party was undeniable proof of their success. One of the men with him commented that the students must have learned a valuable lesson about the power of money, suggesting they now understood that it could achieve anything. Another man, however, disagreed, arguing that money, while powerful, was not all powerful. He posed a rhetorical question about the things money couldn't solve. To illustrate his point, he offered an example, suggesting that money couldn't, for instance, bring the dead back to life. The seemingly innocent comment had a profound effect on Damien. His expression instantly darkened, his face twisting with what looked like deep pain or anger, and he gripped his wineglass tightly. The topic had clearly hit a deep and personal nerve. The casual remark about not being able to bring the dead back to life struck Damien with immense force. His hand trembled, splashing the wine in his glass, and his friends looked on in shock at his sudden, strong reaction. Without a word, he abruptly stood up to leave. Confused, one of the men asked where Director Damien was going. Trying to compose himself, Damon turned his back to them and gave a short excuse, explaining that he felt a bit warm from the wine and was just stepping outside for some fresh air. As he walked away, his friends were left confused, wondering what they could have possibly said to cause such a dark expression to cross his face. From a distance, Vikir, still in his waiter disguise, had watched the entire exchange. He saw his opportunity. Damien sought refuge on a quiet balcony, standing alone under the full moon, clearly trying to calm the painful memories the conversation had stirred up. His solitude was soon broken by a voice from behind him. It was the masked waiter, Vikir, who had followed him. He stepped out of the shadows and posed a direct question, asking if the director truly believed there were things in the world that money could not do. Damien turned to face the masked waiter, questioning why he would ask such a philosophical question at that particular time and place. Vikir offered a polite apology for disturbing him, explaining that he had simply found the earlier conversation about the limits of money to be very interesting. Vikir then answered his own question, stating that there are indeed things money can't do. Damien, looking up from the balcony railing, agreed strongly, adding that there were a great many such things. He explained his philosophy, stating that money was merely a tool to achieve a goal. He looked up at the sky and said that the things money couldn't accomplish were as numerous as the stars, and that this limitation was part of what defined humanity. Seemingly ending the conversation, Damien walked past Vikir and placed a hand on his shoulder in a clear warning. He advised the waiter that eavesdropping was a dangerous hobby for someone of his station, and that learning to hold his tongue was key to a long life. As Damien turned to leave, Vikir stopped him with one final mysterious question. He asked, "Of all the countless stars representing things money can't buy, which one was the most distant and the brightest?" Vikir's red eyes seemed to glow as he delivered his devastating final line. He suggested that the brightest, most impossible star was perhaps the chance to meet one's dead daughter. The word struck Damien with the force of a physical blow, his face twisting in pure shock and horror, revealing that Vikir had just exposed his deepest and most painful secret. Enraged and his face twisted with fury, Damien declared that the masked waiter clearly didn't understand words. He drew his ornate sword, stating that his payment for his rudeness, he would take one of his arms. With a furious cry, Damon lunged forward, swinging his sword with deadly intent. However, Vikir met the attack with shocking ease. A glowing red dagger appeared in his hand, and he effortlessly deflected the sword strike, much to Damien's disbelief. Holding the demonical-looking blade, Vikir calmly and pointedly asked his question again. "Don't you want to meet your daughter?" Damien pushed past his breaking point. Damien snarled, realizing his opponent had no fear of death. He unleashed his own power, and his sword transformed into a serrated chainsaw-like blade of pure golden energy, which he brought down with immense force. But the attack was useless. With a single powerful swing of his red dagger, Vikir completely shattered Damien's weapon. The force of the impact sent Damien staggering back, his face a mask of sweat and utter shock. Utterly defeated and overwhelmed, he demanded to know the true identity of this mysterious and impossibly strong waiter. Standing confidently under the full moon, his red dagger glowing with ominous power, Vikir revealed himself. He declared that he was the Night Hound and he had come to make a deal with Damien. Under the full moon, the Night Hound made his offer clear. He told Damon J. Bourgeois that he had come to make him a deal he couldn't refuse. He then revealed the core of his offer. He would make it possible for Damien to meet his deceased daughter, Juliette J. Bourgeois. Damien, however, was not convinced as the Night Hound expected. He said that while he didn't know how a criminal could arrange a meeting with the dead, the Night Hound was wrong about one key fact. With a look of pained certainty, Damien declared that his daughter was not dead. This news caught Vikir completely by surprise. His information from Cindy Wendy had been clear. Juliette died in a carriage accident at a young age. He knew that in a situation this tense, Damon would have no reason to lie. Seeing the Night Hound's confusion, Damien let his broken sword fall to the ground. He confirmed that he was not lying and decided there was no longer any need for secrets. Offering to tell his story, he began by reciting the Bourgeois family motto, "To be not to be seen." He explained that the family's tragedy began with this belief, which was central to their succession trial. Damien described the unique trial of the Bourgeois family. To become the true successor, a candidate must have their family name and status hidden and go out into the world as a commoner. They must succeed using only their own skills, a tradition meant to prevent them from becoming spoiled nobles who relied on their family name. He explained that both he and his brother Bartholomew each had one daughter, and both girls were sent into society with their identities hidden to undergo this trial. He spoke of his own daughter Juliet with great pride, recalling his complete faith in her exceptional talent even after he had lost the fight for succession against his brother. He believed that Juliet would succeed and rise to the very top of the family. However, his expression turned to one of pain as he remembered how those hopes were cruelly broken. He recalled the day Juliet came to him in desperation. During her time as a commoner, she had fallen in love with a man of low birth named Romeo. She begged her father to help pay for Romeo's hospital bills, willing to give up her position as a successor to save the man she loved. Damien described Romeo as a man with nothing, no background, no talent, and no future. His only good quality was that he was kind and friendly to everyone, regardless of their status. Continuing his story on the moonlit balcony, Damien recalled his reaction to his daughter's plea. He confessed that at that moment he was filled with rage. He felt that this worthless man, Romeo, had ruined the daughter he had so carefully raised to restore his own honor. As Juliet continued to beg him to save Romeo's life, promising that the boy would soon die without treatment, Damien's anger only grew. In a cold fury, he ordered his men to drag Romeo away. Juliet screamed in protest, trying to stop them, but she was powerless as they hauled the sick man away. Damon recounted that it all came to a climax on a rainy day. In front of a weeping Juliet, Damon had Romeo brutally beaten, believing that such a harsh lesson would force her to come to her senses. Standing over them in the rain, Damien coldly told his daughter to stop her foolishness. He told her that because of her irresponsible actions, she had been stripped of her status as a successor and would now have to live her life as a failure. But Juliet did not break. Kneeling in the rain beside the man she loved, she looked up at her father and told him that Romeo was precious to her. He was the first person who had ever made her truly happy and seen her for who she was, not as a tool for her father's honor. With tears streaming down her face, her sadness turned to pure rage. She accused her father of cruelly destroying the one good thing in her life. Damien recalled his deep shock at seeing such an expression on his daughter's face for the first time. A look of genuine, deep-seated hatred. The most devastating part was realizing that all of that hatred was directed at him. In that moment of defiance, Juliet helped Romeo into a carriage and fled into the storm, leaving as if she never intended to return. Snapping out of his shock, Damon sent his mounted guards after them. And it was then, he explained, the accident happened. In the chaos of the storm, the horses were startled by thunder. On the slippery rains, slicked road, the carriage lost control and crashed violently. Damon revealed that his daughter survived the wreck without a single scratch. Romeo had shielded her with his own body, sacrificing his life to save hers. When Juliet awoke after the accident and learned that Romeo was dead, the shock was too much for her to bear. She fainted from the grief, and as Damien finished his tragic story, he revealed that she has been in a coma ever since, never waking up. Overwhelmed by sadness and desperation, Damien clutched his head in pain. He cried out that he had already tried everything he could think of to wake his daughter, from medicine and poisons to even holy power. But every single attempt had failed. With tears in his eyes, he confessed that he would give anything, his entire fortune, everything he had, just for the chance to see Juliet's smiling face one more time and offer her a sincere apology for what he had done. Seizing the moment of absolute weakness, the Night Hound stepped forward. He asked that if he could provide the means for Damien to apologize to his daughter. Would Damien truly be willing to give everything he had to him? Seeing the tears streaming down the broken man's face, it was clear the offer had hit its mark. The scene shifts forward 1 month to a large candle-lit room in Damien de Bourgeois' mansion. Damien stood with the Night Hound before a large bed, explaining that this was the place. On the bed, surrounded by a sea of white and pink flowers, lay a beautiful young woman with long white hair. Damon introduced her as his daughter Juliet J. Bourgeois. As the Night Hound looked at the Komiomeo's young woman, he found her face to be strangely familiar. Just then, Damon turned to him with a questioning look. He asked why the Night Hound had brought a child with him, reminding him that their arrangement was supposed to be kept in the strictest confidence. From behind the Night Hound's cloak, a small girl in a witch's hat and robes timidly peeked out. It was Perry. The Night Hound placed a reassuring hand on Perry's head, causing her to blush. He explained to Damien that she was a very capable sorceress who was necessary to call forth Juliet's soul, and he personally vouched for her skills. Crouching down to Perry's level, the Night Hound encouraged her, telling her that her soul resonance ability was top level and that she just needed to show them what she could do without being afraid. Clutching a small wand, Perry nodded confidently, replying that with the staff her uncle had given her, she could definitely do it. With her resolve strengthened, Perry stepped onto a stone pedestal at the foot of Juliet's bed, holding the wand given to her by her uncle. With both hands, she prepared to begin the soul-summoning ritual. As she focused, her eyes began to glow with an intense, magical purple light. The candles surrounding the bed flared up with the same energy, and a powerful surge of magic erupted from her, filling the entire room with swirling purple light. The spell was a success. A glowing spiritual form began to appear from Juliet's Komomao's body. Damien watched in complete shock and awe as the spiritual energy took shape before him, whispering his daughter's name in disbelief. However, it was not just Juliet's soul that appeared. The spirit of Romeo materialized beside her. Damien watched, stunned, as his daughter's spirit gently rested her head against the shoulder of the man she loved. The sight of the two lovers reunited in spirit completely broke Damien. Overwhelmed by decades of guilt and regret, he collapsed to his knees. With tears streaming down his face, he confessed that he had been wrong about everything. He begged the spirits not to forgive him, calling himself a piece of trash for ignoring his daughter's feelings and trampling on their sincere love out of his own selfish pride. He told them they could resent him for the rest of his life, but through his sobs, he pleaded that Juliet still had to live, and that was why he needed to wake her up no matter the cost. His emotional confession was suddenly interrupted by Perry. She pointed towards the two spirits and revealed a shocking truth to Damien. She explained that Juliet was not trapped. She had the power to return to her body on her own. The reason she remained in a coma was because she was choosing not to return. Her soul had been purposefully searching for Romeo's so that they could perish together. Stunned into silence, Damon looked at the spiritual form of his daughter and asked her if what the little girl said was really true. The spirit of Juliet silently nodded, confirming that she had indeed chosen to stay in a coma to be with Romeo. The truth shattered what little hope Damon had left, and he wept openly, his face a picture of utter despair and heartbreak. He was forced to confront the full weight of his actions. It was his fault that Juliet almost died, his fault that Romeo had to sacrifice himself to save her, and his fault that his daughter ultimately chose death to be reunited with the man she loved. He understood with painful clarity that he could not turn back time. No matter what he said, no matter how deeply he regretted his choices, nothing could change the tragic past. A new resolve settled over him. He realized that dwelling on his regret was useless. It was time to think about what he could do for his daughter. Now, in this final moment, his thoughts were spurred on by Perry, who warned that they were running out of time. She explained that while Juliet's soul had merely left her body, Romeo was truly dead and would soon have to pass on to the afterlife, as was the natural order of things. Looking at the two spirits, Damien finally knew what he had to do. This would be the last thing he could ever do for his daughter. As if reading his mind, the Night Hound's voice echoed, explaining that the bond between souls is eternal and does not change with the passage of time. The scene transformed into a spiritual wedding ceremony. An officiant who appeared as a white-haired angelic version of Damien himself began to speak to the spirits of the bride and groom. He asked Romeo and Juliet if they would accept their shared destiny, embrace each other's souls, and promise to love one another for eternity. In the spiritual space, the souls of Romeo and Juliet joined hands. Responding to the officiant's question, they both answered with a resounding and joyful yes, their spiritual forms glowing brightly with happiness and tears of relief. Looking at each other with pure love, Juliet told Romeo she loved him, and he tearfully returned the sentiment. With a peaceful and accepting smile, the spiritual Damien, acting as both father and officiant, declared that the two were now officially husband and wife. With the ceremony complete, Juliet's spirit turned and flew into the arms of her real grieving father, calling out to him one last time. As they embraced, she tearfully apologized to him, but also thanked him with all her heart for making a choice that was for her, a choice that would allow her to be happy. Damien held his daughter's spirit tightly, his entire body trembling with the overwhelming emotion of this final precious moment. As the Night Hound, Perry, and the spirit of Romeo looked on, Damon gave his daughter his final blessing. He tearfully told her to be happy, insisting that she and Romeo must find happiness together in the afterlife. He then told his daughter that he loved her as his words of love reached her. Juliet's spirit began to glow with a brilliant golden light and peacefully vanish. With her last breath, she returned his words, telling him she loved him too. Damien was left kneeling alone in the now quiet room. The echo of his daughter's voice calling for her dad, the only thing remaining. Back on the bed of flowers, the long ordeal was finally over. A serene, peaceful smile graced the face of Juliet's physical body as her soul, finally, at peace and reunited with its love, departed from the world. In the dimly lit room, a heartbroken Damien knelt, gently holding his daughter Juliet's lifeless hand as tears streamed down his face. The young sorceress, Pomerian, watched with wide, innocent eyes. Tugging on the Night Hound's cloak, she asked her uncle why that man was crying. The Night Hound quietly explained that it was likely because of a mix of gratitude, sorrow, and love. Confused, Pomerian asked why someone would cry if they felt gratitude and love. Thinking those feelings should bring happiness, the Night Hound simply told her it was a complicated emotion she would understand as she grew older. After a moment, Damien stood up, his face still sad, but with a new calm. He turned to the Night Hound and Pomerian and offered his sincere thanks to them both. He said that thanks to them, he was able to do his duty as a father one last time. Dismissing any need for more words of thanks, he said they were not necessary. Instead, the Night Hound held out his hand, his eyes glowing through his mask. He reminded Damien that there was something he owed him. Without hesitation, Damien knelt before the Night Hound. With his head bowed, he solemnly declared his oath, promising to give everything he had to the Night Hound. Looking up with a look of firm determination in his now purple eyes, Damien told the Night Hound to ask for anything he wanted. The Night Hound's answer was simple and chilling as he demanded the neck of his target. With his red eye glowing with a murderous look, the Night Hound stated his one price for the favor. He wanted the head of Bartholomew, the current head of the Bourgeois family. In a quiet gazebo overlooking a moonlit garden, a secret meeting took place. Damien de Bourgeois stood with the Night Hound, and our boy introduced the third person there, Dolores, who he explained was an ally who would be helping them. Damon greeted her formally as the Saintest of Quo Vadis, noting that they had not met in such a serious way since the University League quest. Shaking Damien's hand, replied that the honor was all hers. She was still in disbelief that they had actually managed to get Director Damien as their insider, secretly wondering what could have happened to make him turn against his own family head. Wasting no time, the Night Hound got straight to the point, his red eye glowing. He declared that the reason for their meeting was to create a plan for the assassination of Bartholomew, the head of the Bourgeois family. Damien, his expression grim, told them that he had already made the necessary plans. He explained that he had used his trusted people within the family to spread rumors about the Oracle Club's incredible success, knowing it would catch his brother's interest. The plan was a success. As a result, he had managed to get a dinner appointment with Bartholomew himself. The words shocked Dolores. She asked if he meant that dinner, the one she had only heard about in rumors. Damon confirmed her suspicions. It was the infamous dinner in the vault, an exclusive and legendary experience that only the most important people in the Empire were ever invited to. He began to explain the details of the vault. The Bourgeois family has a bizarre vault, a massive 50-meter cube with unbreakable walls made from mithril and orichalcum. This vault is a true iron fortress completely sealed off from the outside world by powerful anti-teleportation magic and filled with mountains of gold and priceless treasures. Finally, Damien revealed the most important piece of information and the key to their plan. Bartholomew has a strange habit. Whenever he has an important meeting or meal, he always has it alone inside this vault for exactly 1 hour. Thinking about this new information, a bead of sweat ran down Dolores's face as she realized what it meant. An entire hour, completely cut off from all outside eyes and ears, was the perfect undisturbed chance for their plan. However, she quickly raised a good point. She asked Damon why Bartholomew would ever put himself in such a risky position, questioning if he wasn't worried about being assassinated while locked alone in the vault with a guest. Damien crossed his arms, admitting that while it was a logical fear, he had strangely never seen his brother show any concern about it. Before Damien could explain more, the Night Hound interrupted with the chilling truth. He explained that Bartholomew felt no fear because he was a demon who had absolute power. The news stunned Damien, who started to question what he just heard. The Night Hound cut him off, handing him a rolled-up document. He told Damon not to worry about that for now, and to focus on the plan. The plan was for the Night Hound's team to face Bartholomew inside the vault. While Damien's important role was to help them from the outside, the Night Hound leaned in, stressing that Damien's part in the plan was the most important thing for ensuring Bartholomew's defeat. As Damien and Dolores looked at the document, wondering what it was, their expressions turned into pure total shock. Stuttering in disbelief, Damon realized that this plan was much bigger than just the Bourgeois family. Dolores came to the same horrifying conclusion. If this plan was carried out, it could bring the entire empire to ruin. The scene then shifts to the day of the dinner. The wheels of a wooden carriage creaked as it traveled along a dirt road toward the Bourgeois estate. Inside, Piggy and Sinclair were talking excitedly with Dolores. Piggy was almost bouncing with joy, saying he still couldn't believe their Oracle Club had won first place in the investment tournament. and now they were on their way to have dinner with the head of the bourgeois family. He said how incredibly excited he was. He turned to Sinclair, asking if she was excited too. With a bright smile, she enthusiastically agreed. However, her happy expression soon turned a bit sad. Looking out the window, she quietly added that she wished her Hyung Vikir could have come with them. Piggy looked confused, asking Sinclair why she had suddenly brought up Vikir. Sinclair explained that Vikir had once promised to visit her family's home, which surprised Piggy even more. Seeing his reaction, Sinclair quickly took it back, saying it was nothing and that she just felt a bit sad because Vikir seemed so busy lately. Piggy agreed, adding that he had also found it hard to even find time to share a meal with Vikir recently. Suddenly, as if remembering something important, Piggy's attitude changed completely. He excitedly unrolled a long scroll, proudly announcing that he had prepared a full list of questions to ask the head of the bourgeois family. He began to enthusiastically list off the topics, which ranged from serious economic questions about the empire's future to a more simple question about what the super-rich even eat for their meals. As Piggy and Sinclair chattered excitedly, completely unaware of the real reason for their visit, Dolores watched them with a quiet, sad expression. A wave of guilt washed over her as she thought about the danger she was leading her innocent friends into. "I'm sorry, you guys," she thought to herself just as their carriage pulled up to the gates of the magnificent bourgeois estate. The massive, fancy gates swung open, and the three students were led inside. They walked into a lavishly decorated waiting room, their eyes wide with awe at the pure luxury of their surroundings. A well-dressed man with dark hair acting as their guide politely told them that they should wait there for a moment. After Dolores thanked him, the man bowed slightly and told them to make themselves comfortable before leaving. While waiting, Piggy and Sinclair made themselves comfortable in the fancy room. Piggy commented on how luxurious everything was, saying that the sofa alone was 100 times better than their beds back at the academy dorms. Sinclair agreed, noting how comfortable the cushions were. Piggy then excitedly asked Sinclair if she had thought of any questions to ask the head of the bourgeois family. Sinclair replied that there was just one thing she was curious about, but she couldn't say what it was. Her quiet answer only seemed to energize Piggy more. He jumped up, arguing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to meet the wealthiest man in the empire, and that they should be trying to gain as much knowledge as possible. As her friends continued their innocent chatter, Dolores looked down, her face a mask of guilt and stress. Clenching her fist, she steeled her resolve. Unseen by the others, she discreetly took out a small vial and poured its contents, a sleeping potion, into a nearby pitcher. She knew that she had to make sure her friends were fast asleep before the dinner began to keep them safe from the danger that was to come. Her thoughts were interrupted when Piggy suddenly wondered aloud if Bartholomew would like the gifts they had prepared. He suggested they open the boxes to make sure everything was in order. Panicked at the thought of them discovering what was really going on, Dolores lunged forward, shouting for them to wait. Piggy and Sinclair stopped, completely startled and confused by their vice president's sudden outburst. Quickly composing herself, Dolores placed a tray with 3 cups of tea on the table. She told them that she would check the gifts herself and that they should drink some tea and rest for a while. Her smile was forced, a clear sign of the immense pressure she was under. But her friends, still a bit confused, timidly agreed. A short time later, after they had finished their tea, a sudden and overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over both Piggy and Sinclair. They began yawning and stretching, wondering why they were suddenly so sleepy, especially right before the long-awaited dinner was about to start. As the sleeping potion took hold, Dolores watched her friends with a sense of relieved success. Sinclair, still fighting the effects, yawned and said she needed to get some cold water to wake herself up. Just then, the dark-haired guide returned to the room asking if they had rested well. As he entered, Piggy finally gave into the potion and fell fast asleep on the sofa. The guide announced that the head of the family was waiting and it was time to go to the dining hall. Seeing the 2 unconscious students, he asked what had happened. With a nervous laugh, Dolores quickly came up with an excuse, explaining that her friends had been very nervous and tired and had fallen asleep immediately after drinking some tea. Internally, she apologized to them, knowing that this was the only way to keep them safe. She then informed the guide that she would represent their club and meet with the family head alone. The man accepted her explanation without question and agreed to lead her there at once. Dolores followed the guide down a long sunlit corridor. Behind them, 2 workers pushed handcarts carrying the large wooden crates that contained their gifts. They finally came to a stop in a much darker, more imposing part of the mansion. Before them stood a pair of enormous, intimidating metal doors. The guide announced that this was the place. A bead of sweat trickled down Dolores's face as she stared up at the massive structure, realizing with a chill that this was the infamous vault. As the colossal doors began to creak open, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. It was as if the sheer size of the entrance was a warning. a declaration that these doors were never meant to be used by ordinary humans. As Dolores stood at the entrance of the massive vault, the guide informed her that she would have to go on alone from that point on. He added that the gifts they had brought would be placed there for safekeeping. Stealing her resolve, Dolores understood that the being she was about to face was as strange and intimidating as the very doors before her. With a final chilling wish for her to enjoy her meal, the guide stepped back as the colossal doors began to swing shut, leaving Dolores to face her fate alone. Plunged into absolute darkness, she nervously looked around the vast empty space and called out, tentatively asking if the head of the family was there. As she took a cautious step forward, her foot slipped on something scattered across the floor. With a small cry, she lost her balance and tumbled backward, landing hard on a pile of what felt like small metallic objects. Sitting up and rubbing her sore hip, she wondered what she could have possibly tripped on in the dark. She picked up one of the objects and realized it was a gold coin. Just as she was examining it, a brilliant, blinding golden light suddenly erupted, lighting up the entire chamber. Bathed in the bright glow, Dolores could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment as the source of the light was revealed. The entire immense vault was filled with literal mountains of shimmering gold coins. In the very center of this sea of unimaginable wealth sat a single long dining table, elegantly set for a feast. Dolores, still sitting on the floor amidst the treasure, was left utterly speechless by the breathtaking and overwhelming sight. A deep, commanding voice broke the silence, welcoming the Saintists. The speaker, a large, powerfully built man with a long blonde beard and regal clothes, held a glass of red wine. He then corrected himself, addressing her instead as the representative of the Oracle Club. This was the man they had come for, Bartholomew J. Bourgeois, the head of the Bourgeois family. Surrounded by flickering candlelight reflecting off endless mountains of gold and jewels, Dolores nervously took her seat at the grand dining table across from the imposing figure. Her hands trembled as she tried to understand her situation. She was face to face with Bartholomew J. Bourgeois, the wealthiest man in the world. She knew his public identity as the head of one of the 7 great families, but she also knew his true hidden nature. He was a demon disguised in human form. Bartholomew began the conversation by praising her, saying her skills were truly impressive. When Dolores looked up, surprised, he explained that he had reviewed her investment history. He pointed out her decision to invest a huge sum into the Sindai Wendy Merchant Group, calling it a bold choice. He admitted that her decisiveness and accurate insight had genuinely impressed even him. Flustered by the unexpected praise, Dolores could only manage a quiet thank you. As Bartholomew watched her across the lavishly set table, she quickly remembered the Night Hound's warning. He had told her that Bartholomew was a master of words and that she had to stay on guard to avoid being manipulated. Realizing she had almost been swayed, she mentally prepared herself. Regaining her composure, she calmly replied that he was far too kind. Bartholomew paused for a moment, his expression hard to read. Then, with a casual tone, he dropped a piece of information that shocked Dolores. He mentioned that Cardinal H. Burt had visited him earlier that day, saying he seemed to be meeting many important people from Quo Vadis lately. The name hit Dolores hard, her face freezing in shock and horror. She already knew that Humber was working with heretics, but she had never imagined that his corruption went this high. Reaching the head of the Bourgeois family, noticing her shocked expression, Bartholomew asked if his words made her uncomfortable. He pointed out that as the Saintist, she belonged to the New Testament faction of the church. He explained that he had deep connections with the priests of the Old Testament faction and said it would be a shame if she distanced herself from him because of these political differences. Reaching out a hand in a gesture of false friendship, he continued to manipulate her. He claimed that he wished to be on good terms with the New Testament faction as well, but that they unfairly judged the Bourgeois family's wealth, calling them inhuman and wicked. He argued that because of this, his family's own ways of doing good were not appreciated. Taking a sip of his wine, he asked if it wasn't a good and righteous act to use great wealth to perform great acts of good. Dolores remained silent, her expression hardening. She knew that the meaning of good as spoken by a demon was very different from what humans understood. Her lack of response seemed to confuse Bartholomew. Suddenly, the time for pretending was over. Dolores slammed her hands on the table, her fear replaced by anger. She began to list his monstrous crimes, his deal with the demon Dantalion, which involved feeding him orphans, his corruption of Quo Vadis by spreading the system of indulgences, and his support of heretics to create division in his attempt to take over the Holy City. Leaning forward, she declared that the only reason he could possibly judge these horrific acts as good was because of his true identity. With her eyes blazing with certainty, she directly accused him, shouting that he was a demon. For a moment, there was a heavy silence. Then a slow, sinister smile spread across Bartholomew's face, and he let out a low chuckle. The chuckle quickly grew into a booming, crazy laugh that echoed through the vast golden room. The force of his laughter was so powerful that it caused the mountains of gold coins around them to shake. Dolores clutched her head in pain, the loud sound hurting her ears. Through the terrifying noise, she shouted at him, asking if he wasn't afraid. She questioned why he wasn't terrified of a visitor who knew the true monstrous nature of both himself and his allies. Bartholomew's laughter died down, replaced by a scornful sneer. He scoffed at the idea of being afraid, saying it was impossible. He rose from his seat and loomed over the terrified Dolores, his voice dripping with arrogance as he asked what human in the world could possibly frighten him. In a flash, he was leaning over her, his face twisted into a monstrous grin as he grabbed her chin, his presence completely overwhelming her. But just as he was about to continue his torment, he froze. A flicker of confusion crossed his face as he sensed something was wrong. His gaze shifted toward the entrance of the vault, where the wooden carts that had carried the gifts now lay broken. From the shadows near the broken crates, a pair of intense, glowing red eyes glared back at him, causing Bartholomew's own demonic eyes to widen in genuine shock. An immense, suffocating pressure suddenly filled the entire room, catching the demon lord completely by surprise. A violent surge of red demonic energy erupted from one of the broken gift crates, and from within the explosion of power, a new figure emerged. It was the Night Hound, covered in a menacing red aura. He declared that the one human Bartholomew should fear was standing right there. Bartholomew, instinctively moving between the newcomer and Dolores, was stunned by the immense power coming from a mere human body. He also detected a faint, familiar scent, the smell of the demon Belub. As he put the pieces together, he finally realized who he was facing. With his own glowing red eyes fixed on the demon lord, Bartholomew asked if he was the infamous Night Hound, the mysterious figure who had been shaking the capital. In response, the Night Hound's hand went to his side and he drew the jagged demonic dagger Beelzebub. With the weapon glowing with evil energy, he formally addressed his target, Bartholomew, head of the Bourgeois family. The battle was about to begin. With no more words needed, the Night Hound launched his attack. He leaped from the top of a golden mound, his masked face reflected in a single coin as he shot through the air. Coming down on the demon lord with his dagger raised, he declared that he had come to kill the corpse flesh demon. The first clash of their powers resulted in a massive explosion that sent gold coins flying everywhere. Reacting instantly, Dolores summoned a protective barrier of golden light to shield herself. Bartholomew, completely unfazed by the attack, let out an amused chuckle. He commented that his opponent seemed to know how to handle a blade. Before the Night Hound could react, Bartholomew summoned a demonic sword of his own and effortlessly blocked the attack. He boasted that he was quite skilled himself. The two warriors fought in a furious exchange of blows. The Night Hound swung his red dagger with incredible speed, but Bartholomew parried every strike, forcing the Night Hound to retreat and rethink his strategy. As he looked at Bartholomew's weapon, a shocking realization hit him. He recognized the sword, a blade so sharp it could cut through steel, yet so corrupting it would turn any wielder into a tyrant. It was the legendary demonic sword of the Baskerville family, a weapon that was supposed to be sealed away. The legendary sword. Balmong, holding the flaming demonic blade with ease. Bartholomew stood ready. The Night Hound could only stare in disbelief, his mind racing as he tried to understand how this demon could have such a powerful and guarded weapon. Bartholomew explained with a smug grin that in his youth he had been such a talented swordsman that the previous head of the Baskerville family had been deeply impressed. He claimed that the former patriarch had begged him to become his student and had even gifted him the legendary sword Balmong. With that boast, he declared that for the Night Hound to dare fight him was simply bad luck. He then launched himself forward, leaping across the piles of gold to attack. The Night Hound met the attack, blocking the flaming sword with his small dagger. A furious exchange of blows followed, their weapons clashing in a blur of red and gold light as Bartholomew unleashed a relentless series of strikes. As they fought, Bartholomew's frustration grew. He snarled, questioning how a mere human could know about his true nature as a corpse flesh demon, and how he had managed to kill his demonic comrades. Their blades continued to clash, the ringing of steel echoing through the vault, screaming that the fool's games were over. Bartholomew charged forward with all his strength, his demonic sword glowing with immense power. The blade found its mark, piercing straight through the Night Hound's chest in what looked like a fatal blow. From across the room, Dolores cried out in horror, screaming the Night Hound's name. Blood splattered onto the golden floor. Believing he had won, Bartholomew loomed over his fallen enemy. With a cruel grin, he promised to chew on the Night Hound's corpse and keep his head in the vault until it rotted away, telling him to consider it a great honor. He then grabbed the hilt of the sword, still in the Night Hound's body, preparing to finish him off. But just as he was about to deliver the final blow, a calm, clear voice cut through the air, calling him pathetic. The words stopped Bartholomew in his tracks, his arrogant expression instantly replaced by one of pure disbelief. The Night Hound, still impaled by the sword, continued his insult. He said that not only was Bartholomew pathetic for needing such a crude sword to win, but the previous Baskerville head was just as pathetic for gifting away his family's treasure. As he spoke, an immense surge of red demonic energy erupted from his body, his eyes glowing with a renewed and terrifying power. Bartholomew gloated over the impaled Nighthound, mocking him for being all talk and unable to withstand a single attack. The Demon Lord's arrogance turned to confusion when he tried to pull his sword out and found it was stuck. The Nighthound had gripped the blade with his bare, bloody hand, holding it firmly. The Nighthound then asked if Bartholomew was sure he was all talk as he began to focus his power, putting his red mana into his own dagger. Bartholomew's eyes widened in disbelief at the immense power coming from the Nighthound. He recognized the technique as the legendary Solid Aura, a skill only a true swordmaster could use, and he couldn't understand how his young opponent had become so skilled. Before Bartholomew could process this, the Nighthound unleashed his own ultimate technique, channeling the power through his dagger. He unleashed the Baskerville's 7th sword form, sending a storm of devastating red energy slashes through the chamber. The attack ended in a massive vortex-like explosion of red energy that blasted everything, sending shockwaves and gold coins flying across the vault. Watching from a safe distance, Dolores was completely stunned. She realized with awe that the Nighthound was much stronger than he had been during their fight against the demon Dantalion, and she wondered what could have caused such a big increase in his power. When the dust settled, the Nighthound stood ready, his red aura still swirling around him. His gaze was fixed on his opponent. Bartholomew, now heavily wounded and bleeding, had to use his sword as a crutch just to stay on his feet. The Nighthound saw that while Bartholomew had survived the attack by pulling his sword free at the last second, the Demon Lord was now very weak and could not take much more. Clutching his wounds, Bartholomew had to admit to himself that the Nighthound's earlier victories had not been a fluke. Despite his injuries, a defiant grin returned to Bartholomew's face. He began to taunt them, asking if they really thought they would get out of this alive. He explained that the vault could never be opened from the inside and was on a timer. Only when the hour was up would the doors open from the outside. He continued his threat, laughing as he described how his guards would swarm them the moment the doors opened. But his crazy laughter was cut short when Dolores, seeing her chance while he was distracted, shouted, "Holy light!" and hit him with a powerful blast of divine energy. The Demon Lord, caught completely off guard, could only scream in pain as the holy power covered him. Holding up the Mirror of Truth, an item that reveals the true face of anyone reflected in it. Dolores challenged the Demon Lord. She asked if anyone would believe his words once they saw what the mirror revealed. Bartholomew cried out in pain, stunned that she had such a powerful holy item. As the mirror's light grew stronger, the reflection of his human face began to melt, revealing the horrifying demonic face underneath. With his disguise completely broken, Bartholomew dropped all pretense. A massive, terrifying grin spread across his newly revealed demonic face. With an amused and threatening tone, he said that their preparations were much more thorough than he had expected. His body began to change, his right arm swelling into a grotesque, monstrous limb with sharp yellow claws. He slammed the massive hand down onto the golden floor with incredible force. He grumbled to himself, annoyed. He had expected to deal with the Nighthound, but he never imagined that the Saints of Quo Vadis would also be so involved, making the situation much more difficult. Standing beside the Nighthound, Dolores looked on in terror at the monstrous transformation. A twisted smile returned to the demon's face as he declared that things had just become very interesting. He announced that he would no longer hold back and would show these humans his true form. Purple fleshy tendrils began to creep up his sword, Beilong, fusing the legendary weapon with his own monstrous body. His entire body shook and grew, muscles and flesh twisting as his power surged. 2 large leathery wings ripped through the back of his clothes, opening to their full menacing size. Not to be outdone, the Nighthound Viker prepared for the next stage of the battle. He gripped his own demonic weapon, which transformed in his hand, growing into a massive, jagged red greatsword. Wasting no time, he swung the newly empowered blade, sending 2 huge slashes of red mana toward the transforming demon. The attacks hit their target, forcing the now fully transformed beast to its knees for a moment. However, the creature was far from beaten. It slowly raised its head, revealing a horrifying wolf-like snout and a mouth filled with sharp yellow teeth, all twisted into a vicious grin. A massive explosion of dark energy erupted from the beast's body, completely blocking the Nighthound's attack. The creature then let out a deafening reality-bending roar. The force of the sound blast was immense, creating a powerful shockwave that sent both the Nighthound and Dolores flying backward. As the Nighthound helped her to her feet, a terrified Dolores stammered, unable to understand the monstrous creature before them. She asked if that was truly the real form of Bartholomew de Bourgeois. The beast, a horrifying mix of man and monster with massive wings, horns, and a wolf-like snout, glared down at them, its transformation now complete. The creature was, in fact, Belial, also known as the Sixth Corpse, an S+ ranked danger. Belial is considered one of the 10 great calamities, an immortal natural enemy of mankind. An ancient text described its curse. Teeth shall rot in thy body and thy house. As the heroes watched in horror, the vault itself began to react to the demon's presence. The mountains of gold coins started to tremble, and Dolores shouted a warning, pointing out that the gold was flying through the air and gathering around the demon. She watched in disbelief as the coins swarmed over Belial's body, magically healing the deep wounds the Night Hound had just given him. The demon explained its unique and terrifying ability, a power known as the Golden Veins. In a world ruled by wealth, he declared, financial power becomes true power. All the treasures in the vault were not just riches, but his very life force and strength. With a monstrous snarl, he made a horrifying boast. As long as wealth itself has value in the world, he could not be killed. And as long as he was surrounded by it, his power would continue to grow forever. The sheer hopelessness of the situation began to overwhelm Dolores. The Night Hound noticed her trembling with fear. He gently took her hand, calling out to her to get her attention. He told her that there was no need to be afraid. He reminded her of her own inner strength, recalling how she had overcome the demon Dantalian's mental corruption and awakened to her true power to conquer her fear. He insisted she had to believe in herself. Then he made a critical request. He asked her if she could once again grant him the powerful buff she had used during that previous battle. Dolores looked back at him, her expression filled with uncertainty. Dolores thought about the soul resonance she had shared with the Night Hound before. She admitted to herself that she had tried many times on her own to repeat that power, but she had never succeeded. Clasping her hands together, she was filled with self-doubt, questioning if she could truly do it again when it mattered most. Her mind flashed back to all the times the Night Hound had fought fiercely against demons by himself. She remembered her own moment of awakening, and a new determination took hold. She knew she had to do what she could. She could not let him fight this battle alone. Her doubt was replaced by a firm resolve. A holy cross symbol gleamed in her eye as she swore she would not let the Night Hound fight alone ever again. Finding her courage, she stood behind him and stretched out her hands, declaring loudly that she would do it. As a brilliant golden light began to surge from her, she recited a verse saying that the Lord was his shield and weapon, and that relying on his strength alone would only lead to defeat. She continued the prayer. Her hands clasped as a holy light surrounded them. She called out for a mighty general to come forth and fight for her, asking for the warrior's sacred name. The ritual, however, hid a problem. She turned to the Night Hound, explaining that the buff would be much more effective if she knew his true name. He was taken aback, realizing he couldn't possibly reveal his identity at such a critical moment. Their moment of focus was shattered as the demon Belial, having already fully recovered, charged toward them. The Night Hound was shocked at the demon's incredible healing speed, but he had no time to react as Belial slammed a powerful elbow into his side. The force of the blow was immense, sending the Night Hound flying through the air and crashing hard into a mountain of gold coins. He lay on the ground, heavily wounded and bleeding from the chest as Dolores cried out his name in horror. The demon, however, completely ignored its downed opponent. It raised its massive, grotesque arm, which had transformed into a giant blade, and took aim at the now defenseless Dolores. With a furious roar, Bale brought the blade swinging down, shouting for the Saintess to die. Dolores could only look up, her face a mask of pure terror as the killing blow came down upon her. The demon Belial glared down at the defenseless Dolores, roaring for the Saintess to die. Frozen with terror, tears streamed down Dolores's face as she accepted her fate. As the massive, grotesque blade arm swung down to deliver the killing blow, she could only think that it was the end. But just before the blade could connect, a brilliant streak of red light shot through the air, materializing into a massive, complex magic circle directly in the path of the attack. The demon was caught completely by surprise. The magic circle with a large reptilian eye at its center effortlessly blocked the powerful strike. A calm, ancient voice emanated from the circle, greeting Beel and remarking that it had been a long time. Stunned by this sudden intervention, Bale stammered, asking who had interfered. The magic circle, hovering protectively in front of a shocked Dolores, was revealed to be the power of the demon. Decarabia. Belial repeated the name in disbelief, his expression turning to fury. He angrily questioned Decarabia, asking if it had forgotten its great mission to open the gates of destruction. He accused it of betraying their kind to side with lowly humans. Decarabia's eye calmly replied, stating that betrayal was the wrong word. It explained that it was never truly on anyone's side to begin with. It had simply made a contract with a human, and its mission now followed the requests of its contractor. Decarabia then declared its new purpose. For the next 1,000 years, it would act as a shield for this woman and for all of humanity. Enraged, Belial called Decarabia a cockroach and furiously asked if it was prepared to face the unbridled wrath of its own kind, a fury that would pour forth from the gates of destruction. Decarabia was dismissive, stating they could worry about that when the time comes. It then made a curious observation, noting that while its own power was fading, Baal's aura was soaring. Confused, Belial asked what it meant, but the question was a distraction. Seizing the opening, the now recovered Nighthound leaped into the air behind the demon and unleashed a powerful slash of red energy, striking Baal directly across the back. Landing gracefully, the Nighthound reflected that his goal had been to slice straight through the demon's neck, but the strike had been too shallow to finish the job. The demon Baal turned completely shocked, using its Golden Veins ability to rapidly heal the gash on its back with a swarm of coins. It questioned how the Nighthound could possibly be alive after an attack that should have completely destroyed his internal organs. The Nighthound stood firm, though he was visibly wounded and bleeding from the chest. The reason for his survival was his demonic dagger, Beelzebub, which possessed the S-rank ability, Immortal Basilisk, and the A+ rank Silent Heal. Realizing that his opponent was far from an ordinary human, Baal acknowledged that this would not be an easy fight. Meanwhile, Dolores was safe, but trapped inside the protective red magic circle summoned by Decarabia. She thanked the ancient demon for saving her life, but immediately pleaded with it to release the barrier so she could go and help the Nighthound. Decarabia flatly refused, its single eye narrowing as it explained that it had received only one order, to keep the Saintist safe. It could not act on its own beyond that command. Much to Dolores' shock and frustration as she began to question what this strange being that had appeared from nowhere even was. A sudden realization struck her. She could feel the Nighthound's own mana emanating from Decarabia. She understood that this protective shield was not the demon's own initiative. It was a measure put in place by the Nighthound himself to ensure her safety. Powerless to intervene, she could only watch from behind the barrier as the furious battle raged on outside. The Nighthound and Baal clashed in a brutal high-speed exchange, their powerful attacks lighting up the Golden Vault while both fighters landed blows and sustained injuries. Baal's monstrous form seemed to relish the violence, a cruel smirk spreading across its face even as it was wounded. The battle raged on with both the Nighthound and the demon Belial locked in a brutal exchange of blows. Baal, with its superior raw power, landed a devastating strike that sent the Nighthound's weapon flying from his grasp and blasted him backward across the chamber. Landing hard, the Nighthound grimly assessed the situation. Baal, though also wounded, was equally surprised by his opponent's strength. Unable to believe that he, an intermediate-level swordmaster, was struggling so much, the Nighthound's mind raced, comparing this new foe to all the other powerful enemies he had faced in his life. He came to a stark conclusion. Baal was without a doubt the most difficult and overwhelming opponent he had ever encountered. He analyzed the core of the problem. Every time he managed to land an attack, Baal would simply absorb more of the endless treasure in the vault to heal and grow even stronger. It was a seemingly infinite source of regeneration. He knew that a prolonged battle of attrition was a fight he could not win. However, he had a hidden ace. His plan was not to overpower the demon, but to outlast it. He just needed to hold on a little longer because he knew that time was on their side. Meanwhile, trapped within Decarabia's protective barrier, Dolores refused to be a helpless spectator. She began to chant a powerful prayer, her voice filled with conviction. She called out that though demons may rise up to swallow the land, they must fight without fear, for they would be victorious through the truth. As she finished her prayer, declaring that the truth lives and its kingdom is eternal, she stretched out her hands, her face a mask of pure determination. A massive wall of holy fire erupted from the ground, separating the two combatants in a brilliant surge of golden divine energy. Belial, engulfed in the sacred flames, merely scoffed. It questioned if she truly believed such simple holy magic could stop it now. With a single powerful roar, the demon unleashed its own dark energy, completely shattering Dolores's holy barrier. Dolores was thrown back by the force, shocked that her wall of holy fire had been broken so easily, but her resolve did not waver. She prepared to cast the spell again, repeating her prayer with renewed fervor. Her defiance drew the full murderous attention of the demon. Snarling, Belial mockingly called her a saint and roared that if she was so eager to die first, it would gladly grant her wish. Just as the demon Belial was about to strike Dolores, the Nighthound appeared behind him in a flash of red. With his dagger at the ready, he declared that he was Belial's true opponent. The demon, however, was not concerned. A vicious smile spread across its face as its eyes began to glow with a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, golden snake-like tendrils of energy erupted from the mountains of coins, shooting toward the Nighthound and wrapping around his body, trapping him completely. He struggled against the magical bindings, his body contorting in an effort to break free. With his enemy seemingly neutralized, Belial once again turned his attention to Dolores. He raised a massive, grotesque arm and began to gloat. He asked the Saintess if she could see the true power of the wealth she considered so wicked and corrupt. He declared that within his vault, both the Nighthound's attacks and her childish holy magic were utterly useless. With a final menacing glare, he told her to spend her final moments regretting the day she refused to accept the wealth born from human greed. Unleashing his ultimate attack, Bale shot forward, surrounded by a storm of sharp golden projectiles, roaring for his enemies to be torn to pieces. The barrage of golden death rained down upon Dolores, who was still trapped within Decarabia's protective circle. But in a shocking turn of events, the magic circle did not shatter. Instead, it contracted, embracing Dolores tightly as if to shield her from the impact. The projectiles slammed into the barrier, and while Dolores was injured by the sheer force of the blows, she was not the one who took the direct hit. Tears streamed down her face as she looked up, her clothes splattered with fresh blood. Standing directly in front of her, having shielded her with his own body, was the Nighthound. The golden projectiles had pierced him in multiple places, leaving him grievously wounded. Dolores could only stare in utter shock and disbelief, stammering his name. Blood pours from the Nighthound's serious wounds, staining the gold coins beneath him. He stands firm, his body pierced by golden weapons, having shielded Dolores from the demon's attack. From below, a horrified Dolores can only look up and whisper his name. Trapped behind a red barrier, she feels guilty, realizing he has once again been badly hurt while protecting her. Refusing to fall, the Nighthound grabs the golden weapons stuck in his body. With a surge of red demonic energy, he shatters them, freeing himself. Seeing his terrible state, a panic, Dolores presses against the barrier, shouting that he needs healing magic immediately. Her hands push against the red magical shield, trying desperately to break free and help him. Floating inside the circle, Dolores wonders why the barrier has returned. She pleads with it to let her out, insisting she can help. However, the Eye of Decarabia tells her that its master has made the barrier much stronger than before, and it can't be easily broken. The Nighthound then looks back at her and firmly tells her not to come out from the shield. He warns her that it's too dangerous, and with that, he leaps away from the barrier and back into the fight to face the swirling golden energy being summoned by the demon. Dolores can only watch him go, her face full of desperation and tears. Bile attacks again, summoning countless sharp golden blades that fill the air, ready to fall on the Nighthound. Getting ready, the Nighthound stares down the attack with his glowing red eyes, gripping his huge red greatsword. As the golden blades rain down, he fights back, swinging his weapon in a fast, defensive flurry of red slashes that meets the incoming storm. The clash of red and gold energy shatters the golden weapons, completely stopping the demon's attack. Among the falling golden pieces, the Nighthound glares at his enemy. Having survived the attack and ready for the next move, not bothered by the Nighthound's defense, the demon Bile raises its huge, ugly arm, preparing for another devastating attack. With a powerful strike, it brings its blade crashing down, slamming the Nighthound into the ground with enough force to send him flying. The Nighthound lies beaten among the scattered gold coins, his body having taken a huge amount of damage. Blood splatters across his face as he grits his teeth in pain, refusing to be defeated. Belial, angry at his opponent's toughness, unleashes an even more powerful attack. Using its control over the treasure, it summons a giant fist made of pure gold, raising it high above the downed warrior. The massive golden fist then comes hurtling down, aiming to crush the Nighthound completely. Looking up from the ground, the Nighthound's eyes widen in real shock at the overwhelming power about to hit him. Meanwhile, trapped in Decarabia's protective barrier, Dolores fights her own desperate battle. Refusing to stand by, she repeatedly hits the magical shield with her bare hands, trying to break free. The effort, however, only results in her own hands and arms becoming wounded and bloody. Despite the pain, she continues her attack, a blindfold of holy light covering her eyes as she pours all her strength into trying to break the barrier. Her efforts are for nothing. A pool of blood forms at her feet from her self-inflicted wounds. The ancient demon Decarabia watches, its eyes seeming to notice her injuries as it speaks to the saints, pointing out the state of her hands. The realization of her powerlessness is too much for Dolores, and her strength finally gives out, causing her to collapse to her knees. Overwhelmed by despair, she looks down at her trembling, bloodied hands, hating that there is nothing she can do to help. Kneeling in despair, Dolores thinks about her power. Her divinity, she knows, comes from a pure faith in God and the ideals of justice and equality. However, she feels this holy power is completely useless against a demon whose strength comes from human greed and the worship of money. She remembers her battle against the demon Dantalion, a time when she believed she had overcome her limits and awakened her potential. She had thought this time would be different, that she would be able to stand proudly and help the Nighthound with her own strength. But those hopes are shattered by the memory of his command for her to stay inside the barrier, and his warning that it was too dangerous as he leaped back into the fight alone. The feeling of being a burden, of not being able to help him, overwhelms her. Tears of frustration and self-hatred stream down her face as she hates her own weakness. Meanwhile, the battle continues. The badly wounded Hound ignores his pain. Blood drips from his wounds onto the golden floor, but he forces himself back to his feet. Stepping into his own blood with new determination, with his red dagger glowing, he charges at the demon Belial. In a flash of red light, he swings his blade with incredible speed, cleanly cutting off the demon's huge arm. He glares at the beast, his resolve unbroken. However, the demon is not so easily beaten. The Hound's eyes widen in shock as Bale instantly closes the distance and delivers a powerful, unexpected strike. The force of the blow sends the Hound flying backward across the room. He crashes to the ground, slumping over, bleeding heavily from a huge wound in his chest. Having landed inside the very barrier he had created to protect Dolores, having been thrown into the barrier he created to protect Dolores, the Hound slumps, bleeding heavily from his chest. He curses, realizing the toll the battle is taking. He assesses his quickly worsening condition. His mana use is far more severe than he had expected. The continuous use of his solid aura and the large amount of mana needed to maintain De Carabia's powerful barrier are draining his energy at an alarming rate. To make things worse, even the strong healing ability of his demonic dagger is starting to weaken. He knows that just surviving until their planned time is up is not enough. If he can't land a final fatal blow on Beal, who is already shown regenerating his cut-off arm with a swarm of gold coins, then all their sacrifices will have been for nothing. He thinks about using a final desperate technique that would require all his remaining mana. He is filled with doubt, wondering if the incomplete skill will even be enough. His dark thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a gentle touch. To his complete surprise, Dolores has pushed her hand through the supposedly unbreakable barrier, a golden light coming from her palm. He turns to face her as she stands with her arms outstretched, her bloodied hands showing her struggle. With new determination, she says that she will fight alongside him. She declares that she can no longer stand by and watch him get hurt while trying to protect her. The Hound tries to stop her, telling her she has already done more than enough. However, she cuts him off, her voice filled with conviction as she insists it is because she is weak that she must act. With tears in her eyes, she looks at her hands, which are now glowing with holy power, and asks him if he truly believes she is not a help but a burden. Her words strike a chord, and the Hound is silent for a moment. Internally, he calls himself a fool. He thinks that in all his life or death battles, he has never stopped to worry about the risks. He rises to his feet, his battered body radiating a new sense of purpose. He believes the path before him has always been one of overcoming any challenge, and protecting the saints is no different. He finally answers her question, telling her that could not be further from the truth. He explains that she is a precious companion, a soul who achieved a powerful awakening with him. Because of this bond, she is someone he has sworn to protect, no matter the cost. Standing protectively before her once more, his red eyes glowing with fierce resolve, he prepares to face the demon with his ally now truly by his side. As the battle rages, Dolores's mind flashes back to a memory from her childhood. A much younger version of herself runs through a sunlit church calling out for the Pope. She throws herself into his arms and he gently asks his saints, "What is wrong?" Sobbing. She tells him she had a terrible dream about a great evil that was swallowing the world. She asks him what would happen if the dream were real, crying that her own divine power is still too weak to save everyone. The Pope comforts the young Dolores, gently wiping away her tears. He remarks on her kind heart, noting how she worries about helping others even in her nightmares. He kneels before her, placing a reassuring hand on her head. He explains that while her power may seem small now, her divinity grows from a heart that believes in both God and herself. He acknowledges that faith can be a lonely path. However, he predicts that one day when her faith connects with the genuine trust of another, when she finds a true companion to walk the path with her, her power will grow to be far greater than she could ever imagine. The memory fades as the present-day battle intensifies. The mountains of gold in the vault begin to tremble violently. The demon Belial roars that the time for talk is over. It unleashes a massive swirling torrent of golden energy, boasting that their pathetic abilities can no longer stand against its endless power. The golden storm surrounds both the Hound and Dolores, who stand together inside the red protective circle. Amidst the chaos, Dolores begins to chant a powerful prayer. Her voice rings out, reciting a scripture. The Lord is a strong castle, a shield and weapon against ruin. The Hound looks on, amazed at the sheer power coming from her. With her hands clasped, Dolores continues her prayer, wishing to carry the burden he carries and be someone he can lean on. She calls for a mighty general to come forth and fight by her side. Her prayer reaches its peak. She declares that if the Hound truly trusts her, if he truly sees her as a comrade and not just someone to be protected, then he must tell her his name. With tears streaming down her face and her entire body glowing with an immense golden aura, she makes her final desperate plea, demanding to know the sacred name of the warrior she is empowering. A moment of silence hangs in the air. Then a quiet, unfamiliar voice cuts through the storm. He speaks a single syllable. Vandaloris's eyes snap open, her face a mask of pure shock as she recognizes the voice and the name. As the golden light shines on him, the Night Hound's mask and hood seem to fade away, revealing the face of the young man she knows. He turns to her, his red eye meeting hers, and confirms his identity. It's Van. A name holds a mysterious power. Dolores, still shocked from the recent events, understands that speaking a true name can change cause and effect, a power that works across dimensions. Remembering her desperate plea for the warrior's sacred name, she closes her eyes and, with a calm expression, finally says it. Van, the moment the name is spoken, a huge explosion of pure golden divine energy erupts from them, filling the entire vault with a blinding light. When the light fades, the demon Belil stands there with a cruel smirk on its face. It mockingly comments on being buried in a golden wave, something most humans would want. The demon continues to taunt them, saying that the death of Saint Dolores will be the Night Hound's last supper, a fate decided by the world's natural order. As it speaks, the endless sea of gold coins on the floor begins to tremble violently. The vibration is so strong that it catches the demon by surprise, its arrogant look replaced by real shock as it wonders where the shaking is coming from. A brilliant golden light surges from under the gold, growing stronger. A bead of sweat drips down Bel's monstrous face as a horrifying thought comes to it. In an amazing show of power, the mountains of gold coins erupt upwards and part, creating a clear path through the center of the vault. In the middle of this path, surrounded by the bright light, stand Vikir and Dolores. Their eyes, one glowing red and the other with a holy cross, are filled with a strong resolve. They stand together fully powered up. Vikir is surrounded by his powerful red aura, while Dolores radiates an equally strong golden aura. Belili screams in disbelief, recognizing the event for what it is, a true awakening. Completely confused, the demon roars in frustration, shouting that this can't be happening. The bright golden light coming from Dolores is so intense that it forces the powerful demon to steady itself with a hand on the ground shielding its eyes. Belil is forced to admit the blinding power before it is the true awakened light of the saints. However, instead of fear, a wide evil smile spreads across Belil's face. It looks at the awakened heroes with a new, terrifying interest, thinking to itself that this new power might be even more valuable than gold. Angry at their combined power, the demon Belil flies into a furious rage. It screams that their awakening is impossible, declaring that wealth and greed are the true rulers of the world. As long as human greed exists, money will be king. It continues its rant, saying there is nothing in the world that money can't do, and nothing brighter than gold. Vikir, however, stays calm and determined. He meets the demon's furious gaze and flatly disagrees, saying that there are, in fact, things that money can never buy. As he speaks, a series of his own memories flashes by, the faces of his family, his bond with the Baoic tribe, the sadness of losing a comrade, and the tearful final hug of a loved one dissolving into light. These are the moments of love, sacrifice, and connection that define him. Treasures far beyond any material wealth. It is explained that the bond between Vikir and Dolores shines brighter than gold, which is just a dull stone without light to reflect it. Vikir's demonic dagger transforms into a massive crystal blade of pure red energy. He points it at Bael, declaring that the demon will now disappear before their light. Still defiant, Bael scoffs at their half-dead bodies and unleashes a massive wave of golden energy roaring at them to stop their nonsense. As the attack comes closer, Vikir turns his head slightly. A bright and confident Dolores smiles at him, telling him not to worry about her. She corrects herself, no longer using his fake name, and calls him by his true name, Van Nim. Accepting her trust, Vikir closes his eyes for a moment. With a new sense of partnership, he tells her he will be back. He then leaps into the air, charging straight into a massive dragon-like beast made of pure golden energy that Bael has summoned. He calls out her name, Dolores, as he goes, watching him charge into the impossible fight. Dolores is no longer afraid. Her face is filled with excitement and strong faith as she clenches her fists, ready to support him. As he flies toward the enemy, Vikir feels the full effect of her power. He notes that the Saint Tessa's blessing has made his own aura sharper and clearer than ever before. The ultimate technique he had hesitated to use earlier, a skill he was never fully confident in, now feels possible. A complex, glowing red magic symbol appears before him. This is not just an increase in his attacks, it is the ultimate technique of the Baskerville family, the secret art of the Hound, a power meant only to kill demons. With the full power of the Saint's blessing running through him, Vikir unleashes the ultimate technique of his clan, the Baskerville's 8th sword form. He comes down on the demon, his body transformed into a massive crystal construct of pure red energy. This ethereal beast takes the form of a gigantic, ferocious hound, its jaws open wide as it lunges at the golden dragon summoned by Beal. The demon can only look up in complete disbelief, its attack completely dwarfed by the sheer size of the secret art. For the first time, Bael, a top predator who has ruled the world, feels a real mortal fear for its own life. Vakir, his eyes blazing with fury, declares that his purpose is to kill demons. The two colossal energy beasts, one of red demonic power and the other of golden greed, clash in a huge struggle. The impact results in a massive explosion of red and pink light that destroys everything in its path. When the dust settles, the once rich vault is a scene of complete destruction. In the center of a massive crater lies the broken and bleeding body of the demon Baal. Standing victoriously on the edge of the crater are Vikir and Dolores. Their battle finally won. Barely able to move, Baal coughs, shocked to find that its wounds are not healing and its strength is quickly draining away. It cannot understand what has happened. It thinks its defeat is impossible. Even if the attack was a fatal one, its power should not be fading. There must be another reason. The demon's gaze falls upon the tattered human remains of Bartholomew de Bourgeois, and a horrifying realization comes to it. Its power was never tied to the physical gold in the vault, but to the value that humanity placed on it. In a panic, it wonders then why. The scene shifts to outside the vault, revealing the true, brilliant nature of their master plan. Throughout the streets of the capital, chaos reigns as bags of gold coins and stacks of money have been scattered everywhere. Men working for Damien de Bourgeois are seen happily throwing the money to the public, creating an economic crisis. From a high balcony, two figures look down upon the city as the sun sets, the plan having reached its peak. A news report flashes across a document announcing the devastating economic impact. An emergency bulletin warns of hyperinflation after a massive amount of mysterious and fake currency was distributed throughout the capital overnight. The report states that with trust in money gone, its value has plummeted. Damien de Bourgeois reads this report with a look of grim satisfaction. His part of the plan, a complete success. The full scope of their strategy is revealed. Damien used his authority as the director of the Imperial Mint to forge a huge amount of currency, while Cindy Wendy, the master merchant, used her vast network to distribute it across the entire empire, effectively destroying the economy and the very idea of money's value. Their goal was never to defeat the demon with brute force, but to attack the source of its power, making its immortality meaningless. As Belio lies dying, it finally understands that it has been defeated not by a sword, but by a brilliant empire-shattering economic strategy. On a balcony overlooking the chaotic city, Cindy Wendy holds the report detailing the economic collapse. She turns to Damien de Bourgeois with a sly smile, saying that while she is involved because of a debt she owes to the Night Hound, she is curious why a man of his stature would agree to such a risky plan. Damien looks out at the sunset, his expression serious. He explains that the Night Hound did something for him that no amount of money or valuable treasure in the world could ever do. Furthermore, he continues, by borrowing the Night Hound's strength, he was able to get the revenge against his own family that he had wanted for so long. For that, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Cindy Wendy crosses her arms, admitting that she can understand, as she was in a similar position herself. They both agree that they have allied themselves with a truly fearsome man. Damien notes that the chaos they've created is temporary since the fake money was made using magic. The effect will likely only last for about an hour. However, he thinks for a man like the Night Hound, that brief window of time is more than enough to decide the fate of the world. Back in the destroyed vault, Vakir stands over the broken body of Bartholomew. He glances up, noting that the hour must be up. The demon, now without its power source, is completely helpless. There are no more gold coins for it to absorb, and its ability to heal has vanished. With Dolores standing behind him, Vakir approaches the defeated demon, his red dagger glowing with deadly intent. He declares that all of Belol's wealth is now worthless and tells it to prepare for its execution. To his surprise, the dying Bartholomew lets out a weak chuckle, a defiant smirk on his bloodied face. Vakir, with a concerned Dolores looking on, asks what could possibly be so funny. The demon's face twists into a horrifying, crazed grin as it asks if they truly believed it would have come without any preparations. Suddenly, a massive and complex purple magic circle erupts from the floor, trapping Vakir and Dolores within its powerful symbols. With his last breath, Bartholomew reveals his final terrifying ability. He explains that everything in the world has a corresponding value. This curse is the price that must be paid for killing him, a price that can only be paid with death itself. He names this ultimate curse of equivalent exchange indulgence. Angry at the demon's final curse, Dolores shouts in defiance, declaring that killing a demon could never be a sin, and telling him to stop spouting such ridiculous nonsense. Bartholomew, however, just chuckles from within the magic circle. He mockingly explains that even demons are creations of God, and that as a saintist, she should know better than anyone that killing any of God's creations is a sin. He gloats, confident that no one would be foolish enough to sacrifice their own life just to kill him. His arrogance is cut short by Vikir, who calmly steps forward and holds up a piece of paper in front of the demon's face. He informs Bartholomew that the price for killing a pig like him has already been paid. Vikir then reveals the document in full, a fancy official-looking parchment. It is an indulgence, a holy paper that grants forgiveness for all the sins of a faithful person. The document is officially issued and guaranteed by the Old Testament faction of the Church, the very faction Bartholomew was allied with. The demon can only stare in complete speechless shock. The tables having been completely turned, with the price for the sin already paid, the curse of indulgence is powerless. Seizing the moment, Vikir raises his glowing red blade. As the demon lets out a final, desperate cry of protest, Vikir swings his weapon with deadly force, cleanly cutting the head from Bartholomew's body. The severed head flies through the air, leaving a bloody trail before landing with a thud on the dusty floor of the crater. It rolls to a stop at the feet of a small, unexpected figure. From the edge of the crater, Vikir and Dolores look down at the scene, and a new horrifying shock washes over them. Standing at the bottom of the crater, right next to the severed head of the demon lord, is their friend, Sinclair. Both Dolores and Vikir turn, their faces masks of disbelief as they stare down at the young girl. But the Sinclair standing there is not the cheerful friend they know. Her face is cast in a dark shadow, and her eyes glow with a menacing, corrupt purple light as she looms over the dead demon. Her presence completely unexplainable and terrifying, revealing how she got into the vault. Sinclair explains that at first everything felt like a dream. After waking from a strange sleep, she found herself watching a surreal and terrifying fight. A strange monster with a pig's head fighting her friend, Vice President Dolores, who was wrapped in a bright light and the mysterious Nighthound. From her hiding spot, she watched as the strange monster, who seemed tired after a powerful attack from the Nighthound, turned back into a human. Before she could understand what was happening, she saw the Nighthound's sword swing down without hesitation, cutting off the man's head in a brutal killing. The severed head, still dripping with blood, rolled across the ground and stopped right at her feet. In that horrifying moment, the truth hit her. What she was seeing was not a dream, but a cold, brutal reality. Dolores and Vikir looked down into the crater at Sinclair, who stands frozen in shock. Panicked, Dolores is the first to speak, turning to Vikir and asking in disbelief why Sinclair is there. She remembers her plan, how she had given Sinclair tea with a sleeping potion and confirmed she was asleep before sending her and Piggy back to the academy. Her being in the vault should have been impossible. Still trying to understand the horrific scene, Sinclair looks down at the severed head and quietly asks what is going on. She looks up at the figures on the edge of the crater, her mind full of confused questions. She wonders why the vice president is standing with the Nighthound clutching her head. She then asks why the Nighthound was with the head of the bourgeois family, her voice filled with panic. As she questions the scene, her eyes looking through her fingers glow with a strange and corrupt purple light. Seeing her friend about to break down, Dolores rushes down into the crater and grabs Sinclair by the shoulders. She pleads with Sinclair, telling her not to look down at the head and to look at her instead, promising to explain everything. She admits she doesn't know when Sinclair woke up or how much she saw, but her only concern is calming her terrified friend. Dolores' attempt to comfort her friend is met with a furious and unexpected rejection. Sinclair's eyes glow with a menacing purple light as her face twists in rage. She violently shoves Dolores' hands away, screaming at her not to get any closer. The sudden anger leaves Dolores completely startled and speechless. From the edge of the crater, Vikir, still in his Nighthound disguise, watches the tense scene. He quickly realizes that the situation has become very dangerous. He warns Dolores that the vault doors will be opening any moment and that she needs to leave immediately. Dolores turns back to her friend, her own concern stronger than the warning. She gently tries to reason with Sinclair, telling her that it's dangerous to stay and pleading for them to leave together. Sinclair, however, replies with a chilling accusation, questioning if they aren't the most dangerous people in the room. She suggests that if she were to stay and tell the world what she saw, they would have a reason to silence her. Seeing the situation getting worse, Vikir steps between the two. Protecting Dolores, he takes full responsibility, creating a cover story on the spot. He declares that he was the one who killed the head of the bourgeois family and that the Saints, knowing nothing of his plan, was simply his hostage. This, he explains, is the official story they must tell. His words, however, fail to calm Sinclair. A bright turquoise magic circle begins to form in her hand as she prepares for a fight. With her eyes blazing with fury, she challenges him directly, asking if he plans to kill her now to keep her silent. As he faces this new unexpected threat, Vakir's mind races, remembering everything he knows about her. From his memories before his regression, he knows the facts. Sinclair was a legendary figure, a genius, and an elite student who mysteriously disappeared after graduating, leaving no mark on history. But now that cold information clashes with the personal memories he has of the Sinclair in this timeline, her cheerful greetings, her easy friendship with Piggy, her unique smile, and the powerful memory of her tearfully calling him Hyung, overjoyed that he had returned safely. This internal conflict brings him to a dark and practical decision. He silently questions what he should do. Should he keep her alive, or if she has become a problem for his mission, should he eliminate her right here and now? The air grows heavy with his unspoken killing intent. Sensing this dangerous shift, Dolores clenches her fist, her face filled with alarm as she calls out his name, Night Hound. The tense standoff inside the crater is suddenly interrupted as the massive heavy doors of the vault begin to cake open, flooding the dark chamber with bright light. Just as the doors swing wide, Sinclair, still hostile, has a turquoise magic shield pointed directly at the battered Night Hound. Silhouetted in the doorway are a group of guards and aides. One of them points in shock, shouting and identifying the infamous criminal, the Night Hound. Panicked, the guards wonder why the Night Hound is in the vault and immediately order everyone to make sure the Patriarch is safe. Their frantic cries are cut short by a booming voice demanding to know what all the noise is about. The guards turn to see Damien de Bourgeois striding toward them, followed by his own men. The guards are stunned by his unexpected arrival, wondering how he could have possibly gotten there. Damien's own eyes widen in surprise as he takes in the scene, his gaze falling upon the grisly sight on the floor. He instantly recognizes the severed, bloodied head of his brother, Bartholomew. A silent, grim acknowledgement passes through him. The Night Hound has succeeded. Vakir remains completely silent, his expression unreadable behind his mask. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Damon puts the final stage of their plan into motion. He points dramatically at the scene inside the vault and shouts that an assassination has taken place. He publicly declares the prearranged cover story. The Night Hound took the Saint as hostage and murdered the Patriarch. He then points directly at Vakir, ordering the troops to be gathered. He commands his men to save the Sainties and arrest the criminal at once. With the guards now focused on him, Vakir turns to make his escape. However, his path is blocked by Sinclair, who still has her magic shield raised. She shouts at him to stop, demanding to know where he thinks he is going. Vakir pauses and turns his head slightly, his red eye meeting her conflicted gaze. He offers her no answers. Instead, he leaves her with a final cryptic piece of advice, telling her that it is up to her to decide what to see, what to hear, and what to believe. With no time to waste, Vakir draws his glowing red dagger and slams it into the ground. The impact creates a massive explosion of red energy, kicking up a thick smokescreen that engulfs the area and provides the perfect cover for his escape. Amidst the chaos, the guards shout that he has disappeared and order a search of the entrance, determined not to lose him. As the smoke begins to clear, Sinclair is left standing alone in the devastated crater. Her expression unreadable, she slowly clenches her fist, her thoughts a mystery. Damien de Bourgeois approaches her through the dust, his footsteps echoing. He asks if she is all right, mentioning that he heard from the head butler that the other student had already returned. He dismisses the fact that he wasn't told about their visit, saying it's not something he needs to get involved in. He then tells her that the area will be sealed off soon and instructs her to get directions from the guards and head back to the academy. Without a word, Sinclair turns and begins to walk away. As she passes him, Damon watches her go, wondering to himself if seeing the brutal assassination of the Patriarch was too much of a shock for the young student. Once she is gone, Damon turns his attention to the grim scene. He looks down at the lifeless body of his brother and quietly addresses him as Hayungim, an honorific for an older brother. He reflects on the man's immense power, a person who had climbed to the very top of their family and the world, only to die in such a state. However, as he takes in the huge scale of the destruction around him, the massive crater, the shattered vault that was supposed to be indestructible, a new realization hits him. He questions if the scene before him could have been created by a battle between mere humans. The words of the Night Hound echo in his mind, confirming a truth he had struggled to accept. That's right, because he is a demon with absolute power. In that moment, Damien finally understands and accepts the terrifying reality that his brother truly had the power of a demon. As Damien stands amidst the ruins of the vault, his thoughts are interrupted by an unexpected voice. A single sharp accusation cuts through the air. "It was you." Damien turns, his face a mask of pure shock. Standing before him is Sinclair, her expression cold and accusatory. She directly accuses him of being the mastermind, claiming that he was the one who lured both the Night Hound and the Saintess into the vault for the sole purpose of assassinating the Patriarch. Enraged by the accusation, Damon's shock turns to fury. He angrily questions what nonsense she is talking about as he draws his ornate sword and lunges forward to strike her down. However, he stops his attack just short of its mark, his sword pointed directly at her chest. A look of utter confusion and surprise crosses his face as he stammers, unable to finish his sentence. A flicker of recognition, a painful memory, causes him to mistake her for someone else. He quietly asks if she is his long-lost daughter, Juliet. After a moment of intense looking, a bead of sweat trickles down his face as he realizes his mistake. While there is a resemblance, he knows this girl is not his daughter. The truth is then revealed. The student known as Sinclair is in fact the only daughter of the man who was just killed, the Patriarch Bartholomew Jubor. With her purple eyes glowing with a menacing light, her full hidden identity is finally brought to light. Sinclair Jubor. The tense standoff in the ruined vault continues as Sinclair points a finger at Damien de Bourgeois. She claims he was the one who planned the entire event, luring both the Night Hound and the Saintess to the vault. Damon is visibly shocked by her insight, a bead of sweat on his face as he hears her accusation. Recovering, he lowers his sword and says it's a misunderstanding. While putting his sword away, he quickly makes up a story, explaining that the capital is in chaos because of a fake currency crisis. He claims he had come to the vault for a meeting with his brother about this. He sternly tells her not to make such foolish accusations without proof. In his mind, he admits that while she is smart, it's just a suspicion and it's best to dismiss it. Damien then turns and walks past her, seeming to end the conversation. Sinclair seems to give in, muttering that it doesn't matter. Her eyes fall to the ground, landing on her father's severed and bloody head. A memory flashes in her mind of her friend Piggy excitedly asking what question she had for the head of the Bourgeois family. She thinks to herself that there was one thing she always wanted to ask her father, but now she will never get the chance. Suddenly, Damien stops. From behind her, his voice asks if her question was, "Why did you abandon me?" Sinclair's eyes widen in shock. He turns back to her, his face now showing shared pain and understanding. He reveals that his own daughter Juliet once asked him the same question when she was sent out into the world with nothing as a commoner in their family's succession trial. The name shocks Sinclair. A memory comes up of a time when she and a young Juliet were together, suggesting a deep, forgotten connection between the two cousins. Seeing her reaction, Damien is equally stunned. A look of disbelief on his face as he realizes they must have known each other. He grits his teeth, a mix of anger and sadness on his face. Looking at Sinclair, he makes a firm statement. He tells her that in the end, her father and the Bourgeois family did not abandon her. Damon begins to explain his family's core belief, saying their motto is to be, not to be seen. He tells Sinclair this is the reason for their succession trial, where the heirs must prove their worth by succeeding in the capital on their own without help from their parents. He continues, admitting that this is a basic rule of their family that should have been explained to her long ago, and he wonders why his brother Bartholomew never told her. Sinclair stays completely silent, her purple eyes hard to read as she takes in this life-changing information. The news sends Sinclair into confusion. In her mind, her eyes widen with fear. She questions everything she thought she knew. What if the person who abandoned her wasn't her father but a demon? What if the man she remembered as her father was the demon all along? The conflicting images torture her. The memory of her innocent younger self on the cold floor, contrasted with her father's face twisted by demonic power. She even wonders if there was no demon at all and if everything was a hallucination. Overwhelmed, she can't tell what is real and what is a lie. In her deepest confusion, the Night Hound's final words come to her mind. He had told her that it was her decision what to see, hear, and believe. His words become her guide, and a new determination forms inside her. She must meet him again to find the truth. Back in the real world, her inner turmoil settles into a cold, firm resolve. She turns away from the severed head on the ground, saying a final quiet farewell to her father. As she walks past Damien, a powerful golden aura erupts around her. With her eyes glowing with a new purpose, she declares that she will be the one to inherit the family's leadership. Meanwhile, the estate is in chaos. Alarms ring as guards search for the assassin, shouting that the Night Hound couldn't have gotten far. High on a rooftop, the Night Hound and an injured Dolores watch. He notes that security is getting tighter. Dolores, however, is worried about something else. She looks at the Night Hound with concern, admitting she can't stop thinking about Sinclair. She asks him if they did the right thing, leaving her behind like that. The Night Hound tries to reassure her, explaining that she shouldn't worry about Sinclair being blamed. He says that even though she was there, she won't be treated as an accomplice. He reminds Dolores that Damien has already set the official story for everyone, that the Night Hound took the Saints hostage and killed the Patriarch, making Damien the heroic witness. He adds that a clever person like Sinclair would know better than to speak of what she really saw, as she would likely be called crazy. Dolores is silent for a moment. The Night Hound asks what is left of the alliance between Quo Vadis and the Bourgeois family now. With a grim look, she gives the answer herself, naming their final enemy, H. Burt. A memory flashes in her mind of Bartholomew mentioning Cardinal H. Burt's recent visit, and she says with certainty that he is the one who is left. On the rooftop, a determined Dolores declares that she must meet with Cardinal H. Burt and question him about his meeting with the demon Baal. As she speaks, her body trembles, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. The Night Hound quietly watches her distress for a moment before speaking. He then sits down in front of her and gently asks if she is afraid of H. Burt. Dolores is silent at first, then sigh. She finds it sad that she could overcome her fear of a powerful demon, even achieving a true awakening. Yet, she is still terrified of her own father. Sitting beside her, the Night Hound gently disagrees, telling her that her feelings are not sad at all. His unexpected kindness brings tears to her eyes, holy crosses forming in her pupils as she cries. Wiping her tears away, she asks if he would listen to her story. She explains that this is the first time she has ever spoken of this to anyone, as it is not a story she can easily share. She then begins her confession, revealing a shocking truth. As he may have already guessed, Cardinal H. Burt is not her biological father. A flashback shows a younger H. Burt holding an infant, Dolores. She explains that because of her powerful divine abilities, he noticed her as a child and chose to adopt her. She describes his public image, a man from a powerful family, second in power only to the Pope and respected by countless followers. In the presence of such a perfect and powerful figure, she had to be completely obedient. A powerful image shows her as a wooden puppet, her every move controlled by a massive hand from above. She had to be a pretty puppet showing no complaints and no defiance. The unspoken consequence of rebellion is made clear as the image shifts to the puppet lying broken on the ground. Returning to the present, a single tear runs down her cheek, but her expression is no longer one of fear. She tells him that it's okay now. She explains that after meeting him, the Night Hound, she finally found the courage to break free from the control that had ruled her entire life. As she speaks, a genuine, tearful smile of pure relief and gratitude spreads across her face. Sitting under the moonlight, she finally feels free. As the Night Hound listens to Dolores' story of being controlled like a puppet, her words deeply affect him. He is visibly shocked, his eyes wide with a new understanding. Internally, he thinks about the similarities between their lives. Though their situations were different, her experience of living as a controlled puppet was no different from his own past life before his regression, where he lived as a hunting dog bound by orders without ever knowing his own purpose. He sees that she too has been living a life on a leash. This shared pain strengthens his resolve for her sake and to cut the remaining ties of evil. He knows that he must confront Cardinal H. Burt. The scene suddenly shifts to a dark, chaotic forest at night, where a carriage lies completely wrecked and overturned amidst blood, showing a violent ambush. Cardinal H. Burt is seen running frantically from the scene, running for his life in terror. Blood streams down his face as he screams in panic, cursing his situation. He desperately shouts that he didn't know anything, insisting he was ignorant. A flashback reveals the reason for his terror. He explains that the recent deaths of several cult leaders had revealed the criminal conspiracy connecting the Old Testament faction of Quo Vadis with the Bourgeois family. Terrified that an investigation would blame him, he had confronted Bartholomew. He tried to threaten the Patriarch, saying he would confess everything if he were arrested. However, as a horrifying demonic grin spread across Bartholomew's face, H. Burt realized his threat was useless. Bartholomew was not a mere human who could be scared. He was a demon. The memory continues, showing the terrified H. Burt falling from his chair, pathetically begging for his life and admitting he was wrong. Bartholomew, his hand swirling with dark purple energy, decided to offer the weak human a tool for survival. With a sinister grin, he summoned a strange, pulsating yellow orb with an eye at its center, telling Shburt to use it when a crisis came. Having given him this dark gift, Bartholomew spared his life. The flashback ends with the image of the strange demonic eyeball in Shburt's trembling hands. Back in the dark forest, a terrified Cardinal Shburt, still running for his life, desperately pulls out the demonic eyeball Bartholomew had given him. Clutching his chest, he thinks about the cursed gift from the demon, his only hope for survival. Just as he is about to use it, a glowing whip-like object slices through the air toward him. Before he can react, the whip, glowing with a menacing purple energy, swings with incredible speed and cleanly cuts off his hand at the wrist. H. Burt looks down in confusion for a moment. Unable to understand what just happened, the shock quickly turns to agony as blood gushes from the stump and he lets out a horrific scream of pain. As he falls to his knees, clutching the bleeding wound, a new figure appears before him. A woman with long light blue hair and a strange blindfolded mask looks down at him and casually says that she had only meant to take the object in his hand, but it seems she cut off the entire hand by mistake. She then picks up the severed hand, which is still holding the demonic orb. Through his tears of pain and terror, Humbar screams that the object is his and pleads with her not to touch it. The woman, now shown to be armed with a bloody blade and a whip-like weapon, looms over him. She identifies herself as Ms. Ouroboros and begins to list his many sins with a mocking tone. She questions how a man of God could take bribes, sell children, and now even work with demons. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she adds that despite his evil, she isn't bored. In fact, she enjoys her work, which is to collect criminals just like him. Her words fill Humbar with a new chilling dread. He stammers, asking what she means by collect. In response, her whip lashes out, wrapping tightly around his neck. With a single powerful motion, she yanks him off his feet and flings him into the air, leaving him hanging from a high tree branch. Choking, she tells him that she is going to train him so that he can welcome the old age. With her gasping for air, Humber questions what she could possibly mean by the old age. Ouroboros, now holding the demonic eyeball, licks her lips with a snake-like tongue and glares at him with a predatory look. She clarifies her meaning with a final, terrifying statement. She is referring to the Age of War, a time when only the truly strong existed. Soon after, the capital descended into collective shock. Disturbing revelations rippled through the city, echoing far beyond its walls and unsettling the empire itself. First was the assassination of Bartholomew, the powerful patriarch of the bourgeois family. This was followed by the mysterious disappearance of Cardinal Humber, founder of the Quavitas Holy Order. At the center of it all was the infamous criminal mastermind, the Night Hound. An official investigation was launched, and a carefully constructed narrative was released to the public. The report stated that the Night Hound had ambushed a dinner between Bartholomew and Academy students. In a final act of heroism, the patriarch sacrificed his own life to rescue the students safely. With the situation spiraling into chaos, Damien de Bourgeois became the interim patriarch. At a press conference, he assured the public that everything possible would be done to resolve the situation and that a new heir had been designated, bringing a swift and official end to the incident. Meanwhile, despite the turmoil engulfing two of the 7 great families, life at Coliseo Academy was returning to a semblance of normality. The campus was bustling as students and staff prepared for the upcoming final exams and the annual parent-teacher meeting. Walking through the academy grounds, Tudor looked around in awe at the extensive renovations. The entire campus had been transformed, with beautiful cherry blossom trees lining the pathways around a grand fountain, making him wonder if he was in an academy or a botanical garden. He was joined by his friends Bianca and Sancho. Bianca wondered why Director Winston was undertaking such large-scale work so soon, while Sancho commented on how much more fragrant the academy smelled. Tudor, however, covered his nose and complained that all he could smell was fertilizer. Their friend Piggy then arrived, explaining that the improvements were likely in preparation for the parent-teacher meeting. He pointed out that upgrades were happening all over campus. He noted that even the training grounds, where the magic barrier had failed during the last exam, were being heavily reinforced with new magic stones for the final classification event. Piggy admitted that the scale of the renovations seemed excessive, but speculated that it was because important guests from the 7 great families were expected to attend. As the students walked on, the conversation shifted to a more personal topic. Tudor asked Bianca if she had reconciled with Sinclair yet, mentioning that he had heard she had changed rooms in the dormitory. Bianca sighed in frustration, placing a hand on her forehead as she explained, for the 10th time, that it had never been a fight to begin with. With a sad expression, she elaborated that she hadn't heard from Sinclair in days, and that her friend seemed to be in a perpetually bad mood, believing Sinclair needed time to herself. Bianca decided it was best to move out for a while. Sancho added to the concern, noting that he'd barely seen Sinclair outside the dorms except for training, and that she'd been skipping classes. Piggy wondered aloud if something serious had happened between the two girls. Their discussion was suddenly interrupted by a cheerful voice calling out to them. They turned to see Dolores, dressed in a bright orange construction vest and a yellow hard hat, waving enthusiastically. The group was taken aback by her unusual attire. Dolores explained that with the upcoming tournament, the student council was incredibly busy with preparations, requiring her to dress for the part. Her friends were impressed with her dedication. Bianca, however, expressed concern, telling Dolores not to push herself too hard after the traumatic incident with the patriarch. Dolores just laughed it off, lying that she was fine because something had covered her eyes, so she didn't really see what happened. The mention of the incident sent Tudor into a rage. He furiously shouted about the Night Hound taking their president hostage, vowing to capture the criminal next time. Bianca held him back, reminding him that he'd been too scared to do anything during the last festival. Changing the subject, Dolores looked around and asked where the other members of their group were. Piggy and Bianca exchanged a worried look. Bianca explained that they hadn't seen Sinclair in a while either, and that she seemed to be deliberately avoiding them. The news visibly saddened Dolores. Her cheerful demeanor faded, and she looked down, a single tear escaping her eye as she thought she needed to check on Sinclair soon. Her mind flashed back to the horrific events in the vault. She knew Sinclair must have been deeply confused and traumatized, having witnessed a demon's true form and watched a man be brutally killed. Dolores was consumed by guilt, replaying the image of Sinclair's tormented face and remembering with shame that she was the one who fled, leaving her friend behind. As Dolores worried about Sinclair, Piggy chimed in with a mischievous smirk and changed the subject to Vakir. He started to say that Vakir had gone back to the dorms first and was likely spending time alone in his room, like last time, implying something secretive. Before he could finish, his friends frantically leaped on him, one clapping a hand over his mouth to silence him. The group descended into chaos, trying to keep Piggy quiet. Sancho quickly provided a cover story, nervously laughing that Vakir had gone back to train. Dolores was left completely bewildered by her friend's bizarre and sudden panic. In the academy's gym, sweat dripped onto the floor. Vakir was in the middle of an intense workout, lifting an incredibly heavy barbell. His immense strength stunned the other students, who watched in disbelief as he trained. Deep in thought, he focused on the red, star-shaped necklace around his neck. His red eyes glowed as he thought of the demon sealed within it, Decarabia. He reflected on the demon's current state. After using the last of its mana to protect Dolores, it had fallen into a deep sleep and had yet to reawaken. Vakir acknowledged that Decarabia had been far more helpful in the fight against Bilal than he had anticipated, remembering how its powerful magic circle had shielded Dolores from harm. However, there was a significant complication. Dolores had been wearing the necklace, which meant she could have easily deduced his true identity. He had been forced to use Decarabia's mental manipulation to alter her memories and protect his secret. This desperate move came at a great cost. His lack of mastery over the demon's power resulted in a massive drain on his own mana, which was the real reason he had tired so quickly during the fight with Beelzebub. Finishing his set, he re-racked the heavy weights with a loud clang, concluding that he must be more careful with how he used this power from now on. Resting on a bench after his workout, Vakir contemplated his situation, reflecting on how his actions in this new timeline differed from his previous life. He was trying to delay the Age of Destruction by eliminating high-ranking demons, but in doing so, he was changing the course of history. As he pictured the path he now walked, lined with the foes he had defeated, he acknowledged a grim reality. It had become very difficult to predict the future using only memories from his life before regression. He also assessed his own power. He had reached the pinnacle of his clan's abilities, mastering the 7th form and even unlocking the legendary 8th technique of the Baskerville family. However, he knew this ultimate power was incomplete and unstable without the holy enhancement provided by the Santis. A more pressing concern weighed on his mind. He was certain the remaining high-ranking demons, the 10 great calamities, were now aware of the threat he posed. To protect themselves, they would undoubtedly begin to gather their forces, creating a greater unified enemy for him to face. The sheer weight of these thoughts gave him a headache, and he quickly finished his water bottle. Just as he realized he had nothing left to drink, a cold can was suddenly offered to him. He looked up in surprise as a voice asked if he was looking for a drink. To his astonishment, the person offering it was Sinclair, dressed in workout clothes, greeting him with a cheerful smile and calling him young master. Later, the two sat together on a high rooftop, silhouetted against a magnificent starry night sky and a bright full moon. They toasted with their cans, a friendly cheer echoing in the quiet night as they drank. A blushing Sinclair happily declared that nothing beats a cold beer after a good workout. She then asked why he was drinking soda and offered him a can of beer. He politely declined, explaining seriously that drinking alcohol after training interferes with muscle synthesis. Sinclair playfully dismissed Vakir's serious reasoning, taking a sip from her own can with a casual, suit-yourself attitude. A comfortable silence settled between them before she asked if she had ever told him that she comes to the rooftop to look at the Milky Way when she's feeling down. Vakir quietly confirmed that she had told him before. Sinclair smiled faintly, pleased that he remembered. As they sat together, Vakir watched her closely, suddenly wondering if her cheerful demeanor was merely an act to hide her true feelings. His mind drifted to his previous life, remembering comrades who, even after the Great War against the demons, were left with deep psychological trauma. Images of their suffering flashed through his mind, and a chilling possibility took root. Perhaps Sinclair suffered from a similar hidden wound. Breaking the silence, he turned to her and bluntly stated that she did not look well. Sinclair was taken aback, her cheerful facade faltering as she looked down and quietly asked if it was that obvious. Though she still insisted she was fine, Vikir pressed further, asking if her distress was because of the incident with the bourgeois family. The question struck her like a physical blow. Her face contorted in terror, her eyes wide with shock and fear, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably as she stammered a denial, insisting that she did not remember anything from that day. Vikir was stunned by her extreme reaction. Despite her words, tears began to stream down Sinclair's face. She seemed just as confused by her own emotional outburst, trying to laugh it off as she questioned why she was crying. She clutched her face, her laughter turning into sobs as she insisted she was fine and did not want to cry. Overwhelmed, she hid her face in her hands, her body racked with sobs as she wondered why the tears would not stop. Seeing her complete breakdown, Vikir reached out and firmly grabbed her wrist, his voice sharp as he demanded to know what had happened to her. Sinclair's crying stopped abruptly. Her expression went blank, her eyes losing focus. In a detached tone, she asked him why he was doing this. She then stated that it had been a mistake for him to have left her alone at that moment. With chilling finality, she uttered the words she had been suppressing. He killed him. Vikir stared at her, bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor and her cryptic words. Sinclair, looking past him as if in a trance, delivered the final, devastating truth, her voice devoid of all emotion. The Night Hound, she stated, killed my father.